Chat, hello. Sorry, a little bit late. How are we all doing? Do I need to mute this? Am I going to start the stream off getting copyright striked? Go. How's everyone doing? Hello. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. Start the stream off? Yeah, start the stream off with a copyright strike. That off, right? You see Rob Moore calling me out? Dude, it's a lose-lose situation for me. I did 2 pick'ems. One I had Sentinels winning, one I had Sentinels losing, and they just went, yeah. He just went, I'm going to ignore one of them and just call you out for the one where you have them losing. Kind of crazy. You wrote 3,000 words on the GENG FNATIC veto. On the veto? Honestly? I don't know how you've done 3,000 words about it, but there's definitely a talking point. What did you come up with? It's... FNATIC have options, I guess. Apex destroyed my pick'ems? Dude, I'm so fine with that. Again, I was going for a comfortable park, and somehow they just absolutely sent it. I was thinking, let's think ahead towards champs, get a nice position, get some champ points, and they just decided that they kind of want to win. That's kind of sick. I'm in for it. Somehow they installed a W key in the train.
One of the few positive things about this. But yeah, I was a nail technician before, and obviously being in that sort of career, you're kind of left to be doing things that are a little bit more practical for everyday life, but I've always wanted to do video game themed nails, and when I got the opportunity to do this, I was so excited.
Groups and Swiss, any advice for playoffs?
Well,
sounds like everything's going right, mate. Don't think you need any advice. Keep up that stuff.
So you need to help me pip this one out.
Playing like they're playing.
So can you help me choose a nail for my pinky?
Fred's on Kayak's performance today. I mean, let's see. It's a different beast playing on stage, so he might not be as confident.
So how's the design
he definitely got his confidence to a pretty high level.
Not long, actually.
We'll definitely see.
Coming up with the design that takes a long time.
How are we feeling about RRQ today? I'm just hoping one of these Seed 1 teams actually shows something different instead of copying other teams.
So a minute from my nails. Let's sit down and get this done. I'm so excited for this one too, because I am going to be using this throughout the whole day.
I think at the moment all the Seed 1 teams.
Thank you so much, kids.
Because obviously we've seen 2.
Chat, get out of here. Let's see my nails later.
First of all, I think that the Seed.
I'm definitely not a hand model.
The Seed 1 picks have been weird in terms of map picks. They've all picked like the enemy's best maps. And then I think they've done no curveballs, and they've just tried to copy other people's ways of playing, which I don't think is great. So yeah, I kind of think the first seeds are misplayed. And there's a chance that all the first seeds misplay, in my opinion. But we'll see. And if they do, I feel like GENG's got a good run here. I don't think FNATIC actually picks Sunset, but they might. But if they get a good anti, they might let it through. Yeah, they can definitely float it. They've had enough time to be able to... Honestly, they've had enough time to play all 7 maps. Need more deadlocks? I think people would win. I think deadlock is, not saying it's a one and done, but I think the one's always going to win you if you have a good thought process. So I think teams should be leaning into that more. What do you think of G-Line? I think they look pretty rough, to be honest. I think they had a mad map pick. They picked Sentinel's best map. Picked Sentinel's best map and then ran a really standard comp. So it's like there's no surprises here.
Images that may affect viewers who are
and Sentinels historically have been incredible with that against that comp. They know how it plays. They say like the one thing that the Sentinels are really good against that comp is on Sunset they always save their Omen flash. I think I even did a video about it like a year ago. Nothing's changed. And they just let them have the map, and they just didn't play anything different. Think there's any chance G2 lose to G-Line? From what I saw, I would give
You
July,
have been
like,
waiting all week, and so
20%.
have they. Today, the first seeds of Pacific and EMEA will finally make their appearance, and they'll be facing some fierce competition. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 7 of Masters Toronto, coming to you live from the NK Center here for today's double.
Coach Diff's going to show you with the first seeds. Dude, the only Coach Diff at the moment is from Gen G, really.
Hopped on the desk,
And Paper X,
and
I
we
guess.
already witnessed some
And
crazy
honestly,
things
Wolves.
that
Wolves have got some good
I'm
stuff.
sure you're both very well rested, so I wanted to ask you, what's been going on in this tournament that's been giving you nightmares?
That's been giving me nightmares. The response from EMEA?
No.
The Heretics run.
You're so real for that.
Yeah.
G2
You think the Gist has got to G2? Nah, I just think they played bad,
That was
to
the
be
one
honest.
I was thinking about last night, just like remembering some of the retake rounds. Oh, that
I
was
think
that
they
was a
played
brutal one.
insanely
I'm glad you
standard.
mentioned that, Mimi, because that happened yesterday.
And they played
it's G2 that
no
selected
Sentinel
Paper X this
comp
time around.
on
Didn't go
Lotus
so
really
well.
badly.
I mean, the Paper X step up was huge here. It's so hard to deny this team. Everyone thinks
Did G2
they're
play
gonna
bad or
be
did Paper
ready.
X
We're gonna
play
clear the
well? No,
off
Paper X
angles.
played
We're
well
gonna
as
have
well.
utility ready for where these players are
Like,
set
Paper X
up.
played
But
really
Paper
well.
X is
This
still
attack
just
on
so
Lotus was
mechanically
pretty cool.
gifted. They play
And
together
Patman
so
kind of saved him a little
well,
bit
and
on
I think they
Sunset.
showed a huge improvement
Sorry,
this
on-
game compared to
on,
that near
Split.
choke against Liquid.
You can definitely
But
tell that
G2
there is a
misplayed their
difference
comp on
between the
defense.
teams that are coming in
You
with
can't
that
tell me
warm-up
different.
from the Swiss stage, especially when we're speaking about a very different patch.
You can't
Safe
play no
gonna be
Sentinel comp on Lotus
viable
and give them
anymore
full
for
map control
any of
and
the
never
teams.
go
We still
aggro
haven't
A.
seen it.
You're gonna
And
lose.
we see that that warm-up has translated into both of the teams coming in from the Swiss stage, getting the win.
Smile if you lost to the opponent you picked. Yeah, tough day for
Never
the
noticed during the
#1
TES comp a
seeds
lot of teams
yesterday.
played the no Senti comp.
XLG
Yeah, but that's because you
choosing
can go
it to
aggro
send,
A
but
for
then it
sure,
seemed
right?
like no Teo, no problem.
fighting A is a lot
Dominant
easier.
game there, to start
But
for
it's
Sen in
like
the
they don't
playoffs.
understand why
I
they're
want to
playing
see
no
also a little
Sentinel.
bit more for XLG.
That comp's
I
been
don't
around
know
for
how
ages.
the
Like,
rest of the tournament is going to go
the
for
team
them,
that
but
actually
I'm
made
so
it like
excited
mainstream
coming
was
into this to
EDG
see
last year
different
at
Chinese
Champs.
teams, and I'm
And
kinda,
they've been playing that for
Yeah, the first seed curse. It is a real
like what, 6
thing
months
right
before
now at
that?
Masters Toronto.
They've been
But
playing
of
for a long
course,
time.
That lower bracket looks so strange.
It's not like the demos
It
aren't out
doesn't-
there.
is
It's
there
been
something
here
wrong
for
about
nearly
the
a year
fact
now.
that G2 are instantly in the lowest?
Yeah, it is definitely a weird one. And
Who are the
honestly,
coaches that had the most
whoever
impact so far?
loses
In my
today,
opinion,
especially from that Fnatic Gen G
probably
game,
the Gen
is
G
gonna be
coaches.
scary down in that lower bracket as well.
Funny
Obviously, I
enough,
think
you
Paper X
guys
are doing
remember when we were
bits as
starting
well,
to
to be
have the
honest, because
playoffs for each
Paper
of
X
the regions, and RRQ
are working
were
well
the
on
team that was
themselves.
the seed 1, and they were the only
would say
ones
between those
from the
two.
first seeds that won their opening match. Maybe they can repeat history today.
I remember everything. I do genuinely remember everything. And
Milan?
even the
I
schedule,
mean, let's see what
because
happens here.
We will be bringing
Liquid-
you guys
Liquid-
RRQ
Liquid's
versus
coaches
WOL to
did cool
start
with the
things off,
curveball.
followed by Fnatic versus
Liquid's coaches did
Gen
really good with
G,
the
and all
curveball,
of that brings
to be honest.
us to our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know if the number
The thing that I liked
seed
about Liquid
will
is they
have a
took
better
risks.
day.
That's what I like about Gen G. They took
Really?
risks.
Will they win both matches? Will one of them win a
I
match,
can't
or
believe
will
no
both
teams are
of them
taking
go
risks at this
straight to
event.
that lower bracket? Scan the QR code to cast your vote, and we'll have the results a little bit later on. And make sure while you're at it to use the hashtags VALORANT Masters and VCT.
Why
so
has
we can
APAC
feature
been so
you
much better?
on the
I think they
broadcast. Have you
just
guys been
understand
tracking
the new
poll
meta a
results?
little bit
We've
better,
had
to
some,
be
like,
honest.
pretty-
Yesterday they
But
said that
Paper X
is
were
going to
Paper
take
X
the
were
win,
there
and
anyway
yeah,
because they weren't playing
they're
Teo.
right.
Yeah.
They're smarter
And
than us, I guess.
Munchkin
And
and Gen
you know
G
who is
historically like
always right?
really like
Achilles.
Viper, right? So they can
Exactly.
lean
That is
heavy into the
staring
Viper.
with Van
So that's
Silly
really like two
right now.
teams that like stuff that isn't Teo based.
Another day, another
And then
meeting
everyone
greet.
else
This
is
time
like
we're able
struggling
walk
to
around and
find
meet
their
two
identity,
more of our
especially when it
favorite
comes to
characters. We have the
Heretics.
Pacific casters
Maybe
being
G2 on top of that, but we don't really
Achilles
know.
and Paper Thin. Actually, I'm going to go back here and do the fist bump around here and said, watch out for my nail.
Oh, that's a nice
Yeah, thank you. Watch out for my nail.
Oh my God.
Okay, Paper Thin, what does it feel like to be sitting right next to Achilles Algaid?
Is Achilles predicting today?
It's the
I mean,
best
he'll
feeling
predict
in the
RRQ
world.
and Gen G.
Never better.
Achilles.
I think Sen
How
has
the hell are
adjusted
you
well.
able to
Sen have
predict
adjusted
these
well.
matches?
Their comps make a lot of sense.
I think the easiest thing that people need to take in consideration as to why I'm getting all these spreads right is that Asia's on top. It's just the best region, and if you just back them the whole way, you will look like a genius like I do. I'm not an actual genius, but I look like one. And with that being said, RRQ Gen G, they're winning today.
That's what we got. So RRQ and Gen G today.
Yeah, I mean, I
you
think
got
you
the
might be
glasses.
right.
You're definitely smart. Thank you so much for your time, friends. We'll let you get back to your
If
fans. and we'll
RRQ
catch you all
pick
soon.
Split though, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Bye.
If every seed one picks the
I was was so
best
hoping
map
he wasn't
against the
gonna say
enemy
that
team
'cause
on Gully's
Kukuka, I
Moment.
went the opposite as him today.
I think I last minute changed
Augusto,
my
thank you
threads,
so
but
much
I
as
wanted
well.
to do something against Achilles, but listen, you
He's
know that
trying
we're
to carry
never
us to
going
look
to
into
hear the end of
Achilles,
this.
yeah.
Yeah, I hate
He's
that.
the
To
guy.
let that
He's the
go.
guy
I
paying
hate
people
that.
off.
But what I love is the MVP bracelet. We will be giving one out at the end of the tournament. The race
Do you
is
think people are
on.
overrating
There's a couple
Liquid now
players we
because they
haven't
say
seen just
Liquid
yet. Do
was
you guys think
defeated
Kayak and
G2 as
Jemkin
well?
could be in for a
They
chance?
I think if you're
overrating
looking at
Liquid.
the two best players from those respective
It's weird because
regions,
it's like
at
they
least in
played.
stage 1, you have
They
to
just
look
did
at
the
these
best they
guys.
did. They
Kayak
did the
in
best they could with a
particular
hat,
was
with like
so
a
outstanding
weird
for me. Stepping
hand,
into this
basically.
roster, into the shoes of Durka, and just looking absolutely incredible.
I think they're
on
gonna
that
be really
duelist role.
good.
But Bea, it was the same for
Like coming
Jemkin.
into
Yeah, for Gen Kim, to
champs
me,
on
it was a
stage
long
two,
time
sorry,
coming. This was bound to happen sooner or later.
Dude,
We
where's my,
needed to see this
okay, there we go.
duelist in
Sorry,
a global
sorry.
stage. And to me,
Chancelete, thank you so
Kayak
much for the
is
30
more
months. Thank you,
of
thank
the
you.
how much he's grown, because we've seen him struggle in so many occasions, and we have seen
Big
how
Women's
FNATIC have
playoffs are
fixed all these issues,
100%
have
wrong
been by
up
his
to
side
now.
to make him the player
Wait.
that he is today. Now with him finally making his debut
Okay, you had
as
a
well,
perfect switch
let's see how
stage
it
and now
goes.
you're wrong.
It's just so
okay.
cool to me to see these players being the one to focus on looking ahead in an MVP race, because, well, it is still FNATIC winning in EMEA.
What makes
it's
RRQ
not
better than
Durka who's looking like the
Paper
MVP
X?
out of
I mean,
that
we don't know if
region.
they will
It's not-
be. In this
maybe not even
meta,
someone like Texture,
I'm
who
not sure,
was
man.
incredible coming out of Pacific. There's a lot of
RRQ
new
were very
talent
good
in
at
this
the Teo
tournament
meta.
that can make a case for the bracelet.
Yeah, and Ender was here during the Swiss stage, and before he left, he was very sure, Kakuka, that one of Texture or Spring will be taking that bracelet home.
And I love Ender, and I think that he is right. To me, Texture is the player of the tournament so far. Yes, he was stolen an ace, but his performance individually has been extremely
Capybon
brilliant on
with
the
the tier
side
one.
of Gen
Thanks so much
G.
for the 28
This was
months.
not a-
Thank you for
This
that.
should not be a surprise for anybody. The surprise, I think, comes from the side of Spring, who has
Do we have any
demonstrated
hope left for
that he
EMEA and
himself can be
FNATIC?
an insane lurker, have a
mean,
lot of impact from wherever
yeah.
he is on the map. Is such a versatile controller.
Yeah,
you
it's
can
crazy
be-
too,
you
because
can be
you
feeling
look
good
at
about
those two players
FNATIC
we just talked
until
about. The
they
rest of the top of that
chose
list
differently.
is like YZ, Texture, Zekin, all these like super popular duelist players. And then
you
you
see
have
the
Spring,
mini
who's
said Paper X
mostly
have an
playing
S tier
Viper. He's
Haven?
the
Yeah,
IGL of his team,
I'm pretty
and he's playing
confident he's
a
lying.
completely different position than any of the rest of these top stat players, but he's still putting up comparable numbers, and he's still really leading the way for this Wolves run that they've been on.
Yeah, very, very entertaining. We're having a lot of fun today here in the venue. In fact, Wyatt met up with RRQ's Moniet and Crazy Guy earlier and didn't invite me. How rude.
I'm joined here by Moniette, Crazy Guy from RRQ. We're going to test their reflexes and see what, if they have what it takes to win this tournament based on our silly little game.
We really are
First,
TikTok,
I'm going to
man.
ask a couple questions. First, I just want to get your perspective because Crazy Guy joins the team for this stage. You guys go on a run. What has he added to the team that has allowed you to get that first seed, get the win in Pacific?
I think as a leader, because I feel like as an IGL, I think it's basically the same thing, just a little bit different style. But as a leader,
Did
he
Sentinels
really like
ban Haven as
helped us
well?
to bring
Yeah,
us to
that's probably
global
why
stage, basically.
he's saying that.
Yeah, 100%.
They probably
And, I mean, for you, you've been
want him to ban it
competing
fast.
in FPS games at LAN events for like a decade plus, I think, at this point. With all that experience, what is it going to take for this team to be able to win here in Toronto?
In RRQ, I think all four players are very young. So for me, I just make sure they feel comfortable, they be confident, and yeah, if they have enough confidence, I think they can beat everybody in the world.
Do you think Moniette is about to be comfortable and confident when it comes to the reflex game that we are about to play? Do you think he's got
Can you
the
try and
dog
predict the
in
map
him?
picks and
Does he have
bans?
what it takes?
Inside the game, maybe yes, but this game.
So
I'm
in
not
my
sure.
head, what's going to happen
you're up
is,
first.
but
Let's
it
see what
should
you
be
got.
impossible to predict just purely because
Is this
I'm
on?
going to lose.
just
Is
purely
the power button-
because
do we have to hit it at the top?
Gen G have
Hold
too
on.
many curveballs that they can. Sorry, Fnatic
And
have too
there
many
we go.
curveballs. In my opinion, this will be Icebox.
Let's
ban.
find out.
This
Hold
will
up.
be.
Off to a great. Okay.
Wait,
That's all
aren't you
right.
meant to look down
Oh,
here
that's
instead of
right.
up?
2 for 1, not bad.
Oh,
Oh, my God.
Nice.
If he does this to Fnatic, they're cooked. It's over. Oh, that's not bad.
okay,
though.
we got
That's
four.
Um,
not bad. That's not bad.
Fnatic,
All
I
right, let me get rid of
reckon.
the cue card.
Bampo.
Let me reset this.
And then I imagine
Oh, I
people play it
appreciate that. You
safe.
guys are so polite. Wait, how do
But
you
I
even,
think that I think the Fnatic
no,
here
sorry.
could
Well,
kind
I
of
mean,
experiment
this
a
is-
little bit. Like I would
you guys are better at this
maybe
than I am.
want
I
to see
appreciate
this.
that. Oh, you have to like.
Yeah, I need to twist it.
Okay. No, you got.
I think Gen G
you
are gonna
know
pick
what's up.
Haven.
Y'all been practicing?
Yeah.
But I'm not entirely
They're
sure.
going hard. All right.
Okay.
Are you ready?
And
Since
then
I'm old,
FNATIC
can
will
you
either
put a
pick
little bit easier?
Icebox
A little
or
bit easier.
Make it harder,
Let's
please.
see.
Make it harder.
Split.
Whoa, wait, hold on.
Well, that was kinda
Sick
sick.
at the end.
What was that tech at the end?
All right, I'm predicting you guys to win the tournament after that move. That was
That's as far as I can get. And even then, this is like a
Thank you
guess.
for joining me, guys. Best of
Because this
luck
could be
in the
different.
tournament. Much
you.
appreciated.
They're
save at the
flexing
end,
on
that
us
was nuts.
already. Pretty impressive that last shot. I
An
thought
EMEA
with
team
the,
on Pal.
with the little
Yeah, just
back
because I
down.
don't think
Yeah.
that
I would count
Gen
that
G
in.
would
I actually
pick,
would
would pick
give
it,
him
right?
double points because he
Double
wasn't even
points.
looking and he just
I've
Yeah.
tried those reflex games before. They're so much harder than you think they are. Like, it is so quick that you have to react.
I'm not testing you for your reflexes today, but I am going to test you guys a little bit on your knowledge of teeth.
I would have
hate
assumed you
teeth.
said
And
Can we
numbers.
change the
3
subject?
APAC
Can we, like,
teams
not
make
do
top
this?
4.
I'm
Yeah, dude,
testing
I
you
think
guys
they
at
might
home
get
as
top
well,
3
and of course
at this
everybody
rate.
here in the
Depends on the
venue.
depends on
I'm
the
going to call
Sentinels
this game,
game.
as you guys saw, a game of dental detection. We're going to look at just the smile of a player and guess who it is. I actually backed
We're actually doing a
myself. It's
30-minute
multiple choice,
briefing
and
and
I was saying
and
to
it's
our
no
producers
joke,
earlier,
just
I don't think I
all
need it.
TikTok games.
Oh, I know who this is.
Oh,
This
this
is
is
so
Poster.
easy.
This is Jake. No, yeah, this
Yeah,
is Poster.
this is what I mean. Like, this is the kind of game that
Do
I'm
you know
good
the
at.
worst bit? I think I know her for the way his mustache is growing.
I think you and Crash
What
need
happened
to have a
to my
conversation
game,
after
man?
this.
What happened to the game that I
I
love?
wouldn't have known, but you guys are very confident.
I think so.
That
Yeah,
makes
I'm gonna
sense,
say
I suppose.
Poster.
Okay,
It's
I mean,
definite.
you guys are playing. I will be the
Yeah.
I will be the adjudicator. So
Okay.
very nice start. Kukuka straight in there. Mimi,
The
I'm
game's
gonna
truly
need
gone.
you to,
We don't talk about
replicate
matches
that
when they're
speed on
done,
this one.
All right.
Go, who's
and the
that?
whole pre-show
it's a
is
new
playing
face.
TikTok games.
I
Who's
think
that? I think I know as well.
Oh, I don't know.
Like no offense to the analysts, but you're not
Well, it's
analysts.
multiple choice.
I'm trying to
You're
imagine all the
essentially
faces
just
in my head now.
content TikTok
Okay.
makers.
I'm
That's it.
between B and C. I'm
Okay.
between Divine and
Crazy guy is my guess.
Okay.
Oh, really? Oh. I can only think of his moves.
I don't
now.
think any of
Do you
those
wanna
players
lock
have
in Crazy
facial
Guy?
hair.
You can lock in Crazy Guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want?
I'm going Crazy Guy. Do you disagree?
Here we go. Mimi is locked in Crazy Guy. Let's see if she is correct.
Oh, yeah.
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 Yeah. I
I
want to.
remember that. I remember that face from Madrid.
Yeah, I want to
remember
play
it.
next time because I feel like this is the.
Okay,
it's so
is it-
easy. I got this. I got.
Okay, go. It's your turn.
It's too far, BB.
Ah, yeah, that's.
Mel?
I-
Yeah,
I
Mel
can-
at least
I
had
can
breakdowns
see
of
the
those. Cool.
smile inside those teeth. I think that we've been seeing it a lot on
Dude,
stage.
just,
Is this how I find out that
um,
I'm bad at remembering faces? You guys
I
have
also
given
it's
think
this
it's
messed
like
up, man.
a bit
Short-
weird
short
looking
form
into
content
people's
wrecked
lips
everyone.
so much.
Yeah.
It's too far, right? Can we lock it in? Because I want to flex that I'm just.
Yeah, go for
I
it.
found
Yes,
something that
yes,
I'm
yes.
good at.
Really want to hear
finally.
analysis
Yeah.
for the
but
day
I
and a
don't
half,
think we were
an hour and a
supposed
half
to do that.
before.
Did you
I
study?
mean, it'd be nice. Could maybe talk a little bit about what's going on.
Yeah.
Show us some
Actually, I
clips
did
of the run
study.
here.
I've been studying
Talk about the
for
potential
5
maps.
years, just
Talk about how
Staring
walls
at
play
every
split
player, so
differently.
Yeah.
What you should be
Just
looking
the
out for.
lips, just
We
the
should do
lips.
Do you
noses
change of
next
tail?
time.
Do
Yeah,
they
okay.
rely heavy on
let's
tail
do
for
noses.
RRQ?
Let's do noses.
The other tier
I
one,
think
like the
Ghost'
other
nose
seed
would be a
ones, what
pretty
did they
easy
do
one to
wrong?
guess. Yeah. In fact, I
There's
feel
loads
bad
of talking
for saying
points.
that now. Like in this
Steven
environment, but it's okay. We
Liggy's
can
belly
move on
button.
and talk about our first matchup of
You
the
with the 2 years,
day.
mate?
Now, everybody's very excited about Pacific as a region, and we're about
You
to
can
see
recognize all
Kukuka
the lips of the
just how
VCT
good their
players.
first
Do
seed
you think you
is.
should be
Yeah, and the
be
story
applying for a
this
VCT
roster
analyst?
this year
Yeah, I
is
think
getting
you fit
Crazy
right in.
Guy in after that kickoff, and this team it swaps and changes a lot. I think that them making it out of their group as first, even
that
though
new
it was
spice
a
with the
very
Prime,
competitive
thank you
group,
so much,
and
dude.
most
I
of the
appreciate
people
that. Thanks
even
for the
got the
support.
same result. I like the fact that this story reminds me a lot of T1. Fight a lot, work hard, get better at it, and get the results.
Yeah,
This is too
and
loud.
it's also
Okay,
so
I turned
impressive
it down a
for
little
RRQ. In the past, the highest this org has finished in the partner league was top 6. They're bringing in Crazy Guy, who was literally in the doldrums last year, 11th place back to back with Bleed. But then he comes
everyone
in
cares about
mid-season
stats and
as the
macro
IGL
also.
40
Yeah, but-
squad, and they have this massive
Okay,
resurgence.
I agree with you.
Won all
Not everyone
of
cares
the
about that
T1,
stuff. But at the
DRX,
same time,
PaperX, GENG, all of the other top
why not just
Pacific
open up
squads
your phone and
now
have a For
won
You
their
page
first
that is like
trophy
for you
coming into this
instead of
event.
watching this?
Do you remember a couple of years ago we were very surprised?
Like,
oh
if
my
you're gonna
God,
watch
Pacific
TikTok, why
got
not just have
a
TikToks that
trophy,
you
and it wasn't
100% find
PaperX
funny?
after all that time. And then on the previous event we had T1, and I love seeing these surprises. RRQ has every single ingredient to be the the next ones.
And Pacific has honestly been like kind of predictable in the past of like who's gonna win. It was either like Paper X time or it was Gen G's gonna
Very
go
good
home.
chance for
This is
APAC to
like-
be
yeah, this
3
is
out of
like the
6
first,
top 6.
in my opinion,
I mean, yeah.
upset in a final in Pacific with them coming through.
My toxic
all
arc,
these crazy
it just
runs,
annoys me a bit, to be honest.
managing to
That's what it
take
is.
down GENG. And if you were watching the Swiss stage, you know how good that GENG team is. This is a dangerous squad in RRQ. They have some incredible players, and they're just a super well put together team.
Yeah, and can you blame them for winning when Jen
Is Chobra supporting RRQ today? Hopefully not.
He's been absolutely fantastic, and I love the storylines we get today because Jenkin versus Juicy, we are running it back to Ascension.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn,
Back in
dude, bleed.
2023, the first Ascension tournament that we had in everywhere in the world, the winners of that were Bleed, Crazy Guy, and Juicy playing on that
was this when he
roster.
went?
Jenkin
Was this the
on
bind
the
game?
Other side, playing for the side of Scars, and you know, if you have been paying attention, Bleed were the winners of that one. Funny enough, even though Jenkin was on the losing side, he was the only player in his team that diffed Juicy.
It is crazy though that so many players from
That was
that
the
League
0
Ascension
kill bind
roster
game.
have made it here
Never
to Masters
forget.
Toronto. What is it? 4 out of the 5 players are at this event. That is so wild.
Why didn't
to see
Raga
that
play
talent
as good
coming
as
up from
Zekken?
tier 2, but Jemkin is definitely
What is that
gonna be the
question?
best example
Okay,
of that.
first
He's
of
the
all,
best statistical player
because
in the playoffs.
you want the honest answer? The honest answer is that Zekken is a better player.
It's so
But
loud in here.
the second thing on top of that is Raga's very good, but the setup isn't there. The meta is different. There's no personal breach setting up a Yoro. And he also played a straight up different agent, and the agent's like not as self-sustainable.
Hey everyone, I'm
So it's
here
not like
with
he could just
Juicy
make solo
and Jemkin
plays as
to
well.
Get ready for their matchup now. Little fun fact, I'm sure you guys probably know this. These guys have played against each other before, but I want to flip the script.
The whole
meta
meta is completely different.
You guys to, well, give us some positivity out there. You're about to take the stage and play against each other, so why don't you go ahead and tell me something that you like about your opponent? Or give him a compliment, if you will, or you could talk trash either way.
I think Jemkin's a really strong opponent, and I wish him the best of luck today.
All right. Thinks you're a very strong opponent. What do you think about Juicy?
Last time it was a hard match. He played it really good, so I think he's a really good player. So it's gonna be interesting match today. So we'll see.
Okay. Look at that. Look at that. Just so nice across the board. Fellas, fist bump, and let's go ahead and get the show on the road. Back to you guys.
Sadly, throughout all this, Neff was actually eliminated early on in this very storied matchup. We just saw Moniet a little bit earlier on this stage here. What a guy. And he is also Mimi back on the global stage.
Yeah, if you remember back in Masters
Do you think
Tokyo,
Paperx
when
coming
Paperx
second
went on
would be
their
worse
run,
than if they came
then
6th?
he
No,
was
champ
coming
points
into
for
that roster
everything.
and played
Even
super
if
well,
Paperx get
with
like
that
top
team.
4,
He's
they've
been a guy who's
absolutely
kind
owned
of
it.
been around
Means they
in
can
Pacific for
means
quite
they're
a
pretty much
while,
going
but
champs.
since that peak with Paperx hasn't
As long
really
as they don't
found
completely
his
bomb out of
moment
stage
to
2.
make it to one of these globals. But when he was playing in the region, he was so good as an individual. I think in a lot of these games looked like the second strongest fragger on the team, and it's just such a consistent guy to have on any roster.
And
Dude,
especially
I
when
think no
we
matter where
speak about
Paperx
people
come
being
here,
on
they're going to
this
be
big
happy with their
stage
run.
For the first time coming into a global event, you need a guy like Moniet that knows what it's like to be here. Also, his circumstances were special, and I think that he learned a lot from that experience.
He's also like a super flexible player. He
Yes.
can play so many different
As you can
roles.
see, yeah.
I mean, he's mostly playing the controller for this team, and I think having someone...
Historically a duelist, right? Like,
Yeah, but I think having someone
They
like
won the
that
trophy? Oh, they for sure won the
flex around so
trophy.
much is
Dude, their
great coming
confidence
into a
is
tournament
crazy
like
at the
this, where
moment.
you're going to have to change a lot. A lot of teams are going
And I
into
think the
double
win over
smoke
G2
slopes,
is
so
like
The meta
giant.
changes so much. That is
'Cause
so
that's
good
like
to have
favorites
this
of the
flexible players that
tournament.
are comfortable in such two
And then you
different roles.
completely wreck
Well,
them.
let's move on to their opponent,
Like, your
Wolves.
confidence
And
must be
before
through
we
the
talk
roof.
about Wolves, did either of you have them going out first in your pick'ems?
Did
No.
RRQ play
No,
Teo?
I had them
Yeah,
winning
pretty
that
much on
race,
every
but
map, to be honest, apart from
they
one.
make playoffs.
And you will be right in terms of
Um,
them not going out first, but will be wrong when it comes to them making playoffs because
Was the
Mimi,
one
I think
like
this is the
Haven
team
or
that
something? I'm
surprised
trying to remember.
everybody.
All these games
really
blend into
loved
one.
watching this team,
I'm pretty
in
sure
the
they played
Swiss
on
stage
6 maps.
because they are very different than a lot of the other teams we've
Oh, no,
seen. come out
Haven
of
Crazy
Siena
Guy
in
played
the
it.
past. They are a team that is
It was a map.
defined by how good their
It was a map and I can't remember what it
controller
was.
player is, their lurker is.
Might have been-
And I think this squad, coming out of a Teo nerf and a
played
new
it on
meta,
Ascent.
they're so well suited to playing double smokes. They love these
Wasn't
slow
it
attack
Icebox? It
sites.
might have
They
been
love
Icebox.
contacting around. They love getting spring on an embed, and all of that plays so well into the meta we're coming into right now.
And thinking also about the players and the moments that they've given us, I think the CFAT has been such a good element for this team. Not only the performance that we see in the server, also on the stage. I think the press that he's been doing has been outstanding. He's been so outspoken about the struggles that they've been facing.
Have a coach a player that doesn't believe in warm-up? No, I think most of them believe in warm-up.
And how everybody is struggling, and they're trying to find.
I think I had some players that felt like they didn't need to warm up.
Yeah, he's my favorite player in this tournament. Might even be my favorite IGL in this tournament. But it does help. He talked about it after the second. Actually, no, John QT is up there. But he spoke about it after their second game. You know, he said, I really struggled with my players maybe not playing up to their full potential and at times not listening to me. But after seeing their run,
and there's a storyline around both first seeds losing yesterday. Oh, for sure. Storyline is G2 didn't understand how to play their Lotus comp.
Literally standing up on my chair because it made no sense. Just when he got two, he
the other
always
story
got three. He
for
always
Gila
got four.
is they picked Sentinel's best map
and
played the normal comp. The story is, did they play it too safe with the extra time they were given? And the answer is yeah.
That if he doesn't have the same performance today.
In a lot of these like controller players that put up
maybe there's a bit of an identity crisis for some of these teams. We saw it with Heretics. It might be happening with some other teams.
What's interesting to me is that he's like, it looks like he plays at a pretty high sense. He's super flicky. His mechanics are incredibly fast, and he can kind of have that style while also having.
I think the first seed is a disadvantage. I think the first seed is a disadvantage if teams are doing what they're doing here. If they're playing normal comps and they need to like warm up and kind of try and identify what's going wrong with their comps early on, then the reps are important. If they're throwing curveballs where they've like got good theory and it's more like a Gen G comp, right? If you're looking at Sunset where you use the Deadlock Viper, that's where if you kind of have those comps, then you want to be the first seed. It kind of depends how you approach it. And at the moment, in my opinion, I think the first seeds have approached it wrong. Or played it a little bit too safe. But they're also first seed, so I can understand why they don't want to take heavy risks. If you do big risks and you get owned, then you look dumb. It's always a thin line between looking dumb and a genius in this game.
After that debut on this stage at Masters Toronto, because he has been here before, he was absolutely slaughtered.
Did Wolves surprise you? Yeah, Wolves do some cool stuff.
We saw him, you know, in the press conference being very
they play
not feeling confident. But then
the way that they play some maps is like hard to play against, especially their split. I think they got some really bad maps. I think their Lotus is pretty bad.
They believe in him.
But they also there's so much to snowball pretty well against Heretics that it didn't matter.
After all this time of trying at a global event.
Yeah, and also like even beyond his struggles.
Do you think Paperx's Lotus were fair against FNATIC? I think Paperx's Lotus is really good. Paperx have a good map at the moment.
Attending globals for a long time and almost always not finding the success he would have wanted with that roster. But now for like his
I think FNATIC will take comp risks. I don't think they'll take comp risks, but I think they'll have good thought process in like the first 5 rounds and show new stuff that it should work. And that's kind of what I wanted to see from these other teams, but I didn't see anything new. It was like they were trying to copy stuff from last year.
Having them actually tell you it's not about how they see you, it's about how we see you, and this is who you are to us.
Made a Paperx drawing, did you see it? Dude, is this the one with my face on? I think I liked it on Twitter. It's crazy. We saw it on broadcast. If that is you.
Like he gives a tiny bit of
for the bones.
No, but he does like a bit of Robbie BK. You know, he kind of stands up and he looks like he's about to do something.
I was gonna say something about other game, but there was recently
I haven't seen any crazy one-off cheese comps. I mean, that is the Sunset comp from Gen G. That's the closest we got.
Maybe if he does that, you know, I'm not gonna complain. But you see like Sufai standing up.
Trapper, it's crazy though. It's really good, dude.
His arms, and then Lysol just stands up and he's like looking around.
It's really impressive. Thank you for doing that as well.
He looks around and he's not quite sure.
Sally G149 with the prime. Thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Feels confident enough now to do that.
Yeah, I think that like that
the Liquid Lotus comp. I mean, Liquid is
when you do have players that are willing to stand up to yell
the Liquid comp is
just
I mean, the one fundamentally doesn't work on the tank.
New players.
Yeah, and one of them, of course, is Juicy. It's going to be a
but again, they were dealt with
we actually
different.
spoke to Juicy about the team's experience
so far
a
different hand than everyone else.
Moment.
What are my thoughts on the G2 Lotus comp? The G2 Lotus comp is good, but if they don't go aggro A on their defense, they're going to lose.
to.
If you
have
look at
another
every
chance
single
and
round they
make it to
lost
playoffs.
yesterday,
I
it
do
was
feel
because they
bad
were
for
too
them because
passive
they
on
are like our
defense.
brothers, you know.
I think they won
But it was
one
unlucky that we got matched up
where they
against each
left
other and we
A,
want to make
and
it.
it was like the
I hope that
fade
now
ult
we
rounds
will make
for
them
Paper
proud.
X, where like they took heaven control and then they fade ult pushed over towards waterfall. I think that was the only round they won when they left
Before
passive
we
A
even came into the tournament,
defense.
we told each other like, the whole point we're here is to gain experience and play against these world-class teams, so that when we go back to our own region, we will destroy our region. I don't think there's going to be a difference in our mentality because we've all talked about it as a team, and we have decided that we need to keep this underdog mentality so that there's no pressure on us. Honestly, guys, we've surpassed our expectations, and let's just continue to do what we do, and I know we'll make it together.
Yeah, I like that. Smoke with the 6 months. Thank you so much for the prime, dude. Thank you, thank you.
If they are going to make it, I think he's right. They're going to have to make it together because this matchup,
I believe
on
RRQ
paper,
will
is
come up
still
with some
Kukuka
cool stuff. I
pretty
hope so as well.
heavily skewed on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, but just like yesterday, we were speaking about G2 and the expectations
And there will be map
that we
agent changes
had for that
before
roster that
champs.
most of the
Yeah, I
people
mean,
online
Abyss is
also
coming
had.
in and
When we look
we
at
have a new
RRQ,
map,
we
so
want to
at
see
least
that
2
run
maps are
repeat of
changing as
them
well.
winning their opponent matchup. They have all the pieces for it, and I also think that Xferro
Said in your
could be
video
a
the first seed
very,
would have
very
an
important part
advantage,
for
and we'll have
today.
the voter
So when we're
watch.
speaking about a team that
Both the
likes
first
to go
seeds lost
aggressive, likes to
yesterday. Yeah,
find
we
the
could have been
space, when
speaking
you have
about that for a
someone
while.
that lurks the way
I
the
think I
spring does, or someone
overestimated
like
the first
Juicy that is going to
seeds
be on your face,
in
you
terms
need
of
a
the risks they were going to
very
take.
strong stronghold.
In my
You
opinion, it's
absolutely
huge
do.
mess
And
ups from them.
Xfero's been that guy. For those that don't know, he was
Then they
formerly
played
known
it too
as
safe.
Tebato.
It's
You might
the TLDR.
remember back at Lock-In
I
when
just
they had their,
I overestimated
their
their
game there that got very
understanding,
close. He
I
had a
think. But at the
super
same
good
time, we only saw
performance
2
in an
maps,
individual
so
map, but for
maybe
most of
maybe
his
they're the maps
career,
they
he's
didn't do the
been
risk on.
kind of
But at the
stuck
same
down
time,
in the
I
domestic
think both
tournaments,
of the
playing in Pacific.
both
He's been on
of the
this
first
RRQ roster
seeds
for a
picked
very
their
long
enemy's best
time.
map,
So to see him finally
which is also
back
crazy.
at a global performing
With the demos
this
out
roster
there,
that he's
which is
been
even worse.
working on building for so long is a really
Sideshow
cool
not going to
moment for him.
co-stream
And
today.
I'm
Is he
glad
not?
he's
Is he not
playing
traveling
up
today?
to the level he needs to kind of go
I think he might be
beyond.
flying
I
today.
miss Deboto. I miss Deboto so much because
Better
Deboto,
name.
and I'm really upset that this was not in that B-roll because Deboto versus Optic on Breeze is my Roman Empire.
Yeah,
there
that
has
came
not
with-
been a
he got, like,
single
35
day.
Sideshow is traveling
There has
and
not
TMV
been a
is at a
single
wedding.
day of my life. I have not thought
Damn,
about
TMV is missing the
Booby
Wolves
Sports
game?
versus Optic 2022
Oh, dude,
champs.
the wedding
That
fell
is
on
quite
the Wolves
literally
day
what I
for
think
him.
about
That's
every
got
night
him.
before I go to bed. Yeah.
Not when we went to the air store.
Yeah, that is the 2 times I didn't think about Deboto on Breeze.
So that's what we need.
Yeah, that is what we need because he is the kind of player that can do that. That doesn't care about who he's playing against if he's not a
They locked
favoured
in the last
that
15 minutes.
matchup.
Yeah,
And
it is
that
nice, man.
brings us to
Nice
the
to actually talk about the
results
game.
of our Mastercard fan poll earlier.
Mitch the
We
fellow with the
asked
tier 1.
you
Thank you for the
if
31
number
months.
1
Thank you,
seed
thank you.
would reign supreme, and you guys said one of them. I'm so intrigued
has
and
it on his
interested to see
phone.
which one they mean.
All
Why
I
did he
hear is
butter himself
Achilles'
up,
voice
mate?
in my head, and it's the fact that he has voted for
How
both
how
of the
how do I have the
Pacific
answer for
teams,
this?
and everybody has just +1
I
on
don't know
that
what goes through
message,
that guy's head,
and,
man.
the one is RRQ. That's my take.
Yeah.
And GENG obviously.
I was going to say the same thing, man. I'm so on the Pacific train. They're the only team.
Figure it out, mate. You could give me years to try work out what's going in that guy's head. I still wouldn't be able to work it out.
You look so good domestically.
Shay, thank you so much. Thank you. Who do you think for FNATIC GENG? Honestly, I have no
I
idea.
think anyone else that isn't on this
I've lost
hype
faith in the
train
first
is going
seeds.
to get left behind because look at what's happened with GENG and PaperX so far.
Makuso with the
Surely
prime.
if
Thank you for the
RRQ
13
beat
months,
both
dude.
of
Thank you for
them,
that.
they're going to be like gods on this stage.
Honestly, even if they don't, I think that
trusted
we
I had the
cannot
answer,
count
mate. I don't know what he's
RRQ
doing.
out. Absolutely not. I think that they will have a lower bracket run. Doesn't matter because even if they are to win this one, lose the next one, I know that it
If
is not going to
Sideshow
be
offered you, would you help
goodbye
him
from the
oil up?
tournament.
Dude, what are
We're
these
going to
questions?
learn to
Are these the
love
guy? Are
this
these the
team very,
Sideshow
very
chatters?
quickly
What
in
has he
the
done
global
to you
stage.
lot?
Yeah, well,
No,
let's see
obviously
how
not.
much you really love them and check our predictions today because I wanted to see where you went. And, okay, I guess
12 and
Bear,
0, and honestly, he has a pretty good chance of going 14 and 0. Dude, imagine he gets the whole tournament right.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Listen, so in my initial prediction, I put GENG because I
So
just
did
want
I.
to. So oh my God, did you? And I sent the message being like, listen, I cannot do this because in my opinion, I was like, if I am cursed and I pick the same thing as Achilles is picking, I'm going to get him to get something wrong.
Hold on, Sideshow's looking a little different on this graphic. Who's the guy to the right of Paper Thin?
I don't see. Oh, there we go.
Why is
there we
Rob
go.
Moore
I
here?
mean, Rob Moore, notorious for going 0-0 in our prediction.
Sentinel CEO sneaking his way onto this graphic. He has been talking expecting a an inordinate amount of trash about predictions on Twitter. So.
You win the same as him though, so you know there must be something that you guys know that we don't.
Yeah,
yeah.
I suppose so. Well, I was basing off of Achilles, so I just made my.
Achilles will get the 100% title.
I guess
Mate, he already apparently didn't change it in game.
You want the Rob more of this desk, maybe.
So
I hope
he's
you're
already
okay
doesn't have the 100%.
I mean, it depends how you want to take
Tell
it.
me.
Yeah, do you take it as a compliment?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, he's a successful guy. I like Sen as an org. All my interactions with him have been nice.
Rob Moore's funny,
they
man.
don't call me Yinstigator.
I don't know how people can't like Rob. I think Rob's so funny, dude.
As the day goes on. But today, we bring you guys a battle of newcomers,
awesome.
followed by a clash of legends. 4 teams begin their playoffs run, and it's anyone's game. Toronto, I hope you are ready, because day 7 of Masters Toronto starts right now.
Rob's tweet for calling me out. Dude, I did the Achilles and went 1-1. One had the Sentinels win, one had the Sentinels loss, and he still called me out. He only watched half my video, bro. Bro clicked off after the first 2 minutes. And then calls me out. So honestly, I've got mad respect for it.
The heavy hitters are here, and the game has officially changed. Folks, it's playoffs time, baby!
I think we're kind of a new team because everyone believes that first international appearance is like you're gonna be nervous and everything. You're not gonna place really high.
I don't think there's going to be a difference in our mentality because we've all talked about it as a team and we have decided that we need to keep this underdog mentality so that there's no pressure on us.
I think if you want to be the best on the game, I think you really need confidence. To pick the enemy without fear, doing something without hesitation.
I think we've learned that playing well is not all that matters. It's also about the encouragement and the hype we give each other on the stage. Guys, it doesn't matter if we lose or win. Don't look at the score right now. It's just a new round.
I think the game's gonna be very enjoyable. We'll try our best to show our best performance every single time we play.
Honestly, guys, we've surpassed everyone's expectations, including our own. Let's just continue to do this together, and I believe that the 5 of us can make it. Fear nothing.
말이 그렇게 필요한 것 같진 않아요.
It's near perfection from GENG throughout this opening group stage.
솔직히 뭐 쉬운 팀이 없겠지만 그나마 좀 쉬운 팀을 만나도 저는 의미가 없다고 생각을 하는 게 결국에는 결승 가서 우승하려면 그 모든 팀들 다 만나야 되거든요.
It's a bit funny being the #1 seed because you skip the group games, which is like the warm-up period for most teams, and that's what happened to us in Shanghai. We played against GENG, who ended up winning it.
Boaster's put in a corner and he will fall.
We lost to them 2-1.
GENG pick up right where they left off.
저희가 어찌 보면은 예선전에선 정말 좋은 경기력으로 좋은 모습 많이 보여드렸지만 플레이오프 가면 사실 저희도 어느 정도 꺾일 수도 있을 것 같아요. 근데 저희는 꼭 우승할 거기 때문에 끝까지 믿어주시고.
Honestly, FNATIC 2023 was pretty dominant. FNATIC 2024 was alright, but FNATIC 2025 is a bit of a different gravy. We're a different team, different vibe, different atmosphere.
FNATIC reminding everyone who they are.
마지막에 남은 팀은 저희를 어쩔 수 없이 골라야 되겠지만 저희를 고르지 못한 앞선 팀들은 겁쟁이라고 전해주고 싶네요. 저희를 만나게 되는 팀은 그냥 그저 운이 없는 팀이라고 생각합니다.
Damn, dude. Nap, thank you so much for the 6 months, dude. Thank you for that. Just called them all out. Yeah, it's sick. What did he say? He basically said that everyone that didn't pick them are cowards.
RRQ versus WOL.
Pacific is the only region with 3 teams at playoffs, and we haven't even seen their #1 seed yet. Wolves have done really well to get this far, but today it's going to be a very difficult task.
For Wolves, anything past here is going to be history made by them. They can be so proud already of fighting their way out of the Swiss stage.
Both these teams coming into this
RRQ get rid of split. I like that from them. Also, they ban, in my opinion, Wolves' best maps, so they maybe have 7 maps. Wolves pick Ascent, which was RRQ's best map, in my opinion, before this, but it was all down to the Teo, so it's like it's fine, in my opinion.
I'm with Mimi on this one. I expected the Haven, expected the split. Wolves is following up on something that they didn't like, and RRQ go straight into a map.
I mean, we can't really go too deep into this because we don't really know.
Not very happy.
Really know what RRQ
in the Swiss stage. So no surprises here, but as Mimi are saying, especially thinking of this Ascent, of this first map, how
RRQ good maps? We don't really know, man. They play Teo on 6 maps.
Are they going to be the first ones to even play the Tejo? And even better than that, Deadlock on the other side. I'm such a loser for Deadlock.
Yeah, I absolutely love the Wolves comp. They looked great at the time they played it in the Swiss stage. I think the defensive utility, the variety of setups you can have is just so strong with that Deadlock Cypher. But for the side of RRQ, they do have a lot of choices. You could pivot to a double initiator look. You could pivot to a double Senti look as well. There's a lot of options, and that does mean that for Wolves, you have no idea what you're going into towards the agent select here.
Yeah, on the focus of Tejo as well, of course, they don't just have that one person playing Tejo all the way through stage 1. Yeah. On this map of Ascent, Crazy Guy is the person we're looking at if you were to flex
Egg marrying TMV today? Yeah, that's what's going on.
Nailed it. And I think this is going to be hard, you know, for the side of Wolves and Fade to prepare against.
The good thing is that going into Ascent, it is a map that Wolves have shown already they can expect that double Sentinels. I will say that having all the setups, everything that can change with the Deadlock, I think is going to be a challenge. But they had all the extra
believer?
time.
I think Cushy's insane, yeah.
If you're a Teo meta
I think he's really good.
Ascent is going to be one of the harder maps to pivot out of.
Dude, I was looking at him on that VFL thing, and he's insanely
cheap.
cheap.
Like
I was like, for sure getting him.
And it works perfectly fine. I would expect maybe a little bit of a bigger change coming into something like Ascent. But
EMB refugees here. Will I do the chant if Wolves win?
No,
I'm not eating glue. I'm not cheering for
Would you be down
Wolves.
for a double duelist?
I'm doing none of that stuff.
No? Okay, why?
I feel like double Senti comps indexing into defensive side is way better generally on this map in my opinion.
Please don't play Harbormon yet.
It's such a defensive-sided map. You want to be maximizing
But the real question is, will you butter up?
Which is why
You
I
guys
love
have
double Senti.
you guys have been messed up from those 2 streams, man.
Bulk standard stuff that you can run on Ascent.
Yeah, that's not normal things to do. This is not normal behavior. Okay, RRQ, Ascent, go for the standard comp. Put Jemkin on the Jet.
There is at least one composition
Sure.
that you have to be comfortable with.
Wolves, whipping out the Deadlock comp. Like,
I'm really hyped to see him.
yeah, I don't think, when you look at this, I don't think the pick from Wolves is that bad.
This game as
Playing against an old school comp, and you've got the Cypher Deadlock, which you won't get that much practice against.
I am confident they're about to deliver one more banger on the mic for one final match. It's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you, Yinsu. Couldn't ask for much more than this, folks. The wait is over. Finally, we see our #1 seed from the Pacific region take to the stage, led by superstar Jenkin. This guy really just needs to show us what he's done online to cement himself as, I don't know, a top 3 player right now.
One of the most hyped up debuts we have ever had. Was the leader in every statistical category.
What comp should do good against Deadlock? I mean, in theory, like double initiator should be good against it, but at the same time, if your caller's not used to playing it or not good against the Deadlock, you're going to get wrecked. It's not necessarily down to comp, in my opinion, when you're playing against the Deadlock. It's more just like game plan and like actual mid-rounding. You have to mid-round. It's a similar story with Vice. Okay, RRQ on defense, we've got Wolves on attack.
And we talked about how juicy Ascended with that bleed
that's a lot of
team. It was
classics.
against Jemkin's Scars team back in 2023. Crazy Guy was
okay,
on
Wolves
that
just doing what
roster
I call a
with
FNATIC,
Juicy.
just holding
And of course,
passive
Juicy was
default
too
for some
young to
kind of
play
aggro.
at the top level. And Crazy Guy had to find his own way back through challenges.
Gen G
as
would
well.
never, yeah, these would all be
For
sheriffs.
the first time since that fateful match
Now we are seeing Wolves with the same composition that they had a lot of success with against Billy, blowing them out 13-5.
Ooh, take it back. Okay, so you think there's a trip over towards here, so you can't fight, but you get the sound cue. Kind of like that. Okay, drone over towards middles, kind of make it look a little bit like a split.
67% attack side win rate on Ascent. It's crazy to me that Wolves have picked this map against them. Utter confidence from them.
Ooh, okay, couple of missed shots there.
On the international stage.
Knife went over towards A, hit 2.
And confidently he's taken that mid control.
2-2 hold, looking at one yet, still has Omen Flash. It's a good Omen Flash, bought him a lot of time here.
Crazy guy hits him like a Mac
Maybe enough time for the rotate to come in, he does have a recon. He doesn't have a recon lineup.
Springs out there from Gen. Why are you able to deliver? Allows Juicy to move right on up. Clear that dart. YU was revealed. Shot dart could account for him here, and bam! That's a connection from Cushy. Drops down for a second.
Nicely handled from Wolves. Got 1-0 on the pistol. RRQ, I would like to have seen in these two areas some kind of recon to help them out over towards site, especially if they did the smoke to delay. It might have been the difference maker. I assume the whole time he was rotating, he had recon as well. So.
This far, continue to play loose, confident, and just having fun. It looks like they've been enjoying themselves this whole time. Super has been out of his seat constantly. Frankly, individually, has been one of the
I love the casual stand-up, man. The casual stand-up is so good.
He's issuing a challenge specifically.
Okay, they're allowed 1 death, and they get the 4 Bulldogs out.
This is a change for RRQ.
Got the old school VTP over towards middle with a smoke as well. Recon, so you can take it if you want to, fakes it, and with the recon as well, you can have no idea if they actually took this TP here. So it's pretty good. And Wolves are just very, very passive, waiting for something to happen. Yeah, they're so ready for this reaction.
The best team with that Taeho meta style. They weren't reinventing the wheel. They were just the best with the current best agents, forced to pivot away now, obviously, like the other teams who were very reliant on
it. Gets the 1 minute mark, nothing super aggro, apart from the reclear over towards middle. And then we go into a set B split with no real chance of getting out of it. I mean, RRQ actually have an okay chance to do damage here.
RRQ, they spent some util early to get
fake over towards short.
But he will be cleared by that Aldro now. Contact from B-Main.
Now, does the Yoru call them back?
As well by that
no, they just commit. Oh boy. Let's see. I'm not saying they're going to win the round, but they have a good chance to do damage here.
Switch room taking control. Now they push up Speedway. He's going to reveal Jemkin tucked in the corner. Hang about. Okay.
Side goes down.
Spring able to deal with Monyet, and it's on Crazy Guy. Nothing but a classic fragment. Has himself a flash to work with, but Spring has the best.
Pretty good damage. Got 2 Bulldogs out, 1 armory by.
A little shaky there for Wolves, but they do complete the entire.
Why are you full naming me? Why are you full naming me with butter up at the end? That's crazy to have your Twitch names that. Connor, thank you for that, mate. Appreciate the tier 1.
Unfortunately, no real hope for Crazy Guy.
Don't appreciate the name, but I appreciate the gift. Thank you for that. Bro went for the full name. It's crazy.
Players on site. Fine job dealing some damage, keeping this bonus round bye for Wolves a bit lower than intended.
Okay, bonus. It's still alright, but it could have been a lot better, obviously. RQ did a lot of damage. Love this recon. Recon goes over towards the back here.
Recon sent out just to
sure.
Clear back wine.
There's an encounter brewing here. Jemkin and Juicy.
Nice shot, bro. What the hell?
As a whistle.
And it's moments like that to give you an idea as to how Jemkin was able
to
Wolves
on the default with the deadlock as well. They can do the trip here. There's like 3 trips, I guess, that you can do. This one's not great. This one's the best, but obviously can be seen over towards site. Dude, they're just going to pounce over towards B here.
Side of the map gets the neural theft off as well. They may just want to accelerate into this site. It's only X-Ferro
1 extra cage for him.
They can overwhelm him with numbers. He's in an awkward spot.
No way, recon and deadlock grab net.
Clearly not ready for that burst of pace from Wolves.
Oh boy. Didn't expect the luck as well. No overstep on middle as well.
Spring not going to overplay his hand either. Just stay alive.
I mean, this should be an impossible retake, really.
Eventually need to be dealt with. Jemkin wants to do just that. Isolate this. Oh, it's tucked to the corner. Shot in the back. Massively exposed.
What a round, man. What a round from them. Okay, strong bonus. They didn't pick a gun up at the end here. Too busy celebrating. Could have been a little bit better.
After 3 rounds.
Those post-plant repositions from Wolves were simply lovely. I love that Spring, despite not being able to collect that initial kill towards spawn, does just back off, be a nuisance that needed to be dealt with, and then YU is able to get up on lane, use him as a piece of bait to just get that free kill in the side, and then the swings come from stairs. There's retaking players.
I mean, this is what I've been saying, Bacon. I don't think teams know how to play against this stuff.
The narrative for this Wolves team coming into this event was one of volatility, one of unexpected play. But John QT in a press conference says after all the Chinese team Sentinels played, Wolves were by far the most structured and disciplined that they'd encountered.
When he's 6 HP, dude, he's unlucky to not get a kill there.
Justice to
Goalpost Malone, thank you so much for the 9 months, dude. Thank you for that.
We last saw them in the run to qualifying for the event, coming in as that 3rd seed. Slowing things down now on this anti-eco. YU would love to take some B-main control again. Camera broken. Continuing to apply a bit of pressure. So K-Crash going all the way up towards mid and a dark cover towards market. So Wolves, you can see that they're trying to feign some presence toward mid, and it's drawing rotates away from RRQ. They're now getting into this site completely for free.
Can't really retake with these guns.
Somewhat positioned.
Got the dark cover towards middle, got tripped behind as well.
But now forced onto the retake. Bad weapons for RRQ.
It's easy to force those over rotates on rounds like this, Wyatt, where the defenders are desperate to try and set up a favorable stack. Doesn't take too much to tempt them to move across the map. Wolves, again, an excellent job in the early rounds. We've seen this over their games so far of clearing that util, the push and pull, trying to outmaneuver the defenders.
This after-plan utils.
RRQ have gotten into the side
So nice, though.
RRQ,
RRQ, again, it's an eco, so they don't need to like overthink it too much now, but as soon as this comp gets over towards the site, it's pretty much done.
4 rounds to the favor of Wolves here. RRQ yet to show us anything really worth
This is roasting me.
I feel like so far you can't help.
The unemployed guy who just got kicked from his org roasted me. I'm not even sure I need to fight back to that
Missing
one.
out on being able to play in the Swiss stage, getting multiple games of practice in.
I don't think that warrants me even needing to think about anything.
Getting comfortable on the stage, getting their confidence on the stage. And you have this debuting team with massive expectations coming in as the 1st seed from their region, fresh to this environment. It can be dangerous. They can come in.
Hopping around with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that support. Thank you. Thank you. Divine Evil with the tier 1 as well. Appreciate the 14 months.
Would you rather have been top seed from your region, start in the playoffs, or play through groups? And he says, I just refuse
Deadlock value, yeah, deadlock value is nice.
Better to, you know, be a lower seed because you have a lot more time
really
in a
nice,
meta that has just changed. You have an extra week or so to see how things are boiling out,
1970 as well with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
And be boned up on the current metagame before you touch down, as opposed to having to take the risk of maybe you're not ready, maybe you have the wrong take on the game, or maybe you're just not, you know, in form on that day and it ends up losing your entire tournament. RRQ had that time to prepare, to watch.
Fun fact review
and being in the game is a different thing entirely. Wolves are hitting them quicker than they can react.
Ooh, interesting.
Okay. Too about wanting to up the tempo, the pace as the tournament has gone on. Now, out of this timeout though for RRQ, I was hoping to see them.
Look what artist is typing. I heard you're being racist towards me. Mate, I'm not your chat. There's no racist there. We're all good. We're all well behaved.
But on these rounds,
human beings.
I've been more content just trying to work B main solo.
Spring is entrenched here in this wine position. Whereas the rest of Wolves are maybe going to run the page here at B.
Up.
Hoping for
Big
a
buy
push
round.
up from the defenders, but
If they lose this, they got eco again.
that behavior yet.
Is there beef between you two? Nah, I love all this.
Oh wow, engagement 1. Yeah, just isolate Spring.
He did actually though leave my team when we were undefeated in best of 3s. 44 best of 3s or something. Maybe there is beef.
They're going to need to do it here with this maxed out investment they have into the round.
Juicy Sees it all here on the B side, opts to stick it and fight inside of it because he wants to push up and get the drop on him. And eventually the double face from RRQ will derail things. A second, Lysor picked up, Jenkins off, finally starts to sing. And here's the RRQ with all
honestly, that was just a little bit rough from Wolves.
Wolves getting very disconnected on that B side, execute, and lacking Spring.
They're on the board, yeah, they're on the board and they
Players
keep a
from
lot of people
RRQ
alive,
just
so
take easy
Funny's
engagements,
good.
swinging
Yeah, there was just a
from
bit
far
of a
together.
disconnect from the
There's no
Yoru.
dark
It wasn't
cover
great.
for that obvious angle. So Juicy is just relegated to fighting in
Someone flying to site? Oh, I'm flash, right?
while the rest of the players are bogged down.
I'm pretty sure 3 of them ate it. Well, to be fair, that was way before the Yoru.
Serious heroics from Juicy to be able to pull that out.
I must wait a moment.
Better look there for RRQ, get the full buy they were hoping for.
Wolves
And they
walled
employ
themselves?
effectively.
Okay, well, that'll do it. Okay.
Crazy Guy's been doing
Now
that
we're actually
early
at a point where we
to
could get
catwalk with the classic in his hands.
a reset of the money for RRQ, or Wolves would have to eco.
Towards A main has an idea that there could be someone going for the jump up just to
Damn, bro. Man, Spring's been kind of incredible. That is such a good entry for him. Oh, it's unlucky. It's good confidence from Munyet to take that. He also re-clears all of A as well. Still got a camera to kind of keep eye on, check the numbers over towards middle. Camera went out, they saw 2, so they know they're over towards it. They are stuck in main though, they need to make a decision. Big jump here, one of these jump.
Oh, we got it! One!
Goodness.
Can't be upset about that. Lysor though, this is a little bit late. RRQ hear that Annihilation coming, they basically clear the area. There's a catch on Kushi, that would be quite something. He does show himself.
Nice little bait on this.
Though, has his line.
Yeah, and Crazy Guy should have him.
He expects and the Crazy Guy ready to
Okay, nicely done from RRQ. That was a big round from Munyet though. That re-clear over towards A here. I do like the reaction from RRQ, right? They kind of pushed A, pushed B, but make sure they could get some kind of kill back.
Of risk there, but then RRQ, the really pivotal moment for me. The great decision was to get both of their B anchors into B main, recognizing the split was coming through, so they want to isolate a fight in main. They're able to do so, find the kill there. By the time
Okay, a lot of ults for them to keep this money going, and it's probably good as a close game. Wolves as well. Wolves' comp is obviously good on defense.
The eco opportunity for RRQ to build their own.
I like the idea. Odin heavy over towards short. It's got a lot of walls that can be spammed.
But he might look to ask for more. That's unfortunate. Crazy Guy.
Dude, good luck to Munyet.
Pockets the only inopportune moment, but Koshi doubles down. That is
It's a double, and they're pushing up short that spike as well.
Fury yields 2 kills. And RRQ have absolutely stabilized this round after losing Crazy Guy early.
Absolutely stunning.
Damn, good recovery from this one. Kushi's ult saved them heavy. Mate, change your name. God's sake. Connor, thank you for the gifted, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. Dude, you have to wait 90 days to change your name. You're stuck with that name for 90 days.
That Gravnet pop flash with the Yoru was pretty cool, but ultimately all for naught. No significant economic damage done to RRQ here.
30 seconds left.
That 0-point timing for Crazy Guy is going to be pretty important. Worried about facing down the util.
Honestly,
Spring gets a
nice
little bit
skill.
more than we all bargained for there.
Doesn't change too much though. The money's really, really good on this one. 3 in a row, maybe see some kind of timeout.
Spring will take it.
Especially they're up against a lot of ult.
Obviously what we've seen from Spring so far in this tournament, incredible aim, willingness to take a ton of duels. We've had a couple situations now where his play towards B main has overextended himself and he's left his team without smokes when they're going for these executes. It's been awkward. That's happened on 2 buy rounds now.
It's a classic. They could definitely try speeding up a little bit if they wanted to. They've been pretty slow. I also think this could be a good time for RRQ to go aggro if they want.
When he's supposed to be inserted.
How they've been playing it does look like Wolves have been ready for it majority of the time.
Coach Fade here, someone worth crediting for the more up-tempo style we've seen from this Wolves team, but a lot of different players and teams have sort of said, with this change in metagame, we can be more individual-centric. We can play with that faster pace. Think about Teo, it wasn't just the missiles that were so powerful, it was that stealth drone. really hard to kill. They have a lot of information. And really hard to take your opponents off guard when they were constantly scouting by that.
Anonymous
measure.
gifter,
Now,
thank you for the
back,
gifted, mate.
we've got a very
Appreciate you doing
traditional
that.
comp here for RRQ. Not even a Yoru in the mix.
Okay, it's still the Odin
In
over
theory,
towards short.
This is a setup designed to allow someone like Jemkin to shine. On defense, he's on the jet. Only had the one round with the op and was able to convert it.
There's a world they could go for the EG.
Yet,
Doesn't look like they're going to though.
Does have
Just got the knife line up over towards here, maybe.
Switching things
Yeah, it's a late knife over towards A. Not going to hit anyone. Once they knife over towards A, they realize A is clear. They just rotate a bit heavier over towards B. Got info early over towards A as well if they do disrespect the one way. And it's nice from RRQ. Just a switch, right? Cypher's now changed from B to A.
He does allow himself to get pinged out. This will give some of that mid space now over to Wolves, and they choose to canvas it with this deadlock util unless there's a push in their direction.
So we're going to bring one sonic sensor back.
Okay, give me this duel on short.
Will thrive with
What's going to go on here? Are we just
after
droning?
you've taken the site, get the spike down. You really don't want to allow Wolves to set up for a post plant. It gets so
What is this
frustrating
that
to
he's
get
done?
back in.
That barrier mesh is so
break
powerful.
that barrier mesh, the delay that causes. You don't want to run into the sonic sensors in chaotic moments trying to get back in.
Back soon. That was a 0 point.
Got a recon that lands at the
RRQ to be
back
made
here or
sees
something?
nothing.
Dude, I would love to know what Kishi's doing.
Of course, the spawning is going to have to be smoked off. Likely Jemkin is there, and he is.
Yeah, the
coming
KO
into
all
sight.
kind of
Monk
means
is
that they can't get through the
fully
choke.
committed
We
right
got
now
30
on the stairs.
seconds. They are kind of committed on this one. Got Sova really far back on it. There's no way Crazy Guy just sends it through here.
There's actually no one on the B side itself. All of RRQ
Dude, but yet Omen ulted out of there. They should be able to get the res. Let's see if there's any kind of spam on this one. Oh, missed timing of that. Yeah, no, oh, it's a little rough from Wolves there.
Spike needs to be planted right now. Still isn't being tapped finally from Sufa.
Does Jemkin pop knives? Oh, he's already got it. Oh, I'm not sure about that flash though. They didn't really do anything with it.
Ready to get active, ready to create space. Gonna go on with the Al drone as well. That sees nothing on Speedway. Jemkin needs to deal with these entrenched anchor players. But Juicy handles him. Monyan starting to make some progress here, but Xferra and Crazy Guy are dealt with on the B side. Now it's just a Speedway presence for RRQ. Monyan and Cushy. First three, and they
Damn, nicely handled from Wolves. 4v5 over towards site. I do think that RRQ misused a bit of their util.
attack side win rate on this map. They're the ones that flip the map, but Wolves are showing they can do it just as well.
Why are you coming up really juicy?
But overall actual style of play, again, I think they played wrong. Right? I think when they pop that KO ult, instead of Omen ulting out of there, I think they just got to fight the site a little bit heavier. They got the KO ult, they know they can't really get free chokes. You probably got to put that smoke down and try actually like duel it. Right? Smoke over towards one of the mains and then flash duel. Instead, they got out of there. They played retake against a comp you're not meant to play retake against.
Good call from Monyan there to make the TP out. Revealed inside that grav net. It would have been curtains for him quickly. Jemkin needs this. Good start for the
It's a
team.
great shot from him. Really is. Sorry, I didn't really see where the camera is, but if the camera starts going aggro over towards B main to get early info, this kind of push over towards short is really good. Especially against like Vice comps when when you don't have the Killjoy turret here, anything like that's good. That's why it's important if you're playing over towards B, if they are using the camera to just tell the jet to do this kind of play, like here or here, from mid or short.
The 1 minute
A really nice shot from him though.
Still sat here
Just waiting for the drone to go past the corner, then he can take the angle, see if anyone's following it up. Pretty much fake pressure over towards the middle, especially they got this trip here.
Not the case. Dimensional drift and another 4 versus 5. We've seen this story before. It didn't work out on the prior.
Yeah, they got one kill drop on site though. Oh boy. It's another one though where they're just like a little bit delayed over towards the site.
30 seconds There's a TP forward. You saw that from Spring, right at the edge of the smoke. Watched by 2, but his wrap angle is not covered adequately by Cushy. Xferra has to deal with it himself. Here comes a second wave now of retakers. Still no plant.
Monyan does have a paranoia to get back in. That's a significant piece of utility for RRQ. Both dark covers used. Jemkin wants to get in here. Exchanges, gets the rifle, throws the op to Monyan.
Paranoia, Spring sees it coming and still can't stop Crazy Guy. Too fat. No, Crazy Guy is low, and it's on Monyan. Oh, just swings the right, but too fat unaware. Try to recon to light this one up. Too fat.
Big round, bro. Big round.
The Wolves train
He's giving it as well. Dude, RRQ are misplaying a lot of these retakes as well.
All angles, all too easy for Sufat.
He simply does it all for this team. We've seen him clutch. We've seen him top the boards in terms of kills in these games. He's IGLing. He's hyping them up. He's talking trash. He's questioning, what the hell are these guys doing? How are they letting me get away with that? RRQ forced onto an eco. Just a hero rifle for Jemkin.
Yeah, double Sentinel comps. A lot of rounds in attack, but again, this comp is just like unreal on attack and defense.
RRQ on Ascent defense. Reminiscent of their same struggles against GENG on this
Damn,
very
5
match.
HP. Might have to throw this over to someone else.
Down to 5 in the first encounter.
Cushy even down to 28 off the spam. I'm sure Jemkin would love to throw that rifle over to a healthier player on the squad.
Dio is a bot. Thanks so much for the prime, dude. Appreciate that.
Be acquired from Wolves on account of this drone. Now they want to push towards A as well. Moniat has been a menace in this area of the map. He's gotten some crucial kills, but with just the classic, you can't expect him to do that.
This could be ugly. Our drone re-clear of B main. Seems to allow Jemkin to post up a bit further forward and ask for more.
Okay, cool. Goes to go over towards A. Crazy Guy still has a knife, so if he does like a really good time knife over towards A, they might get an early read on this. As they do lean heavy over towards B. Camera kind of clears it. Knife?
A very mesh recon going over the top. It's just
Yeah, I guess they had the info in middle. Feels weird with the info that they had to gamble stack B here. But
Wolves have again achieved their objective. Very structured in the early to mid round. Clearing that util, working the map. See, Sufat never overextended on the B side, and now we can assist the late flank. And it's unlikely rather that he will be needed. Cushy was brought to 20.
honestly, I think RRQ might have to do another timeout. I think they need some of these rounds.
Wolves have
Like
been
they need
able
the
to
last two.
really frequently cycle back into these ultimates. Sufat one away from the Hunters. Fury, Lysor on the verge of that annihilation as well. We get to second last
Monster
round
XV
of
with the prime. Thanks so much for the 3 months, dude. Appreciate that.
Again, it is just, it's careful, it's patient from Wolves. They work the map, keep attention on B. Eventually when someone pushes out of main, Sufat is still covering that angle, finds a free isolated kill. The team are able to get into a very lightly held A site. This is excellent stuff from Wolves. And it is very reminiscent of their attack side against
Coach is
Billy
just going to
Billy
let him
in this
go, or
comp.
they're
found
coming
so
in for
much
these?
success there. And we started feeling a little bit worried on the side swap because they didn't actually really pop off on defense where you expect them to when they have Deadlock, Cypher, Yoru, and we're getting an off online. It's where this comp thrives.
One enemy remaining.
And as our RRQ team are struggling to deal with the pace of Wolves, Wolves are not splitting the map, they're not splitting these sites, they're actually just pushing straight through B main or A main, as was the case there. It's hard for them to get early action, the defenders, or catch any crosses.
Like the default again, we got the recon. Do you think the...
Didn't work last time.
Sure. They flash over towards A for them to clear this after the recon goes out, so they clear the fake pressure over towards A, and they take B main control. This trip's really, really strong, especially if you do it over towards the left. It's nice as well, they don't hear getting picked up, so they think it might be over towards here as well. Oh, that's big, man. Big kill. Over towards A.
Trundles up to check that A main. He's not ready for the angle.
Yeah, this is the Deadlock. I like this default, man. When Deadlock defaults over towards B and can get this trip down, it's super nice. Re-clear over towards B, kind of messed it up with their timing, dude. some of the KO stuff doesn't look super convincing. Yeah, you just gambled and we're just retaking against the comp that you can't retake against.
They would at the very least be on the run.
I think you guys just have to save, to be honest.
Can he be caught? He is well tucked. Xfero's knocking. Oh,
oh boy.
Oh, Jemkin at least
30 seconds.
can get involved.
It's a really late plant. It's like the only thing going okay for RRQ.
Cushy caught in place.
But the double grab net's too strong. Jewel from heaven. You can get stuns, drop down, you're going to get stunned.
Really in a great position to use it, however. Spam on the Crazy Guy. Cushy weak as well.
He's in on this side. Lysor leads. Nice recon bolt there from Cushy. But they are going to walk away here. 3 gun savers.
Gunsa, hello mate. How you doing, bro? Thank you, the fatty moms, man. Hello mate. Good to see you,
They're
dude.
just simply relying on the final round of this half to get to only 4 on Ascent defense. They have ultimates to contend with here. Real
I save here, no vision block over towards aiming.
one-sided
It's pretty much done.
blowout half for Wolves.
Is that my boy Lysor on his feet?
Oh, Lysor can't wait
Oh, bro,
to
he's
just
been standing.
stand
He's
up
been
and
standing
look
every
at
round,
the
I
other
think.
team.
Is that guy at the end of
No arm movement, just simply standing up.
It's like the guy at the end of the flight who
Evo with the
knows he's
prime.
not getting out of the plane for a while but wants to stand up in the aisles. Like,
He
I
said
gotta
the
stretch
20
my legs,
mums.
sorry.
Yeah, he is like that.
I hate that guy.
Are you worried about my pick'ems? I don't really care about my pick'ems, man.
Guardian for X-Pharaoh.
I've already been disappointed by the first seeds. No one's coming in with new stuff, man. Everyone's playing 2024 stuff. They know what people did with their time.
Comes down. Paranoia should get some big value.
Almost matched for that timing, but Jenkins was positioned forward in wide. And then he dives on the attackers. So you've had at least able to punish him for it, but I mean, 3 kills. It's more than enough for RRQ.
Nico, thank you so much for the tier 1, and
This
Owen
round 12
VLR as
could
well
have
with the
set
prime.
them
Thank you for the 3
to
months, mate.
9.
Thank you for doing that.
That time just giving Mon yet a friend to help him.
Surely they win this one? No, they win this one.
A very
They got this
simple
one.
trap setup.
But dude, 8 against this comp?
As the Paranoia catches multiple
Really rough.
players, isolates a second duel. And that re-swing comes in from Spring. Now listen, if there were a couple players that I would trust to maybe come up in a clutch here, it would definitely be Sufat and YU right now. It's not out of the question. It's going to be incredibly difficult.
Sufat's definitely lost the element of surprise here, and been revealed by that neural theft. No,
Guys, make a decision. What we done? Drone short with the wall, okay?
Instead, he'll try and find yet another opportunity. There's obviously neural theft here for YU. Should there be an appropriate corpse?
Okay.
The recon goes into market, but won't really help. There's still a triple mid. Oh, X-Pharaoh.
Spike down.
Still though, no matter what, man, 8 rounds.
And there's just no
Feeling
time
great
left
about
for
it.
Sufat, pinged out as well. 12 seconds. This round is absolutely done. So
10 seconds
RRQ, at the very least, managed to get themselves to 4 before we move on to the second half. But this was all about Wolves. Sufat with that phenomenal clutch. Juicy
Yeah, that 1v3 kind of killed them a little bit.
Everybody was really
They also
getting
played
involved
like
there.
they played to leave
Excellent
sides too
start
much.
to the team that always remained the underdog.
Farming aura, farming kills. Can they find themselves in a winning position on Ascent? It's a great start for Wolves. We'll be back with more from our first map of the series right after this.
Deadlock? I mean, Deadlock has a good win rate at the moment, right? Yes, 2-0. Wait, Wolves played this before, right? So maybe this would be 3. Oh, child, let me mute this. Yeah, I forgot. That YouTube's getting copyright struck again. This will be 3-0 with the Deadlock? Yeah. This was a little bit poor from RRQ, to be honest. But I also think they look a little uncomfy with the KO, to be fair. Who picked this map? Wolves picked this map. Dude, I like how Wolves play some of these maps. This Ascent is hard to play against. The Split's hard to play against. That's like 2 maps that they play pretty untraditionally. It's nice Radicals, honestly. Not gonna lie, I know we're sick of the Teo, but I think doing another huge meta change before the event lowered the skill. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it had to happen at one point. Again, it just like it's like some teams
Against
some teams like
Pacific,
misread
they've got
or
three
maybe just playing it
defense
too
rounds,
safe.
Still won the map, so fear not if you're an RRQ
I
fan.
think it's
Here's
better to
Coinbase,
do it now than
Econ
it
report.
is later.
Looking across, it's
Like
pretty
2
clear
events
that
with it would have been a
Spring is an
little bit rough.
outlier with a great showing. Monyet also.
Like that is part of Valorant, man. Like part of Valorant is just going, this is what's strong, this is what meta, let's play it, or this suits our style, let's play it. Like that's a big part of the game.
Monyet still able to find some success there, but not enough.
Sometimes it's obvious with like Teo and stuff, it's like relatively obvious,
We'll
but
see if Jemkin can
other
pick
times
things
you
up in
I don't know,
regard to
the game adapts a lot.
cash to
Like this
damage
event was a lot
ratio
different to
on
others
this
in my
attack
opinion.
side was investing
Like I
in
think
the
first seeded
operator
this
a
event
lot.
was a really
Occasional
big
value,
blessing for these
but
teams,
not
but I
enough
think in my
to
opinion they've all played it insanely safe.
justify the
Whereas I would have
investment
just
that they
gone
were
for like
making into it over and
heavy
over for a
comps that
period
people
of
aren't used to
time.
playing.
Let's see if RRQ can
Like I probably would have been playing
on
Deadlock
this
on
attack side,
5
get
maps,
things
and I'm not saying I
rolling.
would be doing that on stage 2. Because I think with
67%
demos it's not as strong, but I think with an event like this,
win rate for
if you just have
RRQ
good
in
theory
Pacific.
from a lot of
They
your maps,
really
you're
flipped
getting
the
at
map
least
out
top
there. It's
4.
bizarre to watch, but a ton of fun. But are they warmed up? Missing the group stage. They do look a little bit shaky. Their stars are not firing outside of a couple of isolated occasions in the first half.
Now you're getting the information on main. Hit about to come in from RRQ. There's the dash in from Jemkin. Wants to get to switch. Door going to be
Okay,
closed.
RRQ, have to win pistol. He'll trip over towards lane. Omen Flash just kind of missed the mark a little bit.
And he's
Dude,
going to
he
continue.
swung with it though?
Crazy guy hit right between the eyes. Monyet is at least able to handle the Cypher.
It's a 2v4. Cushy's probably going to have to
gives
do
it a
it
tap,
all.
but no stick.
They'll go
This is going to
grab
buy
that.
time for Lysor to group up here with Spring.
Lysor does have a grab net thrown out, but no connection. Monyet on such low HP. At some point, they're going to have to get this spike down. Wolves are just going to bide their time
no
until
hurry.
that moment actually comes in. No reason to rush.
Shock dart. Okay, Recon has just come back
30
up for Cushy.
seconds
That's
left.
probably the timing that they were waiting on. He's going to come up and attempt to plant. Lysor, Monyet.
Last
Oh, he
player
gets off the
standing.
line. Oh, that hurts. Monyet had too much to look at. and he'll be
Nice down
overwhelmed.
double pistol.
Lysor,
Double pistol. Oh
lightning
boy,
rod
they're in
for
a good spot.
criticism. Has his
They're in a
team
really good
behind him.
spot.
Self-belief pumping. We got 3 players out of 6.
They're all on their feet.
We
They're
could
all
have just
feeling
gone
good.
standing desk and saved on budget, honestly.
YU wins a crucial first blood engagement against Jemkin.
Triple stand, yeah.
The rest of
Like,
the team trying to
like
swing
loads
it
of
together. Yeah, it does
meerkats,
get down
man.
to this 2 versus 2 because somehow a very low HP Mon yet even things up with
Especially
the trades,
Lysor.
but it's just not
Dude, they all
enough.
just stand
Left
there.
Those last 2 players
There's no action, they're
such
just
low
standing
health.
there. There's 4 of them
That
now.
was the timing
They're
of
trying to get them
Monyet
all to
just
stand up.
looking away off the direction of Speedway. Really just fate that dictated that, but man, that really hurts them there. And there's a sense of destiny about Wolves here to take a round like that. And they are going to continue this momentum they built in that first half. Defense side pistol 1. RRQ need to come up with something soon.
Can't imagine it's going to be on this round. It's just 5 classics. And again, I can't help but feel like we need to just harken back to yesterday with XLG making their debut in this same situation.
This one's kind of nice. Ooh, 6 shots, man.
Everybody down.
Will it blend? RRQ edition.
6 shots. That's a nice little hold over towards short here. Same time they did the deadlock
Crazy guy
wall over
straight
towards
into
A as well to
Spring's line
get
of
full
sight.
info. I kind of like this
Cushy.
trip. I've never seen this trip before.
Crazy guy
Obviously,
himself
if they
that will have
go
to try
push
and
over
salvage
towards
here,
site, you're
really.
free on from your left.
This is one of those situations with an astronomically
From a
low
heaven.
percent chance
Yeah,
of
it's cool.
success. Cypher U-Tool up the wazoo here on this B site. Crazy guy who had to spend a lot of time in tier 2 to sort of
I take it from
prove
one of their
himself, but
ecos that they like to do this.
crazily experienced player.
He's been competing in TAC FPS games for over 10 years at this point. I remember him debuting as a Phenom substitute AWPer at a DreamHack tournament way back in 2015. Has had a redemption arc as of the last couple years. Qualified with Bleed.
Against
Juicy
Jemkin.
on that
Yeah.
team
He wins these,
against
mate. This
Jemkin.
this one's
It's getting
really hard to
pretty
win.
story-rich. The histories between these players, and then
Yeah,
had those
this
struggles with Bleed in that
this one not
debut
so much.
season in
Probably just
Pacific,
take the
had to
plant
go
as a win
back
for
to
this one.
challenges, work his way back into the VCT, joins up with RRQ, and that's when his team has gone on a run.
Oof,
Their best
man, that's
placement
so clean.
historically had been a 5th-6, and then they win. They come in first. They beat GENG and PaperX to do so. It's been an insane run for them. But now it's just a matter
Okay, let's see how RRQ wanna.
holding their
Dude, it's gonna
nerve
go
on
fast
the
now.
stage
Okay.
when the pressure is raising further, when the consequences are higher, and the teams are showing out. This Wolves squad have come in just bringing everything they've got. Their players individually have been white hot all tournament long.
RRQ
What's
need
this
to find
little
a
trap
way
play? Grab net
to generate
flash
some
with recon
momentum
behind
of their
with the
own.
original
Spy
plan.
round that really has to be the start of all that. Is a pretty sizable grab net. Oh, juicy. The temptation, of
Damn,
course,
dude.
I understand.
he got
He got
so many with the grab net. Yeah, I like the idea.
Can't be mad at a play like that on a bonus round.
It's a shame. Did you need the recon if you're swinging?
Onto Mon, yeah, that could have been a sick combo into multi-kill. They love
Didn't expect
this
5.
grab
I
net
did not
on
expect
Black
5
play.
though. No doubt
Going
about
to
it.
keep RRQ on their toes at any given time. That trap could be sprung. They pivoted all the way over towards this A side. Dark cover going to obscure the view from Tree. Trips broken by Shock as well. Scaling now into the site for Wolves. They want to commit. They want to anchor.
Oh, this was
Lit
nice.
up. That is perfect. Use of that recon util. Cushy going to capitalize on his own.
Ah, he so nearly got that guy. That was so unlucky.
Eventually,
He was so close.
Eventually will be pacified. Not before he takes his pound of flesh out of the game.
Okay. Let's see how much damage they can do.
Would love to
Got a 1v1 over towards A main.
accomplish getting
One
at
enemy
least
remaining.
a bit more damage, but
He'd
it's not
love
going
one
to
or two
happen.
more guns, Wyatt. But Lysol with the Ghost. Definitely put in the least advantageous
Maybe launch to
position.
heaven to try to get a gun here.
That being said, a kill would get him closer to that annihilation.
That old setup with the
We only
wall
really
will go
saw
hard.
what
The spam,
Rhino
yeah,
flipped from
which
Lysol.
makes you think like the recon doesn't really make
Just
sense, right?
Missed clipping a player over towards tiles
But
in the
again,
first half.
it's meant to get like one person,
Lysol,
two
a huge
person
part of,
defaulting
you know,
over
the
towards
engine
B.
room in terms of
Again,
storm
they're
utility.
meant to just be
Of course,
shooting
that
it so the
grab net
crosshairs
phase
up.
didn't quite go off the way they planned it. Lysol will bathe in the blast. We'll get on with our lives. Round at number 16 coming at you. And RRQ with their first buy.
Is about what Team B will be molding over the Guardian anti-eco buy.
Okay, little
He didn't like the Guardian, the anti-eco. I agree people position themselves wrong, but I don't think it's bad.
Demise.
That kill there is big. I mean, Sufat obviously trying to intervene. Caught on that rotate attempt. How does Fury for Cushy here?
You have to keep your eyes on him in this round. Impressive to see him top fragging in this game
That's
as
what
well.
Mini said. I mean,
Typically for
two
this
body
team, it is
shots.
just Jemkin taking over
And against
at
Stinger
all
buys, it's
times.
good.
The rest of the players sort of even
Because most people have utils, they have light armor. I'd just say that people play maybe too close. So like if someone wide swings, it just all gets wrecked. Maybe teams buy too many. Like it's not the worst argument ever.
Okay, well, classic Spring. Tries to jump out there, get a bit of a fight. Juicy.
Big Jewel coming up.
Lysol here with only a Guardian to work with. Completely Corman and Hunter's
Good
Fury.
Sova ult,
Expo
man.
just wants to
That was
bust
good
the door
Sova
down
ult.
now.
I actually thought he might be good for one
control
here.
of his A side as already the rotates coming in.
Yeah, body there if you want to ult as well, but
I know exactly where you are. Will be revealed here now by that Cypher ult.
Going to keep Wolves at bay right now. Perhaps he's just going to opt to save. Sufat would love to get a tag with this drone and someone to spam down with the Odin, but
got Jemkin.
Not going to happen. Recon, they're going to try to scale in. Time dwindling a bit.
They don't have the money for this.
yeah, but they could win it.
Here, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, no, they're not thinking about the
Sufat
money.
here is
They're
committed,
thinking, hold up,
clearly.
I'm pretty sure we can win
In
this
for a
one.
penny, in for a pound, he says. Got the player inside tree, it's Jemkin who's going to show some leg here and be a little quicker on the trigger finger to boot. RRQ are clambering desperately back into the map.
Couple good multiplayer faces at the end there, just to clean things
I
up.
think Omen needs
from
enough.
main and back
Yeah,
gen.
I would nerf him a
Spring
little
going
bit.
for a questionably
Maybe just the
aggro
time of the
play.
smoke coming back,
Swinging out
something
there.
small.
Just presents himself, doesn't he?
I think taking away one TP would be too much.
Juicy, the timing just a little bit off. And then Juicy does find a moment to pop himself out of the smoke, but at that point, he's already down one.
I would
Things are
add
getting
just like
traded
5
out.
seconds onto the
It is
smoke
mistakes
regen,
like
something like
is
that, so
landing
you
on
have
the
to think a
top
bit more.
Spring that are going to be
I
punished
don't
by a
know,
team
not
of
too much.
RRQ's caliber.
100%. They are quality in terms of the fundamentals.
A refreshable TP. you TP, you have to wait
Nothing crazy
a
on that
minute and then
round, just a
TP
good
again.
A split.
But I think that would be.
Wolves hoping to catch someone unaware
Then
in
you,
A
then you
main,
can
that
still
won't be the
entry.
case.
That's not the
And it
worst
seems
idea.
like with Monyet
That
being
might be
near
better.
enough to hear that pressure
Not the
going,
worst idea.
RRQ
Takes away a lot of
have to just
defaults,
get
but honestly,
into
it's probably good at the
cycles
moment.
they're
Wait,
going
what?
to imagine will be lighter on players, and they are absolutely correct. Going to get things
But
for
honestly, with the
free.
way the Riot is at the moment, I don't think they want to add more agents with regen stuff, even though it's like a direct nerf of splitting what they already have.
Literally Crazy Guy going to have the null command into the next.
He must have seen him here.
Always
The spam
been
was kind of crazy.
One of the highest value ults that you can get on this Ascent map with the age-old comp.
And the pattern that RRQ have made use of to their great success over in Pacific is really simple. It's Jemkin gets first kills. In their final series against GENG, he was 26 for 12. First kills, first deaths. We mentioned like he has 137 of those in Pacific, and the next closest player is 85. It is an absurd outlier stat that RRQ always get Jemkin in position to succeed in these early rounds. Now, this example, of course, is against basically a full save, so I wouldn't write home about it, but that has been kind of the core of their play.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. Sufat check?
That's, that did not go as he had
That
planned.
didn't go great.
Okay, he'll be on the Guardian.
And then he
I
went
get that he doesn't want
to
to get ultimate,
stairs.
He was a little bit too far away to run into the spike explosion.
Great.
It's like the plot of I Am Legend. He's like the only guy left.
Yeah, Guardian light armor
That's
for this one.
Not where you want to be.
All right, Wolves are going to pick up the Operator. It is crucial to the success of this double Sentinel comp. You want to be able to use that off with your Yoru and have it route the attacking team
Yeah, so
into the sites
I mean,
that are
just the Yoru op in general is like one of the big things for this comp anyway. Especially when you're like using your walls correctly, so they have to be in certain paths or like get to certain areas to shoot the walls. Like making sure they have to push off your opera is really good as well. So it's like a good way of just punishing and actually holding the wall. And then when the wall goes down and they hear the wall again, they then think that there might be an op behind it. Also, with some of these comps, maybe without the Cypher, mid can be weak, so it's good to kind of like cover that stuff up. Like, wall and op is like really important with this comp.
That's allowed him to succeed in these situations prior.
KO or Jesus. Oh, he got melted. Yeah, this is a little bit what we're talking about. Like wall committed over towards it. You get so much info with this one. We got. When does the recon come up?
To Jemkin's immediate right. Crossing here could be dangerous. Spring has dealt now with that KO properly. And in comes the Cocoon. Nice little catch off the Annihilation here. And Wolves aren't really in a great position to help Juicy out. Jemkin got
Oh, hold up. Oh, hold up.
Boathouse, though.
Dude, how did they...
Up on numbers are RRQ.
Kushi did kind of incredible.
and Spring, high school classmates, now have to put it together. 5 years of play together.
The Omen Flash, yeah, the Omen
They
Flash was
themselves have
huge.
said they are on the same wavelength. Need to bail Wolves out here.
They were just a little bit too far away in the rotate, but they catch the first
Ooh,
on
look
next
at
barrel.
HP.
Monyet is so weak. Real opportunity.
He just got his
to
recon
clutch
back.
things out.
Revealed there, pinged
God,
out
that
by
was
the
scary.
neural theft. Big opening made here
The
by
shock actually
YU.
might be
Cushy
good.
trying to
Whoa,
keep
it's close.
Wolves
20
at
HP.
bay, but they are coming, and they're going to taste the blood. Cushy's third of the round.
Sorry, I think it's 10 HP.
What a flick from YU. Nobody knows
Damn,
Cushy
what a
was. It
round
doesn't
from
matter.
Cushy here. He's absolutely bailed him out on
4K
this.
for the Sober
He
RRQ
bailed
again.
him out in the
Another
entries
giant
and he
step
bailed
towards
them out in the
evening out this
afterplan.
game. Then attack side prowess for RRQ
That was
on
awesome
full
from him.
display.
It's a rough round from Wolves. It looked really good here. I don't know what happened over towards the info on lane.
So dangerous to get into the site. Lyxor was inevitably going to find someone with that Annihilation, playing defensively all the way in the back. But that still wasn't enough. Wolves were just too far away. The rotates coming from A were not there in time to assist. Sure, Lyxor gets
The calling here? Yeah, the calling was nice.
Completely overwhelmed by the
Pull
numbers
the
of
wall over
RRQ.
towards B main.
Xferro
Had
gets
A main
great
control.
moment to push towards spawn,
KO
get
fake
in
all
the
up
dark
towards short.
cover.
And then obviously you have the wall
Catch out
safety
one of
for
those
B, so
Wolves
you know the
players
numbers
who
are going to be
felt
left here.
like, I need to get in here to
Like it was nice.
ASAP. I need to try to flood into assist. Get a timing right now. Swing towards stairs. Get a fight. But
Plus 1 point
just
for
doesn't
my
come.
VFL.
Coach Fade
Yeah.
now getting into
Dude, my
that
VFL team's
second
doing
time out of
good,
the game.
man. Mostly because they
Two
just have
things I'm
Zekken
looking
as
for from the
IGL.
Wolves side of
He's just
things is
farming me
the
points.
early play from Spring, much better on that last round. Took Crazy Guy down instantly, playing a much safer spot over on that A site. And can Wolves generate an early advantage off of this grab net flash combination. We've seen it once. It was against a, it was a bonus round for Wolves. They really need to throw what they can at Gemkin to stop him from getting rolling early. Those Jet first kills, no joke. We've talked about stats already.
Hello,
It's a huge part of RRQ's
Hello, mate.
run here. Gemkin has to be nullified entirely as a star player on this map.
Okay, timeout goes in.
Here for Wolves.
Timeout goes in, and honestly, it was a really rough round to lose for them as well, with the double ults invested. I would love to watch that one back and try and work out how, because she managed to get a good timing over towards lane with one here, one here.
And we've just been seeing on these rounds, it is the story with RRQ. They're not reinventing the game. They are playing a style that we have seen, going for executes that we have seen a million times over with this composition, but they just
Dude, he's just a businessman.
They don't invent the wheel.
He doesn't want to spend
Why?
money
They
when he
just
knows he
race
can get
it
stuff
and
for
turn.
free. And there we go, DJ Pysos gives him a gifted.
Up top mid, double face into YU, who's able to stay
Why he's the best at what he does, man.
Flash there just to keep him honest, to keep him further back from a potential rotate. Crazy Guy was able to extract Sufat with consummate ease, but Juicy does disrupt things a little bit. That was a spike loose, but
Wait, if
already
he-
recovered by Jemkin.
Yeah?
That's why you look for a timing out of this spawn side. Jemkin went to hunt Juicy. And RRQ looking absolutely ruthless on this anti-eco round. Not giving a lot of opportunities here for Wolves to sort of double up, group up, spring! Okay.
He heard the drop down. I'm surprised like Sparrow just
Yeah, I think when he had the TP, before they TP'd like
Something to
over
work
here
with.
instead of really this
With that
close.
smoke thrown out, Wolves will be allowed access here to the site.
And that is a gun recovered for Spring. He picks up that Vandal. Lysor gets one as well. Real
you
opportunity.
got Spring?
All of a sudden.
Jemkin hoping to take this first contact effectively at Speedway, and Spring,
Good shots,
unarmed as he
Jemkin.
is, will be handled. Jemkin has 3 for the round, and Crazy Guy will end it.
Still, the rounds are kind of
Now
close.
we've got
though.
ourselves
The
the
rounds
game,
are really
folks.
close.
1 round stands between RRQ and Wolves' 10-round total.
On their debut, this RRQ squad, they have managed to hold their nerve, not succumb to the fact that they were down by such a
Zekken's here as well. Hello, mate.
They lose the second half pistol.
Pods, can you please
Being on
ban
the big
Zals?
stage
It's not good
hasn't
for the
gotten to
stream
them. They've
environment.
completely
Honestly,
rallied back into this game.
you might be right.
They have so much economic pressure on Wolves. RRQ can just buy every single round with ease. Juicy's going to pick up that operator again. Wasn't able to find
Up
success
Odin.
with
We
it.
got the fake recon that goes on tree from A.
Oh my
Dude,
God,
I haven't
Jemkin
seen
is
this for a while.
So fast right now, controlling all the space, taking a lot of damage, and Sufat just catches him out. In the meantime, the
Okay,
spike is
they
working
baited the
its way
Omen
up.
ult out of them though. This might even been around because they have Omen ult.
Sonic sensor.
Make sure they actually take the Omen ult so you know they're weak over towards A. It's kind of smart. Oh, bro, there's no shots. Doesn't have to worry about A main. It's a 2v5 at its peak. And that hit.
Out of hand. Crazy Guy's just walking away. Monya does not have that opportunity. He is in the side.
Yeah, but I think
Gets
the
the plant down now when it's hoping.
rule should go as he
Crazy Guy
gets
can
there.
get there in time, but he's got a
it's
barrier in
gonna
his
get
way.
timing, I'm
He's
pretty
got to
sure.
break through this quickly.
Oh, it was breaking.
He is able to do so. Has one flash to try to pop out of the smoke. Give some assistance to Monya, who's stuck in hell.
Crazy Guy taking a little bit of damage here through this dark, coming down to 5. It's getting
shot.
dangerous.
Nice round from
and
them.
there it is.
Nice round. I didn't mind the idea from
Exactly what the
RRQ at
KO
all.
is.
The fake B
And
into
here
the A because they have
come
Omen
Wolves
ult, and you know the Omen's gonna Parma
The winning
B
ways, and doing so while
anchor over
maintaining some
towards
very expensive
A. Let's go.
weaponry here. Odin, operator, still in hand for this team.
RRQ love to sell a fake, but this time it's not bought.
Yeah, I mean they gotta have
with that initial spam kill.
they gotta have more
Players
pressure on
overall,
A.
They didn't really need to
So-
rotate off. There was still a lot of utility from that deadlock to keep the players that were pivoting through tree.
The deadlock?
at bay.
Yeah, I mean it just means that you have to have one here,
Allows
right?
for some Wolves
But the overall
rotates to
idea
get
is not
there,
bad.
But Lysor coming up with a huge 2K.
What happened? Did the Sova then go short?
Doesn't look insane on the scoreboard right now, but I think his best play actually has come from deadlock
Um,
on set versus the Omen on some of the other
Okay,
maps.
big change up.
Smash
Just go
Mark,
fast over
getting
towards
right
here.
up into
Recon
the
and
lane.
try to
It's like
EG.
a lot
Dude,
of tripwires to deal with. Jemkin over the top.
they
This
called
time
the most
Sufat isn't
perfect
getting
strat for what
anyone
Wolves
down.
wanted to do. They tried to go for the EG spam.
In the side.
Ah, he didn't get the
Can't
kill.
complete any kills.
That's unlucky.
Thought he had it already made
Cushy
the
over towards
adjustment.
site has Sova ult as well.
Didn't connect that
And
headshot.
there's good money. They
Maybe
just need to make
Sufat
sure that the
somehow
op
pick up
saves,
one
and they should
kill
probably
here.
just pod a little bit, try to get the Sova ult out as a win.
The one from Cushy doesn't get the
Lock him
initial
in, do
connection.
damage
There's the
maybe.
tag. Can he capitalize? No. Sufat just out of the way narrowly.
Do they try to go for this right now? Might be a tough
Wait.
one. Monyet brought down. He was in B main. Spring is at least able to dig him out. So now there's not the risk of a backstab as Wolves try and hit the site.
They know they can just focus on the players here. Juicy wants to get down lane, beat from X-Sparrow. He's doing, but the shot goes wide.
Now though, RRQ being forced to play onto the side, but Jemkin is waiting for them. Fangs bared, blades out, ready to throw down. Deals with Sufat as well.
What's this victory jump every time he gets a kill?
And there's no more time for Wolves to get in here. Jemkin will pursue them. Blood in his eyes. Even so much that he take the clone down and perish to the blast.
Okay, man, they called the most perfect time for a B hit.
Late on this attack side, Jemkin slow to start, but finding his
It's a
moments,
little
finding
bit
serious
unlucky for
impact
Wolves.
on the game.
It's pretty much the first time that B's been super weak for like the first 10 seconds of a round.
With the cloud drops, Sufat not ready for the engagement, gets picked off. RRQ are so close to tying
Big round,
this game
chat.
up.
Big round.
1 round away.
Yeah, this is the one though.
Close things out.
Look
Juicy
at their
still
money.
with this
Can't buy
operator who
next.
was able to get away with his life.
You know what the score would be.
In B main.
Hunter's
Okay.
Fury as well for Wolves. Oh, they catch one yet.
Dude, they got smoke as well though. They got a kill over towards here. It looked like they missed the op shot with this one. Maybe saw him with the camera. I'm not entirely sure. Get full info. 3 HP. I must have been shot. Oh no.
Legged him something. Works his way into the site.
This time
Oh, there's no way.
Sufat, knife out.
The whip.
X-Sparrow now needs to get busy on the site, but he knew his time was short after missing that engagement. B site is clear, but now it's handed over to A.
They feel like they just have to get in. RRQ, null command. Jemkin wants to make space. Crazy guy out in the open.
Awkward timing. Jemkin got pinged just as he jumped into that cloud burst. Lysol did fall. Cushy trying to get the res. He's trying to tease it. Spring looking for a timing. Crazy guy's back in the game. At least secures the trade. Cushy. Now 1v2.
He does bait him out. Gets the door down. Wants to take the duel.
Very nice. I was just going to say, I think the Cypher's made the winning play no matter what anyway. Okay, 2 chances to close it out. My god, this was close. Ah, dude, that kill at spawn was everything. That luck kill.
In the clutch potential, but he can't connect that last shot. What a prediction from Sufat. Does he run into hits him on the teleport? That was madness in main. Absolute madness. RRQ going to pivot right into a timeout. Time to calm things down after a very, very chaotic round.
Neither team actually has a strong economy to play this round. Wolves are going to try and end the map with a couple of half armors maybe mixed in here.
Heretics Weber. Crazy how everyone flames us, yet we lost to the 2 best teams in the tournament.
That's actually shone in post-farm anchoring situations
At the moment,
for RRQ this
hard
map.
to argue against.
So getting ahead of that stall util, that fast play into B has been one of the most effective tools
Fist
that
bump and bears
RRQ
with the
have been
prime.
able to
Thank you for the
leverage
21
to get
months.
these
Thank you for
round
that.
wins, but they're running into an annihilation. Dimensional drift for Juicy, it's definitely on the table. He's 2 orbs away from developing that.
Takzuki as well with the prime. Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you. Who's been talking about heretics? Trust me, I've seen some people talking about heretics. I've seen some Reddit threads. Oh, dude, I've seen some moronic Reddit threads recently. That one Reddit thread about that guy who's just like, why do we need an off-season? And then no one in the comments talked about visas. That killed me, man, to watch. Lost brain cells.
But it's at the top of their pool. They're making a serious go at running this back. Comeback feels so real. They're on the precipice. It's going to be.
Okay, camera. Wait.
Things out.
That knife good?
Step 1 is play through the one-way.
We get down
RRQ
here.
are happy to walk it.
Would get like just this area. It's kind of nice. Okay,
Okay,
2 chances. We've got early camera. Crazy guy can't afford. He takes the hit. We've got Deadlock all on this one, and they've just been way more decisive. Just straight up A hit.
Comes in, Jemkin over the top gen.
Flash, big jewel on the site here.
On the side, why you get lit? Oh, that's hurting for the defenders. Sufat though gets involved. He's on that upper side. Eventually
I think
traded
his
out.
mate was using Yuto, and his other guy absolutely sent it.
Flash through, but dark cover down. Do they dare find a timing to try to just pop flash out of this when the spike is going down? Now Juicy is began
Big
to
jewel
rotate
on
the
short.
street.
This spot for X-Sparrow is so good. Juicy, he's not ready for it.
Late time, you
That
got
shuts
trip.
down any chance of a split flood for the defenders.
Oh,
Springbound Jemkin just picked him up out of nowhere and Munyet spraying through the floorboards.
Nicely handled.
Gets
What's their
RRQ
money?
that
Oh,
round. That could
chat,
well
the
be
money's
1-2.
not
That
good.
could
They got deadlock hold
send us
though.
into overtime.
So maybe come with some kind of play with it.
Feeling committed, or that they were just about
Yeah,
to get
just a bit disconnected over towards heaven here. Like they got the trade back and then one centered and one
they
chilled.
lose all of the weaponry. There's been some serious issues on these A hits with Wolves being able to deal with the recon darts. Multiple rounds on these executes. It's been YU getting lit up, picked off by Jemkin.
What's the buy? Bulldog, Guardian, Phantom,
Kill stats at every
Sheriff,
turn.
Sheriff.
This buy for Wolves is horrific. RRQ. This is the perfect
Knife
opportunity
goes in, it
to
hits
rally this
one.
game all the way back. They've held their nerve. They can take
It
this.
hits
to
one,
OT.
so he flashes to create the pressure that they've peeked
starts
through
with a
it. So
three-player
it's like the
push into
classic
mid.
protocol. If it hits, you flash and then you swing to take
Wolves
aim.
only
And
have a token
reaction to that, they
presence at the
throw the
trap
wall
wide
down
here.
and no one
Jemkin's
shoots
trying
it.
to
So they
figure
kind
out
of
if they
get
can
good
get
info
under
that
it.
the 3
I
passes
respect
over
that.
towards B is pretty strong at the moment.
They had to clear it manually.
Ooh,
Now
it's not
push
bad
through
for
market. There's a
Wolves.
belated approach
Big
for
Joe.
Exterior here in B-main, and Juicy's definitely expecting with the cyber cage up and on the side. Here come RRQ. Juicy's only got a short window. He's found two.
Ooh, he's out of there. But his mate's in trouble back at side. Okay, his mate's not in trouble, man. What a beast.
Collapsing in a screaming heap. Shufat tries to finish the job.
Damn, Wolves, baby. Wolves on it. Respect. Big win for them.
RRQ wonder.
Big win.
Wolves is map pick. Do they start with a win on your feet? Hands together.
Okay, good start for it.
Wolves are far.
That was a nice map.
That lead was just insurmountable. Wolves were so good on the attack side, but they win the pistol in the second half as well. RRQ made a hell of a go at it, but they just could not come all the way back. Wolves looking so good again against all odds. How do they keep doing it? This team can't help but defy expectations.
Magic seeping up out of the cobblestones here at the Anacare Arena in Toronto. We're to step away, but next, the Intu and the analyst desk are going to break down our first map.
Fuck your pick'ems, I'm not listening to you anymore. Mate, why are you listening to me anyway? Have your own decision. Why are you copying my own stuff, man? Like that guy in school that copies everyone's homework. I'm not gonna full process of yourself. You can make up your own mind.
I don't know, man.
You're not a child anymore, mate.
Let's go! Woo! Let's go!
That's good spot up. Might be, I mean, honestly, it might be true. Lil Fat Ass with the tier 1, thank you for the 10 months, mate. Or his name as always. Did you go? Yeah, that's what I should have called the other guy.
And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
Hey.
Let me show you how to focus stuff. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat. Shoot Doge, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 2 months. Thank you, thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Slimetry as well. Chat, you know what to do? Let's get the Oilers spam going. Good doing that, Slimetry, man. I appreciate you. Let's get the Oiler spam going in the ad break. I will be right back in a little bit. Again, anyone that got gifted, please add Slimetry. Say thank you. Thank you so much for doing that, Slimetry, man. Up to 2,050 altogether. It's actually mental, mate.
Back here on the floor.
Thank you so much for the support, bro. Thank you, thank you. Do this a lot of killjoys, though.
Right, Toronto.
Okay, back in a bit.
As you can see, we have a sea of KJs behind me. By the way,
Thank
KJ's
you,
my main,
Symmetry.
but we're gonna have to dance around nanoswarms and alarm bots and go through another game of rock, paper, scissors. But this time, it's against the very best, Silly rock, paper, scissors. How this is gonna work, we will play a rock, paper, scissors against me. If you lose, you take a step back, right? And if the last one standing gets to choose a prize with what we have in store, I don't know what it is. No, I'm just kidding, I know what it is. It's just a surprise. Are we ready to go? Do we know the rules for real of rock, paper, scissors? On shoot. All right, let's do this. I'm doing paper. I'm doing paper. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. JK. I threw a scissors. Who did I throw off? Who did I throw off? Who do we have left? Okay, we got a tie over here. Oh, already, dude. I've got rid of 60% of the team. I'm a clutcher. Are we ready? I'm gonna do scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, actually, you beat me, I beat you, so that's already a winner right here. What's her name, by the way?
Jade.
Jade, congratulations. She is our winner here. Everybody give it up to Jade. You get to choose between signs of RRQ or also from WOLs. Which one would you like?
WOL.
Let's go. So we're cheering for WOLs. Thank you so much, everybody. Continue and enjoy the game. See you for more of VCT.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Here with Coach Fade. Brother, whew, what a game. What a game that was. Wolves looking good right now. Would it be safe to say that everything is going according to plan, even with what happened toward the tail end of that game?
There were definitely some hiccup throughout our defense. So I think it's like some jitters since we haven't played in a couple of days.
Yeah.
So I think we will be fine by map 2.
Yeah. What makes this team just what they are, so different, so talented? What do you think is the difference between what you guys provide and what your opponent provides?
I think we have really strong mental and trust between our members. Yeah. So I think that carries through a lot.
Okay. Well, we see it in the game, brother. Congratulations. We'll see you later. Back to you guys.
Wolves, they continue their win streak here at Masters Toronto. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Mimi. You know, after that first half, you have to say it was probably in the favor of Wolves, but Kakuka, it was a little bit too close for comfort towards the end. But a win is still a win.
We know the Ascent is all about the attack side and what you can do with it. I think that on the side of Wolves, it had to do a lot with the deadlock. Not only because I'm a deadlock enjoyer, but I think that we could see in this matchup the impact that it was having. And also, on the other side, we were seeing a that it was a little bit jank out from the side of the defense on RRQ.
Out.
Yeah. Is that wrong in English?
No, it's right.
Okay.
It's just...
Se la bella.
Okay. Se la bella.
Yeah.
No se la pelado, pero sí.
Anyway, Mimi, what did you think?
I mean, I was super impressed with Wolves' attack side. I think the way that they use their deadlock utility is super high value. They have a lot of set plays around the net. They're like juggling their utility to contain space on the attack, but defense was a little bit troubling there.
Yeah, let's talk about and look at some of the utility we saw from that double Senti comp in our HyperX reflex moment of the day. YU, part of that dynamic duo, bringing so much impact.
Yeah, and when we look at this play, this is a perfect example. We're speaking about a bonus that is going to mean also the chance for Wolves to snowball in this first half. YU gets this amazing 4K, but it wouldn't have been possible without that wall that we're seeing, without the grab net and the camera combo. Look at this beautiful combo, just to set up such an easy kill for them.
And remember, this is the new deadlock where that net is the refreshable piece of utility, so you can have that online multiple times throughout the round. Wolves is a really slow team. You saw it on this map, how much they are defaulting on the attack side before ever committing to a hit. So it means that they can afford to use that net early to take something like B main control and then reset, have it again for that execute. And I felt like they were getting a lot of value out of the refresh and the initial time they got to use that piece of utility.
They did, but on the defense, it was just something about RRQ, you know, Cushy as well. If you look at the scoreboard, how on earth did they manage to not actually make that comeback?
Yeah, it's so surprising to see Jenkins not put in outrageous numbers. And if we take a look at the side of Wolves, everything's pretty evened out. I feel like everybody in this team has their moments of finding a lot of impact. Like Lysor was not having the best first half in the kill department.
Still stood up.
Right. It doesn't matter because it pisses me off because it's like, yes,
Whoa.
he might have not gotten the kill, but without everything else that he did in the round, you wouldn't have been able to even got onto side or get the spike down.
Very true. For Junkin, he's a guy who plays alone a lot. He doesn't have like constant double initiator
what do Wolves
support
play in
in the way some other duelists in this tournament do. Maybe like someone like Roger would be an example. He's oftentimes on this map like alone in mid, walking up in the mid round. And I think Wolves did a great job of avoiding him when he was on those walks and really focusing on just pounding the extremities and running over those side anchors, isolating them with the double senti.
I've already spoken about this. Sufai BB, my
we
favorite
haven't seen
player
him
in this
yet.
tournament. If he's not your favorite player,
this
you're
could be fun.
wrong. What are you doing? Open your eyes. Because
hello, Yampy.
Mimi, he just does
Damn, that
things like
sounds
this.
incredible.
And the vibes he brings afterwards as well is so infectious.
I love
Yampy,
his
you
energy
still in
on this
Germany?
stage. I mean, half of Wolves was standing up after winning a lot of these rounds, but he has such an infectious presence there. Just looking at him, what are you doing? Yelling. He's definitely the person who's bringing the vibes.
Aura, Mimi. The word that you're looking for is aura. Every single time that he stands up, he always says the right thing, not only to his teammates, but also to the opposing team. I think that there was a moment also with we saw RRQ being a little bit more aggressive on the defense, trying to break the timings a little bit, something that you think you can take advantage of a team that is not as
Finland and
experienced.
Copenhagen,
But
nice, dude.
they actually was
Yampy, I think I know where you got your food from, by the way.
so quickly, and see if that has to be one
You
of the
ordered
key
it,
parts
right?
for that.
We will be heading to RRQ's map pick next, so let's hear what Coach Ewok had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Here with Coach Ewok from RRQ as we get ready for this second map here. Now, the trend in playoffs has been that the 1 seeds have been struggling, and with this slow start, I'm sure this is not what you wanted as well. How do you guys look to avoid this as you get ready for map 2?
Well, there's been a lot of 1 seeds also in the league that were all losing as well, and we were the only one that broke that curse, so we're looking to do that here as well.
Looking to break your curse. How do you guys do that, and what's the player that you're looking to really lean on in this situation to bring you guys to map 3?
I think we just overall, we started slow. Of course, we lost double pistol, we lost bonus, so we just need we're a little bit more warmed up now.
Yep.
We usually lose map 1, so this is just part of the story for us.
All right, it's all part of the plan, he says. All right, brother. Well, thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys at the desk.
Right.
They're going to have to
Let's
bring
see.
something here, especially with those pistols
Zach
as well
in the
on
YouTube
Icebox,
chat, thank you
because
so
if
much
they
for that.
don't, they're also going to be dropping
What did I just
down
see?
into the
I just
lowers
saw
like
an
the other
old
number
man
1
butter
CPC so
himself
far.
up.
A lot of the time that like we lost map 1, it was the warm up. He's kind of
what's the lore
but
behind
I
him
almost
doing it?
believe it with RRQ.
What did I
they
miss?
really got into the game in that second half.
What
Key
was the
players
reasoning?
like Jemkin were coming online, and he's absolutely right.
not
that
just doing
back
it
in
for fun,
Pacific, they played
right?
a lot of long series, especially in that playoff run to qualify to
unhinged.
Toronto.
Yeah, and one thing that I like about this Icebox is that they're going to be starting
1,000
on the
subs?
attack. We saw how well
Wait,
it was
someone
going
gifted
on
1,000
Ascent,
subs or
and
like
I want
1,000
them to
subs
have the
overall?
autonomy to choose the fate of the rounds.
But
Got
the
1,000
question
sub
is, what
gift
comp are they
goal.
going to
Oh,
be
okay.
playing? They were
That's
a
not
KO
too
team
well.
when they showed this
It's not too
before.
crazy.
This is another map that has a lot
Dude, what's
of
this guy?
variety.
Can
in
make
What's
what
this guy gonna do when he
they
gets to
play.
2,000?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's true too. We haven't seen them here at this event on this map, so it's a lot of question marks all over.
I'm getting ahead of myself because we do have a second match coming up, but my goodness, nobody plays Sage here. I just want
Did
to
I
see
do it?
the
Not a chance.
Sage.
Oh
Why
my
does
God.
nobody like
If
Sage?
we get Icebox, you're going to be treated. I don't know if we will see it. I pray that we will on the second series, and we get some Sage, but maybe, Yinsa, maybe we see it now.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, I don't think we will, but as we take a look at the live agent select here, we have instant lock-ins from both sides.
Dude,
So
everyone
RRQ play
insta-locks.
the old kind of comp there, but not that KO. It's the Omen look instead with the double
Ah,
control.
man, we're
I
playing
really like
so
this choice. I
standard,
think Omen's biggest
dudes.
strength is being able to disrupt
Everyone
space in mid
for everyone
on
in
the
the
attacking
first
side.
seed is playing
Throw
so
down smokes,
standard,
teleport top
dudes.
two, and
I
really
gave everyone
make
so
life
much
difficult
credit.
for Lysor as that Killjoy player.
What I like about it is actually the playing also as a second layer to that duelist. No matter if it is on the attack or on the defense, it gives you another layer of depth that I actually favor as well.
Watch on their A execs as well. If they're putting their smoke
FNATIC's the
on
last
pipes, that does
hope.
a lot to pull
Yeah, and
a
I
lot
think
of
they're going to
attention,
play
bait
pretty
out
standard,
utility.
but just
There's
have
some
like
great ideas
little
with this
micro
Omen.
changes.
Let's find out. This one makes it to a map 3. Send it back to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Now, on many levels, I agree with Mimi's sentiment about the whole
The Omen comp is good though.
storyline of
Yeah, I like the
RRQ
Omen comp.
using the first map in all their series as it being cope. And it is true, there was a lot of fracture in the pool, though, during the run through Pacific for RRQ, and they often had to run into that, or Genji's Haven, for example. This is a different one. They just picked their first map, or they had their best map picked against them, they lost it. Now it's on
I think your stream and personality are perfect as they are. The most frustrating thing about your channel is how little you pay your gorgeous hard-working mods. Dude, they get 15%, so anything that's on you guys, not gifted enough. How many gifts have you done, Ovi? Let's see, how about that? How about we flip this?
Down, allowing you to
Gift more, yeah, dude. I'll shift the blame right now. Okay, Wolves on defense. Should be 100%, honestly. You guys are right. 2-0 on pistols, right? Monyet.
Yes. Good old classic clash of forces at the start of the pistol. Silfat is
Damn, dude.
fortunately not able to
Okay,
draw a
fast
bead
pistol.
on Xfero. So RRQ, the party comes to them.
Did I shamelessly just shift that onto you now? It's pretty good.
That aggression, the three-piece multi-kill, starting off hot here. Had some good moments, some rough moments on map 1. Was certainly playing
Fast
aggressive,
pistol,
but
really
can't
fast
take
pistol.
that away from him.
Monyet did very nice on this though.
He was the scapegoat.
The classic, classic icebox round.
He had to find his own way.
It's an actual just 8-person duel at spawn. It's insane.
Here on RRQ.
And it's really taken a long time for RRQ to find their own way, just slowly shifting pieces in their roster as 2024 went on, and then Crazy Guy really being the final piece of the puzzle.
Okay, they're allowed 2 deaths on this one.
Next level
And I didn't see who picked up the orb.
Chemkin going to get another first kill.
I don't know who they're trying to snowball.
Anti-eco, that is his specialty, as the rest of the team slowly make their way back. Yellow.
Wait.
Wow, that might have been 2 taps, 2 headshots there. Wyatt?
Yeah, they were basically lined up. Okay.
Spike down, B.
Trade that out, but that does
Monyet 3 away
go,
from his
so
ult though.
Ultimately, doesn't matter.
Really
Okay, well they were allowed this death and they get the plant anyway, so everyone keeps everything. They still got the ghost if they want to throw that over as well. Pyro, hello mate. Thanks so much for 23 months. Let me see this double kill real quick. Oh my. Last 2 bullets.
That is absolutely raw.
This Monyet is getting pretty close early to having a Viper's Pit for one of these post plants. He is feeling good. You cannot blame him. All right, RRQ, what do you have on this bonus that basically feels like a full buy? They have 3 Vandals. Revealing area. Just your standard recon to get that close info.
I think it's better to introduce a new map or a new agent, or make agent changes before international events. I mean, in an ideal world, nothing like that happens.
They've done their homework. Jemkin
In an ideal world, it's like you get the same mess that you qualified with.
will be mightier than the Vandal in this case. Juicy stripped down to a base. 57 points of health. He's out of there.
On the retreat with Wanu.
Like, the only reason this one was so big is because Taya was so overpowered though. So yeah, it's normally the agent changes, but it depends on how big they are.
RRQ feel very content to just take the space for free.
It's a great trade on this one. Spacing was really good. I felt like there were 3 people to make sure they got that trade on
Way
that.
up at green again and slow this down. They lack that level of stall utility that RRQ has access to. Oh, Xfero gets the drop.
Ready for that.
Ooh, still no plan on this one.
We are going to get into a 3 versus 3 post
Yeah, Monyet's a little bit low.
Damage done to a couple of
Wait,
these
Monyet's
RRQ
just
players, however,
going
that's going to
far
keep
away
them
over to this one. They got a cross and they heard the dash as well, so they know that there's one here.
Not able to get fully on
Kinda.
the cloud goes up so they can cross with some safety. The breaking of that turn is
Sure, let's see what Lysol can do.
give things away.
Monyet had a chance to get ahead of that timing, but it could have been awkward. He would have been on his own.
It's a full commitment from Lysol, a very experienced player on this
10
team.
seconds.
Time is dwindling so low. Pressure right now gets his.
Oh, he did good though.
Shotgun to start with, but at least is able to find a 1-for-1. Dizzy out on the side.
Oi.
It's Jemkin. Vulnerable down to 47. Sees the wingman coming.
Okay, nicely done.
Gets to
Wolves
see his
handled this well
breakfast
in
the
the
second
end.
time.
Wolves did
3 for
handle this
spring in that
well.
round. Wolves finally able to
Maybe
slow the game down
you
enough
could definitely argue that the luck like went for too much.
There just in time to be able to play off of Lysor's decision to anchor in this situation with that Dizzy coming on top. Monyet forced to break. Perfect swing out timing from Spring.
Spring? No, he's been so good. He's been so good.
For every reason, they're getting off to a decent start after dropping the pistol. Stopping that RRQ bonus is a big deal, and the fact that now we'll still have so many rifles to levy against RRQ's actual
Okay, recon goes in, but they also
But Monyet,
do the
with all of his
recon
early
back. We
action,
got
Wyatt
full
has gotten that Viper's
B
Pit
control
online.
with the jet. Obviously the walls here, so it kind of creates a little bit of pressure over towards her.
They just have Monyet towards spawn, waiting out to see
That
if there's
tune
any
with the 6
potential
months,
aggression.
man. Thank you for
Wolves
doing that,
show
dude.
the willingness to push hard through B main on that first
I'm
pistol.
not sure what
Just
Liquid
try
will do.
Again,
I want to say the 6-man roster was only for this event, but I know they signed him properly. But I don't know if that's like a contract thing or what. Either way, I have faith in the coaching staff. There'll be a chance.
And that snakebite has effectively stopped the plant for the time being.
They are taking the time, or Wolves going to try to flood.
Yeah, trying to see if they're going to fast flood on this one. That's the important jaw, and they can get the spike down. This is Viper Orb that they nearly killed there. Viper Orb goes down. It's not the best one. Doesn't give you the safest position to stand. This guy should get spammed, really.
That's all because Monyet got started so early.
No real utility at all for Wolves. It's going to come down to finding a timing in this pit, trying to root Monyet out.
Juicy assumes the position and Heaven side, but doesn't quite have the chance for making the shot. Crazy guy makes it count.
Guess not enough spamming in this one.
With the shorty. And that's just a situation
win one,
where
lose the
Wolves
next,
don't
1-9
have
loss
anything
bonus.
to play into that pit.
Pretty rough
It's
for
too
them.
early for the ultimates that could actually give them an edge there.
I think they missed the timing window that they needed to take, which was flooding back in when there was some initial stall. They stopped the spike being put down. There were 3 players in that dark cover Heaven. But YU takes that first duel. It was a little disjointed from everyone else. I would have liked to have seen them have gotten very proactive before the spike went down, before Monyet could have even gotten that pit off. Lacking that Gecko with the wingman is really tough in that situation, trying to get back in. It's resulted with Wolves being put to a very
Here go one sit in spawn.
Juicy again, just loving to push up B main, and
It's a dangerous score, Despers.
Yet in the spawn has to be patient.
Smoke over towards middle. Yeah, and they spot it, so that gets some eyes over towards middle here, for sure. Also, there's been a potential gap here the whole time, so the longer kind of RRQ wait, the more potential question marks or areas that they could have got.
Team starting to shine through. There's no information really for Wolves about these movements on the map now. This, in theory, would draw someone like Juicy out. That's a toggle of their Viper ball. Juicy's starting to wonder what the purpose is. He knows. He knows RRQ are not going B. He knows it's a fake. Just push up pretty close with his pistol. Won't go well.
Okay. 3 fast and swing.
To accelerate. This is going to be a free.
Yeah, they gotta go fast on this one. Cushy, if he gets to the plant, gets his ult. Not saying he's gonna use it into this round. But
Things are looking good for RRQ. Would be shocked if they lose too many guns in this situation at all either.
I mean, the level of meticulous that RRQ have taken into this basically full anti-eco round is pretty astounding. They know how important it is to
what was
start to
going
build that
down is
economic
probably the
base,
best person to farm these, really.
They respect Wolves
If
even
Crazy
on a
Guy
round
can
where
get
they're
1 kill,
basically
his ult into the next round be really nice. Big buy round, they'd have to go against Omen ult and Sova ult.
Particularly patient and going for some late round pivots anyhow, but it definitely does feel like that pistol round 4-man push from Wolves early on instilled the fear of God in them, and now they are waiting out the potential for a play like that again. And even what was around 2 or 3, Juicy just kind of ran it down B main.
Okay, Crazy Guy. I know he saw that. Why you Sheriff? Wolves detain, and then he will perish to the blast. So Wolves really only popped up for air.
Okay, big ults here.
One so
Big
far.
ults. Does Wolves want a timeout before this? Yeah, they do. Do they got a lot to talk about here as well? There's so many Omen ult strats on this map.
Now it's time to put their heads together. Think of how they're supposed to craft a winning recipe in this round.
Cushy will definitely be saving that Hunter's Fury though if the lockdown is used. Just the natural, easy 1-for-1 ult counter could come up. Wolves have also saved up enough cash where they can get an AWP into the hands.
How do you think snowballing can be reduced in this game?
Some of those standard control plays where you
the best one I heard was no orbs for plant and diffuse. I think that's probably the best change you could make to the game, because then it's a little bit hard to
control the map.
a little bit harder to like focus on one person
Yeah, I mean,
to
we
get
saw
them.
how that previous round went.
It's like the one change that I kind of like. Someone in chat said ages ago. I think it's a cool idea.
Spawn,
Other than that, I don't think it's possible to do it too much. Honestly, maybe teams need to buy stingers more. There's also like a thing as well. Like if you actually look at G2's success rate with stingers, it's probably pretty high. So maybe how teams are actually approaching the second round isn't the best at the moment. It's a little bit hard on defense.
I really do want to give Fade a lot of credit
Absolutely.
The timeouts that he's been taking throughout this tournament.
That would lower the skill
It's
ceiling.
easy to
The plant thing with
point at the
orbs? I don't
players
think
who
so.
are going insane individually when Spring is
It's not like it's every team does it all the way down to. I mean, you should be doing it ranked, in my opinion. So I don't think it changes the skill too much in terms of the person that plants gets an orb. I think it's okay to take that away.
The subsequent round. Fade has done so much for this team. Let's see if it'll be the case here. Juicy is opposite. Actually pushed down mid with this op.
Okay, Omen ult pretty much next to themselves with the smoke. They're kind of baiting like the Paper X, right? Pretty much just making it look like the Paper X strat. Got a recon over towards here. They make a lot of space, and they is 1, 2, 3 person looking over towards spawn for this. So they got a lot of space for this one, especially as they break the alarm bot over towards here. It's nice from RRQ.
There are rotates being drawn over there, and now
Really nice. Now they know where the Omen is. Yeah, this was cool. Just playing off of the pressure. Maybe a bit of an overstep, but obviously they didn't have the wall over towards him.
Doesn't quite mind if he decays down. He gets his job done.
Maybe Jemkin hoping to find a timing where he can get top 2, pick up that angle. Now just going to rotate back to B main, meet up with the rest of the pack. Juicy pressuring back.
Killjoy ult, got Sova ult to break it. With that, they carry on making space over towards. How, dude? Show me that POV. How did you get to it?
Unclear how he manages to pull that off. But either way, it's back-breaking for Wolves to suffer that double there. Lockdown committed by Lysor. No result for the defenders. RRQ looking dominant.
The most unique, cool thing about this RRQ team is how much they love to run fakes. And
damn, that second kill
choosing
is
to go for that pretty mental
nice,
fake
man.
right out of the timeout, just to throw a wrench in the works of the plans laid by Wolves.
God, dude,
Bringing the
coaches going through it will
completely
never,
disrupts
ever
the
get
defensive
boring.
Setup. It's just so bizarre to have a
so
fake
satisfying
open
to watch.
into a smoke in spawn, the Jemkin selling an A hit so they can get
I'll never
to
get
B
bored
with
of
only
it,
one
ever.
defender there. It is a crazy round. It's just so cool to use that out of a timeout just as a
It gives you PTSD. It gives me like the reverse, man.
And it's kind of conditioning
It brings me so much happiness.
Next time Crazy Guy does that, does he stick it? If he gets another ultimate on this half, I'd be very curious to see how he makes use of it. Mosh pit going to be drawn out of the defenders here on the B side. That's to stall
Sadistic?
RRQ.
It's really sadistic, yeah.
Absolutely
I'm not
no
arguing
hurry.
against that.
Here, it is just this patented patience. Will Wolves walk into their waiting arms? A couple of players getting back yellow with these sheriffs in hand. Jemkin is
What?
prepped and ready.
Ooh, I saw 2 on the jump spot.
Tailwind forward, wants to take the fight, easily handles YU. It's a little bit low.
Omen flash.
This is
Yeah,
more
they got some nice stuff though.
than enough for RRQ so far. Once again, respecting these anti-eco situations they're forced to play into. Able to shove Juicy
Good
off
molly.
the line. The Blade Storm is awkwardly applied. Juicy can't get value when Jemkin knows he's going to be coming
Nice
from the left
recon,
anyway.
yeah. Omen flash recon with Viper molly. It was pretty
What's
good.
happening here, Lysor?
30 seconds left.
With dash into smoke as well.
RRQ. Jemkin just
Like how are you meant to react to that? If your Omen flashed here, you go forwards.
Just an anti
His teammates are going to kill you anyway.
So consistent with that.
That's actually really
this
nice.
attack half so far. That is what he is known for.
Honestly, RRQ also more than happy to spend ultimates in these anti-eco scenarios. They don't care. They respect Wolves' capacity on rounds like this just as much as any other, apparently.
Okay, very, very nice. Got the Killjoy ult going into the next round as well.
Are piling up.
And Wolves have some ults though. They got some ults.
Not abandoned in the slightest anyhow, so we'll give that one a pass.
This is a lot nicer from RRQ. We're seeing some nice stuff here.
One enemy
Having to path out of the way because of Jemkin dashing in there. No opportunity to turn and break the recon. All too easy, Wolves. Again, they want to invest into this operator. Big cash being spent. Juicy not able to find impact in the game yet. Not able to make his mark. Maybe it is now that
Okay,
Viper Walton
Op
Pereira
goes out,
cover up
but the walk
the
behind with a
sideline.
recon got the smoke
to
as
stay
well.
top. Yeah,
Yeah,
as
it's
a
hard to
team
get
to
anything
help.
done with the op when you got that smoke out here as well. They now know that the ops there.
Operating is like the cascade would in these harbor comps, denying Juicy the ability to peek over
Killjoy
the
or
wall.
they got Sova ult if they want to.
Very straightforward from RRQ. Working to be main, get the lockdown off, get the
Drone to
sight.
re-clear middle, it's going to accept it. Still focusing on that Sova ult. Molly's here, but he can just tank the plant.
Significant initiator ultimates that Wolves will have to make a real go at this retake.
Big pause.
The plan for YU.
There's a
Okay,
big
Juicy's able
pause.
to pick Monyet off. Xfero's tucked here.
Oh.
Juicy suspects it, but he's been showing barrel this entire time. Subspan through the walls. In fact, gives himself away, but Xfero wants a bit more over towards the snowman direction. This time, though, Wolves finding some success in his post plant. Ping on Crazy Guy now, and he's going to have to face the music. Eventually, Wolves going to come to collect. And all that
What are you meant to do? What are you meant to do there? I tell you what, it's nice from Wolves. They didn't use any ults in this. I think someone messed up on site from RRQ, and I want to say it was GEMG. I need to see. I just missed the kill.
So many positions. I mean, look at Lyxor seeing 2 players just walking up through orange there, and then when you're Xfero, you're awkwardly forced to take a duel with someone that could be in-spawned, and this guy in Snowman. It's really overwhelming. I think they wanted to try and play
Back to the normal post plan. It was a fine idea, right? They kind of realized if they stuck in these areas, they're probably going to eat the fish or eat the Sova ult, so they wanted to try go aggro, try get the pick on one of those players.
Difficult to play either.
It's not too bad. It was more just like the pressure of the ults made them change how they normally play their after plan.
No one for Wolves is in this kitchen.
Big changer for them. Pass over towards middle with 3.
Move up there from Spring. You kind of see there's something funky happening in mid.
He's just the guy. Damn, bro. It's
lethal shot onto Monia. That was
with a Phantom.
So fast, just as he rounded that corner.
It was really just playing back into the map.
This is looking quite disastrous for RRQ. They're trying to now just slowly creep into this A site. Spring is hungry for more, but shot down by Jemkin.
okay, don't lose this round though.
Going to be difficult to plant. These mollies going to keep them at bay. Wolves
Nothing really to stop the plant. And they might be able to get the good plant. They get the good plant. Let's keep an eye on the lack over towards middle. It's like the main play at the moment.
Fair shot here. Again, I keep repeating myself, but it's
especially as like there's 2 people that have to kind of stand still to use their ults. Gonna be able to go pretty much on the timing of his ult, you would imagine.
Chillfat's watching for it though. I don't think Xfero has the time.
Yeah, he was ready for this.
There's a thrash. Then there's a player on 4-10. They drop down. Jemkin in the site though. He's fighting for his life. White's already headshot and Kuchi on the move up.
No way, 1 bullet. Managed to dodge all the ults. Dude, your time is super low.
Collects nothing. Tucked in Kuchi. Juicy from above descends on him. Shorty claims
oh boy, can't see it.
and now Jemkin doesn't have the line. He doesn't have
He's
a shot
owned him.
on the spike.
Oh.
Gets rid of Juicy, but Supfat is on
We
there.
got off it.
And is able to just win it out. Time is on their side.
Oh my god, that's close, man. That's close. God, I was nervous when he got off of that.
0.09 is absolutely crazy. Coach Fade needed to
just a wry smile.
So yeah, slight smile, take a sip. That looked doomed for Jemkin, given he was
Crazy
so
decision making,
far away.
really nice.
Oh my god. That's keeping Wolves in.
This is
But
the
it's just
big
not
stare
getting
down.
any easier. RRQ are so economically ahead.
Oh, there's a nuts
Fly
round.
after fly after fly. Spring on this round is
Viper
going to
ult
opt to
with
just
the
stop it immediately.
alarm bot
Control
here
towards
as
the
well.
side. Standard one
Waiting for
thrown
some kind of
down.
aggro.
The hope for RRQ, if they want to get through it, is
So they
going
use
to
their
be using
killjoy really.
Cushy's drone.
I mean,
It's not
I'm
going
not
to
saying
be
weird, but it's
expended.
just like
And then you
a
have
lot of
Juicy
time heavy over
controlling
towards A.
Canadian
I know this is a
This is a
Viper
good
setup.
setup for Wolves right now. I like what they're doing in this early round.
The defense side, KJ turret location is really interesting. Watching out towards top mid, but Lyxor is exploring that himself.
I mean, mid is really the only
Okay, we got
map where
drone to
Wolves
force off the op.
have a bit of anxiety. And that's
3
why they have
passing over
rotated
towards
on
middle.
a couple players. You do have that. Oh my god, dangerous. Swings into Jemkin. Never want to do that.
He has to take that
It's a nice smoke with what's going on as well, but this is a great re-clear.
Can't swing off that.
Insta drone over towards here, just hovered around.
Doesn't spot anyone. Doesn't see anyone going under.
Yeah, they kind of cleared that pressure pretty fast on this.
To open this
So
round
he's
up.
done
Drone is
good.
not going to spot him.
This is dangerous. Very dangerous.
Oh, this is insanely dangerous.
The lion's den. And he's just having to get out somehow. Low is YU. Mognet runs into him. Here's a burst of pace from RRQ.
8 HP, managed to get another.
Having to lock it down as Jemkin taken out of the game. Juicy knows he's going to get
Got a
pushed
luck
around
on a
the
luck.
corner. Kushi does
Oh, he saw him.
finally fell him.
He saw him top side, no?
RRQ have found the opening.
Oh, I
They
didn't see him
need.
top
Mognet has
side.
timing from upper. It's on Lyxor. Passively watching mid for much of the round. He's got a sixth sense about that mid push, but the timing doesn't favor him. He still wins it out. 16 points of health.
Oh boy, the shock dart
And like
though
Sora's in a
should.
1 versus
Comms should
1
come in with
against
HP.
That is a brutal whiff. Does Cushy just want to swing out? Does he want to take a timing right now?
Lysol sees him coming.
Oh.
And unfortunately, he's not fast enough to stop him.
Sorry, I
7
missed the
rounds
first
here for
bullet. I thought
RRQ. That one,
maybe.
very hard fought.
Got more dangerous than it should have ever been. Shots from Juicy were phenomenal. And how the hell did he get out when he was getting sprayed on that first escape attempt? That was a reality. So crazy. Wolves put back onto the eco. They've been losing so many players, even in the rounds that they've been winning. They just can't buy.
Can't get many rounds in a row. They're up
It's
against a
shaping up
lot
to
of
be a
ults
heck of a
again.
half from RRQ. Shaky map 1, but your Pacific #1 seed now brimming with confidence on Icebox.
Hey, with that being said, it's not like we haven't seen a team get off to a big lead on Icebox attack, the side swap, and the team that gets onto attack go
Like this from I like this from Munyet though. Doesn't want to stick around, doesn't want to give him a gun. So everyone's in a position to make sure that they can hold the guns if they do go down.
Not bothered
Good
by
decision making from him.
Juicy has to get off that line basically instantly.
Looks a lot better from RRQ on this one.
Away with Sharon Shaw.
Oh,
Jenkins
that's
says, right, well, it's time for me to go to work.
might be it. Good chance for the ace.
Well, the crops that I'm about to reap.
Yeah.
Naturally on for the ace as Wolves do not want to feed another Blade Storm over to Jemkin. So they wait. Jemkin starts to close in, then they know. Juicy says, no ace for you, I'm
Yeah,
running
none
at
of
your
that.
teammate.
Honestly though, he needed
For
the kill
RRQ
to get
against
Killjoy ult, didn't he? Maybe that
Once
was
again,
worth.
respecting it.
I think that's
playing
right.
with a good burst
I'm
of
not
pace.
100% sure. I think I was looking at the wrong team maybe.
Taking a little note out of their Pacific Brethren's playbook with Karen and Texture. Just going to steal that ace away during Jemkin's debut. Hate to see that. Another first kill though. Just to add up to what is already a
Right, so at 3 to go.
Lyser won't be too
Yeah, sorry, I apologise at the end there. Okay, no armor for Spring on this one. That's pretty much the only thing. Got Killjoy ult, we got Sov ult to cancel it. Viper if they get over towards site, so maybe they have to fight a little bit heavier. And it does feel like Wolves are getting pretty wrecked. But man, I've seen some mad stuff on Icebox. And I do like how RRQ are playing this comp. The Omen looks really fun to play. I feel like there's so much stuff you can do with Omen.
There's enough time for Xpero to plant here and walk away with that lockdown intact. That's going to be destroyed, not yet.
Yeah, nice deep smoke. It's a good example on this one. Ult for ult, deep smoke and Killjoy ult as well. Deep Viper ult. And obviously I was talking about the smoke here. Hey, this was nice from RRQ. Knew they were up against the Killjoy ult and wanted to take like deep map control. Smoke over towards here. Put the Omen ult in as well and he actually sticks it. Oh, he might have...
What is this teleport?
I was going to say he might have gone for a bold on there. Didn't want to finish it. Yeah, they might have overstepped it. They might have overstepped it. They really overstepped this.
Deck might have been stacked against them, but Wolves draw a Joker. That's all they need. 4 rounds.
They did like all the hard work and then they just kind of
such an
heavy overstep from multiple people.
In that post plant, which were dealt with handily by Wolves, getting 4 on the board.
Let's hope they don't live to regret this one.
Attack, get that pistol, get rolling from there. They can make a serious go at it.
RRQ showing a little bit of their prowess though, going ahead 8-4 rounds in this first half of Icebox. Stick around. Much more to come for this map and hopefully series.
Yeah, like come on, man.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
Yeah, let's get the... Let's make sure we don't get owns on this. Still though, overall, if we ignore the last round, at least if we ignore the after plan of the last round, it was very nice from RRQ. I liked a lot of how they played this. They had a new like force over towards yellow that I hadn't seen before. Maybe other teams had done it with the Omen, but I hadn't seen it with the dash out Omen flash. It's kind of cool. I mean, just loads of people overstepped. That's all it was. Keeping up with the CS Major? Nah, not really. I watched one of the games was Simple. That was about it.
$15 kills, 8 deaths. 4 of those first kills for Jemkin. He has
Lobway, what's
answered the
happening to
call
Blob?
as the star player for RRQ. And he's been leading his team from the front
Okay,
on
what I
this
miss?
Icebox map. It's a great start for RRQ. Of course, they really get the opening to the half that they were looking for. Converting that pistol before the bonus goes against them. Let's talk Coinbase Econ report now. Post Jemkin has an astounding 91.5.
Ryan, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that in the YouTube chat. Thank you, thank you.
Round after round.
X-Pharaoh as
I have
well,
no
looking
idea.
good, just hasn't had too many deaths. Mon yet having a great half on the Viper. He was finding the really high impact kills. Obviously some struggles over on the side of Wolves. Juicy investing in that operator.
This, I mean, yeah.
In
Who knows, man?
contrast to Ascent, where Sufao was fragging hard,
Might do my top
clutching,
15 based
yet
off
to
of this.
make his name
champs.
here on Icebox, but perhaps if Wolves can rally back on attack, that's where he's going to do it. We've seen this map be so attacker-sided favored at times. Wolves are hoping that's going to be the case for them right now, that they can continue the dream run that they're on. The biggest underdog we've had in this tournament. We're written off
Okay,
before
champ.
it even
It will be a
began.
short one.
And
That's
against
the
all
Wolves
odds,
and
have
how
made
Sen
it to
played
the
against
playoffs
G-Lane
and are
make you think
looking
Sen
like
might be
the
really strong.
best
No, I think
team
Sen are really strong.
China Sen.
I think they got a really good
Not
sunset
a
as
single
well.
soul expected.
And unlike China's #1 seed,
Sentinels also
it does
did
feel
good
like
to
RRQ is acclimated
adapt to
much more
how
quickly to these
Wolves play.
conditions.
'Cause again,
Yeah.
Wolves,
Didn't actually
Wolves
like
aren't a
any
bad
roster.
team, and they kind of
I was so
they
concerned
play a
about
lot
that
of their
when we were getting
maps
into
a
that second
little
half of Ascent.
unique.
When they lost that pistol round in the second half, it felt like we were going to get a repeat of yesterday. That maybe
Hey,
the
Break
nerves were
Sunset
there,
versus
they
Sen
weren't ready
Sunset,
for
it
the
would be an
stage.
absolute banger
Off
if
to a
that was the
slow
third map.
start.
All right, a brief monitor issue has now been rectified. We are moments away from jumping into the pistol in the second half. RRQ.
Okay, for the Pistols,
lead
2-1,
Wolves
1-0 on this
8
map,
rounds to
and we
4.
get a
Let's get
Genji
it started.
special. Got 3 sheriffs.
Pushing down just a bit to collect that orb on
Yeah,
the
let's make sure it gets
side.
over all nice and early, and the wall is committed from Wolves, so you would imagine that it's an A here. We have one person holding all of this, no vision blocks, so they can pretty much play full with
They want to
that.
accelerate, but there are 3 players from RRQ, and they're looking intentional.
Power
with
it over
anchoring.
towards middle.
They want to fight.
As he got cleared, here's Juicy though from Dice. Good little headshot to get him opened up. The Crazy Guy found 2.
Wait,
There's a
Wingman
battle
actually did
force.
bits.
Have the numbers to overwhelm
Wingman
RRQ
saved
with
him
some
there.
great openers. Should be in a position now to stick the landing. It's on Monyet.
Just look at the death markers there. Everyone from RRQ wanted to flood in, but Wolves winning out the duels.
They're never get a chance to really flood adequately off that rafter position.
Okay,
The
nice.
pace from Wolves had them really
1-1
still on the
to the
starter's mark
Pistols.
when they had
Super
to fight.
duel.
The second that they got that info,
3-1
with the drone on 2 players, one bottom
Wingman, yeah,
Jump
big
in
distraction. I got
twice.
the pump down as well. Double.
I'm feeling like, hey, at this moment, positions are going to be scrambled. They're going to be trying to rotate around, get back sight. We're going to get in there, just push right together. Everybody swing right together. Win out the duels. Lysor ready to just stand.
This is unbelievably boostio coded. I'm actually here for every second of it.
Little movement, but a lot of standing.
Okay, they're allowed 2 deaths.
All right, Wolves.
2 people that can hunt. Who's close to their ult? No one really. It's pretty even on this one.
Cushy is happy
Cushy
to
still
keep
just getting free
getting
orbs
this
with this
orb
smoke.
for free.
At one point you might want to see him try and invest to stop that.
And you're right, Sufat was definitely a standout player for Wolves on that Ascent game. Somewhat quieter on Wolves' defense side, but got involved in the action in that pistol. But Juicy really led the charge. He's got a Vandal. And up they come, inching over towards Pipes. Cushy shows a bit of leg, takes damage for it. They've got to know that Jemkin is here. They're checking for it, and the J's gone.
I mean, they are basically running the exact same setup as the pistol round there, except it was a little more active from Cushy, hoping to bait for Jemkin to get a kill at some point, but it's not going to come. Wolves going to slow down the pace. They have not been a team to rush things on these attack rounds.
Much more structured than we expected them to be coming in this tournament, especially in that online.
Oh, it's a big play.
Sparrow's got snuck around on a timing. He's had to reveal himself there to take Lysor out of the game. Sufat is low.
Ah, dude, I was going to say maybe another on that one as well. Didn't want to use his molly.
Juicy, nice final shot. Was worried about Sufat for a second there. Could have gotten picked off. Perhaps even that gun recovered.
Maybe
A
Death.
little bit of damage done, but ultimately not
That confidence.
too significant. Wolves
Confidence in the middle seat.
be able to bring in the important rifles here.
They're just checking for that spot.
Yeah, why not? I mean, they have to, obviously.
Yeah, they're going to do the classic. Just A spams until they
There's
lose.
another cover that's, you know, getting there, but it's a little bit too early for that to bloom properly. So it's a 2-round game. Wolves with that pistol. Now the bonus, though. Some investment being made. It's an outlaw and a bit of an odd round for it, Wyatt.
I want to see how RRQ
Yeah, Cushy every single time just free to take
Cushy
this.
do on A this time. It begins as it has in the prior two. Free orb being acquired for
Look
the
over towards
Sova.
middle and then either a molly or a swing over towards middle. I was too busy
Love for Juicy
watching
to
the
find
orb.
an opening pick. Just play slow around him.
Okay, one close to here, this alarm bot. The alarm bot's placed a little bit to the left. No, I think he can walk past us over towards middle. Oh, a little bit of damage and then finished off. That was nice. Yeah, the alarm bot's too far to the left. Oh, the Killjoy went too far to the left here as well. They really missed an opportunity on this. They nearly walked all the way through.
And they just peel back. A minute on the clock. Wolves posted up outside of A, waiting for that dark cover to drop. Crazy guys
Still
gonna be
though,
playing
broken,
a lot of one-ways.
broken turret, broken alarm bot.
Oh
Oh boy, gets caught out. Bonus round, and it's looking kind of clean at the moment.
They'll be on this A side. Look how meticulous they are. Also, the push-up too might be illuminating for Lysol.
30 seconds left.
Just this team taking their time. RRQ want to get in there, letting the wingman get the spike down. Lysol just chilling on the flank, doesn't even need to make that kill.
Damn, dude. We got 3 armor rebuys. That's it. That's incredible for the bonus. It's a great round, and got to see some kind of timeout. No, I like the round from Wolves as well. They create so much pressure over towards middle and then just go to what they were doing earlier, just the A hits, but obviously they had the late luck. Managed to break the turret and break the alarm bot within like, what, the first 30 seconds?
Trip that Killjoy utility, break it. Lysol
Taken, what the hell does that
time
mean?
Spring goes back to the pack. Hit in with a 4-man swing into that A side. Lysol comes late. Nice little round that Wolves have played to convert this bonus. On the cusp of tying the game up. RRQ.
Yeah, they go one close.
Jemkin pushing a bit deeper than on those prior rounds up in Nest.
The plot armor on Wolves is pretty absurd. That play off
Dude,
the
look at their
bonus
money.
worked
The
so
money's
beautifully.
insane.
Coffers overflowing. Patient here.
Drone
This approach
goes
is
out,
outright
managed to
right
shoot
to
this, so
reveal.
the bait goes in.
Position, Kuchi down. Jemkin wants to stick around. It ends up being to his detriment also.
Wait, spike. Oh,
Feel back.
crazy guy with the spike.
Comfortably converts, and now RRQ, yeah, really don't have much to work with. They are run ragged on this A side. It's just Crazy Guy. Best he can hope for here is some kind of odd timing. Juicy is not going to get
Crazy in the
an
winning
inch,
map.
baby.
So unlucky.
This one is
This is a lot of convincing rounds for Wolves.
another plant
Like,
for
their money is out of
that
control.
wingman.
It really, really is.
While you're getting very close to the Thrash, obviously it's just easy to cycle that ultimate for the Gecko over and over. That's one of the major benefits of running the agent.
The Omen? I think the Omen's good, Bacon. I just don't think they're doing the right stuff.
Gecko being played like we used to last year. Still effective enough on Icebox.
Yampy,
Better
baby stuff.
initiators you can play for this map. Monia recovers that rifle, just going to save. RRQ having trouble so far with this slow style that Wolves love to play. It's even funny to hear them talking about wanting to increase the pace in some of these games in their press conferences. When it comes to the attack sides, they are often as patient as it gets.
Yeah, I would say they're very
There you have it.
methodical with a lot of
Toronto,
rounds.
we have an even game. How are you feeling? That's what I like to hear. Wolves so unsteady, clawing these rounds back. Build up the pistol win. Now potentially, well, threatening to drive this game away from RRQ. This would be a timely moment to call that timeout, get Coach Ewok in the ears of the Pacific #1 seed.
Wolves are just trying to do what RRQ
Well, it's been every
couldn't
round
on
over
that
towards A.
first map.
This could be a good time
Second
for
half comeback,
Wolves to
but
go B if
actually
they wanted.
close things out. The difference may just come from the fact that RRQ at least
A lot of
lost
stuff,
a pistol, and
a lot
so
of stuff to think about.
it's made things a little bit easier for Wolves to just get this to 8-8. Their economy is absolutely out of control.
And unfortunately for RRQ, Jemkin has not been able to score a kill on this half yet.
Now, he's been trying to play aggro, but there hasn't really been utility behind him. It's just trying to tuck in corners, take a duel, dash away. There was that pretty unlucky round where he ran into the Outlaw after taking damage from YU, but then also just playing the tuck angle on pipes a couple times. Maybe at some point they can try to sync something up for him. But that being said, with his comp, they don't really have the flashes to play around either. You don't have that Dizzy to swing off of. You don't have a KO where you can throw a deep pop flash. Those are just not available
the
to
main
him.
talking of that
They also don't
timeout was definitely over towards A.
in his hands,
Looks
which
like
is
Wolves know that as well, and they want to try something a little bit different over
going to
towards
need
B.
to lean
It's
into
like we're
that.
seeing the
Can't be
fast
now,
Omen
however.
smoke over towards here, and they go aggro with the Omen, or are we baiting the Omen in? Or we're baiting the Omen in. Omen smoke, make it look like you're going fast over towards A aggro. We saving a recon for the Sova ult? It's some kind of Sova ult strat.
But for how long can they afford to maintain that advanced footing on the defense side? Because now Wolves will go
Mob
elsewhere.
Zero with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 3 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. Okay, it's gonna be shooting that molly. Ooh, landed at the back, so he didn't have a chance. Yeah, comms weren't good enough to pull this one away as well, so it does get broken.
Cushy now can no longer get that free information in mid.
Yeah,
he did clear all of B though.
At least feign that they can pressure towards mid. Jemkin.
Great trade, man.
Doing what he's been doing on these prior rounds.
Finally on the board in the second half. And as per usual, first
Yeah, the
kill.
call goes
He
in.
was
They've got a
4-0
one-person
in
fake
the
over
first
towards
half
A with the
of
Silver
Icebox.
drone, and then insta hit over towards B. I'm looking at Crazy Guy. Doesn't have the right gun to actually stop the plant here as well, so if they get around this corner, they're so fine.
Intentions, of course, to just draw the attention of RRQ onto A, while the rest of the team
This is
is
great calling
slowly,
from Wolves.
silently contacting
So much
main.
pressure over towards her.
One-way cloud going to drop.
They're almost guaranteed a plant here.
Yeah.
30
Does
seconds
Monyet
left.
have some kind of cross-map molly?
Guys, no
It's like the only thing I can think of to
engagement from Snowman,
stop the
but
plant.
does eventually have to drop. 20 seconds now. Wants to swing out, but RRQ, they're just so spread across the
Yeah,
map.
it is really
Doesn't
nice
give
from
anyone
Wolves.
an
It's like a really
opportunity to
methodical round from them.
active. They
Like
have
they
to
kind
go
of
for
win in
full
the
retake. Cushy has the
timeout.
Sphere. That's the best tool that they've got available right now.
Going to help them clear yellow potentially. They're already pinging over in that direction. Juicy in on the side. That's troublesome for Monyet. There it is. Okay, so Spring is picked up, and that also turns off the Viper Wall for later. Juicy now knows he's going to get multi-swung on this corner. It's getting a little bit close.
Oh, man. The double.
It's a disaster for RRQ. And Cushy now
Wait.
steps up to the side, knows he's virtually
can
cooked
half.
here. Gets it to half, has to fight for his life. One more tap and he'll have it. Sufat doesn't give him the full kit and caboodle though. He won't give him an inch.
What a beast, man.
Ice cold is
What a
Sufat.
beast.
And he knows he has just delivered a back-breaking round win for Wolves.
He absolutely worked him. Just swinging out
so
with the
calm.
gun barrel is devious. Fair play to Cushy. He made a serious go.
Yeah, he
at
made a
it.
good go at it.
Wolves played that well, dividing themselves. Juicy running away, being the first to rush him. That is so sick.
Wolves are in the lead. What a massive round.
Yeah, and this
RRQ,
round
that was
is
a
probably
buy-in
haunting
investment from them. Even the Hunter's Fury committed to
RRQ a
the
little
round.
bit, but they actually need to try and
now,
give me some rounds, give me some kind of convincing rounds on these. Four-person aggro over towards A, but I'm looking at Wolves. They're kind of in a good position for this. We got the turret. We got silent drop on the turret. Yeah, they don't know about numbers here.
But the weapons are good enough to shut down by Wolves.
Decent enough, I suppose, for a
He
buy
missed
of
the
this
right click.
nature. Monyet giving him hell. Attacks Pharaoh with only a
Nice
shot.
round from them.
And blinking, you'll miss it.
He
Wolves
saved
charging to the
Fischl
lead. It's
with the
10-8.
plant. I was going to say with the plant they get Killjoy on. They managed to get it.
Hacking the utility required for some of these aggro plays. It's just coming down to having to straight up fight together, and they're at such a disadvantage.
Wolves, they
there
fight
because
together
of
pretty
the
well.
right
They've got nice trades as well.
Player with a sheriff, it's just not enough.
Looks like it's
Into
pretty
this
hard to
next
get like
round,
multi-kills.
I wanted to see this up at some point. Finally, the economy has gotten to a place where RRQ can actually purchase it, give it to Jemkin. This is going to have to be the crux of their success. to win a couple rounds in a row, get back in this half that has fallen completely out of their grasp, try to win their map pick to take us to Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, you got two passengers shooting all the util, so they don't think about the op.
Wolves really trying to check every single corner here. They're definitely conditioned to Jemkin playing up close.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up as well with
playing low from pipes.
Killjoy util.
Dizzy going to force him down to the low ground.
This is it.
They just, again, want to slow things down. Take this space towards A, then work into the exec. Drone does spot out.
Yeah, they only see the Sova, and that's the person that sold the solo fake earlier, so it's not like he gives you incredible info.
He's trying to get to A right now. The execute's coming through. Dizzy over the top.
Jemkin is forced back.
Keep an eye in middle, we go for the luck. And as we can see with the Killjoy util, this is the only place where they don't know for sure. It's very nice for Spring. It's really nice. Visual goes out as well. Did even big eye on this timing over towards middle. Omen Flash was good. Hit 2 on sight. Crazy Guy's in a good spot to get. Wait, really? Is it not a one-way? I was looking at the minimap. It looks like it.
Forced off the side with his op, desperately trying to get this weapon in his hands, and he's put it to use against Spring, but he remains on the outside looking in. And now Juicy is not done! Cutting a bloody swap through all of RRQ, such that Monyan at 5 health.
You have to
no business even trying to win the round for his team.
I gotta see that chat. I was watching the minimap. Crazy Guy dismissed, right?
Too scared to even.
No, I was watching the luck and I saw a smoke hit.
With the low HP.
Yeah.
Playing it safe, getting out with the rifle only.
Not a good one-way because you can be eased from distance. Or wasn't he on rafters? Mate,
he does.
That can't be right. He's on rafters, man.
Wolves are going to buy almost for the rest of the game.
No, the bank is absolutely outrageous for them. Spring going to have
Nice, he's in so much earlier.
You have Lysol 1 away from getting the lockdown.
They're rough.
Juicy at some point pretty low on the scoreboard for Wolves, and now the most kills in the server at 19. He has been
it's rough.
Outrageous.
It's really rough right
and his
now
story
for them.
is just incredible. I mean, ascending years ago with Crazy Guy on his team, but being unable to play due to not being eligible with his age, forced to wait until this year, can't get a team to join in Pacific, has to join
To be Kidos' first loss,
the team that had zero expectations,
pretty much
written off by the community coming into this.
Pretty much the first loss that isn't Pacific v Pacific for
like Sufa said, he has no fear of being eliminated. They've defied their own expectations already. And
RRQ, yeah, I thought they were going to go for more. I mean, it's the same story for every seed one at the moment. I thought people would go for risks. They're just going so safe. This is one of the boldest comps, and it's the Noman on Icebox.
I don't know how easy that's going to be for them to maintain. They are toppling some incredible teams.
Wolves? Oh, this is a big win, man. No matter what, 5 to 6 if they win this. 2 champ points.
And they pick Ascent against them. The audacity to choose RRQ's best map to start the series, and they take them to task. They're doing the same now on Icebox. Jemkin might not get it all back in his hands. He's saving this round for perhaps exactly that reason.
RRQ are just thrust into another tragic buy. Monyan with the hero rifle that he saved from that.
Dude, that's all they got.
Perhaps here.
Oh my goodness, this is the Wolves for the taking. They got the ult if they get over towards any kind of side with the after plan as well. Kushi, one away from his ult.
Jemkin is pushed up. He wants to take another first engagement.
Chobra? Yeah, dude, I should have realized when Chobra started.
And you're going to have to swing out of this dark cover. Here it comes, forced to retreat.
Cloudburst gets him out, but Jemkin wants to linger. Knows that if a player pushed up and a weapon upgrade was offered to him, he'd gladly make use of it.
These lurks from Wolves have been getting so much impact as well. Spring has just picked his moments, really bided his time until the exact timing to spring the trap. Dizzy over time, it catches Cushy at 410, dangerous, but the dark cover will keep him protected, allow him to retreat.
Yeah, Juicy doesn't really want to test it.
Yeah, they got a lot of util out of them, but I feel like Spring is just got...
Oh, what? The mosh pit for Crazy Guy! That is a devastating loss. Koshi now is going to start hunting for something. The clock is starting to bleed. Wolves are really slowing the pace down.
It feels desperate. They're letting
30 seconds
RRQ
left. Right there.
scramble, fear the oncoming hit, get into bad position. Sufa ready to swing. The lockdown is coming through. What a kill from Cushy.
Spread it out. It's going to be a lockdown from the
And
attack
the time
side
though,
as well.
lockdown for
Both are going to be
lockdown.
active. Wingman's going to go
Gotta
and
try
try
to
and get a
stop that
block.
wingman. Big kill over
Tries to get
towards
involved
here.
from mid.
Dude is really weird.
Enemy remaining.
And it's on Monyet.
Yeah, and he's got to respect the ult.
This time, though, he's got no choice. He's going to deliver some pure magic for RRQ.
That was absolute chaos with the double lockdown. The wingman getting broken. Monyet pressing forward. Duel against Lightsor. Dangerous to even offer him that opportunity.
Now they know exactly where Monyet is. Over to the sky, gives it a tap, but Juicy delivers.
Very nice from them. Dude, Juicy over towards site. Huge.
He has
4
been
chances.
lethal on this attack
Right, got to give 100 champs points to compensate for the first seed. Dude, I'm telling you, it's all of the teams messing up. I promise you on everything. It's all the teams taking no risks and just, instead of trying to work out what the meta is, go super, super safe. That's all it is. There's no good thought process behind stuff.
Viper's bid for a Wolves post plant. It's time for RRQ to pull out all the stops.
For all the hype that Jemkin has gotten coming into this tournament, Juicy is showing us who the real hot prospect coming out of Pacific is. He has been unreal. Crazy guy forced back by the Dizzy, and it's Juicy over top again.
And it's on Jemkin.
Dude, it's been non-stop A hits, by the way. We only had that one round after the timeout that was over towards B.
Nothing's going right for this #1 squad from APAC.
Are you saying this isn't meta? I'm saying that for this tournament here, I'm not saying this isn't meta. I'm not saying like this isn't a good comp and stuff, but this, in my opinion, is like more something you would use on stage 2 than... I just think people should have lent into heavier comps that are harder to play against. That's it. Like one and done comps here would secure you top 4. And what if you had a bit more thought process on those comps?
Last 2 standing.
Enemy remaining.
Dude, they wrecked them, though. They actually wrecked them. They couldn't even get around on the fence.
I don't know if he's back down on a timing. This will have Lysor's head on a swivel, though. Turret to play with. All of his util at his disposal. Can Xfero solve the puzzle? Around the corner, Lysor and Juicy doubled up. Juicy in a position to trade should Lysor get information on Xfero's spot. He's on the move!
Damn, dude. Wolves 2-0. Everyone from Swiss is 2-0 first seed. Really, really big. Wolves secure 5th to 6th as well. 2 points, no matter what for them. Like champs points, it's big.
Would even make it out of the Swiss stage, now into the upper semi-finals.
Kyrgios has been defeated, yeah, first one wrong. Nix with the Prime, thank you so much for the 5 months, bro. Thank you.
What Juicy just did to his ex-teammate and Crazy Guy, shutting down Jemkin, the most hyped duelist coming out of Pacific, was sick.
Dude, the calling was nice, though. The calling was really nice from Wolves.
Just shooting up to the top of the scoreboard.
The MV dude's just out here celebrating at the wedding. He's going crazy right now. Let's hope it's a right. Let's hope it's a right and reasonable time for him to pop off.
And it just seems like there's some magic about this Wolves roster.
Ryan, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you so much in the YouTube chat, man.
Who will stand in their way? For now, we're going to go to the Golden Boy down on the stage for a Verizon post-match interview with the man, Lysor.
All right. Guys, give it up one more time for the Wolves! Unbelievable stuff. Lysor, Poppy, come over here, buddy. Hold on. Let me get you. You guys go ahead, meet the adoring audience. Holy moly. Once again, what a way to close that one out. Lysor, you talked about not having confidence coming in to this game, to this event, but you just ended that match with 4 kills, and it looked beautiful. How do you feel right now, buddy?
因为其实你之前也有提到过，在来到这回多伦多大师赛的时候，可能确实有的时候没有那么自信。但是刚才在这场比赛里，也是以一个你的4杀结束了战局。那现在感觉如何呢？现在觉得自信吗？
我现在感觉非常开心。然后刚来到这个舞台的时候，怎么说呢？心里头确实怎么说，感觉不够自信。后面我的教练告诉我相信自己，然后我兄弟们也告诉我，他们也听我。 我真的很开心，我现在感觉很自信，我很相信我团队，我也相信自己，我觉得我们会继续赢下去。
I think I'm really happy right now.
Yeah.
I remember when I first stand on this stage, I was not confident at all. But my coach told me that you are good enough. You need to trust yourself. And also my teammates always encourage me, and we trust each other. We encourage each other.
Yeah.
And right now, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty confident. And I'm pretty sure we are going to go forward in this tournament.
Well, I think with that result there, he should be feeling confident. Ain't that right, Toronto? Unbelievable. Now, we have to mention, oh yeah, there you go, well done. Now, we have to mention, RRQ chose you guys. So how, I guess, did you feel when you saw RRQ make that selection? Was the team like confident that this would be a victory for the Wolves?
因为其实在这场比赛里是 RRQ 先选择了你们嘛，所以也想知道在 RRQ 选择了你们之后，你们大概是什么样的感受？然后
Robin YouTube chat, thank you so much, thank you.
他们选我们以后，我就感觉我们能赢吧。我很自信，我很相信我的团队，我觉得我们能力可以赢下去。
To be honest, after they chose us, I think I'm really confident that we could beat them.
Yeah.
As I said before, we trust each other, and I really trust my teammates. I think we could beat RRQ in this matchup.
Hey, and you most definitely did. But the last thing I want to ask, we keep seeing you stand up after every round, every moment. How do we get you to do something else? How do we get you to like talk trash or maybe just throw some shade at the other team?
因为其实我们可以看到，在比赛里，你一直不断的在站起来，几乎每一回合你都会站起来嘛。也想知道，除去站起来以外，可能你有的时候会不会做一些其他的东西，比如说说一些垃圾话，或者说做一些什么样的手势呢？
可以带一些手势，我觉得是怎么带，我是看感觉。如果我感觉来了，我带手势；然后我感觉来了，我就站起来，因为感觉很开心嘛。
I think I could do something else maybe in the upcoming matches, and it's all depend on my feelings. Sometimes I feel like I want to stand up, and sometimes I feel like I want to do some gesture to our opponents. It depends on the feelings.
Oh, well, I look forward to seeing what you come up with, buddy. Guys, give it up one more time for Lysor and the Wolves.
Dude, what an event for Wolves this is, by the way. What an event, man. From the heart, yeah, dude, they're doing good. This is Zeta run V2. It's a good run. Who do they? I mean, they play winner of next, right? Finesse on stream cooking RRQ for that 8-3 round, mate. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. I mean, it does kind of wreck the confidence a little bit. You know, you shouldn't have lost that round, I guess, but at the end of the day, it didn't change too much. Corex with the Prime, thank you so much, thank you, appreciate the 2 months. Yeah, I honestly, I think it's kind of easy pickings to flame the tier 1, sorry, the first seeds at the moment. Some of the stuff they're coming up with is, in my opinion, not good enough. Did Blackchap put Wolves at 16? They put him at 12th, I think, for sure.
Ergonomically engineered for you.
I think they put like GENG at like 6th or something. That was probably the most criminal.
Backing your every move.
An update is required. Financial system updated.
Okay, can FNATIC restore my faith in Valorant? To be honest. No. I don't even care if they lose. I just want them to show something new.
System updated.
If I see another Seed 1 come in and just show me something from 2024, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, chat. I will be right back. Ghoster won't go too crazy. Yeah, he might though. But he normally does like good little micro setups, Bacon. So I'd delete, at this point, I'd take that. I'd take brand new micro setups. That's how desperate I am. Sorry, chat.
Shoot on sight if you fuck with my come up. Your boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning.
Expecting good setups, yeah. They're in the first seed of Shanghai, but I don't think there's like events comparable because this one again you have like brand new meta. That's like this one. That's why this one in my head was like so good with the time because it's a brand new meta. You're already top 8. You get 2 extra weeks, maybe a little bit more. I don't know. So sometimes when I watch Valorant, like especially when it's a really high level and the meta's been set for a while, I'm just like, damn, everyone's playing good. I feel like it wouldn't have good impact as like a coach or something because everyone's at a good level. When there's like a meta reset, I'm always like, damn, I feel confident about my own abilities. I know that Mini's very similar when that happens as well. Mute the music, it's fine. Crab Life with the Prime, thank you for the 5 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. It's really that loud? Okay, maybe I'll just mute it a little bit. Maybe I'll lower it. Okay, we'll be back in a bit, chat.
None of the #1 seeds have managed to pick up a single map win so far at playoffs, and it's time to see if EMEA's only hope, FNATIC, can break that curse against GENG. I am your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuka. It feels weird to say that sentence out loud, but this is probably the most difficult matchup a #1 seed has had to face so far this tournament.
If you were to tell me this is seed 1 versus seed 1, after they've won and finding out each other in the upper bracket, I would 100% believe you, because the form that we've seen from GENG is not of a second seed, is not anything but first seed.
Yeah, and you almost got to feel for FNATIC, because this is now the second time that, you know, everyone gets to pick their matchup. They're going to be so happy. And FNATIC is forced to pick GENG. They have no choice for another tournament, Yinsu.
They need to send Ben next time, because Kojo failed, Milan failed. I think Ben with the Irish luck could maybe help them. But you've heard it from Munchkin as well in that daily teaser. It's because everyone else is too scared to pick them. They're cowards.
That was absolutely cold from him. But you have to agree, most of the teams would looking at GENG and their run that they had through the Swiss stage, and you would think, I do not want to go up against them, especially since they have warmed up and we haven't. And this picture sums it up. Koju back in time, what was it, in Shanghai?
It was, yeah, it was.
And then Milan the other day just, you know, left with that.
Just the 1,000-yard stare holding on to the GENG logo there. Yeah, it is a very tough matchup to draw. GENG only lost 20 rounds across their Swiss stage run. In my opinion, they look like the strongest team coming out of Switch. They had to switch into some new compositions, but they just went right into double smokes, a lot of solo Sova. And I feel like Texture, as a player, he's so good in that kind of meta. When he's been at his best, he doesn't need a ton of initiator utility. He's so self-sufficient. One Sova Dart and that can just win it.
For most people that don't remember this, Breeze, FNATIC had the chance. They were ahead. They could have won that 2-1. Kakuka, they threw. They ended up bombing out of the tournament. And you remember how much that got to Boaster. He cried at the press conference, and he even said that this is one of the lowest points of his entire career.
It's getting so close, especially once you've had a good year and then you're put at stake. Everybody's thinking if you are still the team that you once were in 2023, and if you can keep that up. But today, they have a chance to change history, to redeem themselves and do it against the same team.
And I think these teams respectively represent for FNATIC the best squad of 2023 if you look across the whole year. And it's like the same here for GENG last year with the performance they had in 2024. But the history, that relationship between these guys is very much there, Yinsu.
For the people that don't know this is one of the probably biggest curses in Valorant. The X team are expected to win this event, and Kukuka, it has
We've seen
worked.
it so many times.
It's worked for
Hello,
2
chat.
out of the 4
Hello, hello.
tournaments that he's done this in.
I'd say that for every tournament you have to, you know, trust your gut. Why wouldn't you do it? Just play your luck.
I say, you know,
I
he
don't think
always
it's gonna
does
work
this.
this time. I don't think even the power of the tweet is going to give Fnatic a win.
Gonna need a little bit more than a curse to beat GENG in their current form.
Listen, if Achilles has missed a prediction, anything can happen today.
He actually did earlier. But let's talk about this Fnatic, because after kickoff, I don't think many people expected them to be back on the global stage.
Pick'ems? Oh, the
with
Pick'ems are ruined,
Kayak
dude.
and
I gave teams way too
This
much
is
respect.
an honestly like redemption year for Fnatic, right? After having a really tough 2024, losing out on Durka, not having Leo on the roster coming into this year. But despite all that, they have found fantastic players in Kayak and Crashies to fill that void, and they're back on top in EMEA. They're defining a lot of the meta ideas. This is the Fnatic that we were missing in 2024.
It's only disrespect from now on. Yeah, dude, I need to go back to that full process. That everyone's just
At
awful.
the
Their
beginning of the
jobs.
year and this one. Of course, El Mapari not being the head coach, now Milan and Scott in head coach and assistant coaches respectively in those positions. One, Crashies having that resurgence, I think finding himself again, how he
Gen G
wants to play,
tournament
how he can
favorites
help
now?
this team, and the
Yeah,
way that
I think
they have
maybe.
led Kayak to be
Yeah,
the
no, they are.
great duelist that he is today. He was amazing last year in Apex, but filling in the shoes
What
of
we've
Durka
seen
is
they
not
are.
something that anyone could do.
Boaster can single-handedly restore my faith, or make me lose all faith.
With Fnatic, but there
I
were
don't think
questions
there's an
how well
in-between.
Crashies would fit in, playing not with the Optic Core for the first time, but by all accounts, he has been so good on this roster.
Yeah, and even at that arrival,
Why do you think Boaster kicked Durka? Mate, come on, dude. Why are you asking these questions?
Been there. I
He
have
didn't
never seen
kick
him
him.
slow motion walk that towards the camera with a smile. That is the only time I think on a global stage
That's
we've
what we
ever
do to
seen
people.
him.
We're like Canada. We make people smile and nicer.
I don't think it's that. I think it's Boaster. Do you know what? I think it is. I'm going to give the people what they want. The Boaster Crashies bromance, the way every single time the camera goes to them, you can expect the silliness out of Boaster. But Kukuka, did you expect the whimsicalness coming out of Crashies of all people?
I think that since it was
Why don't I believe in the train going the whole way?
beginning,
Dude,
think
I was
that
happy
the
with
fact that
5th
he
to
was
6th.
not having a good
I was
kickoff
happy
and
with
whatnot did not
a
affect the
comfy
trust that
park
Boaster
of
had
5th to
in him.
6th, get
It
2
takes
champ
you from,
points,
I
focus
was
on
there with
champs.
you when things were not good,
They
so now that
decided to
things
just
are good,
blast
I am
straight
so
through it,
happy
man.
I'm
We put
still
too much
cheering
coal
him.
in the engine.
And you see both these
It's
guys
your
are
guys'
such
fault.
a
There's too many
accomplished
sacrifices.
players, but
We got too much
the
momentum.
character of Crashies
I was
is
happy
so
focusing on
different.
champs.
Optic were always
They
the
got different
bad
ideas,
guys,
man.
even before that when they were Envy, even past that when they were NRG. And now he's here with Fnatic, and he's smiling, he's laughing, he's having a good
No,
time.
we built a
Fans
monster,
are
man. It's
loving him
crazy.
for it. And he's doing that while also playing pretty much as good as he was playing back on that championship winning roster.
Well, he himself said when he won EMEA, which by the way, he's never won a domestic trophy before until he came to EMEA, which is the weirdest thing to say. But Mimi, he said it himself. I actually think this is my prime.
It's embarrassing for G2 that they lost to Paper X at Zelsus. What do you think? It's Zelsus, man. He's just giving it.
If we're talking stage 1 form,
It's
believe
more
it,
of a,
right?
it's
Like,
more of a,
I'm
he
still
means
yet
it
to
as
see
a
if he's
flame to
gonna
G2.
surpass
He
that
doesn't
form,
mean it
because
as a
I think it
Paper
has
X
to come
flame.
to
But I imagine
performing
people
at
take it as a
global
Paper X
level,
flame.
getting deep into playoffs like he did back on Optic. But the signs are there. His util's been
He's
great.
like, they're
He's
just mates. They're
clutching and
just,
he's fragging
they're
again.
just
He's
flaming.
smiling in the server. It's everything you want from Crashies.
And Kukuka, you get to do the easy job of selling to a global audience who Kayak is.
Okay, so if you do not know this player, last year he led his team to win Ascension and got to Apex, that 12th slot in EMEA. He got the offer from Fnatic. And
Daniel,
again,
thank you so much for the Prime, mate.
One of the,
Do you think Heretics can make a roster change?
the
Nope.
most popular duelists in our
I
region
think when it
and in
gets,
the world,
I think if they have a
definitely
really
top
bad performance
3.
in stage
From
2
the
in
beginning,
champs,
he's been
then you
performing,
definitely
being
have to
flexible
consider
in
it.
various and
I think
different
where they're at
heroes
now,
and fit it
it's
into
still
the style
recoverable.
of
It's still
Fnatic.
so fine.
Now hear me out. It was
But
not
I think they
easy.
got a
It
lot
was
of
not
work to do.
always easy, but time and time again, they found solutions to every single issue. And he's very good on a stage.
We've done the
I
map
think
picks
that
and
having
bans.
all
We
this
kind of
crowd
did it
here
a little bit
supporting him is
earlier.
going to do wonders for
I
him.
think Fnatic have a lot of options here.
During
They
the
can like
EMEA
float
Grand Finals.
Pole,
He
they
was,
could
like,
pick Sunset
the
if they
best
really wanted to go
statistical
for a
player
big
of EMEA
anti.
playoffs as well. But he is a
They
really young guy.
might
This is his first
ban
global tournament that he's going to be
Ascent.
attending, and he obviously had an outrageous
I think there's a
showing
lot of
back in
options. They
EMEA.
might
So I
ban
think a
Pearl. We
lot
don't
of the
really know.
questions for this tournament about whether Fnatic can
I
win
imagine
another
Gen
trophy
G ban
comes down
Icebox.
to if
That's
Kayak
like the
can
only thing that I'm
show
like
us that
relatively
form he did back
confident
in
about.
EMEA. But with teammates like that, I think they can bring it out of him.
Sunset? Yeah, personally, if I was FNATIC, again, I don't know how this Sunset is. I don't know if they've been practicing Sunset, but with what I've seen, I would probably do a curveball of picking Sunset.
He's proved himself, proved everybody wrong already.
So I think the fact that GENG banned their Sunset as well for that second game, I think that maybe it shows a little bit of weakness as well. Isn't Pearl that permabanned? Yeah, but I don't think GENG would pick it. In my opinion, GENG will pick Ascent or...
But having some rookies, some new faces, players like Kaya coming
what other map did I have for them picking?
And into the tournament as the first seed, can they
so I think they could float Pearl if they've like practiced it a little bit and have it as a second ban and actually ban something like that they might be picking. So you could then ban Ascent or Haven, then you know it's 100% going towards Haven if you ban the Ascent.
Especially when I think about Texture, and that head-to-head is going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, he was just so good throughout
GENG
this
ban
stage.
Split.
It was honestly just such
If they ban Split, Icebox is getting picked. I think they're better off banning Icebox personally, but...
And you feel like they can almost just like slow the rounds down super well. You never see them getting flustered. It's very rare for players to actually go and overheat. They're just on point with all of the basics.
GENG might feel like they could get Haven third map. They might pick. They might ban Icebox pick Ascent.
And you get a team who looks primed to go deep.
Yeah, and Mimi, so far the teams that have gone
We'll
up
see.
against GENG
This is like the one where there's so many options for FNATIC here.
Yeah. They just ignore that for
Would
some
FNATIC
reason.
stick with the Sage on Icebox? Yeah, they would just change out the Teo for
the only players
server.
that consistently does that past like Kiwi back when he was on.
Oh wow!
It's a rare one.
I did not expect that one.
You,
hey, oh, thank you very much, Remy.
But yeah, Texture was just a beast with the op. His rifling looked good, and honestly, I just love his reactions. Every time his ace gets stolen, he's popping off. He's making a show on that stage.
Even goes in the map pool. Yeah, it's either third map or first map, or second map.
Rounds that he played with the operator.
That's where I was at the beginning.
Give you some more of the numbers.
In my head,
he played operator out
it will
of
be
the 72
ban
rounds that
Icebox,
he needed to qualify to this. On 25,
GENG,
that is a
FNATIC,
35 almost
FNATIC.
of the rounds
I don't know about
played
this.
with the operator. So first thing for FNATIC, they know that that is going to be a winning
I think they'll
for
ban
the side of
Ascent.
GENG. How are you going to deal with that? But
Because I want to say they've had so much time that they'll have 7 map pool. So I think this is ban.
Yeah, it's been a few days since we've seen GENG on this stage, so let's hear from one of their players.
This will be
Here is Foxy Knight
Haven,
with Golden Boy.
And then this will be...
Everyone, GB here alongside
Sunset,
Foxy 9 from GENG,
but
and of
more
course, the
likely
incomparable
split.
Jen Lee as we talk about this upcoming matchup here. And Foxy 9, you've been in
I would
this
give them a
situation before,
20% chance to pick
different
Sunset.
team. What's the difference between your experience with DRX versus your
And then I
experience
have no
now
idea.
with GENG?
이제 작년에는 제가 팀한테 맞춰준다는 마인드로 플레이했더라면 지금은 이제 자유롭게 내가 누구인지 보여주는 것 같습니다. 하고 싶은 거 하는 것 같습니다.
Well, I would say a huge thing would be a change of mindset. Last year with DRX, I was more of doing something that would help my team, something that would really help the team in a whole situation, right? But this coming in this year, I'm just here to prove myself, trying to shine, and I have more freedom to do whatever I want to do. So I think it was that mindset change.
Yeah, well, I think the results certainly speak for itself, Foxy 9. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you on the stage. Back to you guys at the desk.
Nice.
It's so nice to hear that from Foxy Knight because Mimi, he's been through it.
Do we actually have the bans?
I mean, his entire time
This is your
with
map pool
DRX,
minus
he was
Pearl
in this
minus
position
Split
of, like,
plus
getting
Icebox
benched,
plus
getting
Ascent.
put back on the
That I
main
really
roster,
strongly don't think. I really think GENG will ban Icebox. I definitely agree with you. This might be a Pearl.
Always been waiting to see fulfill his potential.
But I think
and
it's
he never
wasted if
really
they do
has.
this.
But at this event, he's really
This is a wasted
let go
ban.
of some of those mental blocks. It seems he's playing so well individually. He's having fun on the stage. It seems like Pacific Foxy is finally at a global.
Bonka, hello mate. How we doing, bro?
Seeing any player playing the deadlock, the way that Foxy Knight was doing it is very weird because you see yes, they put the utility down. They have so many things to do during the
professional
round.
VCT
and Foxy
production.
Knight still managed to find the kills, to find the impact in every single one of the senses in the round. So really looking forward to see what GENG is going to do in the playoffs now.
Yeah, and it's been such
that's
a long
so rough,
time
Sonia.
since we've been able to call players like Foxy Knight one of the best in the world, somebody that looked like they could lift a trophy. So it's going to be interesting to see how some of the players on the side of FNATIC, particularly Kayak, who's never played against any of these players before, handle that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of pressure on Kayak, especially coming into this match. GENG is such a good opponent.
You gotta love Texture.
What do we guess in
But I
chat?
think
If I had to guess, I would say.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned
Wait,
that
how small can I make
talk
this?
about rematches, it
If I had to guess, I would say
more
that
exciting than
they
this one. We
ban
finally
Ascent
get to
pick
see
split.
what FNATIC can bring against probably the best
Demko,
team
thank
right
you so
now
much, dude.
in this
Thank you, thank
tournament. So
you.
let's send this
How was the
down to
Wolves
stage
game? Dude,
and
Wolves
bring out
played
the
nice. RRQ played a little standard again. Fast seeds are doing it.
FNATIC versus GENG.
Raise the marker. Yeah, I want to see the maps though. I should have done it smaller. I should have done it up here. I messed up. It'll be up for a little bit. Boncar, thank you so much for the 9 months, bro. I appreciate the prime. Thank you so much, man. Best of luck for stage 2 as well, dude.
This is a true heavyweight head-to-head.
And with so many teams from Pacific fighting for that trophy, GENG are looking
Come on,
for
dude,
their
give me-
second one. Now that they've
give me
made it
this.
out of the groups, they go up against the very
Dankish, mate.
best of
Thank you for the
EMEA.
prime. Appreciate the 19 months.
Only team of EMEA.
Yeah. Everyone else had a pretty disappointing showing from EMEA here.
Icebox. Oh, they went for the PAL. Okay, Icebox PAL. They still picked the Haven though. Dude, FNATIC managed to get rid of Ascent and PAL. Not too bad. I thought this might have been Ascent. Okay, well, at least we were right with the picks.
Yeah, if you
We were like, what, 80%, 70%, right?
not aware of this is something that we see in EMEA constantly. Banning Pearl, picking the split. This tell is something that GENG is also
FNATIC
going to
picked
have. If they
split.
decide
Dude,
not to go
FNATIC
for the
have been
icebox,
good
they
at
know that the
split,
split
bacon.
is almost going to be a guarantee.
I also love
I think the Decider being Sunset works well for FNATIC as well if they can get
GENG
that.
picked Haven and FNATIC chose to start on defense. And FNATIC picked Split, and GENG chose to start on attack. There's so many layers of mind games going in already.
FNATIC are good at Haven. They're okay at Haven.
For EMEA
It's
because
not bad.
FNATIC getting Split and Haven.
The whole Haven is pretty much down to Alpha, in my opinion.
I think those are just two
It's down
of
to
their
the two
best
duelists.
maps in this pool. And if
Alpha
GENG is
guy.
going to beat them, doing it on those maps would be a real testament to how good this team is.
Yeah, if we think about the way that FNATIC have been interpreting this meta, yes, they've played some Deco, but not a lot of it. It's not
I think you would
going to be
enjoy
as
living in
taxing
America
as
if you
for
had to do
most
it.
of the
Depends
teams
where
that
in
we've had
America.
the tournament that
Also,
were
mate, I don't leave
swapped
the house, so as long as the house is
Deco
nice,
meta.
it doesn't really
But
matter
if
too
you
much.
think about FNATIC and the Haven, you think about that Yoru, that Yet, that double duelist, that has been a characteristic of them, and GENG has a read on that.
Yeah, both these first two maps, they're playing comps where FNATIC never had the Teo in the mix. But, in my opinion, out of the Swiss stage, GENG was probably the best team at adapting away from the Teo. They played double smokes, they had Texture playing super well on the duels, even with
Okay,
less
GENG,
initiator support. It was
Lava
no problem for
Haven.
GENG.
They got so many demos on this, but they're honestly pretty good with the Viper comp.
We're going to see him play
And
on
teams
stage
definitely misplay
no longer as a teenager. He's had his
against
20th
it.
birthday
But
last
I do think that the
week,
FNATIC comp is probably
and
pretty
he's
good
going to be
against
able
it.
to play duelist
If they
for
still play the
first
Yoru
match.
ISO.
If they don't change anything in terms of their comms, and again, if you're not familiar with them, Kukuka, it is not weird to see them not change their comms at all.
Absolutely. We're speaking about a team that likes to play it safe, and also because they've ridden the meta in so many maps. They find the key to what makes a composition very, very strong in any of the maps that we have in the game, and they stick to that. They make it work time and time again. And if it doesn't, they find a very, very quick fix. Now, on the side of GENG, do not forget, we're speaking about FNATIC and the Haven and whatnot. GENG obliterated MIBR on this map. It wasn't even funny, Mimi.
Yeah, 13-1. MIBR got smoked. And a lot of that came down to Texture on the Neon. The thing I'm watching out for, on defense especially, is how he plays with the off. He's a player who loves taking any space you give him. Walking down C, walking down A, getting forward lines posted with that operator. But, because he's Neon, he's still going to have super fast rotates, can switch a rifle with a teammate, and use that stun and that slide to be effective
Documents
in the
are
replay
out.
as well.
And I just wonder how they can deal with the Viper Omen. FNATIC, this is the combo of Viper Omen. You don't see that in EMEA, so they wouldn't have had a lot of
Okay,
practice on it. And
everyone's
anything.
sticking with the same comp. I mean, there's lots of demos out for this. There's lots of demos out for this.
No, absolutely. But we need to look at Alpha here as well. He is a
FNATIC style on defense. This comp's a little bit better on attack, but they need to make sure, again, that they
a difference.
Don't let him get over
I
towards
wanna see
sites. They can't
Fnatic
really
playing
retake
forward
against
on
this
their
comp.
sites, not
they
playing
will.
to retake quite as often, fighting up. But that's exactly what Double Duelist is great at. The pitfall of playing against Viper is falling back into these post plants, trying to flood through that orb. It's a recipe for disaster. But when you have Kayak and Alpha as the point men to fight into your opponent's space, I think that's a really good matchup for Fnatic.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to get into this game, and I bet you our casters will be very excited as well.
Kayak? Oh, he's getting a sheriff out here, no doubt.
Almost.
Dude, you might see a
flawless in his
record-breaking
prediction.
amount of sheriffs
Definitely
here
heard
actually on
about
this
it
pistol.
quite a few times, and the other guy who's standing next to him in just a moment is probably going to be sick of hearing how flawless his predictions has been. Of course, I'm talking about Achilles and Paperton.
He has been sick of it. He's very glad to see me finally falter in the Preds. But here we go. We have a grand finals caliber matchup here in theory between GENG and Fnatic.
I think Senti should learn to swap between Cypher and Vice. It changes a lot. It's not like a one-for-one trade on certain maps. Like, especially on this map, you kind of need the extra bit of info. The Vice doesn't work as well.
Both teams have won a Masters. Both teams are coming in with 3 players.
But yeah, I do think so. I thought more teams would lean into Vice, to be honest. Maybe not the best map as an example. Okay, Fnatic on defense, GENG on attack, and wait, Fnatic get more sheriffs out than GENG? What's going on?
Just a slow creep up B here for GENG.
No sheriffs.
Not really trying to make much noise. Alfier in the back.
Shock dart forward, try to clear any util.
Oh, smoke. Dude, Omen Flash and Recon. Dude, how did they get no kills there? Nice shot.
However, on the peak, in towards the A link, finds Foxy 9, both are dragging.
Post a big smoke from you here.
Will fall. Able to get one.
Ooh, dude, the crouches here were crazy on this. A good reposition from Texture, Lassie over towards A.
Spike in hand, Texture sliding back. Needs to be able to try to escape here. There's the peak. Shield, however,
Very nice. The reposition was incredible from him.
Kayak now, all alone. Try to clutch this out.
AHN, thank you so much, dude, with the gifted. Thank you for doing that.
In towards A link. Crucial here for GENG. Some patience being shown by Munchkin, the IGL as well.
Staying tucked here, inside of window. Kayak with no util to speak of, and Munchkin will
Very nice from them. Big round from Texture. Put the trade over towards A from Heaven, and then the instant reposition over towards Spawn.
Of what he was doing during the Swiss group stage, he was absolutely fearsome. And a 3K to start the pistol. He drops down from Heaven, and then just waits it out. Outguesses.
Played it perfect. They played it really well.
And this is a comp that GENG is experienced against. They played T1 in kickoff. They beat them on this map 13-5. So they understand this double duelist, this Yoru ISO comp, and how it wants to function.
And the desk was talking about
Okay, we'll keep an eye on the pistols. They get 2 sheriffs out on the duelists.
We'll see.
And Crashies has already been owned a little bit.
On to Crashies to start. Kayak taking some forward space in mid. We'll just end up gate crashing away.
Did that hit?
Crashies has to further evacuate this space at A long. Munchkin is just fearlessly storming forward.
Alfier with a sheriff though, gonna come over, try to help out Asova.
Does he sense that he's already this far forward into the site, missing each other now, spotting it? Alfier does
that was just the human drone though, and it's just the pistol itself, so don't gain anything for it.
Cleans the kill to bring it into a 4v4. Nano into the corner. Alfier needing the backpedal, will be able to avoid that paranoia. It's even more damage to the smoke, and eventually Texture is able to find him. Flushing him into the open. Still a sheriff in hand here for Foxy9. Can afford to lose another player, can GENG. We'll see what the game plan is going to be for Fnatic as they slowly creep forward.
Oh my goodness, man. There's nice shots there. Okay, they don't lose anything for it in terms of guns. They keep the 3 guns. It's just 2 armory buys. Those very nice shots. Not too bad from GENG as well. Just the human drone going exploring over towards A. They were very aware on the positions that they could have pushed to as well, which is nice.
So even though he loses the fight, he knows there's only the ISO still on A. Calls the reinforcements over after Foxy gets the kill on the Crashies. And now we go into the rifle round here for Fnatic. The bonus for GENG, pretty fearsome. In fact, an outlaw for Munchkin. A couple players going to be one shot to that. Guardians, always scary in the hands of GENG players.
We've got 2 people that can get shot from the outlaw.
Kind of typical Sova stuff here on long A, just checking.
Clearing the recon. Spot out there from Crashies. This time able to slide away without suffering any damage.
Instant reaction from losing over towards A-long was to push down towards middle. They break the turret that spots middle, so it creates the pressure like they might be going behind.
Smoke start coming through.
Especially if he's defaulting, putting his alarm bot over towards here. It's like a nice reaction from them.
That's going to keep GENG from wanting to scale into the site, at least initially. Take a little bit of time here to wait for Foxy. Kind of figure out what's going on over in garage. Might be able to relay some information that things are relatively quiet. I've got
still a question mark over towards long with this one.
It's going to be the plan here.
Crashies does have his recon below time at like 45 seconds, 40 seconds. You want to kind of keep it for the exec itself right into the corners. So they're not going to really be able to clear this for a while. Jump spot over towards long, recon goes out, they clear it, but might be a little bit too late. Yeah, and you're playing against the VIP comp. The good news is though they've used smoke already, right?
Find the opening kill here in the anti-bonus.
Over towards A.
Turret set up and Texture being on the floor, always going to be positive here on the opposite side of the lobby.
Still got some firepower. A little bit of time, but FNATIC going to be coming from a lot of different angles.
Camera's still situated. Go for the toggle, try to get a dart out, does so. Still not being cleared, but does actually get the spot on the Foxy 9, so they know that he's going to be playing forward in towards the smoke. Now looking to spam him out quite just yet. Foxy able to drag across one, cannot find the other. Ash, Taron now. The 2, the 3.
Okay, it's a nice retake. If GENG had the Viper smoke there, it's probably a different round. But that was part of the reason why they kept 3 strong over towards A, because the smoke was used over towards spawn.
Really good stuff from FNATIC. Good patience.
Cam, yeah, the camera's nice.
Not really giving much up.
The smoke, yeah, the smoke over towards spawn was a bit of a mess up.
Was intended to leave that extra little gap. A little bit of a mistake from Karan, but all's well that ends well. FNATIC, just a nice flood there. You know, it's going to be pretty typical. Let the ISO go first. Pops the double tap. Throw some flashes. Use the Sova util. Just flood on in there.
Explosion not being able to fist bump. Seems like high fives though, still on the cards. As alarm bot going to be situated here in window. GENG wanting to keep tabs on these forward pushes from
Good strat, yeah. Solid strat, good comms.
They're aware. They're trying to spam it down.
Bosa finding Munchkin.
Pushes forward. My goodness, it's like a jump scare there. I thought he was going to go down on this. Just a prod over towards C with the one-way. Yeah, and they do get the kill over towards the Viper, I imagine, behind the wall as well, so that's a great kill. It's a lovely trade on this one. As long as Chronicle doesn't overheat a little bit, they're kind of fine. Yeah, still got Omen. Still got drone. Omen flash drone. Clear over towards middle. Just want to clear this so they can all focus over towards the site.
No smokes either.
Slow creep in, Texture. Swing around the back, able to find one. Recon at the ready. It's going to be the triple approach here from Garage. Being able to note 2. Couple shots in. Spot out here in the Chronicle, but not too much damage taken. Regen armor refills. Paranoia going to be dodged. Ash pushed out. Fights for one. Swing. Texture cannot stabilize. Boaster gets the better of it now. It's down to Foxy 9.
Smoke over towards the spike. Pressure goes in. Diffuses it on the left because he's most likely to spam the right, because what kind of a madman would diffuse at like the closest angle to him? It's smart from Boaster. Good retake from them in the end. Looks a little bit rough when they were over towards Garage, but I like the idea.
A little bit of shakiness here from GENG in some of their individual plays. Munchkin losing against Boaster. That's going to be an actually really crucial.
Yeah, this dual back of sight is big from Boaster.
Munchkin's position.
he did the mini smoke over towards short.
Very nicely done. And winning
that's cool.
Texture. No easy feat, as we have seen throughout this tournament. And that's huge for FNATIC. Boaster's really starting to pick it up in the fragging department. That was a great round for him. Just some big individual plays. And now Alfier has the ISO ult. And that is very scary. He is, of course, one of the best riflers.
Okay. And interesting, the Texture has the hero gun, but also has ult. You get a kill, you might see him throw it across here. Double damage potentially for the ult as well. Double damage is good here. Yeah, that just stopped everything. Double damage with the Omen Flash is a hard shutdown over towards B. We got no TP for Kayak and he's set up here. TP just went out. He hears them running. He get the ISO ult from far back. A little bit close with the gun, but Alpha wins his thing out.
Crashy's on the peak from Sewer.
Crashy's chill, man.
Now it all just comes down to counter position. Notice fights back for one. Worry about the flank coming down through A long. Has it from the shadows, but 1v3. Do you try to commit for that?
It'd be a big gamble. Sights are open on the other side of the map, but Chronicle's waiting.
It's a nice off angle from him.
Line Charon drifting ever closer to it. Gun barrel gonna be spotted. And Chronicle's lurk pays dividends. That's gonna be FNATIC now taking the lead.
Yeah, and FNATIC still have good ults. They got two that combo well if they want to retake, but again, I wouldn't recommend trying to retake against this.
In terms of using the ISO,
Might just see him a little bit earlier on.
off of B, and then you use the ult to help keep Kayak's position hidden. That is a really smart setup from FNATIC, and GENG completely bamboozled by it.
That's what I like to see on the stage, baby. Nice, boy.
Absolutely.
Good,
Well,
clean
we've seen
fight.
how
Kayak.
important.
That's what I like to see on the stage, baby.
Get to hear it twice. How
He's
important these
funny,
emotional
man.
leaders can be.
It's also a good sign from him. He kind of knows that like this is the player with the least experience on the team as well. Trying to get his confidence up as early as possible, and he's definitely a confidence player from what we've seen. Double TP over towards Bacchus site. Right, we do have the ults to retake. I personally think this is a mistake from FNATIC playing like this against this comp. But let's see. Oh, okay, dude, they killed the most important person. Boy, this was nice. Double damage into the Sova ult. That was really cool though. Every single time, there's a lot of fast deaths for Munchkin. He needs to chill out a little bit. Yeah, he definitely needs to be on top of this. Dude, they made that look easy and they didn't even Euro ult in. This little double damage into the Sova ult was sick though.
Really strong for FNATIC right now. The Hunter's Fury there, brilliant. Right as the plant is being attempted.
Timeout. Dude, they're doing very good at pushing and killing this.
Was coming their way.
They're doing very good at pushing and killing the Viper.
Another big win out on the flanks against Munchkin. He is generally very, very difficult to deal with. He's very tricky, very
Pulls
wily.
him down to an eco again. It's been nice from
His aim is
FNATIC.
incredible, but so far FNATIC has done a great job handling him.
Kayak, what is the second shot? Instantaneous with the readjustment.
Oh, it's
That
so
leaves Texture
fast,
Collins
bro.
dead on the floor. And any hope of pulling
It's
off
so
the thrifty
fast.
here has very quickly been shut down.
I mean, we've seen it in EMEA, how electric Kayak is. That right there, just a microcosm of what he's capable of. Just
Leluco with the
phenomenal.
Prime. Thank you so much for the 21 months, mate. Thank you for doing that.
Munchkin's been given some space to try to push up, but again, with a stinger in
Yeah,
range.
Crashy's Recon's going to come back in time as well.
Able to find value here.
Post is in a good spot.
Highly unlikely.
That's going to be really tough. Even thinking a 3v5. Much hope here for GENG.
Spotted there. Munchkin does manage to push forward, finding
Yeah, they
one.
didn't realize
Sliggy
just how
not
far
getting
they'd walked
connection
up here.
Crashy's does.
Crashy's in trouble. His mate's got to swing out, help him out.
Through. Sliggy, realistically unable to be planted here for the moment. Ash able to find a little bit more impact.
Hey, it's nice from
Out here
FNATIC.
With the
Like this
shield,
one.
will go ahead and lead the charge.
They've still got the Euro ult, and then they're kind of getting close to another ISO ult here. You'd imagine that GENG have to call some kind of timeout here.
Really think you ought to take one at least just
This
to
was
give the
so
players a
fast,
little
man.
bit
That
of a
second
breather
kill
here.
is
Kind of cool
impressive.
FNATIC's Jets. The way they're stringing this util together on these retakes is so good. So many times we're seeing GENG players have to shoot the clone because there's a flood of players coming through an angle, and they're trying to lock it down with just
Oh,
one.
we go fast. Dude, no
Be a lot of
timeout, by the
ults
way.
here. Still the dimensional drift for Kayak.
We go fast. Is the recon for... Is this the recon for short?
Really important ones. You never know when
I can't even
Karan's
remember these days.
come into play.
Yeah, it is.
Texture.
Recon for short with the TP. A lot of pressure over towards this one. In reaction, we push down towards long, and you would imagine Munchkin's good for it. Yeah, insta smoke over towards spawn as well. You see the FNATIC trying to fast flood on this one. Do they get over towards site? They still got the trip to get them info. Smoke. Double Wait.
Just come away with that elimination. Jump up over the top of your plat, both through the upper, just trying to get something going. Dexter does manage to deny him. Smoke dissipating at garage. And it's just a firing squad waiting on the opposite side.
Wait, I gotta see that kill.
Flawless round as Munchkin steps up to the plate, gets himself a 3K. GENG break the win streak, close the gap. Now just 2 rounds.
Yeah, a much needed round here for Munchkin and GENG. Able to
Sure,
just
this one's
outguess
fine.
his opponents. Just kind of understanding their tendencies. Where they've got a big lead, so they might try to get aggressive on the flanks. And he's just going to hold the angle. Quick spam early. Poster with the operator. Couldn't find any value from the back of Plat. That's a huge pickup for GENG. Didn't have to expend many ults. Just Charon's was used there.
Quick feet, quick trigger.
Maybe didn't even need to be
That
used.
was-
But now you've got a neural theft for Chronicle.
That was
still
nuts, dude.
the dimensional drift.
The smoke might have touched him at spawn. Yeah, it might have. Damn, bro, 3-person lineup. Okay, big 2v2 on this one. Big 2v2. Kayak's here really early on. Turret is down. That's okay, still hasn't hurt him. And if you're Chronicle here, you just need to make a little bit of sound, like a fake footstep, or okay, as he did, shot over towards spawn.
Is staring over towards the angle.
Extra is on top of it.
From the held position. As now they have it confirmed. Swing out. Ash finds the headshot.
Ooh, it's a big win for GENG, man. Big win for GENG. Getting that all out of him.
Back just around the box.
Run.
Trying to set up here on the pop flash.
Decoy.
Sends the fake. Finds the first. Isolated now. Fastlane going to be set. Trying to fish him out. Tiny bits of damage dealt. 8 bullets remaining in the bag. Gets the spot out. Texture.
7 bullets.
Trying to play with time. Eats a ton of damage.
I had him. He had him get off.
Away down into the cubby. Needing to have the
Okay, very nicely handled from Texture. Dude, what a nuts round this is. Boy. That was a sick camera shot, by the way.
Nearly have the rug swept from beneath
Over the
them,
shoulder,
but they're
just
able to
staring
find
at him.
their
That was awesome.
What a bonkers round. It looked like this had GENG written all over it, and then
Just you instantly.
catches 3 players right on the timing there. They're looking to clear util. And then Texture had had enough, and he played that brilliantly at the end, using that neon movement to buy the extra time he needed to make sure that that defuse had to be stuck.
Alpha gets his ult onto this one. What's the money like? Money's really low for FNATIC. If they lose this, it's
Cutting through.
You can't flush him out of this spot. He's just too clean at it.
Gonna have to throw some util his way. Can't just outduel him there. Oh my.
he's so good at it.
Session that he's got set up. Unbelievable.
Okay, FNATIC need to make sure they don't mess this one up, though. You have ISO, or you can definitely play this one
We're
smart.
starting to build up. Poster sends the paranoia. Quick
They
tuck
got
in.
so many ults. Like in an ideal world, obviously they want to keep him for next round, but
Going for the peaks and that smoke.
oh, he's still spotted
get a
too.
glimpse of them both. Foxy able to still go ahead and further confirm the presence of that.
Bro, how is he so good at that?
No aggressive maneuvers from the rest of FNATIC. Both Alpha and Kayak still sitting.
Great info again from
Press
him.
forward by GENG.
Really good info now.
Get the pre-fire there is Munchkin, but Tragic goes unpunished. Foxy not gonna push, however, is able to find one.
Great double damage as well. Karen can't really do anything. Swing out of that.
Down. You've got
Big double swing. Who goes wide? Oh my
here
goodness.
on
Dude, Crashies went back. I got so nervous there for a lineup.
Karen forced to run away with just
A nice
20
shot
seconds
from him.
remaining. Not much of a go to be made here.
Man, I really want to see this replay. That was insane. I can't believe he does this again in middle.
Anybody keep his life intact, but otherwise FNATIC maintaining the lead, getting themselves to 6 here on this defending side. Kayak on the hunt, couple seconds still to spare. As the clone goes through.
I don't think they should be hunting this much.
Well aware of this position, but is very quickly going to get overwhelmed. Fights back for one.
You can't really afford these deaths that much.
Eventually will be able to collect.
They could come back to haunt them a little bit. We'll see. It just means there's more pressure on this
A little
round.
bit of economic damage done there by FNATIC. Could come to haunt GENG. Still a lot of money sitting behind Texture.
How is he this fast?
Absolutely ridiculous, Kayak. If you're going to challenge that angle, you're going to have to come up with some other answers for it for GENG. Because he just is too darn good. And timeout actually going to be popped by GENG to talk about what's going on. I mean, a lot of it's just, I think, a little bit of overconfidence from GENG.
His balls, it really is, man.
Early fights that they were winning handily throughout the Swiss stage. You know, they were so dominant in so many different aspects of the game that now you need to kind of tighten up the screws a little bit.
Is in the ob spot for this one? Ah, for sure, Prius Bacon.
We're using some util, being a little bit cleaner with our
We don't even have to
spotting
ask
before
that
we
one.
go for these maneuvers, because challenging some of these FNATIC players has often resulted in losses for Gen G.
I mean, to put the run through Swiss into perspective a bit, they've already lost a fifth of the rounds. They've
Yeah,
lost
I agree,
across the
Bacon.
two
You're not wrong.
series to get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Only dropping 20 round losses in those sets versus MIBR versus Paper Rex. They were looking red hot. FNATIC, though, cooled them off a bit so far. Some timeout call has to be used because Gen G know how important getting the remainder of these
Okay.
rounds on the attack.
I mean, honestly, there's a lot of notes that Gen G could be having on this. I feel like Munchkin has kind of corrected a lot of stuff that was going on. But dude, they're in a rough spot. They're up against a lot of ults on this one. Killjoy ult to get them off or into a site, and then we got Viper ult to win them the after plant. So good to see them keep this nice and simple. Double hold over towards middle. They wait. Oh, dude.
Here comes Kayak. There to try to back him up, and they're just lining up. Picking targets, finding value. Karen does manage to trade once. The ISO ult not going to
Still
be
very
concerned here in
nice.
the round, but it's
Get the trades out on this one. Take down Munchkin again. They took down the VIP.
Slides forward, catches a spot on it. Chronicle and eats a ton of damage.
Does the Omen Flash reach? Oh, it's really nice.
They try to flush him out of this position.
Damn, they really tried to help him out with the double flash on this one. Need to be careful. Crashy's ult should be really important, but just kind of doesn't want to give away the fact that he's flanking on this one, so he isn't in the best position. They tap the spike and they push over towards C.
Try to fight their way out of this position, but now Gunbarrel has been spotted, and Foxy Knives tripping right into the
Hey,
crosshair.
Kayak, bro's aim is insane. 14-7.
Just tears them limb from limb, round after round.
He's playing good, dude. He's a rookie.
With everything
He's
to do to
looking
try to make this time out
unbelievable.
find some value, but Crashy's on this reposition. Seems like it is loosely red, but no.
Very, very nice.
Peeks
Great
into the
shots
link,
from Kayak on this one.
meets his demise. FNATIC.
Dude, I really like this. I really like this Omen flash over towards here, back of sight. It's a cool little setup. Cypher at the back, Omen flash for left side. Yoru flash on right side, so he can peek left and then peek right. It's a really cool setup.
FNATIC has done a phenomenal job here to start, and they're coming in with
Right, if he wants to peek over towards here, Omen flash comes in. Wants to peek over towards here, Yoru flash. Right, so he can just call for it, or they can call for it, and he knows where to peek. It's very, very cool. Dude, 5 ults. FNATIC are looking good for this.
They can't keep challenging this mid position.
They keep wrecking him. Foxy gets wrecked as well, down to 42 HP, and he's the boss with the Killjoy ult. Double over towards middle, surely not again. Bro, 7 HP.
Clip to the side of the head, 7 health here on the Sova. Sposter gonna go for a quick peek. Checks in over towards Sewer. He's managed to catch a glimpse. Time a bit of a fake entry, fast lane, drone over the top.
Yeah, Alpha's just making sure that he doesn't go down here now. He's pretty much just staying with the double duelists together, and then he needs to pop his shield when he wants to ult on this one. Oh boy, what's the timing like?
The swing about to come through. Gunbarrel's gonna be spotted. Conventional grip.
My goodness, 1, 2, 3 though on the minimap. Alpha goes down without using his ult, maybe a bit too proactive. It's a great ult on this one on the way back. Does he know about Munchkin? There's so much going on. 1v1 over towards C, 1v1 on site. Yeah, they have no idea. Lovely shots from Chronicle. Kayak got another. Is he on 16 kills?
Fake into the smoke. It reads it well that it's not for real. And now it's going to be pinged down.
Damn, they look good.
And taken down 8-4.
Very nice half, man. They got 8 and they lost pistol.
Looking like the savior of the first seeds thus far.
Hey, this guy. Yeah, this guy is playing so good right now. Look at the aim.
Gonna need to do some heavy lifting as they swap over to the defending side, but for now, FNATIC look electric. We'll see
Gary
guys on the
form.
other side of
They had
halftime.
some cool setups, man, as well. Chat, let me mute this a sec. This is going against your first seed agenda. Mate, this is the only game that's going for my first seed agenda. What do you mean? Boaster's the only person giving me hope at the moment. I'm losing faith in every other team of what they've done with their time. IG Eclipse, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate that. Liaoti as well with the 10 months. Thank you so much as well. As opposed to so consistent, he just gets it, man. He just gets the game. He's very good with micro setups, for sure, and he puts in a lot of time. It still isn't done yet, though. GENG have a very good defense.
Eight and 4 at the half. FNATIC looking fantastic on GENG's map pick of Haven, clearly doing their homework. More importantly, looking to avoid the fate that has been suffered by every other first seed team.
No, this was just a tremendous half. As we take a look at the Coinbase Econ report, you can see their
The retake? No, they've got good util at the moment. I think Crashies is underrated a little bit in terms of his solo util. It's been good.
In particular with their rifling, those Vandals were screaming. And GENG just had no response, it felt like. I mean, a couple rounds there, yeah, Texture gets his, but outside of that, this was a dominant half from FNATIC. And if they could take this pistol here, looks like they may be able to
This defense? No, this defense was really good, man. Like, just even if you just highlighted how they, because so most teams when they play against this comp will just spam B, right? Because you don't have the breach to stop the plant, right? So every single time on attack, in theory, you can just put the plant here. Normally to stop it, you have to double damage shock dart, but your Sova's over towards A trying to get info, so normally you can't stop this plant. They're going super aggro over towards B, or they have that setup that we spoke about the other time. Like, they really thought about if we're just highlighting B on its own, they've really like a lot of full process from that. Good 4-1 pistol for GENG on this. It's the Paper X Classic at the moment these days.
Pretty much sprinting forward into this A site. Alarm in the nano. To be baited out.
Yeah, you got the delay, you got the info over towards here and here. And then you can get the rotate in. GENG no sheriffs, yeah.
Given the tendencies of GENG, FNATIC can
but dude, have GENG even lost a pistol around yet? I
feel
like they're 9-0.
They've gotten the rotate out.
Yeah, no. This is very good stuff from FNATIC. This is how they like to play a lot of their rounds, not just pistols, but in general. They're looking to bait some utility out of you. They're looking to get a little bit more info, and they got that. They got that KJ util out of the way.
Big swing, Kayak. What you got?
Ball isn't raised.
Okay, just W King because they went in that angle. Dude, another one, man. Another one. 5-0 on the pistols. Sorry, 10-0 on the pistols. 2-0, obviously.
And skip that he beats here. Crashy's going to be caught, however. As there's the spot out, the final player with the spike now on the floor. Chronicle certainly has his work cut out for him as all of GENG get clustered together. A couple taps in, the wide swing out, Chronicle. Good for
really,
one.
really nice. Double pistol. Could get pretty close on this.
Take another pistol win.
It's crazy to think how
plant as well,
important
so
that
they can't
pistol round
force
win is for GENG
if they wanted to.
winning their first, but this one, a nice call by Munchkin.
And it Wolves look earlier. It Wolves look nice earlier. They're again their sense really good, man. They're giving me the deadlock hope.
Go back to the other side, see what's going on there. GENG's Munchkin reading that a lot of the way. They even get the first kill on the Boaster.
GENG at 10-0 in pistols at this tournament. Yeah, GENG at 10-0 pistols.
Speaking of Boaster, might be looking to get a little bit cheeky here.
He gets the attack. He gets the attack shorty. This is like the old Apex.
Check towards
They used to do this on pistol rounds.
Some reinforcements coming through.
Deploying drone.
Since the drone has to go for the quick cancel. Munchkin able to find two with the bite connect.
He was melting on that one. Fast rotate for everyone that goes in, and GENG, they lose double armor. That's it. Very, very nice. Okay, now we get into it, and GENG have great bonus. Really good bonus spike.
Exactly. I mean, it looks very good for GENG in terms of some crisp shooting, some good decision making. Ash not overcommitting here, and then using his util nicely. Munchkin very on point as always. With the Viper texture, good for the last two with the Guardian. So okay, not the end of the world at all for FNATIC, but it's the start GENG needed for this half.
Okay, bonus idea for GENG. What are we doing? Whoa, early TP with the Omen.
bit slow off the rip are FNATIC, but Karan so far forward.
Karan is upping the pace.
Yeah, I don't think Boss is even going to expect this.
Backpedaling out of this smoke, almost certainly is going to be dead to rights. Karan, though, wants to swing, get a little bit more information. Still, he's going to be rewarded with the kill.
Okay,
Attempted the
and
ADS.
honestly, I
Poster
think
does
FNATIC
manage
got
to
away
climb
with
top.
that one. I think that could have been way worse.
Karan eliminated, but that's one of the dual-pronged tips of the spear. It does get taken down, but Texture similarly causing the fall.
Ooh, nice timing on that.
Across, Munchkin able to go
Push
ahead
down
and collect
towards
that
middle.
Scoops up the weapon.
Gun upgrade, gets out of there as well. Creates the question mark over towards middle as well. They do clear this.
Great read by Munchkin.
And I imagine these two are going to group up and go aggro.
Chronicle's going to be on his own, and on a bonus, it's well worth the risk to go for that gun. Very nice play. Helps even up the weaponry advantage. Foxy9.
Way worse with Kayak dead. Yeah, but honestly, it should have been Boaster dead and then a 50-50 duel.
By FNATIC on where the KJ util would be. That's bought them a little bit of extra time and even got the drone committed by FNATIC.
Catch Foxy on this angle.
He always plays her.
Caught off guard.
He's always going to be here. He's always going to be in this rectangle.
Swooping in from behind. Paranoia going to be avoided with the dark. He's able to find that ping, but it doesn't matter. It seems as Munchkin.
Okay, lovely round from GENG on this one. They got nice timing over towards middle of that swing as well. I like this little Omen play.
The game
Nice.
sense on Munchkin is incredible. He had a little bit to say there to FNATIC at the end of it, but Karan, at least good for the one and done. But that play right there by Munchkin changes this round. And he's able to find that flank angle as well. Foxy9, just great positioning there. Getting his kill, using his turret to back off into safety to make sure he doesn't give himself up for free, to set up his IGL to swoop in from behind. And
Yeah,
now
I didn't look at the
it's gonna be
ults. So normally this
FNATIC's
comp
turn to
is
take a
like,
timeout.
normally the FNATIC comp is
exactly
good when you got the
approach this attacker side
thing
from
Sova
that
ult, but
line.
maybe sometimes Sova ult. When you get the Euro ult, it's normally a free win. When you get the Ice ult, it's normally a free win. So maybe they need to start getting some orbs.
Coming alive. And I mean, we
I don't
knew
know how
coming
close
into
they
this
are.
that this was
Kind of need to
going end
prep
up
for the
being a
next
battle
buy
of the
round.
brains between Munchkin and Boaster, trying to get the read, trying to get the download on each other's tendencies.
Absolutely.
Seems like so far, reads favoring the defending IGLs.
Yeah, I thought maybe FNATIC would have some good util combos like we saw on that defender side, that you could kind of go in lockstep with the ISO and the Yoru to really break open some sites, get some picks. So far,
Okay,
Genji's
just
had
the
all the
eco.
answers.
Yeah, they really got to stop focusing on this. I think they need to get an orb. That'll be my full focus on this one, just getting this for the ISO.
That kill on a
Or
Chronicle,
the
for
Yoru,
example,
whatever one you fancy.
so far has been very impactful. It's going to be a Guardian for Ash. Everybody else has rifles. Some stingers.
Yeah, some reconsiderations here from FNATIC.
Okay, they're investing a bit into this round.
Bit more oomph behind it.
Standing ahead.
Poster again with this early TP into a smoke, looking to see if anybody's going to try to take advantage of that long A angle twice. But
Gecko
Recon
_Profi,
Dark,
thanks so much for the prime, mate.
from
Appreciate you doing that,
FNATIC,
dude.
let's see if they want to try to take a little bit of space off the back of that. There's going to be a smoke put down by Karan, pinged out by FNATIC, a little bit wary. Maybe somebody's trying to, tuck behind these smokes. That's something Munchkin would 100% do, especially with his toxic screen available as a potential escape tool. It's got to be very diligent, like what I'm seeing from Boaster and FNATIC. Really good awareness of some of Genji's tendencies.
I have the spike.
Less than a minute remaining. Couple players about to cut their way out through window here.
This is one person fake over towards A or something. What are we
the
doing
dart.
here?
Gatecrash
EP
now
goes
gonna be
towards
sent
the back
forward
of
as
A,
Alfie
walking
sent
to B.
on solo exploration up
With the
towards this
smoke
B
as
side
well,
wall.
trying to
Race
draw
once
anyone
again,
over
but Texture
towards here
clearly
into the
anticipating
site.
this pressure.
The B hit
Backs
is a little
off
bit
as Munchkin
easier.
on the flank there at the A connector, but
Munchkin still
coming
has
down.
Molly.
FNATIC are reading this well.
30 seconds left.
Up to be cycled. Bam. Opened up to try to find anything, but nothing widely found. Texture has to back away. To think that maybe it's going to be repositioned. Munchkin does still manage to find Boaster.
Yeah,
Now doing
it's
it
like
here.
Boaster
Now
wanting
that
to
pivot is gonna be
pivot
coming
back and
through.
go over
Just
towards C
13
here.
seconds remaining here on the clock. Foxy9 still going to be situated on the side. Texture
seconds left.
here inside of the window, and Foxy9 looks to try to cut them down to size. Finds another to swing out. Chronicle able to find it, but the round is already over. The time is gone. And Munchkin.
Yeah, it was a nice hand from Genji. You can see on the minimap maybe Boaster probably had a better chance taking over towards the B, but I think he thought they
you
was
could
going
see
to
the
fast
layers
flood
in
him
this
off
round
the top
for
of the spike.
Genji. Getting a good read here that this was going to be B. Texture playing this really nicely, being very cautious, giving anything up for free. using that smoke from Karan to set up the spam angle for him and Munchkin, and then the quick pivot over through Garage when time is so limited. They know that even if they get identified by the Sova util or the Cypher util, they can just keep
still really far away from the ults, right?
them, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, dude, these are the main ults, and
Desk was highlighting
they're in the
how
second buy
important that has
rounds.
been.
That's really bad.
Impactful
No kills
Texture has
on the
individually been with
duelist.
this
No
with
orbs
this
on the
weapon.
duelist. Just 4 deaths, nothing else.
Kayak not going to be spotting anything. Texture though.
Op comes out for
in deep,
Texture, and he's
there's
been an
gonna be multiple
absolute
players on the
beast
opposite
with
side of
this. He
one
really
still.
has.
A beat it. Kayak has the shot.
Why did he look to the left? I mean, it's
What an
I get it.
opener.
It's my fault for saying that, but
Neon down on the floor. Gen G now.
Ahead.
Be scrambling a bit. Recon around the back does get multi-person ping out. Drone chasing forward, getting the spot there onto Ash. Forces him to reposition back. Undercut Paranoia, both going to be sent. Ash wing to try to regain his util, turns from the flat. Some shots coming through, the wall going to be raised. The poster out from Sewer, able to find that kill. Now the neural depth is going to be lobbed in as well.
man, poor Munchkin. Got revealed, and there was a perfect 4-person swing on this one. Dude, they did a little bit of damage to Chronicle, and that was it. There's really good money for Gen G, so in my opinion, they should just stick around and try hold them in, whether it's like I would try at the moment 1-1 here, and just hold them in. I think they should be doing damage. They got so much money, there's no point in saving this.
Finding success off the back of another
Whereas like this is all really low.
opener from Kayak. He is so sharp. Unbelievable find for this Fnatic team.
Dude, FNATIC will take this, by the way. FNATIC will take this.
just
I wonder if
guard.
I wonder if they are like realizing that these are pretty much round wins, and they don't even want to try lock them in just for the pure potential of them getting an extra orb.
You can see there with Fnatic, it was the util
I mean,
to
it'd be
follow up there.
a
Once
cool
they got
game
revealed
plan.
by the recon drone,
Still
it's a
there with the
drone
money
of their
being like
recon
this,
dart,
I
drone of
still
their
think
own.
you go for it, but
It's going to be, I think, a reinvestment into the operator
it's not
here.
the worst idea
Cash to be
ever.
able to afford it, so Texture just managed to get another. Go for a retake. The overdrive is still going to be there. Gen G a bit ahead when it comes down to this ult cycle, given that they have 2 at the ready. Still a ways to go for some of the more critical ones here for Fnatic.
Still really far away from the ults again.
Put him at C this time.
What does Gen G do on this one? They got a Viper ult, if they want a Viper ult set up. Same thing, this is brand new from Gen G. Recon deep with the Omen TP. Again, they do the Omen TP from so far away that they just don't realize the Omen's up. And a lot of time...
This time they're not quite prepared for it. Boaster does manage to get a bit of damage in. Trying to flush him out.
A lot of the time, like, this is a death trap, right? So, like, first 5 seconds, you're not going to be walking like this. So they're kind of using that as... using the pressure of that to make them feel like they haven't actually set up here. It's really nice.
But trying to chase forward, trying to find that.
Big Joel.
Chronicle needed entry into Garage, but Foxy9's got the close angle held. That gives the player advantage here to the side of Gen G.
This is such a tough choice for Fnatic. No idea where the operator is.
Ash holding close. Check over the top of Boaster. Being spotted, spammed down through the box.
Yeah, it's not good swings.
Recon through the opposite side of the wall. No, doesn't go deep enough to actually get the pings here. It's their own recon ping. Next on the Ash to the wall. Helps keep
Okay,
it
1-9 loss bonus. In reply, Gen G keep a very, very clean round. This is an important round for Fnatic. You lose this, you got to eco. 1 away from a Sova ult if they want to go get the orb.
Fnatic had an idea that maybe somebody was pushed up at long A again. Kayak just not quite ready for it. Both are able to finish the job, but Chronicle gets caught trying to lurk again. Gen G.
Damn, that was a nice second kill.
Unbelievably patient sometimes. Foxy9.
Surely they start clearing A long. Yeah, they know now. They know now about it.
Mechanics, but with his new
This is also what I've been liking about Gen G, right? I'm expecting all the first seeds to have a lot of new stuff, but it's Gen G really coming out of it. You saw the Deadlock Viper over towards here. And then even if you just hyper-focus on their Haven comp, a comp that they've used multiple times, like 30 plus, they still had new stuff, right? You had the Op Recon lineup thing that they used in the other game, and this one here, brand new one with the TP going aggro with the Recon. They're bringing out new stuff, and it's so important in these tournaments. Oh, gets out of there, 10 HP with that slide, gets away with murder, really.
Makes it that much riskier for him to try to get back onto a line. Munchkin, same time, swinging
If
around.
Crashies does get given a kill, I was going to say, yeah, could get the wall up.
Smoke to be cycled over
This
from
time
Garage.
we're droning over towards Garage, don't want the
Spam
same
through the door,
fate.
keeps the
Should have
nano
had the
out.
alarm
Robot
bot, so maybe
still
that's getting shocked.
Set up.
Wait,
Spotted a one.
Wait.
Alpha's going to be taken down.
Double wall.
Over
The
to
hell
Long
happened over towards
barely
here?
Catching a glimpse, is able to spam him out in the end.
yeah, and they get the alarm bot info, they walk over towards Garage here. It's a strong back of sight setup. Omen Flashes is going to kill everyone. No one coming from C long.
30 seconds
For
left.
the moment.
Omen Flash
Great
hits.
crash forward.
Wait, did he dodge the Omen Flash with the
Starting to be
TP?
blinded out.
Yeah, he
Foxy,
did. That was
however,
kind of cool.
Top plumber, finding one. Spotting at the gun barrels, but cannot find the kills. Karn gets flushed out, but Munchkin again arriving, looking to be there.
Damn, Munchkin, bro. What a beast round this is.
Another multi-kill round.
If you're looking at FNATIC, they keep giving away kills. I think this one was not as bad as the Chronicle walking towards Garage kill. I think it's like through smoke.
He's top fragging the lobby.
Yeah, no,
Oh, we don't see it.
Just
Okay, I'm pretty
reading
sure
the
it's through smoke
situation
in
so
the beginning.
well. Knows he's got to bail out Foxy. Oh, the transfer on that second one onto Boaster. A little bit of patience there to readjust on the Chronicle. And that is huge for Gen G. Going to keep the operator. We're going to have a couple
Yeah,
ults,
falls
but
him down to an eco. Got that op back again.
it's going to be an eco
Texture
for Fnatic.
walking close. Oh, dude.
Eco attempt to try to come through. That ult cycle about to hit.
Does
critical
get away
mass,
with
though,
it.
for Fnatic.
I like Gen G though, man. We've got some cool stuff for this area.
That next buy round on the horizon should be very well poised to try to still hang in here. You're going to have that kill contract, the dimensional drift at the ready.
Turret's in a bit of a different spot there for Foxy. Thought about trying to play aggressive off of it, but Owl Drone can back him off a bit.
Yeah, no one wants to get hit by that because of Sova ult.
Trying to confuse him a bit.
One person set up over towards A. Don't have the drone anymore to push him off that angle, so this op's feeling real good right now. Heavy lean over towards CB.
You have this full cluster up from Fnatic. It's just a matter of when do they pull the trigger on the attack.
Yeah, just trying to test the patience.
It's a round that is like very close to snowballing, right? Kayak getting a kill has ult, Alpha getting a kill has ult.
Gets used. Munchkin watching.
Gen G need to make sure like they
Clearly
don't give
wary
any
about his
freebies up.
positions. He's across. It's the readjust to find the headshot on the Kayak. Looking to try to push their way forward here on the side. Munchkin once again.
Dude, Munchkin looks sick. Bro, 3 in a row, back to back. He's looking solid, man. That was nice.
Now one away from map point.
Man, Munchkin, he is on a mission here on this second
Yeah, he's
half.
getting multi-kills all the time.
Unbelievable what he's accomplishing on this Viper. And his timings with his smokes are so good. The snake bites to just get that.
This still should get pretty close. He got ISO ult and Sova. Sorry, ISO ult. No, I think that is Sova ult. ISO ult, Sova ult, and Fury ult.
The garage window angle is covered. You saw Karan with Kayak up there. Then him and Foxy 9 again on that C site.
Didn't they used to do C-wall on defense? Nah, Bacon. They're not believers. They've been using this setup last year. They're like the only ones that didn't do the C stuff. They're just firm believers of the smoke. And they have the smoke like leak out a little bit so Foxy can always play around it.
Texture probably wondering when he gets the opportunity to try to get back into this one. They've been avoiding him successfully. So kills haven't been found.
And I'm sure that's part of the game plan for Fnatic, right? Like, don't go at his operator.
Munchkin
He
just
wins
on
a
defense
very,
is
very high
16 to
percentage of
1.
rounds
Wait,
when
that's...
he has it. So let's try something a little different.
That's kind of crazy.
Munchkin's just having none of it. And going back to the last time these two teams faced at Shanghai, it was actually Munchkin who had the best
Nah, they
KD
never do it,
ratio
Bacon.
against Fnatic. So he really understands how to play against both teams.
Okay, this is where it gets a little bit scary for Gen G. They've done an insane job, by the way. Look at how many rounds we're in and we only just got these ults. That is mad. They are not giving them free kills at all. And you might fault Fnatic a little bit, maybe not getting enough orbs on this comp. I think you could definitely argue that.
For myself and Paper Thin, who normally are a little bit cursed, but should be a quick fix so we can get ready to get back. This gives us some time to interact with you guys, though, here in Toronto. You having fun so far?
Hell yeah.
Anders Vout, thank you so much, Anders. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Votes by cheer. How many are going for Fnatic in this series?
Since the SUC players have notes on desks, you're not allowed notes on desks.
All right. And how many are going for Gen G?
At least for Riot. events. I will say there's quite a few off-season events that you are allowed notes, but I'm not sure teams have like looked into it.
But I heard the round's going a little bit more for Gen G there.
I'll trust you. My ears are going back.
At least in like Masters and season, like
Yeah,
anything
yeah,
riot-based.
Yeah, please, yeah. This is really going to be an important round coming out of this tech pause, by the way. I mean, just to get you guys mentally prepared, there's a ton of ults for FNATIC. Like you mentioned, ults coming into cycle. They have everything but the neural theft. So it has to come through here. I mean, because right now, you can't afford to give up any more rounds over to Gen G. FNATIC's economy as well, going to be struggling a bit if they don't win this round. So
correct.
Yeah, you're
You think about having 3 timeouts instead of 2? Nah, I think everything like I think everything with timeouts and overtime in this game is like perfect, to be honest. I like overtime as 1 round each. I like the timeouts as just 2. I think everything's
Trying
good.
to get the maximum amount of value and spread them across the remaining rounds on this map. So do have some very critical ones to come through.
No doubt.
Kayak just trying to remain relaxed, poised, settled as we get ready to go back into the game here. Keep the nerves calm, stay focused.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's any team that can do it. It's FNATIC for sure. They are very battle-tested, very seasoned across the board.
All right, well, it seems like we might need a
You wouldn't give another timeout after overtime? I mean, they get that anyway. Are you saying like an extra one? Nah, dude. I like it when the teams have to like dig deep and just come up with brand new strats. It's fun.
사실 모든 페이퍼엑스를 상대본 팀 IGL들은 알겠지만 정말 팀
Our pistol rounds are the most important they've ever been in recent times. They've always been this important, but teams... At the beginning of the game, no team understood it until about 2022. Then I would say about 4 teams understood it, maybe 2023. Then about 15 teams in 2024. And now pretty much every team understands how to like snowball well off the pistols. It's just everyone's understanding of the game.
때는 제가 좀 많이 절어가지고 경기력이 많이 따라잡혔다고 생각했지만 두 번째부터는 괜찮게 된 것 같아요.
Put down the jet, is able to find Jing. Spike still not planted. 15 seconds remaining as Munchkin. Looking to get
4 teams are not going to done it.
Texture not in position to try to deny it. Plant in behind the box here from Devi. Has to stick it, has to commit to it. And Munchkin!
일단 폭신아인 같은 경우는 초반에 저희 팀의 융화되기가 되게 힘들었는데 재성이가 저희가 이야기도 많이 하고 이제 확실히 게임도 많이 진행되다 보니까 좀 적응을 되는 게 느껴져가지고 재성이는 계속해서 성장하고 있다고 느꼈고 지금도 너무
In G1 map 1, it's still going. It's 11-9.
현철이 애쉬 같은
It's a big buy round, and
퍼시픽
FNATIC have
하면서
ults,
많이
and
힘들긴 했어요. 지금
I think Gen G have 2
국제는
ults, Killjoy, Viper, something like that.
좀 어떻게 하면 팀이랑 같이 융화되는지 그리고 내 모습을 어떻게
What happened is this tech boss.
현철이가 잘 느끼고 있는
Maybe
것
you're right.
같아가지고 너무 잘하고 있는 것 같아요.
11-9 tech. Oops.
And Munchkin talking about it right there. His own performance, feeling like
gonna
he
stay
had
up.
a bit of a soft start, and I think the same could be said for how things began here on this Haven. But it has been incredible to see him roar back and really streak his way to the top of the scoreboard in the latter half of this map.
Yeah, I mean, 7 out of the 8 rounds on this half have gone Gen G's way, and Munchkin's the biggest piece of that puzzle in just about every possible way you could conceive. You know, it's the IGLing, it's the shooting, it's the util.
There's lots of token tech poses, isn't it?
For sure, for Gen G. And you know, talking about getting these new players integrated this year for Gen G and how they had some struggles early. I mean, they did have to bench Foxy9 for just a short period of time. He comes back in. Since then, Foxy9, one of the best players we had in Pacific in Stage 1. And of course, you know, the known
Shady, thank you so much for the 3 months, mate.
Thank
you for doing that, dude.
that Swiss stage, he was absolutely disgusting. So a lot here to prove for Gen G. And then
Karen equals the go.
want to keep just trying to get their way to another trophy.
I'm
of
alright.
course,
Thank you so much for the 17 months as well.
to
Appreciate the prime.
get a little tech issue solved here. So thanks for bearing with us.
I mean, look, this is what happens. We're kind of towards the halfway point. We're about to have a swap on some of the casters. Pansy's on the way. She's on her way to Toronto, and then suddenly tech pauses just kind of started.
She might have actually just landed. It feels like pretty good timing.
Doesn't it? Yeah, it really does. It's not a coincidence at this point. But I mean, but you guys, you excited to see Pansy and Hypoc here in Toronto? That should be sick. Back on the international stage again.
Hell yeah.
How about Brennan Sideshow? Mr. Butterball himself.
Oh God.
If you know, I'm sorry that you know.
I wish I had never seen that. I wish I could bleach my eyeballs, but I can't.
Well, it's one of those things, but looks like we still need a little bit of time, so thank you guys for bearing with us. Be patient, we will be back.
If you know, I'm sorry. It was a good line. Vink, VLR, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you for that, dude. Two minutes. Could be worse. Oh no, not the VOD. Who's my favorite player currently? I mean, whoever's lurking in chat and is a player is my favorite player. Wait, is that true, Bacon? Bacon, and that's the only change? What a sellout. Yeah, that's the PR coming in. Damn, Despa's out here keeping track of people. Yeah, dude, hopefully it's not too long on this one. This has been a pretty high level game though. It's been a really high level game. The only like real thing you could say to FNATIC, apart from like micro stuff, is I guess they should on attack been getting orbs. But that's what they normally do on this, so maybe they thought that they were gonna get antied. Defense side masterclass, that is true. That's the classic line, Yumpy.
Alrighty, we are back, still triaging the issues that we do have. So just a quick little update. We need a little bit more time before we're ready to go. But let's go ahead and zoom in on everybody's new favorite duo. Upon their arrival in Toronto, we had FNATIC's Boaster and Crashies. We're given a traditional Canadian welcome, which is, of course, a geography quiz with Van Silly. So let's go ahead and check this out.
Welcome to an iteration of Silly Goose or Serious Moose. I'm joined here with Crashies and also Boaster of Team FNATIC.
Change the shirt. These guys are already every single time there's a tech
before
force.
we even started this segment.
Nothing
but
left to
the
wear.
TLDR, I have a list of 9 Canadian cities, and it's a true or false. So if you think it's a false city, that it doesn't exist, you pull up the Silly Goose, and if you think it's a real city, you pull up the Serious Moose.
All right.
Good?
Yeah. Aye, Captain.
All right, Captain, let's start with the first one. Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Oh, it's one of these games. No, but it's probably serious. It's probably serious. He's gonna start the game off with something that sounds goosey, but I'm gonna go Serious Moose.
Serious Moose. I trust my brother.
That is the answer. Correct.
See, I know.
He's in your head. He's in your head.
Okay. Second one then. It's Guelph.
That could be real too.
It's very similar to Banff, wherever Banff was.
What is it again?
What is Banff? Guelph.
Guelph.
Yeah.
I can't remember what Banff was actually.
It's the national park or something?
National park.
It's in central Canada, but that's, who cares? I'm talking about Guelph here.
Okay.
Guelph.
You choose this one. I chose the last one.
No, we have to do it together.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no.
Who's right now? No, it's Serious Moose. Guelph is actually in Ontario. It's not too far away from here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
you're 2 out of 2. We'll go with his score.
Do you know what they do there?
No.
They do a different variation of golf. called Guelph.
Really?
No.
Nah,
So
this guy.
That was bolster in two places.
Yeah, that's me. That's me. Bedlington.
Yeah, it's the magic.
Bedlington.
Magic of
Bedlington.
production.
I'm putting you to Bedlington. That's what it is. What is it?
Bedlington.
Bedlington. Bedlington.
Serious Goose.
Sounds real too.
Serious Moose or Silly Goose? Sorry.
Nah, I'm going this one. The odds are saying it's Silly Goose.
It is a Silly Goose.
Yes.
Bedlington, dude, that sounds like a place in the UK.
Bedlington. It just doesn't sound like what someone would like. They get to the city and they're like, I'm gonna name this Bedlington. Nah, they'll be like, let's name it. What was the first one again?
Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Yeah, we're like, this is Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Funny
Bedlington
thing,
is
though,
a town in
Ontario,
England?
there's
Yeah,
actually
that
a lot
sounds-
of little boroughs and cities
sounds
that
about right.
finishes with a ton.
Yeah, I thought that too.
That's what I thought.
How about
Alexander
this one, though?
Hamilton.
Yeah, Hamilton.
There you
What
go.
about Timbitson?
What is it?
Timbitson.
Tim Bitson.
Tim Bitson.
Tim
Bitson, I see
Bitson.
it.
You see it?
I pause. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a little bit.
Let me say it like a French accent. Tim Bitson.
Ça s'appelle Timbitson.
Oh.
You want some French? I got you.
Ah.
I don't
know,
it's probably real.
What do you have to do with that voice?
Because that's
true.
like when I talk
That's
to
his
French
French,
people,
that's his
they do
French.
that.
I just spoke French to you. I didn't do that accent.
That's true as well. I'm gonna go Serious Moose.
I'm going Silly Goose.
It's actually Silly Goose.
Yeah, I knew it.
But
We're even.
Crashies, you tweeted out on your Instagram stories about Timbits and Tim Hortons. Have you tried that?
Wearing the
I have
car
not
shot
tried
is a
Tim
normal
Hortons.
shot.
Oh, you only took a picture?
I only took a picture of it.
Stop
But that's
going
why I
in for the
thought it was
shot.
real. Maybe it had something to do with it.
That's where we're first originated, right?
The PC, yeah, it's not great.
Have you heard about Uranium City?
The fact that they're still down there looking at it is not good.
Yeah.
Okay, how many reels?
One short day in Uranium City.
That's a
Is that a kid show?
No, it's Emerald City from Wicked, but I just.
Bro loves musicals, man. I thought it was like a Pokemon song or something.
It's been 3 serious
Did you
and
guys
2
keep
Silly Goose.
trying to game this true or
We
false
are.
kind
There's
of thing, huh?
9. Uranium City. Welcome to Uranium City. Uranium City.
We'll do the same thing.
I'm
And then-
going Serious Goose.
Serious Goose?
No.
Or Serious Moose?
Serious
Alright,
Moose.
I mean,
Throw
you
it
gotta pull
up.
up the sign. Yeah, throw it up. It is true.
Yes.
Nice.
And if I'm not mistaken, since 2021 now, there's probably only like 51 people living there. It used to be like a mining city, so it was like super popular, but now a lot less.
Makes sense.
Next one is Perry Sound.
Let me see
Perry
it. Let me see what it looks
Perry
like.
Sound.
Nah. If it was Perri, I'd agree.
Silly Goose.
Silly Goose.
It's actually Serious Moose.
Ah,
Yeah.
we've been.
We've been bamboozled.
If I remember
Harry.
correctly as well for that one, it's like the biggest natural docking area for like people to come through and like dock their ships and stuff,
Ah,
right?
okay.
So,
Oh.
and it's also like a biggest city for like karate stuff. So
Come back
because
in,
Perry-
yeah, we've been there
it's
for a
like-
while, mate.
That's fake though. Well,
Guys just throwing curveballs, and we just watched Blue Jays.
He makes me believe him.
we'll do the last one. Chilliwack.
Let me see it.
Chilliwack.
Let me see what that looked like. Chilliwack. That's probably real as well, bro.
Nah,
Only wait, 2 L's. Chilliwack.
2 L's and an I now instead of
It's not a
Parry.
food city.
Parry was with a Y, and now this one's with an I. Chili Whack.
What was the last one?
Just
Parry
Chilliwack.
Goose. Or
And it was
something.
real?
Parryville.
Why does he keep
Perry
saying
Sound. Perry
goose?
Sound. It was serious.
Perry
the last
Sound.
one, yeah. We'll do the same thing.
Chilliwack.
Count of 3. 1,
I'm
2,
going silly.
3. Throw him up. It's actually Serious Moose.
Yeah, of course.
It's in the West Coast. It's known for like going outdoorsy, beaches, kind of stuff, cottage life.
But not known for chili.
Have you
Not
ever
known
been
for
genuinely
chili.
mad at a player
Canada's
for
known for being
making a
chilly in the
play
wintertime, though, but that was all
you
the time we
made
have,
when you were
guys. Thank you so much
coaching,
for your
or is it
time.
more of a
Hopefully,
frustrated
you're
feeling?
gonna be
I
able
mean,
to
it's
make
more of a
Masters
frustrated
Toronto
feeling.
your city
Well,
for Fnatic.
Damn
Bacon?
right.
I like that.
I'm happy
Bacon,
our
can you
main
answer that
game
one
is
for
in
me?
this one.
How much am I lying here?
Good to see that those
Def
guys are having a good
Yampy?
time, and
I was pretty
that's
chill with
just
Yampy at the
silly.
beginning.
He's
When
not
he
putting
when
up a
Yampy was
punch
first
shot
playing
from
Jet and he was
double
trying to
cameras.
headbutt
That's
people, that
just
was
who he
crazy.
is.
I was
Bad
just
jokes
laughing at it, to be
abound,
fair.
and I feel horrendous being around both you and he at the
I
same
for
time.
Ascent,
pretty
I was
brutal.
very,
Now
to be
GP's
fair,
here
I was
too.
mad
Yeah,
at
just
young people
grinding
playing
like
Cypher on
triple
Ascent.
steadily across the
He
last
wa-
few
he
days. As
wasted
you
an
guys
hour of
see,
my
we're
time.
Still parsing through the issues. Van's talking about it there, seeing if Fnatic can make Toronto their city at the end of this event, if they are going to be able to go ahead and pick up that trophy. There are a couple rounds separated.
You heard
here
your name,
from
we're talking about
GENG,
you
but
playing
for now,
Cypher on
pass
Ascent.
it back over to the analyst desk.
Someone was asking
They're
if I've
following
ever
the
been
action
actually
so
mad at
far.
people for doing stuff. And then
Thank
Bacon
you
brought up
very
you
much,
playing Cypher on
Achilles,
Ascent
and
and getting your
paper thin,
16
I've got
first
Mimi
deaths or
and
whatever it
Kuka
was.
with me once again. GENG are currently in the lead, and Mimi, 5 of those rounds came from pistols and bonuses.
Just reinventing the way how to play Cypher. Bro, it's pure
But they've had great
entertainment.
ideas on how to win both
Was
of
it?
these pistol rounds. I want to start by looking back at the first one here, because I think they have a lot of really interesting ideas with this Neon. And Texture as a player is so good at taking those opportunistic timings of fighting
What
deeper
about when we
than a
played the
lot of
Viper
other
find. I was mad every single time we pracked it, and we pracked it way too much.
Second round, and having that plus the pistol and the bonus
Was
in the second
planning
half
every
is what
time we
kept them in the
practiced
game
that
to get this
comp, I was
comeback
just
going
working
better.
out
Yeah, absolutely.
what my
because
tweet
that
would be
first
when I
half
leave the
we saw
team.
FNATIC that was having a lot of ideas. We saw Kayak with a lot of aggression.
Every single
I
hour
love
just
to
working
see
on it.
that we're getting
A little
that
bit
from
more.
him. But as we're seeing right here, Mimi, I know that you wanted to talk about this pistol.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Because they,
Nah, I
they
didn't
go
bake
into
him,
what
it's not
looks
me.
like just a B hit, and then they're fighting through their own wall. Texture paths all the way up into heaven, kills the A anchor, and then is running deep into CT spawn. FNATIC thinks it's an A hit, but he's there to backstab and get to. It was such a nice round, but GENG up after this second half comeback.
Dude, if they're 10 and 0 on pistols,
GENG
that's
to
insane,
close
man.
everything out as well. I believe the audio issue has been resolved, so it's time to get back into this game. Over to you, Seth. And
We're back.
Alrighty, that is right. We're told that everything is good to go. Toronto, can I get a hell yeah as we get back into the action? 11-9 the score as we get ready to see if
Okay,
GENG
little
get
recap.
themselves
Big
up the
round,
map.
money,
Four
kind of low
ultimates
for FNATIC. I
utilized
say
here
kind of
for
low,
FNATIC.
really low. And they got a lot of
go into
ults,
this
and these
buy.
ults in theory in this comp
Round.
give you
The economy
3
as well
round
on a
wins.
precipice for FNATIC. They've got to get this one to go. Alpha.
Oh, wait, you don't have shield anymore for your ult?
Still
Oh.
considering pushing forward, but is
And there
alone
goes,
on that side of the map. In the meantime,
there
Kayak
goes your
sets
ult.
up with the
Sova ult
dimensional
behind
trip,
it.
getting the spot here
No
onto
Sova
Ash.
ult behind it.
Have to go for the exit.
Omen Flash goes in. Omen kind of misses on this one. Ash is playing it crazy.
Gonna be set up here.
What a shot.
Kayak will strike for 1, strike for 2. Foxy 9 Ash both gonna be
Sova
taken
ult
down.
to break
Some damage across as Texture gets
the
himself
Killjoy
situated
ult.
here in heaven. Trying to see what he gets
Kayak, no,
out.
the
Can't
shot on
get
spawn
cleared.
was fast as well.
For now, 5v3. Texture getting tagged here by
Yeah.
the throne. Has to back away. Munchkin ends up getting dropped, and it's just Texture and
And
Karon.
it doesn't really matter
Trying to see
anymore
if they somehow
about
turn this
avoiding
on
these
its head.
ults. It's more about just trying to actually do the econ damage.
Chronicles angle right below Texture.
Ready.
Beautiful.
And waiting. Karon now, no other choice. Try to back away. I mean, some damage dealt here would make it costly. The economy from FNATIC has
Kayak, oh, he's a beast, man. No doubt
Talk
about
about
it.
how important this round is. Ult's committed, not too many. They still have 2 to go. They're able to go ahead and stabilize. the
Okay, very, very
economy and
nice.
economic
Now it's full focus on
economically
this.
flawless fashion.
ISO ult.
What I mean to say is there we go. 1 round now, separating the 2 teams.
Yeah, that's huge. The fact that you're able to keep that ISO ult for this follow-up round is going to be really impactful.
Behind a little bit. It's fine.
And
I'll
even
just accept
see
it, man.
GENG considered not going with the op. We'll see what Texture wants to stick with, but just a great dimensional drift. Ash on an island could never really stabilize the aim. So a little bit cold coming out of that tech timeout.
That's going to be a good round to witness as a
Okay,
FNATIC
here we
fan.
go.
Texture.
Whoa, this is bold from Texture.
Aggro line, full flash connecting. Damage as well. Going to be dealt.
That's really bold.
Managed
Dude,
to escape
GENG
the
put a
side.
lot of
Going for an overdrive in the latter parts of this
thought
round. A bit
on here as
more
well.
risky.
A lot of focus, I guess, is actually the right
See,
way
they're
of saying it.
punishing his tendency to try to hold long A there.
Yeah,
Some good
still
util
got drone,
combos.
and as soon as you hear this
And
drone, you
FNATIC
probably know that
finding
this is
some new
both getting
answers
popped on
how
this.
to
So.
deal with this operator. Ash only going to see 1 player there. The Omen, though, leads you to believe that still could.
In reaction
could
to
be
losing A, push down towards
trying
middle.
to push forward.
Good amount of information that he's going to be gaining, though.
Yeah, and it's looking like they might just be ISO ult, hit over towards site, overwhelm over towards site. Need to be careful with this drone, you know this ult's coming out. A good molly.
See what he can get done, just dancing around it for now. Gate crash going to be destroyed.
GENG's got the read.
Ultimate Bay Chronicle. Peek into this.
Really nice, man. Kind of locked them in as well.
The back line now going to be opened up. Kayak going to be spotted. Some counter spray coming through. He falls low. Alfier in the meantime. Kill contract. He's the grab the count. He's able to
Damn, dude, 1 on site. Ooh.
Ooh. Striking from the cubby.
30 seconds on this one.
Dancing around him. Finds the shots. And Ash
Low HPs. Bozo with Spike over towards C. He is 25 HP. This is technically a 1v3. Oh, dude, he was like, can I Sova ult this thing? And then he goes for it.
He's just going to blind fish for this one. He's hoping to try to find
Gives Boaster a lot of space.
The Boaster.
That was exactly where he is now, coming from over towards middle. Pushes over towards garage. Big jewel, man.
Tucked into the corner. He has a recon online. Does he think about it? No!
Damn, really nice round from Ash. Really nice. That's probably the map.
4K. We'll get GENG
Yeah.
Up to map
Devastating.
point here on Haven.
They didn't really swing properly
Infuriating
on
for
the site.
Boaster. I think he read that scenario very well, but Ash just read it better.
Araf in the YouTube chat, thanks so much for that, dude.
Yet again, saw it from him in Swiss. It seems like he's still not skipping a beat.
Oh my goodness. What a round there. FNATIC, I thought, might be able to take this, but that early kill by Texture keeps one extra player
and they
in the
just
back
played
line.
individual.
FNATIC being able to push forward onto A, and Ash was able to hold tight. A lot of damage had already been done to Kayak and Boaster as well. Boaster had a TP out of there.
Okay, 2 chances for GENG.
Operator still want to be in
And
play.
here we go here again.
The peak.
Ooh, 14 HP.
Does not get taken down, but Ash does, but not before
And
finding
I'm
Kayak.
pretty
So
sure the
Indiana
Kayak
number one.
did the damage to
Down to
Texture
14
though, so
health.
they know he's super low.
Overall, FNATIC do come out on top of that, given that they still do have Alpier. To try to give them a bit of entry power.
Yeah, they've still got some great
They
ideas.
were looking for this, but now they're
How
not.
to layer that util. Texture down in sewer.
Getting out wider and wider on this angle. There's the peak.
Great shot on 14 HP. It's a really nice shot from him. They get the info that everyone's pushed behind, push over towards side, overwhelm. Nicely done. They know all 3 are behind. What is the call on this one? They got Omen Flash, Recon, Smokes.
As we go into a 3v3, FNATIC looking for 2 rounds consecutive.
Can't all play off site, guys.
Afloat here in the map.
Not a ton of util to work with here. Just a couple smokes.
Playing heavy after plant, by the way.
Munchkin finds one. It would give them a hit on line as
Heavy
well.
after plant. Gonna get scary. Especially as Karen's alive. When how many? I think he has smoke in
Up in
15.
heaven. The other 2 playing back at the A connector. The Paranoia at the ready time.
Omen flashing to Recon. No.
Knows that they have them cleared off of this spike here for the moment. Looking for the hold, the dart going through.
Damn. Okay, very well played in the end, man. They got me a little bit worried with that, but they were super in control.
Not over yet.
I think as soon as that smoke came over towards spawn, they maybe realized they had owned it.
They just do such a good job understanding that.
Yeah, so much util to make to actually take over towards site, and you kind of end up using all your util, and then you realize that they're off site and you've wasted so much time and util.
A little bit of extra info.
Okay, 1 chance.
And then they're able to set themselves up on the defender side of the map to defend that post plant.
Texture, I think he did really good to get that second kill though. Boxy almost getting the judge out. Anyone close to an ult on this round? Oh really, it's this Munchkin. Dude, they did good damage here. There's going to be a big draw over towards Garage in a sec as well, it looks like.
They get in, they get a kill, they get out.
Yeah, now GENG wants to get proactive for that A main control. They're very successful.
Damage on the Kayak as well as Munchkin is looking to try to just tear them apart. Nano, however, does end up getting cleared. Snake bite. A little further delay.
Dude, surely shocked that. Oh, they didn't re-clear with the...
Flush out that alarm bot.
They didn't re-clear with the server.
It does get found.
Chronicle. Just trying to clear any other util that might be there. Foxy9 still tucked into that corner. Drone doesn't see Texture.
Just jiggling on the angle. This Kayak sends out a
Good
couple warning
good info
shots.
from them. 40 seconds on this one.
Crashy's ready to go here for the lineup. Chronicle slowly backpedaling in mid.
Still enough time for another rotation, so GENG has to keep their feet planted.
Flashes over the top. Texture on the reposition.
30 seconds left.
Checks, sees that it's a fake. Finds a headshot there on a Kayak, pushes out.
Big jaw
Shield's
here.
gonna be reset
Alpha
to
somehow has to
Alpha.
win this one. He has got shield though.
Khan holds here on the wide angle. Spots it, breaks it, kills him off.
Spike down A.
As it's just
15
Crashes and
seconds, are
Chronicle
they
now
done for?
With not much time to work with. 12 seconds remaining here on the clock.
10 seconds left.
Knows where one's at, should have heard.
Guys gotta move. Okay, nicely done from GENG. Double pistol really helped him in this one, but that was nice, man. It was cool defense.
A defensive masterclass.
Yeah, it was cool defense from both teams.
But GENG's just a little bit stronger.
Banger map, yeah, that was good enough.
What a great start to this match.
Great start. A little bit slow in the middle. But now things are ramping up. We've got plenty more action coming up. His split is on the horizon.
And
Don't go
about the
anywhere.
pistol here, yeah, pistol was big.
What we singing today, boys?
I believe. I know who wants me. I know I want ya.
Nay, I know you want ya. Nay, go get like this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I know you want me. Hold on. When am I winding up the stupefies?
Yeah, now I'll whip him up now. Stupefy texture. Wait, they're not even there.
Mind you off, thank you so much for the 13 months, dude. Thank you for that. Munchkin, 16-4 on defense. Dude, Genji did a really good job of just shutting them down heavy. As much as they won like double pistol, the fact that they didn't have Yoru or ISO ult until like the 8th or 7th round, that's kind of unheard of. Especially on a comp when you're meant to be farming the orbs over towards C-Long. So it was like a little bit bad from FNATIC as well. But yeah, also pretty good from Genji. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey.
Let me show you how the Fox does it. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Coach Solo, thank you so much for your time here as well. Wow, what a game that was. Absolutely just from start to finish, absolutely amazing. Really, I want to focus here on, you guys came into this one, we were seeing some weaknesses early on, but there seemed to have been a pivotal timeout, and that seemed to have put Genji on that forward momentum. What did you say to the team during that timeout?
감독님 오늘 경기 좀 둘러보면은 아슬아슬했던 부분이 있었는데 타임아웃 이후에 점점 경기력이 정돈되면서 훨씬 더 흐름을 잘 타는 모습이었거든요. 타임아웃 때 좀 어떤 부분을 얘기하셨을까요?
상대가 어떻게 하는지 대충 많이 보였고 그 부분에 있어서 얘기를 좀 많이 했고
그리고 저희가 좀 집중하지 못한 선수들이 모여서 그 부분도 얘기를 해서 좀 잘 돼서 첫 세트를 따냈다고 생각합니다.
Well, we actually had a pretty good read on them, so we talked about their tendencies and what they're going to do next. And also, I could see that some players, their concentration level wasn't that nice. So it was just more around getting the players to focus entirely on the game.
All right. Well, Coach Solo, thank you so much for your time, brother. Looking forward to the rest of the series. Back to you.
GENG are proving why nobody wanted to pick them coming out of Swiss. They continue their win streak. I am back here with Mimi and Kukuka. It was a close one, but towards the end, you know, GENG just had all of the advantages.
I think that Coach Solo is very right in saying that they had a right read on them. We saw FNATIC being very slow, but they found a perfect combination of how to use the Viper, how to work around the tempos that the Viper gives you, and also balancing it out with the Neon, when to put the aggression, when to go for those duels, and especially in that defense. I mean, GENG just gave a masterclass.
Yeah, the Viper on that defensive side made FNATIC slow their pace way down. And I think GENG did a really good job of getting ahead on reading their defensive rotations, having some really nice flood retakes, especially with that Neon on the mix to just run away with the defense.
And it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment with a very weird round, Mimi.
It was very high speed though. I mean, this one was crazy. Texture just runs into short, gets these two entries, and it looks like it's GENG's round, and Crashies finds this incredible timing to bounce back and find his impact on the round. Fortunately for FNATIC, it was GENG to take this one through. And this just goes to show that GENG, they're a team that plays a lot of control comps, a lot of double smokes, and slow it down a lot. This Neon just does so much to inject that pace and let them completely change the tempo back.
It's so chaotic, right? Like, you're in the middle of that round and you do not know if you're Crashies, you do not know if you're winning, if you're losing, if Texture's in your back, if he has already planted the spike and killed the rest of your team. You cannot know. But what we can't know is that GENG has proven, one, that they have done their homework, that they're definitely warmed up after that wonderful Swiss stage, and that they're here to play. Now, coming on to Split, I only can get excited for what they will play.
Yeah, both sides had such nice defense, Haz,
Yes.
right? It was so beautiful to watch, no matter what you wanted to, no matter which team you were supporting. And for Kayak, it was his debut on the stage. We had questions about him, but Mimi, I didn't even feel like an ounce of nerves
Prodigy,
coming out.
hello, mate.
And no, he picked up right where he left off in
Pretty
EMEA.
good, the venue too.
I can only think of one, maybe two rounds where I felt like he was making maybe a nervous mistake. For the most part, he was super well put together, especially those mid-push rounds where they had him walking down. He was so effective there, and his mechanics just
Chat, what have you lot been spamming?
Yeah,
Jesus.
definitely. They understood the winning condition for the defense. Kayak having those pushes on mid, as you're saying, getting at least two in most of them, moving around the map, feeling a lot of freedom with that Euro. Even in those tense moments,
Rumors of
we could feel
vitality
that
change.
He was in his element.
Kovac
Again,
for
it's all
Saivo,
about
unpick
Munchkin,
for
who had
safe.
a brilliant performance on the defense. In four rounds, he was good for
okay.
3. It was just the shooting range for him.
Sure.
And for Crashies, he also had a really great map for FNATIC. The last time he played in front of a NA crowd was the Billy incident at Champions back on RRQ. And now he's back here. He's playing super well as an individual on a new team. So you love to see that for Crashies.
Can't believe it wasn't me that mentioned that. But let's hear what Coach Milan, also welcome him to the global stage, had to say ahead of Map 2.
Hey everyone, GB here with Coach Milan. You guys just came off of a rough loss there, but it did feel like it could have gone either way, right? Well, firstly, how's the team feeling as they get ready for this second map? But also, how are you feeling?
Team's feeling fine. It's obviously not the greatest, way to start your international run, but I think we're fine overall. I think we lost both pistols, a bonus round as well, so 11-13 on their map is not bad. So I think during the break we focused on picking guys up, giving them some stuff for the next map, and I feel confident going into that one.
What does FNATIC need to do in map 2 to get you guys to that third one?
Nothing special.
Nothing special.
Nothing special.
All right, I like to hear it. Hey, the fundamentals, that's all that matters, baby. Hey, best of luck in your matchup. We'll, of course, catch you guys a little bit later. Back to you.
I hope it's something special, because
Yeah,
if they
please give me
lose
something special,
this
man.
map, it means that
Because
not
someone
a
give me,
single
someone
C1
give me
team
something
would've
special.
gotten even a map win
You
so
had
far in
you had
playoffs.
double the time of every other team. How's no one got anything special?
For the first seeds, but I think that what he means by nothing special is that we have seen this
Deadlock
coming from him. Okay,
GENG, dude, GENG are doing the comp. GENG are
to that
winning this,
deadlock,
man.
as you're
Look
saying.
at
I'm
this
a sucker
event,
for
bro.
it.
Look
I'm
what
really
they're
looking
playing,
forward to what
bro.
Fox is going to do. Question is, Ash,
They're locking the
it
Teo.
is the first
They're
Teo that
the
we
ones
have
that are
seen since the
doing.
nerfs, Mimi.
Wait,
So reminder on
actually-
what's up with
wait,
those
he
nerfs.
actually
the
locked
drone
in
is
the
still
Teo?
pretty much the same,
Wait,
but
what?
the biggest nerf is going to be not having refresh on your missiles and being able to run them as 2 individual missiles. So you still
thought it was
can
floating
do
as a
some
joke.
set plays,
He
but you
locked it
can't,
in.
For example,
He
use missiles
misclicked.
at the beginning of the round and then again in the post plant.
Yeah, and how poetic. We're going to see our first Tejo. It's going to be given us
dude, he's
by
gonna tank the
GENG, and it will
deadlock
be
win rate.
during a QEON and
Why are they
Paperfin's
playing
final
Teo?
cast here at Masters Toronto. I know they're going to have fun with this one. I know you guys are going to have fun with this one, and I cannot wait to toss this over to them and get us back into game.
I asked for it. I didn't ask for the Teo.
Sure. Yeah, let's have fun with it. Had fun with the first map. Tech pauses sign. How about you guys here? The
Okay, well,
audience
they're gonna
have
be
fun?
a lot more thought process in this. Dude, this is a little crazy from GENG.
Very good. Well,
I'm not gonna criticize them. I'm glad they're taking a risk. I wanted every other team at this event to do this.
played by
Not Teo, as in risks.
on split.
This is a bit of a head scratcher in a way. I mean, you weren't expecting the Tejo to come through in this tournament, but on this map I can still see it working. I can still see the value.
10-0.
Still pretty good.
10-0 for pistols
So
for GENG,
there's
2-0 on this map.
opportunities here
On this game,
for
sorry.
GENG,
And we
but
got a
it
Teo.
clearly isn't
We
the
have
same
a
agent
Teo,
that it
but we
used
have
to
a
be.
deadlock as well.
And
But
I'm
they're on
wondering how
attack.
you're going to set texture up for a lot of these hits on this attacker side.
Fnatic want to fight over towards middle. They're going to leave over towards site. Fast flood, potentially. Damn, that's nice from Texture. Oh, they got a lot of space on this one. Might be another pistol for them here.
Flying, and Texture is there to collect. Spike now going to be planted. Poison orb situated under the rafters, I do believe. Yep.
And then you got the Viper smoke over towards Heaven as well.
Getting the fan out and reposition.
And what, does he get another smoke?
from the
Is
deadlock.
he going to
You know
perma smoke
exactly
over
where
towards
Fnatic's
Heaven?
gonna be coming from.
The perma smoke Heaven?
Be that slow
What are you
creep
going to do?
through the
Wait this
alley.
one out and wait for another Viper?
Kayak is couple spot checks. Texture able to avoid the damage. Sees the entry power of
Jesus.
Althea, who lands right on top of Ash. Just meant to find that kill. Team, however, getting cleaned up in the meantime. It's
Yeah,
just
and
Kayak.
Kayak can't do anything. He's got to break that.
Getting the reload. Needing to hit some
Break
nasty
that over
shots.
towards
The line
spawn.
swing from Karan.
Okay, nicely done
We'll
from
put him
GENG.
down. GENG 3 for 3 on pistols so far.
11-0 on pistols for GENG this event.
It's
Actually mental.
That is
We've never seen a pistol run like
Absolutely
this.
unreal. And it's just one paranoia. And you know, a lot of people, you think about deadlock on that.
But we've seen like very high percentages, but 11-0
can
is...
be in the sonic sensors, but you have so much value on the attacker side, especially in the post plant. And this is just GENG able to really just gum up the works, because you know when the barrier mesh is going to get cleared, you can turn your attention that way. And that is just brilliant stuff from GENG. And Alpha with the Sheriff.
In the mid.
We did good to break that. Kind of baits in Chronicle a little bit. Yeah, this is the classic though. You're noticing how GENG just approach all of their anti-ecos. Full-person group, they're trying to enable the human drone who always has a ghost, or I mean pretty much always has a ghost, to just scout out somewhere. They get a free amount of info, they can come back and take all the info back with the numbers, or they can just sit over towards the site.
From the deadlock to make sure they're not in screens. Alpha is going to catch Munchkin though. Trying to re-clear the
GENG,
space
yeah,
in
they keep it
sewers.
nice and simple.
A little bit of an audio bait. Faking back. Texture.
Okay, everyone's just baiting for Kayak at the moment. Oh, he missed his shots.
Is able to find both Alpha and Kayak. This poster will fall.
Yeah, now it looks like Crashy's just gonna try to go and die to the spike here. GENG fanning out a bit, going to see if they could catch him, but seems like he's already slipped the net well enough. And this is a fantastic anti-eco for GENG, keeping 4 guns over. I mean, again, Munchkin there, finding that early pick. The quick pivot over to A.
Who told me Fnatic would cook new
Only lose
comps?
the
Mate, no
ghost
one cooked any new
throughout
comps.
the
It's only
entirety of the
GENG.
round. So this could be a pretty fearsome
I really
bonus
hope they
that
win the
they're gonna
event.
bring to bear. Fnatic
Actually, saying that Paper X is still
once
around.
again be starting on the
I hope
back
they come
foot,
second in this event.
trying to claw their way back to the map, but we saw it on Haven. Defender side, they were absolutely ferocious.
Question mark? Dude, team should get punished for trying to play 2024 stuff, man.
Just continuously watching that ramp, putting the
Yeah,
Guardian
they
to
just
good
didn't
use.
cook. No one came out
Buy up
cooking.
there. Couple half armors for Fnatic, but a little bit of a smorgasbord here for GENG. Able to scoop a few rifles into it.
Snuff them out.
Good amount of firepower here.
Wolves fast.
Keep business for
I'm
Fnatic.
down for
They're
Wolves
not able
fast.
to deny a way of bonus conversion. Kayak not going to be caught by the net.
Okay, bonus round for GENG. Contact over towards B. Flash. Ooh, I like the TP into the wall as well. Yeah, and then we got the smoke stuff. Dude, if this comp gets over towards the site, is it not just done? You got Deadlock util, you got the Viper smoke.
Kayak's position. Now you got to clear out this barrier mesh to get onto site.
You're going to know exactly how many people trying to play from this angle. Sees in the catch. Crashies will be able to find the shot across onto Ash. Gets himself the headshot there. Brings it back into a 4v4. He crashed forward. Back of pillar, the drop coming through. Foxy
God, that's crazy that Alpha wins both of those duels. The lovely flash into Fade.
Swings in, able to find one. Chronic can take it down. Gets himself a second. Looks for a little bit more.
Three.
Puts it down to the 1v1. Crashies trying to follow the trail.
Alright, nicely done from Crashies. It's a great bonus though. Great bonus. You got one person surviving. Really important round this. You've only got one person on the map that can buy next round if they lose.
So fearsome in these post plants. Alpha with a great drop down. A great understanding of GENG's positioning already.
Aaron? No, this was nuts from him. I will say FNATIC did some nice util on this retake though.
Down there with the Taeho. That was dealt with. That's huge. It's a very important round.
Yeah, Alpha's getting really pumped up as well. He hit some nice shots
a
there.
little bit extra energy, and you can see how, kind of the duality of emotions there for the FNATIC coaching
Okay,
staff.
Omano, if they want it, we definitely keep an eye on Alpha. If Alpha gets a kill, he gets his ult on this one. Dude, GENG are just keeping this simple, just straight up site hits. They know if they get over towards the site, again with the Viper and the Deadlock, chances are they probably win the round. Maybe if they get a Taeho off the site as well. I guess it doesn't matter if they're just using it to hit the site itself.
Barrier mesh just get cleared out.
Got one flash left, the Prowler, and then Alpha's blast packs and a paint shell to try to make this flood retake happen.
Find it, they're ready here for Chronicle. Almost gets caught on timing. He's able to go ahead and avoid capture. Zalfier wrapping around over towards Alpha, but Ash.
Dude, nice shots. Dude, nice shots on site from Ash. And they get Taeho ult as well. Yeah, FNATIC need to do a timeout. They got to hold heavy on the sites. If they can't hold the sites, they're done.
A 3-1 lead.
I mean, it's just so quick.
They pretty much, the Taeho is just, we can overwhelm and we can eliminate some areas on site and we can just go fast. And the Taeho is kind of disposable after that, really.
Right on time, right on the money. You do have a showstopper here for Alpha. He's going to be the only one with a weapon with a Guardian.
Different comp is so refreshing. Ah, man, I'm so happy with GENG, man. This is what I thought the whole tournament was going to be like. I really got the whole tournament wrong. I really did, man. I thought everyone was going to come out with stuff like this. I thought it was going to be crazy. In the end, it was just 2024 stuff with played kind of bad.
Into something similar to this, we'll see if FNATIC ends up falling for a similar trap.
I mean, you can see that, GENG knows that they've been taking some open map space, and that FNATIC, part of the game plan going forward might be to try to get a little bit more aggressive.
Munchkin's on this.
On the jiggle.
Munchkin, I think, undetected there.
Yeah, it calls his team back on this one. Doesn't need to make any kind of extra play. He knows, again, if they can get over towards site and kind of trade, they win the round with the comp.
Well aware of the potential positions here of the opposition.
He's got a read on the defaults.
Yeah, he's got some great timing on this. Knows he's over towards side as well. Gets the info. That smoke could have been from anywhere. Very nice. He knows he's on site. Hey, guys. Dude, Crashies did good. There's a nice little smoke from him, from Buster. Oh my god. What's going on this round? Dude, Alpha should use his ult. I think they should go for it.
But no blast packs to try to escort him forward to get on top of these players. Smoke cycled. Jumps out of Munchkin!
Oh my god, he wrecked him. He absolutely wrecked him.
Not skipping a beat! A 4K.
God, what a round from Munchkin. And I mean, he was the person that got them all the space as well. It's not like he fragged out just heavy. He literally got all the space. Got the timing over towards A.
Munchkin, what is that?
FNATIC needs a timeout. Dude, play sides.
He is absolutely fired up
You know, as soon
today.
as this timeout comes in, they can
Looked
push
like
over towards
FNATIC
middle.
might have a way back into that round. Crashies with a brilliant play around the smokes. A good timing to get into elbow, to get away from some of that early pressure that GENG was trying to create and completely catch them off guard.
Still going to be no timeout seen here for FNATIC. Likely to be called after this round if they're not able to find value.
Yeah, Boaster's playing an area we can't play. Is he not just dead?
Damage taken, Boaster's down to 6.
6 HP. He did incredible to get a kill, to be honest with you.
Eliminated there. Let's get the trade. The Armageddon crashes across.
Dude, I mean, they're just fast hitting.
Player advantages here. Spike now being planted in a pit. Go ahead and make this even more unassailable for FNATIC. Reroutes them towards heaven. Charon is going to be lying in wait.
Still have the drone even here for Ash. Maybe get a good reveal.
The save.
It's a save. It makes sense.
GENG just forcing their hand. There's nothing more to be done. 5-1. The two dead players. Economy in the dumps. It's going to be a rough one for FNATIC. Struggling thus far here on this defending side.
Bad trips, yeah, and then they gotta be able to actually prove that they can hold sights.
Out of those salvos, keeping
It's the only
Boaster
thing.
pinned
You can't hold the
in the
sights, you're
backside.
just done for.
And then just letting Texter do his thing. Just rush forward. Catches the player up on rafters. And then Boaster dealt with, and that's round over. You know, you use the Tejo ult in there, sure, just to be careful, just to be really diligent. Got a couple ults, though, for FNATIC coming into this next round. They have enough for a scrappy buy. They have a Guardian and a Judge, along with the 3 rifles, but with that Cosmic Divide, along with the Nightfall from Crashies, could have some opportunities for some decent
so they're trying to,
potential.
they're essentially trying to work out that FNATIC are going to now play heavy over towards the sites itself, and they feel like there's a weak middle, unless there's some, oh yeah, looks like it.
Push up a mid, though. A little bit of damage done to Texture.
Yeah, every single time, I mean, you got to give it to GENG. Every single time they're making sure they actually get like the most distance out of the Teo rockets. Like they're just forcing fast. It's really nice from them. Crashies done really good. I mean, Crashies is doing really good. Look at him go.
Plays off beautifully. Just keeping himself alive. He tries the whole
Damn, bro, what the hell?
And he's doing it damn near single-handedly. The silent drop, the angle, watch.
Holy Crashies, that's wild.
Their second round
That's
win.
wild from him.
That is crazy good stuff from Crashies. He was popping off on Haven. He is continuing on Split. Texture there was vulnerable, went for the swing anyway, paid the price. And that just got Crashies accelerated. Great use of his own util as well to stall the GENG players behind the pillar and knock them down. A massively impactful round. A much needed one for FNATIC. Still have that Cosmic Divide and a Judge.
Yeah, it looks like the same thing over towards middle. Yeah, a little different. Trying to feel it out.
Wants to do. The initial push from GENG looks so good, but the response just better.
What's the money? I mean, the money's a little low. 1 person for GENG. Chronicle. Crashies, mate, you can't fight this. Deadlock trip. Oh, what a lunatic. Walks past the deadlock trip. He actually might get full info here. This is pretty interesting. I think at one point with this info, he might lean over heavy over towards A.
Kayak able to slowly drift back and, well, it's a Judge.
Gave him like a warning shot. Nice TP away. Rotate goes in. Again, I think this is also because Crashies is just, you don't expect him to push here. And then obviously if you're going to split over towards B, you have B pressure. This is really good from Crashies. He might get no kills here, but he might be the reason they win the round.
Or do you try to make the A site hit?
They're still assessing, still trying to make up their minds. Paranoia, stun, over towards elbow. Boaster able to avoid it, spamming, and still somehow comes out on top. Texture just cannot get the spread to connect. Does eventually fall. Looking for the
oh my, just the timing on that is unbelievable.
Snatches him up, and Foxy on the repeat finds Alfier. It seems like now it's his turn to pull off the heroics for GENG.
That hit, it was so close. He was so close to being an ult. And he lost the ult for it, obviously.
Got himself a 4K in the previous round. Just needs 3 this time. Pulls back, avoids the grav net. Reposition from Karan. The Haunt. It's a reveal onto one. It seems like
I feel bad for Crashies. He did really good this round.
He
did really good this round.
With his prey. 6-2.
Win one, lose the next for FNATIC, but they can still buy into this one. The chick can with the 16 mums. Thank you so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate you doing that.
I have ever seen in VCT. Just a spam down here early. Foxy 9. Brilliant stuff. The second one, that second kill really nice though as well, but I don't know what was going on with Texture against Poster's Judge, but Foxy 9.
Someone will find it there.
The hero there for GENG.
That's going to be the timeout call now sent here from FNATIC.
They got some options. I mean, they just need to make sure they don't let them hit site.
This is tough. I mean, a lot of
with
the
no info
small
sentinel, it's a
change-ups
little
FNATIC
rough.
have been making.
They just got to fight heavy on the sides, try to set one up.
I mean,
B main or take A main.
Executes are so clean, and if they get to the post plant, just
I think it's okay if they take middle.
And they keep finding Chronicle.
To be honest, unless you can hold, unless you can heavy hold mid, and they've used like their salvos.
You know, the biggest trophy winner that they have on this roster currently finds
But at this point, I don't think they should be caring about middle because the sides are just
hard to believe.
Getting
I mean,
owned.
I think as FNATIC, I wouldn't be surprised to see them be a little bit more aggressive at the mains, like we saw in B main there with Crashies previously, to try to deny some of this early map pressure.
GENG,
to deny
yeah,
GENG information.
they're doing great with the deadlock win rate as well.
Are probably the biggest part of
I
the
think
puzzle.
deadlock's 3-0 this
Can't
event.
afford to be losing that Viper. So much important stall.
Anonymous gifter, thank you so much.
Yampy,
Yampy, I know this is you. Anonymous gifter, thank you so much for the gift
so
to
FNATIC,
Finland.
Yes, the last time we saw them against Heretics on Split, it was attacker side where they did the majority of
Thank
their
you
damage.
for that, Yampy.
But you can't let this get out of control.
Texture is full sending it.
TP over towards Heaven. Kind of saw him, so they should be on top of this. No?
Right above Kayak, but no clue what was happening. Gets a spot out there on a one, tries to play this as patiently as possible.
Oh, that's rough.
It may be a virtue.
That's
but
really
it's not
rough.
always the right decision.
Dude, that's the
The
second
check
time.
from Ash is just too monstrous. Karan, a bit of damage going to be taken that does flush him out into the open, and Chronicle gets himself on the board at
Oh,
long
nice.
last.
Imagine they can win this one.
Kill found, a 3v3.
Dude, Munchkin's been playing so good. Dude, look at it. Munchkin's playing so good, man. That kill makes it so much easier for them. The 0-2 over towards site. Ooh, big round from Chronicle. Dude, chat, it's another round where like only one person survived, so...
Timeout call leads to the round win. Not the cleanest one, not necessarily the one that
it
FNATIC
wasn't
were
the
looking for,
cleanest.
but the one that they needed. They get themselves a third.
What a back and forth. That's got a smile out from Chronicle. Just a really, really nice moment from him. Alpha with that out duel. That flush out there with the paint shells.
FNATIC, I mean, it's just each round is one person getting 4Ks.
Great utilization of Crashies' utility. He has been phenomenal. So many different aspects of the game. On to Fade now. Really, really good stuff. GENG, I mean, good awareness, a little bit of trickery at the beginning of the round with Karan.
Buys the Spectre out to this one.
They were just going to cruise.
They do have pretty good ults, though.
Crashies
Is that ult hold over towards middle, heavy?
Just be the floodgates open with those
Drone
kills.
goes out. They don't take any
Does
space
come
with it, though.
online.
But there is
Gets
questions.
invested here
There is
in mid.
question marks.
GENG not playing the Raze means that they don't have as many tools to try to flush the Viper out. Crashy, so elbow going to be spotted, but Foxy 9 sends out a little shot, so he's able to back away.
Yeah, GENG now kind of left in a dilemma. Oh, a little bit of spam
Munchkin's
there.
like,
The
what
stinger
the
from
hell is
Boaster.
that?
But you're not exactly sure, you know, what's going on either side of the map. You're trying to work it out, you're trying to map it out. Now you know that the Fade
I like
and
the
the
idea of
Raze
this.
are over here onto B.
You're pretty much trying to catch someone that over peeks into this area.
Kayak playing on top of the
Corner
box
of the
here, ramp.
Tev is like
I mean, that
where
might
the
give you
nade
the
lands.
confidence
So if you do get hit by
to
it,
fall
you're
back in
dead.
this direction,
It's kind of same theory as the
create a
Lotus
little
one
bit
on
of
B.
noise. Chronicle shifts positions.
It could be a
but
little bit better, but I still like the
GENG
idea.
not revealing anything with their sound.
Fade Eye goes out over towards
I love
B,
the way
so they
Ash was
clear
just
over towards
so
B
aware.
pretty early on.
Any trickery, any cheeky plays.
TP over
from
towards
FNATIC.
site. I don't know how long it's got
Really
left
good.
on it.
Salvo's at the ready. Texture going to try to open things up here. And Ash, you're talking about it, the awareness. Just follows in off the back of the Neon. Finds the headshot. Exposer now playing forward here within the smoke. Here's the dodge out the paranoia at the time. Starting his window, but he cannot find the elimination.
10 seconds left.
Foxy gets the kill. It's Chronicle. Heroics might be leaned on once again. Peak about to come through, and Charon, he wins that fight. Alfier able to trade one back, but into a 2v4 with your economy in a rough position. How much more is there to be done?
God, you're so close to your ultimates too.
Win one, lose the next.
It's just so difficult.
Go to eco.
This double stack around the
One
corner.
then lost bonus to kind of need to save these guns.
Try to go for the exits
Maybe
here.
be a drop with the 2.
Both angles covered. And have to go ahead and lock one. As Alfier
1 kill was Razor.
see what he can make happen. The spot out onto Ash. Foxy 9. Tagged up
Death here would be devastating.
Wins the fight.
Pretty devastating.
Just slide into the corner here.
By pretty, I mean it's really devastating.
GENG securing themselves a lead here at the half as they hit 7. They're looking for 9.
Goodness. Just unbelievable awareness from Ash. Charon this time gets up on the Raptors. Good for another before he gets traded out, but that's basically round over. That's frustrating. You know, Alpha felt like
really
he could have done some more damage. You get that first kill and you can really
Alpha gets
start to accelerate
dropped
maybe,
the gun that they
Al's
saved.
already well out of hand. We'll have his showstopper though. It's going to be one away from a nightfall for Crashies, but the economy in the dumps.
Yeah,
FNATIC.
change up.
A weird assortment of weapons, a lot of
A
shots.
Gravnet, 1 salvo deep. Insta drone smoke over towards middle. Drone spots 2. Wow, that trade's crazy from them. Impressive.
Poster similarly playing forward. As the Bucky. GENG. Seeming like they're just going to go ahead back away. Not necessarily happy with the 1-for-1, but willing to part ways and explore opposite sides of the map.
It's all just hidden positions.
Oh, shield peeked up from Crashies. Rally off the short, going to prove to be a little bit more difficult. Is that showstopper does not get sent? Karn just sprays him down. Closer now. Pushing forward, finds Karn. Somehow makes that Bucky connect to great effect. Weapons collected. Phantom Vandal in hand.
Man, what a great deadlock wall that was.
30 seconds left.
We're gonna have full awareness.
Spike planted.
Okay, only one person should be shooting this. That's the issue here.
Foxy 9. One of his newer trainees on the team.
Guys, you can't wait it out.
Only given a real opportunity.
Careful here.
Supposed to trying to assess. They're running out of time. Noise made. Stun found. No, boy.
Oh. Chris?
Can you see the player screens?
Okay, Boss is dead. Nice shot from Munchkin. Kayak, 1v2. Has he got it? He got 1. Big 1v1.
But I think we're going to have a pause after this.
Can we tell from the reaction?
Fully assess what exactly has gone on.
He's done it. And Munchkin looks...
What I can tell you, assuming that we're still being heard,
happy? I don't really know.
Is it looks like GENG are able to come away with that round win. Well, this is a first.
I think we, yeah, got hit with a paranoia here.
Yeah, I don't know. we're also just not going out to the house anymore. So
replay, here we go.
Sounds being made.
Nice shot.
But I don't know what's happening.
I'm not sure either.
Yeah.
Just I can hear sound again. Players are relaxing.
Yeah.
Tech pause.
We're at the point where we just don't know.
Blazing, thanks so much for the prime, dude. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I have no idea, but
realistically, we don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna try to check in online, see maybe if there's some information there. As it seems like everything else is functioning, I think it's just our in-house view.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that isn't.
We lost everything.
That isn't working.
All the screens are gone. I mean, our screens are gone as well.
Okay. So, waiting to get everything rebooted and good to go. Seems like game... Okay, being told stream is still live.
Yay.
we had a power issue here in-house, so we're waiting to go ahead and get that cleaned up.
Oh boy.
So hopefully you guys can
could
hear
be
us.
rough here.
As it might take a...
Either that's the longest sip in the world, or that is a freeze frame.
Take a little bit. Just, sometimes things happen, and pretty sure. Yeah, we have a pause in the game, folks. Just so you know, we haven't continued on. You're not missing anything.
Oh, so they can see it, and I think that they still have shots of the players and everything like that on screen. So it's pretty much
Jason Bourne himself. Thank you so much, Jason. Jason Bourne with the 10 gifted. Chat, you know what to do. Got nothing else to do in the tech pause.
Some bit of an issue.
Get the Oilers going. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you for doing that.
So we're going to go to a break, being told about 10 minutes, and hopefully when we come back, we should have everything up
that's a
and running.
big issue, chat. 10 minutes. Holy. Okay, might have to mute for a long time. Might be talking for a little bit here. Nothing is working. I saw your picture. But Prodigy, can you see their PCs? Their PCs have to be on. It's just like... It's everything else, right? How's my week been? My week's been alright. Dude, I kind of enjoy the schedule at the moment. Like it's a 4 p.m. start for me. It's like really nice. 4 p.m. start, only 2 best of 3s. Really nice, dude. Can go gym in the morning. I can chill out. It's been nice weather here. I even went for a walk today. Saw 2 cats. That was cool. 10 minutes would be a miracle if they fixed it in that. Don't say that. When do I wake up and sleep at the moment? My schedule's pretty good. I would say I sleep at 12 and wake up around 8, to be honest. I'm getting a full 8 hours at the moment. It's really nice. What am I doing for a living? This, dude. This is what we're doing for a living. We got so many Oilers that we can make a living out of this at the moment. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how long it lasts for, but I'm very thankful that it's a thing. I go out of the house sometimes, not all the time. Don't get too crazy now. Any plans to head up for Paris and Champs? Yeah, I think that is the plan. That's a good point, chat. We doing the tech pause? We can. Chat. Okay, so chat. Whoa. Okay, hold up. Let's address something first because Isaac has gifted 50. Jesus. Isaac, thank you so much. Chat, you know what to do. Let's get the Oilers spam going. Thank you so much. If anyone got gifted by Isaac, please say thank you. Thank you so much, Isaac, for doing that. Isaac _. That is kind of nuts, Isaac. What are you up to now? It's a high number, 1,900. Goodness, Isaac, thank you so much for all the support. We talk about the Oilers, and then he couldn't help himself. Yeah, again, chat. Just a big shout out. Obviously, the Oilers as well. Like, you guys are a big reason why I can do this full time as well. But just everyone just here as well. Numbers are crazy. You guys seem to like the content, so I appreciate that. All the primers, all the subs, thank you so much. And just everyone that makes it a nice place. Even the people that get gifted from the Oilers as well, just saying thank you. So I do appreciate that. Higgs Bacon as well, thank you so much for doing that also, mate. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Isaac, again, thank you so much for the 50, man. That's kind of crazy. Jay Mias as well. Jay Mias with the prime. Thank you so much for doing that. Okay, chat. Okay. So, at the moment, I'm sponsored by them in terms of Liquid, and VALORANT is now sponsored by them in terms of this event. We have a giveaway going on. It is from Coinbase. If you want to win this, chat, I couldn't find a better picture. I apologize for this. If you want to win a Mosh Buddy, then it is this link. You gotta, it's basically Coinbase. Coinbase are doing one lucky fan, flight paid for, hotel paid for you and one other person, tickets paid for. You can go to Champs Paris. I want to say I'll be there. I'm pretty confident I'll be there. And so this is the link. If you want to check it out, you do not have to buy anything, chat. You do not have to buy anything. Okay, you don't have to purchase anything. You just sign up. And yeah, to sign up to Coinbase, put your email in. It should give you the instructions. The first 3,000 people get the slime buddy. The first 3,000 people. And basically it is you and a +1 flights, tickets, hotel for Champs Paris. So if you want to check it out, again, I'll spam it. I'll spam it in the YouTube chat as well. Also, this is just a link for just me. I think Liquid have just given people like separate links. So even if you want to help me and support me, then I think having a big reaction to this would be pretty cool as well. Because I think it's the first time I get like my own little link to see kind of how the flow is from my stream and how many people go there. So again, you don't have to purchase anything, you don't do anything crazy. Genuinely pumped about it. I mean, Desp should definitely do this. Desp, you should be doing this. And whoever wins, I'll make sure that I meet you. And if Bacon's there, I'll make sure that Bacon meets you as well. Augusto, thank you so much in the YouTube chat. Thank you. Bacon says he won't be there. Well, honestly, that's maybe an extra reason to sign up. Bacon won't be there, so you don't have to meet him. Yeah, if you want to check it out, again, I'll do it one more time. That's my link. And yeah, I appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you so much. Bacon's not going to be there. You're in? Yeah. Good timing for it. And then if you can't find the link, ! Coinbase in the chat, and you can sign up late as well. Am I going to be there for finals weekend? You're talking about Paris? I have no idea. Honestly, things in esports, you pretty much don't find out what you're doing until like a week before. But I have no idea. I want to say I'll be going to this one, but we'll see. The Spag Bowl as well with the Prime. Thank you with the 4 months, mate. I appreciate that. And Cisa, right? Cisa 89, maybe same year as me born. Fellow Boomer, thank you so much for that, bro. I appreciate the 5 gifted. Thank you. And bro, how is this your name? Inner you sloth, basically. I'm not going to say this a lot. Thank you with the Prime. Appreciate the 2 months. Just tuned in now. What did you miss? You missed a 2v2 and all of the... And then just a black screen, basically. Power went out. Damn, you're old. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Elio, hello, mate. How you doing? For the gun buddy. So yeah, you enter... First 3,000 people that enter will get the gun buddy. Again, if you want to see the gun buddy, I apologize for the screenshot. Not leak my email. It's this guy. And I know there's a lot of people that like Wingman and Gecko here, so first 3,000 people. I'll also say as well, I think we were meant to promote this in 2 days' time, so the likelihood of you being in the first 3,000 is very high, because I think I've probably jumped the gun on this one a little bit. McTruffles, thank you so much. Thank you as well. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gift, mate. Interesting for me not to talk about my nemesis, exactly. Dude, honestly, if it was a Wingman gun buddy, I wouldn't have promoted it. Rossi, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 8 months. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for that. Hello as well, Rossi. Good to see you, mate. Link, sorry, I'll put it in the YouTube. There you go. Let me spam it a little bit in the YouTube again. Again, you don't have to make any purchases. It's literally just signing up. You put your email in and then you sign up to Coinbase. I think if you put your email in, it would tell you the instructions. Rando Gen, thank you so much for the 10, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. Appreciate all the support, Rando Gen. Thank you, mate. Got another Euler, you know what to do. Let's get the spam going. Slow down, you look like a scam bot in the YouTube chat. It does look a little bit dodgy, doesn't it? Do you think why the reason Teo... Wait, do you think the reason why FNATIC is struggling against the Teo is because they changed the comp? No, I mean, none of these teams have changed the comp, right? GENG used this once. It's just the fact that they're playing very fast with a comp that in theory doesn't go super fast, right? They've only got the... Wait, they only have the one duelist, right? Let me look at these comps again. They've only got the one duelist, right? So in theory, they shouldn't be going like super fast. It's just the fact that they haven't been able to hold over towards sites. The FNATIC very heavy play over towards like A heaven. If you see them B heaven, it's a lot of like mid focus with retakes. And if you have a comp that primarily you're retaking against a comp that has like 2 VIPs in terms of the Viper, especially when they're saving the smokes like they are, and the deadlock, you're pretty much gonna have a rough time. Also, huge shout out to GENG, man. GENG are my absolute saviors. And Wolves, to be honest. Wolves have been playing some cool comps as well. Thank God we're seeing some creative comps. And thank God the teams are getting rewarded for creative comps. I've been disappointed with this event in terms of what teams have been coming out with. It's like potential new meta where you can use a lot of new things and everyone's playing it so safe. Especially with Deadlock and... Say you have like a Deadlock and a Vice. I'm not saying you should be playing them together all the time. But these guys, if you have good theory behind them, first time you watch them, they're very hard to play against. You don't know where the Wolves are. You don't have the demo. You're normally good for that map. The fact that no teams other than GENG and Wolves have leaned into the Deadlock, in my opinion, is pretty criminal. That's where I'm at.
Hello everyone and welcome to Compliments from the Wheel. I'm joined by Texture and Karon, and here we are today to create an authentic, wholesome atmosphere here in the venue by having them.
What about Paybrex? I mean, Paybrex have just been playing.
Say something nice
Paybrex have been playing
about
cool
the player
comps anyway.
that the wheel lands on.
Different comps, and
so are you guys ready?
but they've been playing comps that they've been playing before anyway. They were kind of ready for this meta.
착한 거 말해주시면 돼요. 칭찬. Okay, be nice.
Did I predict the G2 struggle? No, I thought G2 were in a good spot. They've been pretty good historically at coming up with metas, but they played it at least on 2 maps very safe. Again, the 7 maps we don't know, and they misplayed one of their comps, so that's rough.
없어 못 지키네.
Okay. 몬옙.
몬옙은 이제 착하고 밥을 잘 먹습니다. 일단 밥을 굉장히 잘 먹어요. 맨날 뭐 사달라고 그러고 내가 무슨 지갑인 줄 알아.
Project Fedia, thanks so much for the Prime, mate. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
밥을 잘 먹는 친구입니다.
Okay, 몬옙, he's a sweet boy and he can eat a lot, has a great appetite, and he always forces Texture to buy him food, but still nice, sweet boy, and he can eat a lot. Okay,
well,
thank you for the compliment.
For people that don't know, Texture and 몬옙 lived together in 2023.
Bolster.
I like him.
보스터 일단 되게 뭐라 하지 이거를? 유쾌하고 그러고 이제 모두와 이제 잘 지내려고 하고 일단 K-팝 좋아하고
아이돌.
춤을 또 이제 잘 추기 때문에 이게 확실히 스타성이 좀 있지 않나.
아무래도.
네, 그렇게 생각합니다.
Well, Booster's really funny and he gets along with pretty much everyone here in the venue and in the Valorant community. He also loves K-pop and the K-pop idols, and he's a great dancer. So yeah, great boy. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Good luck.
Keep going, people. Great boys. Adround, thanks so much for the Prime. Dude, straight into the back to all boy. We're playing the repeat.
I'm joined here with
we got the repeats, chat. We're in trouble.
Of Team FNATIC. I'm just laughing because these guys are already silly gooses before we even started this segment. But to TLDR, I have a list of 9 Canadian cities.
We're in trouble, everyone. We
so
really
if you
are,
think
man.
it's a false city that it doesn't exist, you pull up the silly goose. And if you think it's a real city, you pull up the serious moose.
All right.
Good?
Yeah.
Aye, Captain.
All right, Captain. Let's start with the first one. Happy Valley Goose Bay.
It's one of these games.
No, but it's probably serious.
How many subs to butter myself, mate? It's just not a thing.
But I'm gonna go serious moose.
I respect the question, but it's not a thing.
That is the answer correct.
See, I know.
He's in your head. He's in your head.
Okay, the draw for any country. That's a great question, mate. I don't know.
Very similar
I don't
to
know.
Banff, wherever Banff was.
What is it again?
What is Banff? Guelph.
Guelph.
Yeah.
I can't remember what Banff was actually.
It's the national park or something?
National Park.
It's in central Canada, but that's who cares? I'm talking about Guelph here.
Okay.
Guelph.
You choose this one. I chose the last one.
No, we have to do it together.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no.
Who's right now? No, it's serious moose. Guelph is actually in Ontario. It's not too far away from here.
Okay.
Yeah,
you're 2 out of 2. We'll go with his score.
Do you know what they do there?
No.
They do a different variation of golf called Guelph.
Really?
No.
Nah,
So we'll go.
This guy, comedian.
He's got jokes.
He's got a comedian.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
What was the power issue? You say was, man. I think there still is a power issue.
That's what it is. What is it?
Bedlington.
What's the reason for the pause?
Bedlington.
Probably something to do with Prius.
Serious Goose?
Sounds real too.
That's where I'm at.
Serious Moose or Silly Goose? Sorry.
Nah, I'm going this one. The odds are saying it's Silly Goose.
It is a Silly Goose.
Yeah.
So
If you want the tickets for Paris, but you're
Bedlington,
busy,
It just doesn't sound like what someone would like. They get to the
I
city and
imagine
they're
you
like,
might be
"I'm
able to
gonna
put it in
name this
different people's
Bedlington."
names.
Nah,
I'm
they'll
not
be like,
entirely
let's
sure.
name it. What was the first
Because
one
you at least
again?
have the plus one.
Happy Valley Goose Bay.
That's.
Yeah,
I
they're
think
like, "This is
that's
Happy
one of
Valley
those when
Goose
you
Bay."
win it.
Funny thing though,
If
in
you win
Ontario,
it,
there's actually a lot of little boroughs
you
and cities that finish.
you kind of bring
finishes
up the
with a 10.
questions.
Yeah, I thought that too.
That's what I thought.
So I'm not entirely sure how it worked,
Yeah,
mate.
how was he? What about Timbitson?
What is it?
How's the Teo looking so far? I mean, they're making sure that when they use the Teo salvos, they're making
Let me say it like a
space with
French
it.
accent.
Right, every single time they're like
Sí,
making
ça
sure they
s'appelle
get space.
Timbitson.
Maybe Fnatic needs to try
You
and,
want some
as soon as they see those
French? Yeah, I got you, I
salvos,
got
like
you.
actually use some
That's probably
util to
real.
make them stop getting the
What do you have to
space.
do with that voice?
Because
That's
that's
true.
like
That's
when I
easier said than
talk to
done.
French
French,
people,
that's
they do
French.
that.
I just spoke French to you. I didn't do that accent.
That's true as well. I'm gonna go Serious Moose.
I'm going Silly Goose.
It's actually Silly Goose.
I knew it.
But
We're even.
Crashies, you tweeted out or on your Instagram stories about Timbits and Tim Hortons. Have you tried that
Oh,
yet?
I have not tried Tim Hortons.
Oh, you only took a picture?
I only took a picture of it. But that's why I thought it was real. Maybe it had something to do with it.
That's where we're first originated, right?
Why don't you ever miss an opportunity to flame
Have you heard
Prius?
about Uranium City?
Honestly, if you ever met him,
Uranium
you'd
City.
understand, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
You'd
how
be like,
many
I need to get
reels
this
on
guy
Short
at
day
every
in
possible
Uranium
opportunity there is given.
City.
That's a
Is that a
song.
kid show?
No, it's Emerald City from Wicked, but I just
Like it just makes sense when you meet him.
Uh,
We here? Are we in? Wait, POV. Wait, it's just one side POV. It's coach POV. We got coach POV. We are Gen G. My God, this is sick. Prowler reclear. Fnatic want to go for a fight over towards B main. They probably use some kind of nade or satchel to break the deadlock util. We got ult towards back side. Double ult. Oh my God, we switched over to the other team. Fade. Oh, that was nice. Oh, that was not nice. Observer? Yeah, keep going. Okay, 2v3. Fnatic with the 2. Astra ult goes in. We have no idea. We got the trip over towards B main, so they can't flank. At least for a little bit. Maybe it's going to be some kind of tap of the spike, insta-send. Okay, they made that look easy. 9-3 finished it off. It's a great half. For people that are wondering, for people who always ask me, like, what can the coaches see? It's pretty much this, right? You only see your team moving around. Basically just this. And then what are you writing in the notes? You're trying to piece together what's going on over here. Okay, chat. It is half time. Let's pretend we're the ads at the moment. Everyone's chilling. You got 2 minutes. The coaches can speak. The coaches are getting their input. Everyone's listening in. Everyone's focused on the input. What's going down? Coaches. They're coming in. There's 2 of them talking.
Esports is a
Whoa.
$2 billion industry
Okay.
now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
Let us mute this so I don't get wrecked. Are the casters paid for this? I mean, yeah, mate. They're not going to deduct the pay because they didn't cast for 1 round. God, I hope no one ever works for you. Jesus. I'll tell you what, though. You might make a lot of money with that kind of attitude, to be fair, man. You're probably going to go far in life. I'll give you that. You're an absolute savage. He missed round 12. Minus 50% salary, yeah. Dude, imagine we get the whole map like this. It'll be crazy. No timer? Yeah, the no timer scares me a little bit as well. I was looking up there for a timer. At least we got a round. We can see more than they can in the venue. Still black screens at the top. Down for the coach's POV. Yeah, I think it would work if you could get the casters going for it, but honestly, I think they also have to think about the audience. They might have done a, coming from Zilv, who is the observer from EMEA, they might have done a single round in this half so they can restart everything. Yeah, maybe to not lose power. That makes a lot of sense. Play out the last rounds, restart everything, might help them out. Get the fuse switch off and on. It would be a better it would be better if Teo was nerfed less for this tourney. I think we had to do the big hit at one point. I think we had to do a big hit. I think it's I'll be honest with you, it's kind of on the teams that can't adapt to the new meta. It had to happen. They came in with an agent that was too powerful, and it had to happen at one point. I'm glad it happened, and yeah, it's more just like on the teams that couldn't adapt in time. It's what the game is. Sometimes you have a good read on the meta, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you play it too safe when you should be going too risky. Sometimes you play it too risky when you should be going safe. It's a hard one to balance. Sometimes you have a misread of the meta. Sometimes you're really struggling on certain maps, and like all the maps that you don't have a good understanding are in the map pool. Can I bring back the timer, mate? I've got no control of that. I think what makes the Heretics elimination even more shocking is they've gone back to 2024 meta, but I think it didn't look comfy on certain maps. Like I'm not saying this is the reason the Heretics lost, but I think the map meta might be a little bit of a thing for them, because in my opinion they didn't look comfy on like 3 maps. And there might be a time issue also, that they couldn't like have a good read on certain maps. Again, a lot changes. You can be very good at one meta and not so good at another. This game changes all the time. And I think this is like a good showing of some of these teams. Like who can you back in when metas are coming out? Like GENG have been proven to be very good at this meta. They're heavy leaning into Deadlock, which again, in my opinion, first time you play it well thought through, you're going to win the map. That's like a free map win for them, especially their Sunset. They're using a lot of Viper, which Munchkin likes. They cook with it very heavy. Even when you got their normal Haven comp, they're coming up with new stuff. I feel like GENG at the moment probably have the best read out of every team at this event and coming up with new stuff. Paper X, they were pretty much already positioned for this event. You got to give props to Sentinels. They're the one that had to change up a lot as well. Who else has been doing good? Wolves? Man, Wolves have been impressive. Galaps, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. I appreciate the 2 months. Thank you so much, man. Thoughts on GENG's Teo split? I don't think this will hit very hard next time they use it. But again, the thought process is so good that they're good for a win. And I honestly think that's probably the same for Sunset. So there might be like when it gets to the best of the 5s, GENG might struggle a little bit. Just because they've shown the demo on this maps, but again, they can also mix it up and they might have good enough thought process that they can win others. But the way that they're playing at the moment, it's a lot of fast sight hits, overwhelmed with Teo. I don't think this will hit well a second time round, but they could have another comp, or they could have a different style of playing, or they could abuse a lot of middle. So but the thought process is so good on this one that I think they're always guaranteed a win here. Is this potentially the new meta? No, I don't think so. I think some teams... I think the meta is very open at the moment, first of all. But I also think like they're leaning heavy into their strengths. They like a Deadlock, and they really like a Viper. Like some of these comps that we're seeing probably would work better in like a split situation. Sorry, a season situation, I guess, where you're playing like multiple weeks, same comp, but... Meta and playing to win one map at different things, yeah, I agree with that. And honestly, I thought people would lean heavier into the second when they leaned heavy into the first. I think if you butter yourself up like Sideshow, the tech pause might be resolved. I'm not gonna try it, but I like the attempt. Postpone, maybe. But the game? Oh, that'd be devastating. Let's wait. They're gonna at least try and work out what to do. I'm still feeling confident. Jaya, what's he saying? Casters have left their station. I mean, guys, you give me info that we already know, dude. We played a whole round and there was no casters. You don't need Shio to tweet that one. We literally witnessed a whole round. Come on, guys. We're better than this. Think Heretics get a roster change? No, I don't think they do. If they fail at champs, there's a chance. It depends how much the org believes and how much the team believes and how much in terms of an internal issue there is. If there is internal issues, in terms of if anything changed of how they're playing. VAL Esports, okay, this is a big one. We are temporarily pausing the show. We will provide additional updates. Okay, well, I guess we just wait it out. It's not a great sign. Definitely not a great sign. A guy named Ty, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 6 months. That tells us nothing. Yeah, it doesn't really tell us anything. We'll just kind of wait it out. Chat, we've done worse than this. We've done worse than this. We've been forged in the tech pauses. Fire of the tech pauses. We've tanked a 6-hour Pacific tech pause. We've tanked a 4-hour EMEA tech pause. Like we're fine. We're fine out here. We can tank a 1-hour international one. Pacific one was 7 hours. I mean, it felt like 6 hours. It was easy work. Change the shirt. Don't make it about the shirt, guys. It's nothing about the shirt. And I'm not wearing the shirt. That's what we should be talking about. The fact that I'm not wearing the other Tech Ball shirt. You're right. You're onto the right thing. Shay, thank you so much for the bits, mate. Appreciate that. What's your take on why Wolves are performing so well compared to the other Chinese teams? I think they play really different, especially if you just isolate their split and their ascent. On split, they play kind of a traditional comp to an extent, right? Cypher Viper, but they play it really differently, right? So you got the Viper passive pressure over towards B with the smoke on the wall, and then you got the Cypher passive pressure with the double cage over towards here. So it's very hard to play against over towards here when there's pressure on A at the beginning and there's pressure over towards B constantly because of the Viper. So I think that's one of the reasons, and I think the teams are struggling against that, especially the B stuff with the Viper. It's very hard to play against. And then when you go over towards the Ascent, I feel like the Deadlock Cypher is something that teams don't play against again, and they have very good theory on it, and teams are misplaying against it, right? You're seeing a lot of teams try and play retake against Cypher Deadlock, but if they get over towards the site, you win. So I think it's a lot of down to Wolves play differently to teams. I mean, the individuals are playing very well in terms of Spring, but I also feel like they have a different style of playing these maps. Especially Ascent and Split are the best example. We have seen GENG Split comp against Boom. Yes, we have. But they played it much differently, right? They played like late, slow Teo play. A lot of like slow play with it, right? You don't see the default anymore. They're actually making sure they can capitalize off of the Teo damage. Frog, I honestly don't know. But if you signed up, I imagine there's a good chance. I'm telling you, but you're before a lot of people. What are the chances of Wolves winning against GENG? The good thing for GENG at the moment is I'm pretty sure they have a 7-map pool because they seem to be banning whatever they believe is the enemy's best map. I also think a lot of teams are messing up their veto at the moment. I will say that. Most outrageous one has been Gilai against Sentinels, for sure. We've got another update. Or is it just the same one? That's just the same one. Look at Tarek's reply, man. Guy loves Valorant. Who tripped the wire? Can we get a Sova shock? That's criminal. That's like a bacon joke, man. I'm desperate, got no power for that one, mate. Apologize. Desperate, all I'm saying is get loads of people to sign up and then you're their +1 though. There's no rules against that. Who's having the deep lower bracket run? Who do we favor for? Let's look at this. Look at this. Who do we favor for a lower bracket run from what we've seen at the moment? Who do we favor here? I mean, G2 should be fine against Gilai from what we've seen. And honestly, if you played their Lotus comp better on defense, they would have been... I mean, they would have got a map. I'm not saying they would have won. So I would still favor G2. I'm worried for RRQ, though. I mean, they might get... Because they got to play the loser of GENG, FNATIC. I'm worried for RRQ. I think they might go 0-2 here. Yeah, I guess this. Whoever loses this should be in a good spot. Whoever loses this might be in a good spot. Dude, Wolves can get top 4, chat. That's awesome for them. Is there points here? What'd you get for top 4? 3 points? That's huge for them. Choba is supporting RRQ. They're definitely going 0-2. Yeah. Never mind about the money. I'll be honest, your salaries are normally so good. So your salaries are normally so good, and then say that you get this. Like, it's nice, but at the same time, that's split between 6, maybe 7, and then your org as well. So it doesn't, like, it's not like it's all for one. It ends up being like, for these players, maybe a month's salary, maybe 2 months' salary, which is cool, but then it's just like Champs is the one. Taxes, yeah, with taxes, it's basically like a month's salary. Teams? It depends on the org. Normally, it's not too crazy, to be honest. Teams are pretty okay. It used to be crazy back in the day with like percentages, but orgs aren't too bad. You normally see it between like 10-30% of them taking money. What they normally do though is like, you know when you get to champs and you get the champ bundle, they'll normally hold on to the percentage a bit more. Right, the percentage of skins. That really fluctuates. That fluctuates to the first ever champs. Players were getting 100% of the. Some teams had 100% of the bundle money, and some teams had 0%. I won't be naming names. It wasn't Liquid. Liquid was in between these. Our 100%, just better contracts, man. Yeah, there's some big orgs that had 100%. There was also a team that had 0%, but then they had to fight for more percent, and they got a little percent. Quite a big team. But fast champs, though. Was a big name, very big name, yeah. Percentage what of the you know, the bundle, the champs bundle. Did the team live evil? It wasn't EG back then. It wasn't EG. They weren't around back then. Well, they were around. They just weren't in Valorant. What if this goes on for 6 hours? It won't go on for 6 hours. They'll cancel it if it looks like it's going to be anywhere around that time. They'll just cancel it and just have it like an earlier start tomorrow or later start. First champs to 2021. That's right. Yeah. Achilles said around 10 minutes. Okay, we like that. The loser of this plays tomorrow. That is... Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, they're going to have to try fix this today. You're right. What are the chances of Paper X Sliggy? As in a player? Pretty high, I would say. I think I'm feeling it these days. Winner plays tomorrow? Yeah, that is rough, dude. That is rough. Not after the chamber performance. Yeah, dude, no one's honestly after the chamber performance, no one's even asking me to play Prax again. Bacon used to ask me to play Prax, but he saw me on chamber and didn't have any of it. I've never been asked to Prac anymore. To play offline if they can't fix things. Honestly, I think if the coach stuff is working, we get the coach cams, that's probably like the best you can do. But they need to somehow get it to the people in the audience also. How did FNATIC lose Haven? I think they just lost Double Pistol was the main reason. Double Pistol and a bonus. I think they played very well. I think the Haven was very high level, to be honest. A couple of small mistakes in some important rounds, but I thought the Haven was pretty high level. Yeah, I think Mini will probably disagree. I think Mini will rip it apart because I think Mini will be like, why on earth are they not taking any orbs on attack? Like he'll look at that and be like, I made this comp and you're getting no orbs on attack. Like you're meant to be getting ults early. I think the Teo has legs. Long term, I don't think the Teo has legs after what I'm seeing. But it looks good for a win. And it might be good for 2 wins. And maybe 3 wins. But 4 wins? I don't think it should be getting 4 wins. The screen is back in the venue. Oh boy. Hold up, chat. Hold up. Screen is back. It's good news. Will 2025 be the year of your video delayed observing? You know how, dude, I was thinking about it on the treadmill today. Because I was thinking that the observing's been a little bit off. And then I watched some of the CS major. And I was just like, I don't think, I think it could be a lot better. I'm trying to not flame. Because I think some of the observing is like pretty low level sometimes. But I do think that there's a huge room for delayed observing. Will I do the video this year? I'm not sure. The problem with doing the video is I need to explain it properly. Because if people will go, oh, you're just trying to catch every kill, then I'm going to be annoyed. So I need to make sure that I actually like do it properly. But I think that observing in FPSs, I'll tell you what, at the moment, I wouldn't really come back to coaching unless I got a crazy offer. But if like Riot offered me to do delayed observing, because I think it would progress FPS esports quite a lot, I would definitely do it. It's like something that I really want to make sure is a thing. I think it just makes the game a lot better. Bacon, what are you typing here? How does delayed observing work in the venue? The venue is separate. You split them up. You've got live you got delayed. This is all live. You need forecasters. You delay some of the reactions in terms of sounds, crowd sound. It goes into this. You delay certain things, but then everything else is like basically you have an offline and online production. I've got it all down. It does cost a little bit, but it's so good. Down to talk about it, Zilva. I would love to teach people how to do it. Again, for people that don't know, I used to be a professional observer in CS. I practiced this for like 2 years. I never got to do it. I'm telling you, it's so much better to watch the game. And this was in CS. I think it would work 2 to 3 times better in Valorant because it's just a little bit more clutter. I tried to make it work in Overwatch, but turns out they got a bunch of morons working for them, so they're done. In the meta is part of the reason why the observing's been a little bit bad this year. I think there's just a lot going on. This game's never getting finished? No, they're working on it. I can feel it. Have I ever reached out to Riot about this? Maybe we don't even have the replay. Like, they gotta work out how to do the replay thing first before it's even a possibility. When you get the replay, then we can start talking. Does CS do delayed observing? Nah, they tried it once in 2010, and it was done by a bunch of idiots again. So everyone thought it was awful. Basically, it was done in like 2010. I can't remember what the LAN was, but the people that were in charge of it just wanted to catch every kill. And then they were like, we catch 80% of the kills. People that don't use it only catch 32% of the kills. Look how much better our stuff is. And it's like, but then as soon as you know it's happening, you know that they're going to get the kill, so it just ruins everything. So they kind of messed it up, and then everyone, because they messed it up, thinks that it's awful. But it just had people that don't know what they're doing behind it, basically. How much delay is there? Not too much delay, like 5 seconds. So the way that I used to do it in CS is you have minimap, it's blown up big, it's 5 seconds. So this is like real time, and then you're looking here. So you see what happens on the minimap. It's like a good minimap, so you can see like flashes, walls, whatever. And then you can go, okay, this is the most important POV, this is what I'm sitting on. And then you just delay your brain for 5 seconds, basically. And so like in your head, you can be like, overview for 3 seconds into this person who's going to throw util into this person. It's sick, man, I'm telling you. Didn't they hate it because the reactions delayed from the players? Yeah, but they did it wrong again. Is delayed observing my Roman Empire? Pretty much. I think about it a lot, dude. It's like the one thing that I wish I'd done in CS, yeah. I actually genuinely think about it a lot, yeah. And do you know the crazy thing as well? As soon as like I found out about it, I was like, that is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. And then I tried it, and I was like, that is the sickest thing ever. I need to watch this FNS clip. Where is it? Link me. What's he doing? Is it this one? We're clicking it. Hopefully it's right. Why is this guy on my stream?
Ew. The fuck is that?
He's looking at the slug. Dude, how long has Wingman been on the slug?
Sluggy. Oh.
Screen is back. It's good news. Dude, why is this guy just lurking out here? Chad, do you say ooh to the slug? That's crazy. Hey, I'm Connor with the Prime. Thank you with the 11 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. Do I pictures the two teams being in the grand final? Do we get a do we get a Gen G Paper X? Maybe. I'm a little scared of Sentinels at the moment. To be honest with you, I'm a little scared of Sentinels. They're the three teams that I'm looking at, thinking, okay. I wasn't that disappointed by FNATIC's Haven as well, so I think FNATIC might be able to have a run, but I think the lower bracket might be a little stacked. The players are back on the stage. The screen is on, okay? Is Riot going to change the rules because clearly skipping the Swiss stage is not an advantage? I'm telling you, it's the teams. It is an advantage. I'm telling you the teams are messing up. This one isn't a fair example. Because Genji are beasts. But the problem is when I say that, I feel like I sound like Sideshow when he was against the Paper X train and he was saying the other teams are the issues. Surely it's not the four teams messing up. No, Fnatic haven't messed up too much here. I do believe the other three teams have messed up though, yeah. Zerek Vows, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 11 months. Yeah, dude. It's rough, man. I always talk about it. It's a Mickey Mouse tournament. Unless Paper X win, then it's legit. Any update made? The biggest update is this. That's it. It's the only thing that's changed. To be fair, we have got our people on the ground, and the people have said that the players are back on stage and the lights are on. Chat. Next time Mini streams, can someone ask him if it's an advantage to go to playoffs, and then clip me his answer? I'd actually like to know what he says. Maybe I'm delusional. I don't think I am, but I might be. Mini's sadly the voice of reason. He tweeted about it? What did he tweet? Oh no. Am I right or wrong? What did he say? You can ask him directly. I tried to avoid conversation with him, to be honest, mate. It's easy when you just have middlemen like you guys to just go talk to him. He doesn't think it should be, but statistically it is. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. You got the tweet here? Yes, I don't actually know where I stand on it anymore in the first seed debate, but if you're going to be first seed, that defense is how you do it. Heretics may be dead. Jesus. It's pretty dark. The advantage of being first seed. Yeah, so he's kind of where I am, but I think from that he's less stubborn than me, which is not great. Oh, Jesus. Why is that so loud? Look how loud it normally is. God, I kind of got used to the quiet. It was nice.
Is this thing on? Can you all hear me out there?
Wait, Zix is here. Wait, what's Zix saying about this?
Appreciate you all for being patient. As we are moments
Wait,
away,
someone at 6, man. I can't see the message. Oh, here we go. Reps in new environment is more important. End of notice across tournaments. Interesting.
Toronto! Let's close this one out strong. We didn't quite
Do you even think that in a? Do you think that with an 8 team tournament, like once you get to playoffs, like in a 16 team, I think I agree with you. 8 teams, like when you're actually like, you only need 4 wins. Okay, it's a conversation for another day. FNATIC 3, they got 3. GENG on defense. GENG at the moment, pistols 11-0.
A little bit of help from Karan as well, right out in front of him. Towards the site. That's where the bulk.
Genji haven't bought a singular pistol. Haven't bought a singular sheriff in the pistol. Do you reckon they watched the TMV video 2 years late?
Pushing forward over towards that B site, does get cleared. Charon playing up close, no smoke there. Obfuscate ends up getting taken down.
Holy hell, Chad, they might do the unthinkable. They might win a pistol.
Now in position. As the spike gets planted, Prowler on the check. Texture going to be noted. Poison orb set up.
Smoke down.
Exit from screens.
Tether. Luck. Oh, dudes. They got to go fast, and they got the tether.
Looking for the entry. Finds one. Jiggle on the corner.
Big tether, dude.
Gets the C's out.
Wait, fair play. Texture just did unbelievable. His two teammates eat the tether, and he makes sure he swings out.
Starting to be held. Coming through, wide swing out from Poster. Alpha out.
Okay, nicely done. Holy hell, they lost their first pistol. 1-11 in the actual match. 1-3.
First pistol loss here at Masters Toronto.
It's just a great call in the timing by FNATIC. Previously, on their pistol round, the last time they played this map against Heretics, they set up a toxic screen and used that as a bait to rotate back over to B. I think with it taking so long, GENG felt like it wasn't going to be B. Maybe there was just one there.
Hey, dude, replay it. What's he saying? I know he's giving it.
Of FNATIC. Great reads there by Alfier. Ready for Munchkin, trying to push down mid. Able to get
Come on, dude. Give me a game, guys. Give me a game.
In that round. Now on to the first eco of the tournament.
Good thing is, if Boaster starts giving it and it like pays off, he's gonna double down. He's just gonna really start flaming.
Pretty wild, but they're just trying to obscure their positions, trying to keep FNATIC guessing about where the stack is, but they're pretty split up here.
Full kit held here from Foxy as Ash tucking in towards Mail here. Right before the Nebula ends up falling.
Yeah, just wanting to go for a combo, it felt like, over towards middle.
Sending out the net here, trying to get a catch. Swing around, and Kayak.
He got revenge, right? Because he died pretty much from that angle earlier.
Looks for a little bit more. Some damage exchange.
Yeah, Kayak just being the
Paranoia going through, Karn trying to push forward.
just being the human drone on this one, clears over towards site. That's a nice kill. Dude, Boaster's definitely been practicing with the stinger. Been a couple of EMEA players that have got a lot better with it.
30 seconds
Not
left.
riding the rope quite just yet. Plays it out a little bit more slowly. Alpha trying to get that shot through. Gets one to connect, but Ash finds the headshot.
Spike planted.
Clean it up, trying to make this a little bit more costly.
Munchkin's going to scoop up the Sheriff. Let's see if he can do some more damage here. Him and Ash are going to group up.
Yampy, I was going to compliment you, but I was scared you were in chat. I didn't want to do it.
They want to try to commit that, otherwise might just be safe.
Gotta keep that ego in check.
Pushes out into the open, and eventually Chronicle is going to be the one that finds it. Sheriff changing hands multiple times. As Ash goes to the reload, but makes some noise there. He will just tuck away here at the ramp. Maybe look for an exit.
Chat. How much is it to buy the extra one?
Shot goes out a little bit too early, and Poster finds a headshot with the stinger. FNATIC close out the anti-eco, losing out on 2 players.
150.
Lost.
Okay.
Yeah, really important rounds here for FNATIC. That they're able to come through.
They still don't know how to use it. What was that? No, that was my fault, man.
Get the ball rolling.
If I didn't compliment, it's fine.
For Munchkin.
It's just how it is.
Just a nice little paranoia play, but Chronicle ready there to back up Kayak. What a belter of a first shot. Gonna need more of that. But this is the attacker side for FNATIC. This is where they should be doing damage with this comp. This is where they should be rolling rounds together. See if they can get a bonus to go. A lot of this deadlock util being set up deep to counter the Yoru, and another for the entry.
Munchkin playing forward here, judge in hand. This one cycled Prowler. He's able to distract an Alpha.
Yeah, not sure that one works against the fade.
Just flushing him out. And now, like
I'm sure that works in general against this comp. Boombot and a fade that's going to potentially see her. Okay, so kill over towards middle creates a little bit of pressure over towards mid. They put the wall down reactively over towards B, and now they go to re-clear middle. It's a great kill from Texture. Chronicle takes a timing. Damn, bro, Texture.
alive.
Yeah, and they had two people shoot at the same time, so rotate can come in. It's a good omen flash. It's a good grav net.
As well, trying to find a catch, but Karan flying back pillar, finds one, tucks in the backside, looks for a little bit more, can't quite align it on the kayak, goes to the wide way, finds it!
Damn, very nice, man. Texture, beast.
Poster. Bonus conversion, now they found GENG hitting double digits, FNATIC 5 rounds behind.
Just the confidence being shown
Did the
by Texture.
did the clone and the TP get hit by the grav net? The TP was moving so slow.
And it's a nice crossfire setup there. And a good grab net to stall that.
The TP got hit by the net. That's so unlucky, man. I was watching that in the minimap thinking like, what the hell is that?
17 kills on the board for him.
Okay, I thought Alpha was going to take the hit, but Bosa takes the hit, drops him a gun. After the Stinger performance, apparently doesn't want to get a Stinger. Trip.
Should be aware of it. I'd like to try to clear it out.
Interesting as well that FNATIC are doing the smoke over towards middle, right? Double vision block. In theory, you can kind of creep up.
Switch on the slow. Just trying to get the catch there.
They hear two people take the grav net out at the same time, though, so they get in for this 2 over towards middle. Ooh, I like that. Takes the trip away, replace over towards heaven because they know they can't capitalize off of it, or it's just going to get shot.
Karan watching for it. Spot there on the Chronicle.
Lose middle. In reaction, drone out towards A to get info. Still 1 over towards here, so they keep strong with 3. WOL over towards top, heaven a B as well. It's a nice smoke. Smoke with the sonic sensor as well.
Wonders to try to just come up the works here, slow down the approach from FNATIC and really narrow
40 seconds, guys. You gotta consider somewhere. You gotta show me where you're going.
Checking, Foxy.
30 seconds left.
Spike commits over towards A through sewers. Spike going back over towards heaven. Oh boy. Oh god. 20 seconds. They commit over towards B. It is the right side as we can see on the minimap.
Finds the opener there. At the same time, find the lurk. Chronicle going to be taken down, but not much. Get
Nice
falling to the wayside. This B side opened up. Karan held at bay here at the alley.
Okay, nothing to stop
Able
this.
to be committed to. Paranoia goes across.
That was a little bit too late.
Stuck in position.
God, I was worried. As soon as I saw crack, still worried.
Finds the kill there on the Alfier. Actually staying put. Just playing off the exit of this nebula. Creep forward from Karan. Do they read it? Smoke now, gonna be gone. Karan instantaneous with a headshot, able to find him there as the reload. Having a blue Booster, he doesn't have the
How's
ball,
Booster
but he's
alive?
still able to stay alive. Booster, however, taken down to 8. Classic in hand.
Holy, how did they win that one? 4v3. 4v3 into the 1v2. Texture uses the wall to separate them. There's no way. Kayaki wasn't expecting the swing.
Brilliant play by Texture to use that fast lane.
Texture, I mean, it's back-to-back insane rounds from him.
Completely off guard.
That was a nice shot.
Winning a couple big battles himself in that round. The 1v1 against Chronicle on the other side of the map. And then finds the opener to even things up for
Damn,
the
flick shot from the cameraman though, that was crazy.
Man, oh man, Alpha doing what he can there. Had some great kills along the way. A great blast pack to displace Foxy 9. But all for naught, as now FNATIC has to go into another timeout. They
Ash,
have to
yeah,
try
the
to
kill
find
back site
some
opened it
way
up, it really
back
did.
into this match. They only have 2 rounds of leeway, or else they're going down to the lower bracket. Otherwise, it just seems like GENG is in cruise control to continue their run here at Masters Toronto. They have been unstoppable. Finally, somebody did damage to them in the pistol round department, but outside of that, they have been almost as good as you can be.
A last reprieve for FNATIC. They've come back from such deficits in the past. GENG at the moment been looking like a bit of a different beast at this tournament.
What are we doing, guys? Get on the same page.
To make up for lost time and bring this to a swift conclusion.
So it looks like you're forcing.
Split for the 2-0.
Okay, you are forcing.
6 rounds in a row from FNATIC to tie things up. 8 to a
Big
4
round.
in overtime.
If they do win this, they get a lot of ults online, so it is kind of possible, but man, this deadlock looks like a nightmare on defense at the moment.
what the
And
judge
GENG have pretty good
Munchkin did.
reactions around the map from what's going on, in my opinion.
Let's see if FNATIC can have a good read on this again. See if this is going to get the Prowler to come through. Seems like they're making sure to check ropes. Oh, Munchkin doesn't hear anything.
Slightly different angle this time. Plays back into the corner at Mail. They have to have the read. They have to have the expectation.
Okay, 1 minute mark.
Boombot's not going to clear it, but
Whoa, 1 minute mark. They hear the clone over towards B. They put the wall down, and I like this wall. You kind of have to be past this line to break it, so it's not like
check from Karon. Ash now.
it's a very nice wall. That's pretty much what all the walls are about on defense. Like, where can you shoot it from? Can you be punished from the area? Does it feel comfy? Do you need another player with you?
Try to go over towards A. For the moment, it is just Texture taking a peek down in towards main.
They're going to be seeing they just cleared the barrier mesh. Foxy, gun barrel spotted. Double.
Spotted for Kayak. Finding the headshot.
30 seconds left.
Karon now.
Big flash from Kayak.
Revealed. Blinded up.
Oh,
Showstopper
how?
not going to be able to find the kill. Won't matter too much. His poster is. Ash now dead, leaving Texture to his own devices.
Okay, very, very nice. Money's good, and they get a lot on this. Crashy's away from his ult, Chronicle one away from his ult, and they got a lot of ults. It is doable, but it would be a madness.
Not falling for Munchkin's trickery. Reading that position so nicely. The patience being shown by Kayak. Really, really nice. Chronicle right there to make sure that Texture has no hope of doing any more damage. Just saying, work together. You know, GENG's gonna try to play some isolated.
Okay, force him down to an eco. Definitely got to keep an eye on Texture as a backup ult for his gun.
Work that apart. You're gonna have a really good shot here to make a comeback. 5 rounds will be the difference
Because of
now
this,
for FNATIC.
hides over towards here, baits him to go over towards spawn, and then he's ready to kill. I like this idea from GENG. Bit of an anti-Yoru strat, it looks like.
Very careful, GENG in the meantime.
Heavier stack over towards B, we hide, we bait the Yoru in over towards A, just play full retake. Teams are getting a lot better with anti-Yoru, for sure.
Towards choosing
The most common one is like going super proactive, but I guess with their comp, well, you
not
could
going to spot anything here in heaven. So Alpha goes for a bit of a look-see. Situated here on the rafters. Starting to
This is the GENG Viper, this is the attack Viper. The double block vision, Secret Lock.
Just waiting for contact. Probably just going to rip that paranoia right as soon as anybody from FNATIC makes too much noise.
Wall busting here.
Kayak does clear. So the deadlock util.
Scary round, it's actually a good nade. Ooh, that was a really good nade. Oh my god.
Beyond the grave, comes up with the kill. Munchkin, however, pinching in, out of vent, finding one, looking for a little bit more, swaps the weapon.
No, wait. What's going on? Rewind.
Comes up with the kill. Munchkin, however, pinching in, out of vent, finding one, looking for a little bit more, swaps the weapon, and Poster, crucially, keeps himself alive. Ash now, nearly spammed down, time starting to dwindle. His Texture gets noted. Tries to go for the
Jesus. Poster scared the hell out of me here. That was my end. Tech pulls in my end.
Munchkin maybe just assuming that Poster had gone towards the stairs.
Jesus.
Correctly, went for the gunplay.
Dude, both are over towards heaven. That was kind of nuts from him. They really thought he went down over towards site.
Texture's ultimate didn't do any damage. And now you've got just about every other ult. Alpha used his,
What's just a low by another round where if they lose, they have to go to an eco. They got a deadlock or one away from Mateo. A trip for back as sight. They're up against a Yoru ult still.
Without having to commit the rest of these. Having them built up, this puts FNATIC in a very good spot. Just that.
And you're doing a lot of this free pass and lean over towards A.
Munchkin this time going to play a lot more of a disconnected position around mid.
Drone goes over towards A, and then did the comms come in that their only re-clear of info is over towards A, so he rotates? He might have done it before and I'm giving him too much credit, but I think that's what happened. Because they know they can't re-clear. Wall goes in though, so they don't have to worry about B, which means that they might heavily lean over towards A. 3 pass and B still as they clear middle. Dude, FNATIC plays this round so slow.
Kayak gonna walk about, trying to see what he could spot. Some info there into Heaven as Munchkin pulls things down in mid.
Got a
Goes
double.
his way. Moster Albier both going to be eliminated. Ash over the top here at Heaven.
Kai played it well. Damn, Kai played it really well. Keep an eye on texture. He's on A ramp very early.
Hit available.
Yeah, Viper over towards spawn. Oh, dude, it hit. Wait, that was so close. Wait, what was this?
Quite able to find it.
It looked like on the minimap it hit him, so maybe it was too high and the circle was under him. No way, what a crazy round this is. Whoa!
Pre-fires the swing out of elbow. And suddenly is in with a chance to try to clutch this out. Crashies playing it backside. Texture trying to narrow it down. Spots him out. Wide swings, damage exchange here on both sides. 10 bullets, now 7 remaining in the mag. Here's the haunt. Down to 6, the leg. Noted. He's looking to try to flush him out. 1 bullet, now just a classic. Worked the last time, works this time as well.
Damn, he's got it. He's got it. Oh, that's an insane round from him. Dude, another 1v3 though. It's another 1v3.
Another Red Bull clutch. Has Texture.
Wild round. 3v5, 3v3, 1v3.
There is no doubt that he is
Dude,
the
that
best
second
player
kill
in
is...
Toronto right now. These clutches are out of control from Texture. A great start
God.
there, but Texture the confidence to push through at time. Just enough.
Okay,
He
5
is
chances.
right now, and this is do or die for
We would have
FNATIC.
got 4 2-0s. Every Swiss team being
Texture here
the seed ones. Oh.
Kayak in response. A belter of a shot.
Oh, dude, they're going to have nice ults at one point, though, for that big round.
Forehead. Texture. It's knocked out of the park. Needs a good amount of damage in exchange, down to 32, but gives them a player advantage for the moment. Munchkin lingering in mid. Still holds on to this pit. He's not committed it quite just yet. Minor gap in the smoke. Potentially try to play around. As he goes to the peak, looks for the timing, finds it.
Oh.
It's a little bit whippy, he cannot escape.
Crashy's got a little bit lucky with that
Crashies is
timing.
there.
Wait, are we?
Traded back.
Oh, we are.
Revenge here for his
Does
fallen
he?
teammate, but Foxy 9
Oh, he
refills
does.
the space. And on the peak.
That's nice from
It's out time
Foxy 9.
Chronicle. The TP to backside, Ash. Armageddon at the ready, could send it here off the rip. Stuck in the drone. It's a little bit of information. Seems like he may just end up saving this for the retake, as you get a double exploration here from Alfia and Kayak, pushing in towards Alley.
I like the try there with the grab net back to sight. It was a cool idea.
Safe behind the box.
Swing off Alpha's contact.
Sight wider, given up. Alpha spot it. Readjusts.
Not even a swing.
Kayak down. So low on HP, but still
Alpha
fighting,
did get
still
a
persevering.
crazy
Ash
good.
on the drop down. Finds the first.
Not again.
Goes in, looking to try to take this up to half. The reapproach out from Heaven. Does he just stick it? The shot's not connecting. Waits it out.
Oh, God.
Finds one. But Kayak plays it well. The defuse.
Oh my. They're still in it. Point 10. God, these are nuts rounds.
You have got to be kidding me. Back to back. Less than a second on the clock rounds. Ash doing his damnedest. So close to it. It isn't for that haunt. He probably has this round potentially. Oh, it's so close, Munchkin. Oh, thought they had it. They got to tighten the screws a little bit here to GENG.
Yeah, forcing down to Nico again.
Alpha.
Texture on the peak. Dead.
Let's go.
Alpha quickly dispatches.
Absolute nail biter. Smoke from GENG. Stalling them out momentarily.
Karan spamming some right clicks. Ash as well. Similarly, taken low. A site heavily at risk now. Smoke's just going to be cycled. Some noise made. Try to relay that, but Munchkin.
Ooh, my, okay. Did you get comms of your teammates'
That's
HP?
only Ash on that A side of the map. They could just rotate back over. And he's been worked down to 30. Might just find the timing though. So the drop down there from Chronicle works his way into the sewer. Just trying to see if a rotation comes through, but FNATIC Just gonna go ahead, explore mid a little bit more here, it would seem.
I mean, you have to assume
3-person stack. They don't have to worry about B main.
as GENG, but you know, with the weaker
They
weaponry,
got no options, Fnatic.
trying to
There
hold
is
the
a
line
world
at
that they
B.
actually pick A here.
Trick him a little bit.
It's just Foxy9.
30 seconds left.
Trying to start things off. Paranoia gonna be sent, but Chronicle does not get caught by it. Foxy catches a shot to the face. Clone noted. Karan flushed out. As Ash is still a world away, Munchkin tucks back into garage as the spike gets planted.
Planted.
I think he might be regretting sending this pit out.
Yeah, for sure.
Drops it to try to give them some
In
kind
an
of
ideal
chance.
world for
Recovers the
Fnatic,
weapon
gets
previously
to
dropped
kill
by
him.
Alphier.
Weapon here.
I think that this should be undoable.
It certainly should be. Spam attempt. Nothing spotted. Munchkin on the lurk, finding one. Kayak around the corner, holding the angle, getting the headshot. And Ash at 30 with just a stinger cannot make it happen.
Very, very nice. A lot of ults on this.
3 rounds away.
Timeout, maybe?
From taking us to overtime. And GENG find themselves without a pit.
Oh boy. A gamble there by Munchkin. Hits a nasty shot. Alpha so ready for that swing out from Texture. Paranoia misses. 2 players that GENG dealt with. Kayak with 3 on the round. FNATIC right back into it, right back into another alt cycle as well. Showstopper, Dimensional Drift, Cosmic Divide. Tons to work with
Just
here.
really good ults, and then
for
you
the EMEA
can
number
kind of
1
just
team.
send a majority of them into this as well, because you know that Crash is
Got
going to
a
have his
real
ult at one
chance.
point as well.
Again, these mid positions really just not being dealt with by GENG. They're giving up a ton of space. I mean, Munchkin will go for these plays where he tries to outmaneuver you through the smokes, but
he is just dancing around those
Yeah,
bullets
he's
for the
doing
moment.
a Zalsis impression.
He's gonna work his way back across into Mail.
he does have Ash slid in to maybe help him if there was a push forward.
Karan up and over the top. Just gonna go for a quick little reposition here.
That's got Munchkin slid over though. That opens up Mail here for FNATIC.
Your ult fake over towards B.
Forward, smoke dissipating.
Spike.
And Poster destroyed. And Ash finds another.
He did incredible damage though. He did really, really good, man. They spot 2 over towards here. They didn't spot the Neon over towards Heaven.
Kayak
What's the group? Call over towards A. It's the right side.
Alongside Chronicle, who hasn't been able to take
And
that
Ash
much
did.
space realistically at
Ash did
all.
work.
Here at
30
A.
seconds left.
Foxy, no GravNet.
Sonic sensor right around the corner here for Foxy to potentially play off of.
Trying to fish for it, but there's the stun.
Oh, it just came up.
Flash gonna be found.
Oh,
Texture on the
dude, GravNet
JP.
into
Gonna
stun.
relay
They get
bolt.
locked in here.
Has them really
15
backward.
seconds.
It's 14 seconds remaining. FNATIC have to make a go of it. They have to start rushing forward, but they're taking
10
so much
seconds
damage on entry. Kayak fighting back for 1. Spike now needs to be committed. Chronicle!
Oh my god, how? Dude, it's chat, chill. It's still doable. It's a very doable 1v3.
He's giving them a real
My
chance.
goodness, I
Trying to
can't
keep
believe
this
they hit
going.
those
Count,
shots.
However, full HP.
That shot on Heaven from Chronicle is insane.
All 3 players tagged up here on the side of FNATIC.
We saving?
Away. The call to save.
Oh god.
He has a realistic
God,
chance
these
to try to go
rounds
for
are
the
just
clutch, but GENG
they're
make
so
the call.
close.
It's too risky. We have the time, we have the rounds.
I don't know how
to try to
Fnatic is
offer
still
up,
in it, to be
but
honest.
that does mean that FNATIC continue to build momentum. 2 rounds away from OT.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from Chronicle there. It looked like GENG might just be able to close this match out. They had that pretty well read. They had that stalled. The Sonic sensor into the relay bolt to make FNATIC have to press forward. And Foxy trying to hide his position, trying to wait for that moment
Yeah,
to
give me that
strike,
POVs, man.
where he can
Chronicle.
delay the plant enough where time would just win the round for them.
2 insane kills. This one had to happen. These 2 had to happen.
There never could get
Ooh,
the spray under control.
that's,
That is disgusting.
yeah, that is something else.
Ridiculous. Tightest of angles there.
From how things had started here for this player on this map. He has rebounded in the biggest way. Timeout call now from the GENG camp. First one on this map, second one in the series.
Is this full loss bonus? 2-4?
Looking to try to bring this to a conclusion,
sure.
but the buy is not going to be there.
Yeah, maybe
The
you're right. Maybe it is
odds
3.
are not going to be there.
Pretty curious to see how GENG wants to approach this. They may be going to try to go for Some kind of util dump into mid, try to go for a bit of a trap. I mean, that's something that FNATIC has been exploring almost every single round. But I thought they had a pretty good idea there.
That second kill, the kill on Heaven, is nuts, mate.
Caught Boaster off guard.
And to use their ults, they are one away from a Fatal, and they have Astral.
Crumbling. Some of the 1v1s again for GENG, something they've been so sharp with in the first half of this event, but here in playoffs, some moments of weakness that have been capitalized upon instantly by FNATIC. Still have a Cosmic Divide, you're one away from another overdrive for Texture, a couple away from
There are new teams where assistant coaches does more of the talking. BBL Season 1, I would say BBL, Pal probably did more talking from what I saw. Heretics, I think Webb is a little bit more vocal in the timeouts as well.
Texture just playing back a bit here, not wanting to overcommit into Garage.
He lost that battle last time. Gonna play it safer this go around.
It's only Munchkin just crouching here on the peak. Might be getting more than he bargained for, but it's going to be the Prowler just as a bit of an early alert system.
He's trying to get out. Clone sent forward. Munchkin gonna dodge all of that, and it's complete wraparound from FNATIC. They love to do this. Create some attention on one side of the map. Quickly pivot over where you really understand what's going on.
Bot quickly cleared.
Yeah, and they're about to clear over towards A. There's a world where FNATIC missed their window here. No backup plan. Got the flash over towards here with the TP. It's the classic. Flash goes in. He should be taking this TP in theory, but they don't have info. The back of site's clear. If he took this in the... Yeah. Oh boy. 30 seconds. They go for a re-clear. This is not going to be pretty. Fade ult. 25 seconds, still going through middle, by the way. Fatal hits one, that's it. 15 seconds. 2 on site, still someone back site. Holy bro. These rounds are crazy. It's every single round.
4 in a row, FNATIC. 1 round from taking us into overtime.
Love this little pivot right before they make this execute to try to go back.
Very calm on this one. Yeah, dude, FNATIC keep on getting like really important first kills as well.
Absolutely stunning stuff. He is so clean when he's on point. Seems like it's just all headshots all the time.
Yeah, it was Crashy's right. They hit the important kill back site on Texture as well. Dude, Alpha gets the attack up and he's predicted it. Okay.
They even tried to bait for Texture and he still gets beat. What patience from Alfier.
Catches him off guard and a jiggle peek like that. It's just too fast.
Unbelievable.
For Munchkin to register what they're staring at, to relay it to Texture, to get the reactions.
Oh, they kind of know the reaction there. He almost got one.
Needing even more.
16 HP for Karen. He does have his ult. Wall goes out over towards middle to get some kind of info. Omen flash to re-clear middle as well. They're trying to get some more info. So info.
FNATIC again loves to do this. Just try to play with their opponent's head, keep them guessing. But for GENG,
call over towards A. What do they do? Just straight Astral, a wall off Heaven or something? Did you just save in the afterplant?
Puts a ton of pressure on these players.
They see the Yoru over towards A. It doesn't give them too much info because obviously from A you can TP over towards here.
Come down to GENG.
And they know there was someone over towards B main ages ago, or at least B main's clear because of the off kill. Omen ult over towards B doesn't stick it, but it could have been anywhere on the map, so it kind of creates a little bit of pressure. Maybe he did it to see if the TP was backside as well, I'm not entirely sure. 20 seconds again, man, every single time I'm so nervous. Holy, that's so scary. Karen, back of sight, dies, they know that he's close. Nothing to stop this plant.
They run the clock, but they're still able to get the plant in time. Is it the 2v4? Munchkin and Foxy9 to try to deter FNATIC from bringing this into OT, and Crashy's still on that lurk, still waiting down within the vent. The spot out on the kayak. Foxy trying to find the kill. Alpha dead. It's Foxy now
This is all.
in the 1v2. The net locked in. Sends out the ultimate. Oh, so close.
Oh no, it wasn't. Actually went miles away. I don't know what I'm talking about. Dude, the horn with the swing. I'm speechless. I'm speechless because every round was absolutely mad. And I think you could pause it at like 20 seconds. And then I feel like if you asked everyone how did the round end at 20 seconds, I think there would be like a 50-50 split. And then you do that like 5 times for all the rounds. That was nuts, man.
Extremely disciplined play.
I think the majority of the time you'd probably say Gen G are winning it, but some of them had less guns.
Alpha having none of it. And then the discipline at the end of the round again to give Foxy no chance.
Oh no, he's dancing.
A little bit of a Michael Jackson impersonation there from...
Oh boy, well, dismay here on the faces of the Gen G coaching staff. Thinking that this was likely going to be a quick in and out for the second half after the dominance that was on display. Now they find themselves back over here onto the attack.
Nice pathing on the drone. That ain't getting spammed. Over the top. Going.
Both teams getting 9 on each side.
Nothing crazy in terms of the actual by itself. Gen G do go for the singular wall over towards here to vision block though. Vision block. Does mean that you can save the smoke, and then they did their B default with the deadlock trip, so it's very hard to re-clear over towards B. Very nice at the moment. Good luck to Kayak, man. You know when the salvos go in, they're going in here. Flashes so they know he's back aside though. But he did very good to get out of there. Like the discipline on this one, and he has a flash to play with the rest of his team. Definitely got to keep an eye on Munchkin on this one. Wall goes over towards spawn. They break that pretty insta. Trip over towards spawn, run out.
A little bit of util to work with.
Munchkin seemingly feeling a little bit more
Boombot clear towards heaven. They clear heaven. They go heavy from heaven. Beast. Beast. That was beast. I think there's nothing on the spike. That's it. No way. This is nuts, man. Really good. Really, really good. Oh god. He's
look to take this to sunset.
And this is the value here for FNATIC. They don't have to use any util in the early part of the round, and they're able to just throw
Alpha stood up. Oh no.
Onto the site, and Gen G.
I'm not sure they've ever won a round when this guy stood up.
No idea what's going on around him. Just a great entry there from Alpha.
No way. This is hands down one of the maddest maps I've ever watched. Casters? Yeah, just in shock, man. They can't believe what's going on. No way. They just hold for the push as well. They're so on top of it. Here comes the next push as well from Texture.
They've read everything that Gen G has wanted to do.
Alien voice.
And they're just going to wait.
It would take heroics, the likes of which are rarely seen from Texture and Karen, and if you had to rely on two
Damn,
players
Achilles
like
really
Gen G,
sounds like a robot.
certainly
That's crazy.
would be the two that you would elect. But Texture, he's getting antsy, he's getting killed. All now down to Karon.
Dude, chat. Absolute cinema of a map though. What an absolute map this was. There is about 6-7 rounds that were so insane. This was the map of the event, and that's crazy because we had the Paper X Liquid map, which was also awesome, but this was insane.
It's unthinkable.
And we go to Sunset, and FNATIC have the demo on the Sunset. Deadlock Viper for Gen G. Historically been a pretty bad map from FNATIC though. They used to ban it. Crazy map.
This series is not over.
The VODs took 1 hour 48 minutes, by the way. A long tech pause.
Thought this could be a preview of the
Thank God we got a third
finals,
map, dude.
And oh my, is it delivering?
It was worth the wait. In my opinion, I hope you all agree. We're going to go to a much needed quick break. And when we come back, we'll be seeing who sticks around in the upper bracket.
Dude, what an awesome game this was. A break is crazy? Mate, they've been on stage for 1 hour and 48 minutes. What do you mean a break is crazy? What do you want from these guys? Okay, chat. Let me get some ad spam going, and I'll be back in a little bit. Did I upload the VOD? I've lost. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, man. Isaac. Wait, dude, it doesn't even say how many you did. My chat's broken as well. Jesus, that's a lot, man. I get 50? Dude, 50 again? That's nuts. Chat, you know what to do. Isaac, say thank you. Thank you so much for doing that, Isaac. That's crazy, man. I really do appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. And make sure spam the Euler for Isaac as well. Thank you so much for doing that, man. I really do appreciate the support. I say thank you, you don't say thank you, Isaac. Sorry. Made my brain's melting. I haven't even uploaded the VOD. And then for the VOD, I typed Isaac instead of FNATIC. Okay. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. Isaac vs. Isaac vs GENG, yeah. Oh man, what a map that was. Come on, chat. Good third map as well. Good third map to end this. It's a 6th series so far. Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit.
If you're in the arena right now, congratulations. You have just witnessed the best map of Masters Toronto so far. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Mimi. We are so goddamn lucky.
That is a crazy game. What was it? Down 12-7 for FNATIC. Run it all the way back to OT with 7 rounds unanswered. The team looked so calm, so concentrated in such a high-pressure situation. And now, Bea, we're going all the way.
Yeah, exactly. We did it the EMEA way. We had a tech pass in the middle, FNATIC won at the end, and they perform a comeback. That's exactly how we do it. Welcome to Canada.
So script writers are getting lazy. I will say, though, Pansy her flight did land at 4 p.m. today, so that was 100% her fault. But when it comes to this comeback and how it happened, Kakuka, you're right. We're used to seeing FNATIC like this, but for them to do it in front of this crowd, that is something else.
Yeah, exactly. And everything, it goes around also the way the GENG were playing so well with the Sentinel, with Munchkin having the day that he is having, the Deco also finding his way. But it's very funny that we speak about doing it the EMEA way, because there was this match against Navi on Haven that everybody from EMEA remembers. Well, Alpha decided he was not losing, and at some point in this split, Alpha decided FNATIC were going to a third.
Yeah, he got seemingly every entry in these last couple rounds, and he had a brutal first half. Both times he had the raise rocket there, he either got instantly killed or whiffed out on it, but he absolutely locked in after that break. And GENG, they are playing this composition where their only initiator is the Teo. Remember, no refreshables, no info tools other than that that drone. So I think GENG felt like they had to face a lot of angles, they had to play off angles to try and get any information. And Alpha was so ready in each of those positions. 300 ACS on this map, and the best player in terms of opening kills.
Yeah, exactly. A 7-2. If we compare it to map 1, where we were speaking about his ISO and how important it was for him to have a good start, a strong start to this best of 3, it was not there. For the second one, to me, it's also very important the fact that even though he was getting an opener, maybe 2 kills right at the beginning of the round, some of them were not translated into FNATIC wins, and he did not put his arms down, and he kept going.
I have to think we need to address the most important thing when it comes to Alphia is that he stood up after a round and they did not lose the next one. I think that is probably the hardest curse to break. And we also have to give a lot of kudos.
Dude, Split is good. Chat, if they take away Split for Abyss,
when they needed him the most,
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Funny time to revive the 2022 narratives about Crashies being like the ultimate
if they had actually, if it's planned to take out Split and put in Abyss, they have to change it. They have to change after this map. I need to see this map in the map pool for champs.
For FNATIC, he was still winning clutches, he was still getting rounds and still giving his energy to the team, and he kept that up through their comeback as well.
It's also important to mention that, as everybody must have noticed, FNATIC are playing a very
Lock-in
slow
body, GENG
style,
starting
right?
on
We see those
defense,
plants with barely
on
any
Sunset.
seconds left on the clock. So we need to look at the
Wonder where they
recurring
put their
utility, at
deadlock.
those initiators of what you can retrieve and whatnot throughout the round, and that is also why Crashes is so important in this ecosystem.
I think I prefer, Bacon, you watched a
style
little
was
bit of
such a
this. I
great
think I prefer their
decision
deadlock on
the macro
A.
level for FNATIC. When you're playing against a team that
The
doesn't have a lot of resources
insta grav net's
to
kind
read
of
through
strong.
your space except for actually like fighting in and facing
You
it.
never
If you're playing
disrespect
super
the one
slow,
way unless you
denying
want to
info,
tank
and
it.
just holding for those refights, you're gonna
I
absolutely
mean, never disrespect
cook
the
them. And FNATIC,
grav net.
despite the pressure of the situation, never let themselves rush or make mistakes that a less experienced team might have.
I mean, we've spoken already about the rookies, you know, of
Did
last
Chronicle
year, of this
do
year,
well?
Kayak
Ah
as well.
man,
But
there
my
was
goodness,
a couple of rounds where he had to hit
really
some
good
shots
this
and he did.
tournament. When I was watching him in Pacific, I
But then
wasn't
I think you
crazy
could say the
impressed. He
same
had
for
his moments.
every single. I
But
think every
compared
single
to
player
Solana,
had a round
he
where
has
they
been
had to win
really
an
great.
angel.
His aim is looked on point.
On
And for
FNATIC.
GENG to be a top
Otherwise
team
they lost
in
it.
Toronto, I think they needed this rookie player to show up.
In both maps, in Haven, and now that we see him on the first
The other day you
here in
uploaded a VOD
Toronto,
called
I
XOG
also have to say,
Versus.
especially
That's
for the
it.
attack and
And
the
then you
structure and the
also
idea that
uploaded
GENG
and made
had
public
of
a
not just having
VOD
to re-hit,
called
but also
Don't
just going in
Upload.
one
Yeah, that
single
sounds
push.
about right.
It served them, like the nerf was barely
That
even
sounds,
noticed.
yeah.
Now this is where things are going to get interesting because map 3 is not, you know, Lotus. It's not things that both of these
Lotus'
teams have
calling
played
was
a lot and
unbelievable.
love.
It's
It
scary.
is going to be
It was
that
good.
sunset where
It was really
traditionally
scary.
Fnatic were either permabanning it or they didn't look great.
Yeah, they have yet to play this map since it's been reintroduced into the pool, so we don't really know what to expect coming
He's
out.
content
GENG did
creator.
play this. They
Yeah, pretty
stomped
much.
in the Swiss stage, playing against MIBR. And this was another one of those maps where they're playing onto that deadlock
I
competition.
love the hidden,
Another map with
the
textures
hidden
on the
comedy.
neon. Honestly, it plays rather similar to what they like on Split, just without that kind of weird Teo pick.
Do you like texture on Neon? I like Foxing out
like
on
texture on
Deadlock.
Neon.
Yeah, listen, I just love the Deadlock.
Yeah, that's the
wherever
that's the
it
first
is. I really
deadlock
hope
loss
that
we've
these
had.
words that
And
we're
that's
seeing
also
Roosters say
Teo
right now come along,
with
the reading them,
a
faking
pick
the
and a
utility,
100%
faking
loss
where
rate.
you're going to go on the sides. I think that keeping that same mindset of how they were playing on Split could serve them here in Sunset, because do not forget, at the other side, you have a GENG that is so
Paper X
hungry.
come
and is
for
having
Fnatic,
such
not a
good
chance,
tournament.
man.
They might have lost
There's-
tonight,
there's not a
but they have
chance.
a very good read on
That
what
would
they want
suit
to
how
do
they
in this
play.
Sunset.
As I said, scriptwriters getting lazy.
I'm excited
Fnatic
to see
have
what they've
never
got.
won this map globally on a global stage, and they've been to a lot of tournaments, and both times they lost 11-13.
Yeah,
But they've also been
Fnatic
banning it in a lot,
historically
so
haven't
that's
had
positive,
good
but
success
still,
on this
it's
map.
never been
And
a
it used to be
home
their
ground for them, like
permaban.
you're
But
saying.
obviously,
But the advantage they
so
have
did
today
Pearl.
is
So
coming
you got
in
two
with
maps in
no
this
VOD
map pool that
footage
used to
of
be,
them on
at
this
least for the
map.
core, their
They want to go
permaban.
down a double duelist
Here we
pipeline. Do they
go.
want to go double initiator? There's a lot of choices. and there's
Floating a
hover
chamber,
on the
a chamber cipher, that's
Yeah,
not
I
a
would
thing.
love
Just
to see
do it.
that.
Seriously.
I would too.
Make it not make sense.
Start on
Alpha is not
attack.
going to play Duelist for the first time in this series as well, and we might not see a Duelist at all.
If this chamber gets locked, I think this is the best map right now for chamber. With that wide circle that he now has, you can be fighting into both mains. There's looks to fight into mid. It's super powerful, and I really hope we get that.
Why is he
I
flying
really
the
think.
harbor, man?
Wait, no. This is just a joke.
Yeah, okay,
okay,
there we go.
I'll be down for that, but I really think that they need some stopping force for the side of Texture. So many of those rounds,
Ooh,
those
yeah.
very
Ooh, locked in the
close
Viper.
fuses that we saw on
No
Split.
flash.
Texture playing those rounds, somebody has to stop him.
It's the Team Liquid comp. Team Liquid already
The,
ran
the
this
Viper
early in the
smoke
tournament.
over towards
it's a
A
good one,
might be
right? I
pretty
think
good
the
for how they
biggest drawback
default
of this
A on
comp, not a
defense.
ton of utility for Kayak, but Crashy's poster
Oh,
has
it's gonna
shown
get a little
great
bit crazy,
synergy
man.
with him thus far on his other duelist maps.
Double
Now a chance
Viper.
to see him against the best Neon of this tournament thus far.
They have
Could
been
sure-
with us
could for
every
sure
step of
be
the
some
way as we
lurks
head
on the
to
go
final
here.
map of the series. Toronto, one last time for Achilles and Paperton.
Deadlock diff. It doesn't have the. it has the issue that there's been a demo out there.
Once more, the last time between
They,
these
they
two
had pretty cool
squads.
A and B
Didn't
setups, so I
come
imagine
easy
there's
for
some
GENG
good
back
stuff that they
over
have.
at Masters Shanghai, and it certainly won't be the case going into this one. Full set after delays.
think the
after
tech pause
perseverance, after the
helped.
run back here from FNATIC.
broke a bit of
Sunset
momentum,
will
yeah.
decide it all. Which one of these two teams is sticking around in the upper bracket, and which one is going to have to
Okay,
fight their way
GENG
through
on
the
defense,
lowers.
FNATIC on attack. We had a
always
crazy,
lingering
crazy map
behind
on
them,
Split.
Toronto.
And
Are
GENG,
you
after
ready
losing one
to
pistol
see
and the record
Sunset
being
to
11
bring
to
this
1,
series to its
they
end? Let me
go
hear
back to the
you.
double sheriff. And it is the Paper X, the 3-person holdover towards
This time
middle.
around, it's going to be FNATIC starting on the attacker's side. Going to stack up over at A. Just Karan here.
And FNATIC just straight
being
up
taken
sending
by
it
Kayak.
very similar. I say very similar, exact same wall that Liquid are using.
Backpedaling, trying to
Nice.
say, here behind, but
Very, very nice free side on this one.
beautifully. He's able to find the opening kill. GENG at risk of losing their second
Interesting
pistol of the
smoke.
tournament. The map might just matter the
You can
most.
pinch easier, and then it's good in the after plant.
Foxy checking for lurks. Didn't see anything, but
And then
that's
what?
stack
You
over
just
on his
perma
side.
play this in the after plant? Whoa, whoa, what?
Munchkin able to find poster. Kayak going to be taken down. Suddenly, there's a player advantage for a brief little moment there from the side of GENG, but Alfier does well to go ahead. Trade it back into a
Crashy's on the
3v3.
flank, but
Defuse being held
they need
to half texture.
they need to
Noted.
stop this
Alfier tucking
defuse.
back. Shots flying. The pinch in from the flank. Looking for the headshot. Runs out of bullets. But Chronicles there to bail.
Strike the camera after.
FNATIC find another pistol.
What's poster done there, man? He's celebrated. It is. We're still in.
Able to find the opening round win.
Okay,
here on
double
Sunset.
the
Just
pistols.
tremendous
2 to 3 overall.
FNATIC there.
FNATIC with 2.
Desk was touching
GENG
on
with
it.
3.
You don't have a ton of util to set up your
Yeah, they
Neon.
picked the right side
They
on
use
this one.
that drone
Crashy's with a good flank
perfectly
as well.
to isolate Karan,
Was a little bit worrying when the
completely
defuse came
wipe
in.
him out. And then they're just making sure that Foxy's angle is dealt with, and then they can break open all these angles.
GENG over
Come
record, yeah, 11 to
from
2
literally
pistols.
every possible
One
side
sheriff
of that A
on
side.
the eco for this
Now
one.
you've got the Marshall there for Chronicle, a couple rifles for Kayak and Crashies. So you're kind of okay.
Yeah, I do like their B wall in defense. Just multiple layers, right? 1, 2, 3, and I guess a little corner cubby to hide in as well, so 4 uses. I think when teams as well normally put the camera over towards here, some kind of vision block for you to recreate pressure over towards B is nice as well.
Smart and methodical nature.
Problem is, GENG have shown this already, so FNATIC obviously can have a lot of talk about this. Yeah, and this is what we're talking about with the cubby. That's a great opening kill, chop mid.
They're on to Karan at top mid.
Yeah, long range headshot.
Swing out, texture.
That's a rough miss.
Chronicle going to be taken down. It's just the Marshall
That's about it.
available, but the drone over the top. Able to get the spot check here on a Munchkin who sets up the snake bite.
Yeah, but Crashy should be good for shocks here.
They bolt into the corner. Has a
Very
shock
nice.
dart. Will land right at his feet. Fishes him out. Cannot keep him protected. Come to the back. Quick clear. The push forward.
I like this big distraction over towards A, late omen flash as well, and push over towards A. Oops.
Blinded up.
I was going to say, I'm looking at Alpha, kind of not expecting that.
Will get taken down. Drop
Oh,
down
they're
the
doing
Ash.
damage.
Suddenly makes this a lot more costly. Textured Boba. Ash playing the corner. Finds the kill.
Last player
Brings it now into the 1v1. The clock. Running low once again as there's the tap, the swing in. Looking forward. A bit of damage could be found, but cannot get the elimination.
Spike planted.
Just the slide available. No relay bolt. Kayak, no real idea of where Texture is going to be approaching from. Drops down. The turn back.
Jesus.
The recheck, a back sight. Texture swinging wider and wider. Judges it.
Holy, no way. One sheriff.
As GENG
One sheriff, that's it.
pull off the thrifty to tie
Man,
it
what a
up in 1-1.
beast, man. Nice shot from him.
What else can you say? He has been truly
Alpha
dominant this
kind
event.
of messed up a little bit.
Shows up again when he's needed
Chronicle
most.
maybe should hit the shot.
The opener against
Ash
the
did incredible.
But Ash is the hero.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Ash is the hero,
No,
yeah.
the way he played on site here. Use that classic to great effect. And that's got some frustration out of Kayak. Feels like he should have had it.
Understandably so.
Oh, God, yeah.
Rescuing the round. Still would have been a rough feeling given the number of weapons dropped, but losing it hurts even more.
Just a slow approach here.
I will say that as soon as they default over towards A and they don't see the graph net, they should know the exact nice shot. Should know the exact setup of GENG.
Boaster able to find him. Just clean up that one, but Texture holds down the alley.
Right here.
Zalfier gets taken down off screen. Crashy's now gonna try his luck, sends out a shot. Shock dart just a little bit too deep. Relay bolt will get the connection. Texture will be feasting.
Stick around for Texture. He's gonna potentially get his ult into this one. That's what this feels like.
This poster has something to say about it. It's gonna be Foxy off the flank. who's able to
GENG are
find the kill.
very
GENG
close to ults. If
now
they win
gaining
this,
the
they
lead
have a
2-1.
good chance of
Other
snowballing
than
pretty heavy. Yeah.
Giving up that space in mid and not really accounting for that aggressive quick lurk by Boaster. Whew, snappy shot there early from Texture. Great relay bolt. Sure that there was no real chance for Crashies. Let's go! And then Munchkin rallying the troops. Coming right back into this map strong, especially on the defender side to get that eco win. Devastating on this map.
Okay, no, grabbing it over towards here. They should know deadlocks be.
Foxy 9 and Texture very nearly to theirs. Same with
Cage
Kayak.
to block middle, water separate and create a lot of pressure over towards mid. I like how, dude, this is honestly, they didn't use this wall, but this was a similar style to how FNATIC used to play this. I remember used to Astra play this, and most teams just have a different theory of how they want to play the map. You've got 3 different positions that like lead into 2. Most people focus a lot on A, but I do remember when I watched FNATIC, the amount of pressure that they like to create over towards top mid, they like it a lot more than other teams. They used to use Astra with fake smokes and then double smoke.
You gotta be careful. Alive, but Karon on a deeper line, starting to backpedal away.
All over towards B is going to give GENG a lot of information.
Now sights being turned over towards the main.
And then we see Crashies.
Feeling like
He doesn't have util to break this.
patience that was
Sorry, he doesn't have util to
on
sell the
split
fake on
will
this.
be coming through again. A lot of their utility was set up at the B site.
Dude, it's going to be another game that goes down to like the last 20 seconds. Like Harry 7, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Thank you for that.
30 seconds left.
Texture.
I mean, Munchkin should be so fine here, right?
Munchkin playing forward just alongside the walls.
20 seconds.
Risky maneuver here. The push comes in, finds one, turns back. It's good amount of
16
damage.
seconds.
Not collect the kill, but Texture certainly can. Looks for a little bit more. Has the stun, the slide, the spot, the overdrive popped.
10 seconds left.
Tears them all to pieces. Crashies late linger here onto the site.
Yeah,
He's able
needs
to
to
find
try to do a
one.
little bit of damage and stay alive somehow.
A world away. It's all about some damage. If he can find it, which he shall.
He did a little bit of damage and stayed alive. Not too bad for him.
Carried over.
Really nice from GENG. FNATIC
here
need
in
to
the
go a
round count.
little bit slower than that.
Now those senses
I get that they think that their smoke over towards A is going to create passive pressure. But
setting up for Texture. Finding
I
that
don't know.
first
It's
kill.
just too late to go into
Finding
this.
the bulk of the forces
Did I
of
say
FNATIC.
slower? Sorry, I meant faster. Sorry, chat. Sorry. I meant faster. Yeah, a little slower. I want to see them exec at 10 seconds, actually.
Despite the loss, now it's going to be Texture with the operator coming in with that oh so pivotal weapon for them. Overdrive though for Kayak. Hunter's Fury as well for Crashies.
Recon goes out
A lot of
towards
tools
A and
here
he got through the
FNATIC
util.
to put this eco into their own hands.
Stinger spam and top mid, able to go ahead and clear out one of the sonic sensors.
Oh, nice shot over towards him.
They're outside of A. Net now coming
Well,
through. Up against Pop.
that'll
It's
do
going to
it.
be Kayak getting dragged forward. Elfie doing his damnedest, but he just has that Sheriff.
Damn, man.
Realistically
Once
tried
Texture gets an op
to
out,
break
it looks
his teammate out. They
so
cannot make it
strong.
happen. They are able to go ahead and overwhelm Foxy 9, find the pick on that front, which will lead to a weapon scooped up. To impact. The pass over there. Poster drifting back.
Enemy remaining.
Munchkin quick to adjust.
Spike
the bite down.
mid.
Locking off Alfie here, stopping him from recovering the spike, at least here for the moment. Pre-fire onto the angle.
Damn, lovely shots, man.
Just the one casualty. GENG
Just
now
look
up
solid.
by 3.
A lot of patience in the early part of the round there. GENG waiting for their moment to strike with texture on the operator. Around the corner at A main. Finds the shot.
Rough, yeah, they might
Earlier.
start going for
started getting a
some
little bit more
faster
pressure on other
stuff
parts
now
of the
that
map.
they know
Great
there's an
by
op in play.
Boxy9 as well.
They don't have the most
Using the
util
grab
to
net
actually
into the
like push the
annihilation.
op off of angles.
Knock a player out of the round. Off the back of the barrier mesh clear. Very nice little trick play he's got set up. Works a treat for GENG. FNATIC gonna be taking a timeout with a rifle round, with a buy round coming, with a bunch of ults available. So the coaching staff really wants to make sure that this one's gonna get it going, because they can't afford to keep dropping rounds like this.
Yep, the texture at the moment. 2 kills per round played. Up 10-2-1. Desk was highlighting it, didn't get to see it as much in the first 2 maps of the series, but that operator so far been making very good use of it in the previous round. So with everything other than the pit available, we'll see what the game plan looks like here for FNATIC. Their own pit.
A lot of ults on
Charges
this.
away. Munchkin.
Not like they have
Trying to get
the
that one ready to go.
best ult agents though.
This time they're gonna shift
And they kind of all like that.
over to the other side of the map. Deadlock util.
Okay, so I'm expecting something a lot faster and set.
Maybe where FNATIC would anticipate. A little bit of change of ideas.
Are we insta-grav netting? Again, this is like the big tell. If they insta-grav net, you kind of know at least where the deadlock is. Yeah. They should know roughly like the
A
setup.
little bit of damage done to Munchkin. Just shrugs it off. Texture.
Same shock dart setup.
Waiting right outside this door.
Seems like he's expecting the pressure to come through here. Wants to just be able to swing and get a kill, quickly dip
Dude,
out.
look at Karen right now. Karen pushing down towards A.
Dissipated and GENG had no info.
Doesn't get the spot, but saw the start of the fast lane, so you know that Kayak is going to be playing pretty far up in mid.
Okay, he gets forced back. Maybe the smoke went off. Maybe they want to re-clear over towards middle. Omen flashed over towards middle to face top mids. Didn't really do too much on that.
Just a heat check there.
Quick little dodge. Texture, repositioning more towards the Boba side
Camera
here
to
mid.
spot info. I don't think it sees
Used
this.
over at A, so FNATIC
There was
trying to
just
sell a bit
pixel
of
out of place poster.
Yeah. FNATIC trying to sell a fake.
Playing that knives edge. There's Kayak. Texture.
Ooh, they
looking
get a
for
lot of
flick,
info
unable to
from that
find
one.
it.
Insta group over towards A. We've got 2-person here. 30 seconds. You got double deadlock util. Deadlock still has gravnet. You got to imagine this one's still too slow for FNATIC.
One way as well. Ash set up to try to punish.
As well as one here in the alley.
Smoke goes in. 15 seconds.
His time again.
Dude, did they hear me when I said play slower?
10 seconds remaining. Karan gets himself his first kill. Hunter's Fury sent his way, but not finding him. Ash holding from behind, and the round
Yeah,
is
you
over.
got to go way
2
faster.
remaining players here from FNATIC is forced to sit back and try to hold on to these
You can't be
weapons.
doing this.
God, this round is so well set up by GENG. The
I mean,
mid control this time. They're really diligent
No,
about
it
it.
didn't do
Probably something
anything.
that was talked about in the timeout.
Like, I get what he's saying. It was great from GENG. They didn't give him an
In the way that
opportunity.
he's placing himself.
But
He's the one going to re-clear
FNATIC
top mid. He's the one that comes back
didn't
to A to help
actually
Karan
do
hold down the
anything.
site.
They took mid control.
By that point,
Bottom of
time
mid control.
was just too low. So FNATIC gonna have mostly rifles with Guardian for Chronicle. Still have the Neural Theft, still have the Overdrive. Texture still has an operator.
That does get the catch on a 1.
Uh-oh, robot's back.
Damage not going to be found, Foxy. Not wanting to play overly aggressively.
Pretty cool from GENG. They get hit over towards A with the grav nets. They kind of realize they're doing some kind of A default, and we take a lot of space with texture on this one. With an op, I might add as well. Kind of a little bit crazy from him, but he now locks all of this down. Like GENG looking.
Chronicle, 2 massive shots.
I'm glad I didn't finish that one.
Helps break the site wide open.
What?
Ash dead as well. Given that it's just Munchkin and Texture left alive with the operator.
They're looking. I was gonna say they're looking awful. They're definitely gonna lose this round. That was the end of my sentence.
Close to his ult. Wouldn't mind getting the extra.
Damage dealt. Will all be good for him. His spray's going to be exchanged, but As he falls down to 2 HP. Will just back away, so FNATIC should be able to
You're so
get
smart,
this
yeah.
one done in flawless
Dude,
fashion.
let's see the double kill, man.
Yeah, this time around, a little bit more prepared for some of these positions that GENG is in. And they just do a whale of a job. Chronicle does a whale of a job over at elbow, clearing that out with a Guardian by himself.
I want to see those shots back from his POV.
Oh, has to be incredible.
They know they've given up some space, so FNATIC just staying clustered, not treading in towards Texture's line of sight. FNATIC will find their second round win. Still in this, still with an opportunity to close out this series.
Just gotta love it. I mean, you just get these early kills, and you're just able to scale up off of that. A great reveal as well.
Yeah.
Crashies.
Well, so far,
Makes quick work of
decisive A hits
That's
have
just
won you
really
both the
nice
rounds.
stuff there from FNATIC. You're gonna need those players to keep that up. GENG though, they want to move that operator over. I feel like A has become their weaker side of things in a way. See if maybe they can just find that opener, dissuade FNATIC a little bit.
No GravNet.
Pushing
So
forward.
you should know that the op skin is set up.
been a
I
bit of
don't
a risk
entirely
taker,
know. I
to
haven't
say
really
the
looked at the
least.
demo too much, but
Pushing with the shorty, no one getting baited forward into the smoke, however.
Just each team trying to feel each other out there to see if anybody's going to make an aggressive move. Instead, FNATIC gonna try this mid exploration again.
through middle. Oh, it's looking nice on the minimap at the moment. Someone's going to have to go pretty big for GENG.
Getting surrounded.
Starting to get a little bit of frazzles as well. Just a little bit of noise. Paranoia gets sent. Foxy now going to be at risk here potentially. The overdrive gets popped. Calling gets on hand, but Foxy somehow draws down fast enough to clean up the kill.
That's rough.
Player advantage for the moment here on the side of GENG. Forward sight control for FNATIC. Going to try to get this plant going. Slowed up, interrupted here for the moment.
Chronicle gets the pit off a kill.
Count over the top.
He might get. He might. Oh.
Some kills exchange though in Chronicle. He'll get the pit, but only in depth. It's down to Althea. Does have a neural theft, but again, low on time. The commitment of the ult, a risky one. Otherwise, has no real idea about the player's positions.
That's devastating for him.
Gets ping revealed off the recon. GENG going to be feeling very comfortable. Karan could just go for the swing. Alpha puts one down, but that's again
No messing about from GENG.
The clock
Holy.
gets away from them. Karan, once sure that they carry nothing forward. 6-2. GENG still in control.
Oh,
I mean, this is all just down to Foxy winning that
He
battle
went for the
against
body
Kayak
shots.
over in defender spawn. Without that, that opens up a huge extra angle for FNATIC. It shuts down an easy retake for GENG. Instead, they've
About
got
Domin,
MOBA
thank you so
control,
much for the 2
and
months,
they're
man. Appreciate
able
the
to find
prime.
their shots and clean the players out. I think you're going to give poor Solo an ulcer.
No, yeah, Jesus.
They up by indeed, but
What was
Neural
that?
Theft still held here. The pit now available for them if they can get into a post plant. One player push up. They're working their way towards Texture with the op.
Michigan's got his pit as well. Ash has that Hunter's Fury.
Texture's continuing to push. Finds one, but can he exit? So
Big
far the
stun.
answer is yes. Going to be relay bolts exchange fast lane. Sets up
Damn,
for the
it's
quick
nice,
exit.
man.
Texture gets out scot-free.
Yeah, dude, as soon as this op goes in, they just have...
To repeat.
It's so hard for them to
Not
push
yet
him off of
falling
angles.
For Kayak's exit. Didn't hear him bounding out. But still at risk of being caught off guard. Slides back into position. Both Neons
The smart
keeping
position
quiet
from him
at
as
the
well.
same time.
Like
Both
even if
Sir
he is on
Crashes
this
pushing
corner, if he
forward, trying to
goes
take
out
some
and
space
swings into
control
the
here
angle, he
top
still has a
mid.
good chance of hitting
Where
it.
the Sonic sensor is.
Smoke cuts off the one side.
Omen Flash
Paranoia
goes over
gets
towards
sent.
middle, stops
Slows
the push
approach.
out.
There's the peek, and
Yeah.
it's a headshot
Yeah.
to boot.
They gotta just go fast, I think, man. I think they just gotta do fast strats for the rest of
Planted
this.
here at top mid. But to what
It's
avail?
not really what you want to do against this comp, but the op
Alert
is
to
wrecking
Monster
him.
maybe can come away with some value, but Foxy still staring back at this position.
30
Shows that they're at
seconds
least
left.
somewhat suspicious of it. Now that they have the smoke on market, he can keep his attention trained there.
Might have made just a little bit of noise there, so Boaster going to change directions.
I mean, I think he's going to change directions to go for the safe. Once again, he and Crashy's just looking to join forces to hold on to these weapons.
Not a good start from FNATIC. Nah, it's rough, man.
10 seconds left.
That is the round.
Might need
guaranteed
might need
for
another
GENG.
timeout.
7-2. With yet 3 more rounds to be played out. They are bouncing back after the loss in OT on split. A good shot to go ahead and hold on to the weapon.
Don't give them time.
But it's still struggle street here for FNATIC.
No doubt. I mean, Texture just so
A really good
patient,
round from Texture.
just understanding that there was a real chance that Kayak actually hadn't left, and he reads it so well. And the rest of the way, Foxy doing a great job with some of these deep lurks that FNATIC is able to create, and he's shutting them down.
What's this for Mash?
For GENG in these
Silver?
rounds.
It's been a big rebound for him. Very much has been the biggest loser of the series when it comes down to the first deaths.
Yeah.
Change that.
Whoa, nice
Texture
shot.
out a little bit too
I
wide.
think it's like in case they go fast overall.
Find the headshot right there, clean through the box.
Yeah, they might scale off of this. You would expect that this is the weak side.
Yeah, they're going to get good info of this one. Omen Flash only hits 1. They can pretty much descend this. Omen Flash was great back. Good stun as well. Dude, every time they go fast, it's a lot better. Obviously, this fast pick, walk contact helps them a lot.
Certainly favoring himself with it, given the numbers advantage. Munchkin, 10. That should leave Foxy9 simply to save.
This is fast. I mean, this is as fast as you're going to get with FNATIC.
Try to make this a little bit more costly. Weapon back out, but Chronicle still too fast. FNATIC find themselves a third.
But they're right not to go fast. If they actually did like a straight up fast strat, I'm pretty sure they just got farmed by that
A little
overall.
bit of a positioning mistake this time from Texture is punished by Chronicle. Got the spot out. Got the wall bang through the box. Just saw the foot. Right on the back there. And they're just swarming on site. All it takes is that one first kill. And that's been FNATIC's go signal to just accelerate. Plenty of money left.
Still double
Foxy9 got his
blockers
ult
starting
there,
over towards
caught that
B.
kill in the death. So now you've got everything except for Textures to work with here for GENG. So a lot to consider.
He's playing back once again. Not going to get spotted.
Not this again.
Let's see entry strategy here.
Drone goes out.
Slide
It
across,
doesn't
Texture
see Kayak on this
pulling back,
angle.
giving himself a bit of a wider angle in case it is going to be the Neon sliding into picture.
Crashies has his own drone.
All that.
Smoke goes in. Yeah, looks like they might just sight hit this. Sova ult as soon as the smoke goes down.
For a target, finding one. Chronicle likely to fall, and he does. Pit will have to wait for the last round of the half as he ends up hitting the floor. FNATIC still interested in this side of the map, or at least being
After there is a kind of A defaulting double push over towards B main, they get a lot of info on this one. And in the 4v5, Alpha's allowed to do what he wants. And he's found the gap.
Yeah, just was able to strafe through that, and that's going to put him on a deep line in towards Boba.
They've been dipping into that well. It's going to be read by GENG.
Recon ends up getting cleared, the jiggle peek. Did he go wide enough to spot out the operator? Hard to say, but still
Munchkin's
able to
on top
avoid
of
the
this.
shots all the same. As Munchkin
30
seemingly is
seconds left.
reading this so
Very
very
nice.
well.
Unreal.
Knows the space that he's given up, but Boaster able to
Ooh,
fight
does
back in
Boaster
kind.
expect a second?
Finds the hit Kayak there.
Yes, it does
Trying
with
to
his plant
counteract,
spot.
but they expect the Foxy9 is similarly
Yeah, and this
going
was
to be playing
this
out
was
of
good
B-main.
info
Seems
from
the answer is yes, as they
Alpha
go
in
back
terms of what he had
backside
cleared
play.
earlier as well. Great jump
Finds
spot.
the jiggle out. Be cautious though. Armageddon is available. As the arrival, Crashy's nearly having them lined up, is able to find the first Foxy9. He's dead. Paranoia sent.
What a recon,
on the
man.
recon. Karon knowing that he needs to try to win this fight, and he is able to do so. They both avoided. Kayak answering back with one of his own. The Paranoia goes through. Ping reveal on the Poaster.
Ooh.
The Kayak collecting the kill.
Scary
Texture
round,
will
man.
fall.
2
2v2.
1v1s at the same time.
Ash contained back within the smoke. Should
No
be dead.
way he won
Still,
that.
somehow was able to come away with that kill. And now it's down to Poaster.
Concentrate, Sova.
To try to clutch this out. Look for the re-ping here. And Poaster just going to be playing the timing.
Nicely done from Boaster.
Ash, this
Downing.
time not nearly as close as the previous. Gets himself a 3K, but cannot clutch the round. FNATIC win 2 in a row. And are 1 away from 5-7 scoreline. Just a hell of a lot better than you might have anticipated, given how this map had started.
Just an absolutely bizarre round. Starts with
Did the bait out he did there was awesome.
Gets a
That
kill.
was really cool.
A lot of space taken
I missed
by
that first
Alpha.
time,
It's
man.
accounted for. Then Foxy9 can't win a battle against Crashies. Has to get the TP over from Karon, who's able to bail him out. And then it's a couple 1v1s spread out, and Boaster wins some big ones. against Munchkin in particular. Break things open. Aggressive push.
I have to suspect that was Alpha saying one more. Make that 7-5.
Flash over towards site on its own. Omen TP's over towards site. They kind of heard it. They know it's somewhere near.
Ends up giving up.
With an
and he's just fighting at him with an operator. Excuse me. What is that? As he hits the follow-up. The repeat, does he got a third?
Oh
yes, he does.
my god.
What?
That's yeah,
That is one of the most ridiculous
that's
rounds
unbelievable.
that I have ever seen. And I have to see it back.
He's 16-4.
Guys, 16-4. There's hardly any util to push my fangles.
Unreal stuff from Texture.
Let me see this.
Oh,
yeah,
my
all right.
God.
The quick scope after quick scope. Unbelievable scenes. Gen G
Insane
out the
shots,
lead.
man.
8-4. Shifting now over to the attacking side. We'll see you guys on the other side of halftime.
Dave, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Oh, behavior, dude. The slide to the Omen ult is nuts. Should Gen G struggle like FNATIC struggles? Yeah, they should struggle a little bit on attack. OG Flash God, thank you so much with the Prime. Thank you for the 18 months. If they don't change their default, I think the wall over towards B needs to change, Bacon. I was saying there's a chance. There's a definite chance here, yeah. If FNATIC win pistols, should be a close map. Like, very close. That would still be double pistol, right? It's not a good sign. I guess they got E-code next.
We're about to go into the final
Kayak.
half here.
Yeah, he's feeling a little bit, yeah.
Decide who is sticking around in the upper bracket, Gen G or FNATIC.
There was a couple of rounds which, obviously, there was like 2 rounds in that half which we saw that we probably should have done better.
Gen G very much solidifying the lead. We'll take a look
Dayu
at the
as well.
Coinbase
Thanks so much for the
econ
5
report.
gifted, man. I appreciate you doing that as well.
I mean, Texture there over 100.
Thank you so much.
I think that's the highest one.
Yeah, I think that is the highest that I've seen.
That operator does so much damage, but it's just the early start that he has. Those multiple 3Ks
Dave, thank you so much for the 5 gifted,
really
bro. I
get the
appreciate
ball
the support.
rolling
Thank you.
in the economy for him. I mean, Texture right now has more kills than the top 2 players on FNATIC combined. He is in rare form this event.
Got more than the bottom 3 combined as well. It's just been absolutely insane. I mean, for that matter, it might as well compare it to his own team. He's got as many kills
Did
as
Gen G finally lose a pistol?
Do.
Yeah, it's 3-2 to Gen G for pistols.
To watch a player of his caliber, easily the best operator we have at this event. It is not a contest. He is shutting teams out on his own. And now, going over to their attacker's side.
Again, 3-2, 1-0 on this map.
Other than the Sentinels, that's the only change-up, but that gives a lot of extra room for Gen G in the post plants potentially. If they can get there.
Well, we might have a potentially quick round here. It's looking like we might have some fighting in mid.
Knives out, run it down.
Triple stack set up here.
Hey, FNATIC, go for a paper X.
On the opposite side by Gen G. There's Texture on the jiggle peek. Spots out plenty.
Well, it's almost as if you recognize the pistol because you guys did it. At the same time they swing out. Did the spam got no one?
None to be found.
Yeah, I wanted to maybe.
Okay, well, there you
Do
go.
they keep going? They keep going. Guys, you got 2 kills. You don't want to be dueling after that. Very nicely done from Crashies. Maybe a double pistol into this one?
Trying to catch FNATIC off guard.
It's interesting that Gen G
by
do the
doubling
same
down
wall
on that
again.
mid
Pressure over towards B.
But FNATIC didn't move a muscle. They held their.
I feel like when you play
held their
Cypher
angles.
comps, a lot of the time on attack, you're not, sorry, on defense, you're not going to go that aggro anyway in this position. So I do think wall-wise you can do a lot better in terms of passive pressure.
Answers him back, sticks around. It's a little bit more, and Munchkin's
Ghost has got his flash for the retake. Crashy's recon.
On the back of sight. Karen, though.
3-person push behind, and Karen has his flash as well.
Classic here too.
Has to back away. Sheriff on the opposite side.
Flash off the angle.
Slides over. Jiggles out. Paranoia to buy some time.
Boaster saves flash. Munchkin gets a kill. Oh boy.
Taken down.
It'll be a devastating one for FNATIC to lose.
Really narrow their focus. Two angles of approach with Karan here around the corner. Crossfire attempt set up here from Munchkin, but eventually he's going to be hounded down. Albier finding the elimination. It all falls to Ash.
Double pistol
Cannot get it done.
against GENG. That almost feels impossible.
GENG 3-3 across
3-3.
the two teams in the series. FNATIC once again taking that first step on the road to recovery here on Sunset.
Yeah, just a miscalculation off the rip for GENG.
It's on? Yeah, it's really on.
Once that curtain drops.
Obviously, they need to make sure they don't get eco'd, but it's really, really on.
FNATIC were the ones waiting with open arms. Come right in. We're ready. We're waiting. They do a great job in the end.
Come on, boys. Let's fucking now. This is what we want to do, boys.
A little bit late on the blip there. But it's all good. Sheriff
GENG invest a little bit into it. Obviously, they got the plant, so they can. We've got WOL, Recon, Gravnet. Trying to make sure that you force back towards this area. And ooh, that's always scary.
Himself alive.
45.
Damage taken. Still able to fight. Swing in.
42. Wait, what was that? Little drive-by.
Trade some damage back here alongside Texture.
Jesus.
Bounce of the shock dart able to be avoided. Boaster holding down the approach, getting the spot. Boaster again finding value with the Sheriff, but kills not quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, GENG doing a little bit of damage, but hasn't converted to anything else yet. And Chronicle shuts down Munchkin's lurk.
That should basically seal the deal here. Swing on the corner. Kayak dead.
Might just have to stay alive with the flash Recon on this one. Recon goes out. They don't get too much for it.
FNATIC will
Shock
surrender a bit of
darts.
space here for the moment as the plant comes in. Chronicle considering going for the aggro push. Foxy 9 just in the opposite side of the corner.
Oh, it's scary.
Can't recover in time. Foxy able to find another as Texture finds Boaster. And surely it can't be happening again.
No way, what happens here? They lost track of him. Dude, they got eco'd again. Both he's waving to him. Both pistols, and they get eco'd on both.
It's just been a mainstay of GENG. That they are just so fearsome on these ecos. So much chip damage done early. A scoop
They
up
saw him. I mean, he got a kill
for Ash.
a second before, dude.
Translates to another kill. Texture good for 2 with the Sheriff. And that has sent FNATIC reeling after what looked like what might be a good start for this half.
You can tell how much it. You can tell how much it means. Jesus.
Alpha with the hero rifle.
And a Sheriff there as well. Saying, excuse me. Let me use you as my meat shields. You stand in front. I've got the firepower. And I will shoot through your corpses as they look at the kill on the
How's that
Texture.
no
He
kill?
falls down to 3 HP. Forces the
Oh,
paranoia.
hold up.
And somehow Munchkin's
Whoa,
getting
hold
some
up.
Ash.
We gotta play the 3 HP, and Alpha did the dink to him, so he kind of knows as well.
Continue to look to turn the tides. Re-swing in. Bit of damage taken. Karan able to put the hero rifle on the floor. Boaster nearby to maybe try to go for the recovery on that.
Goes to TP if he wants to easily get this. Smokes himself off towards middle to get this. Yeah, they use this to go over towards mid. Can Chronicle do anything with 16 HP in a classic? WOL goes over towards spawn.
To him lurking there. He could still very well be GENG's undoing.
Should be in your mind as GENG. You haven't paid any attention.
Good timing from Chronicle. He just clears this out. He would have gone. Oh, honestly, he might have actually done damage at that peak.
Texture, spike in hand here with 3 health.
I'm out of here.
Makes his way onto the site. Seems like they are going to be expecting that. Spike gets planted, but now further weapons recovered.
Yeah, they went down to the bottom and middle to pick up the guns. It's a very nice thing from FNATIC there.
Rifles retrieved here as well.
Heavy focus on that, especially once the WOL went in as well. They kind of realized they had time. Reconvened over towards mid.
Doesn't see anything.
It's a massive opportunity for FNATIC.
Problem is they left B main, so they don't know if they went and re-cleared this, so the pressure on B main is pretty big.
Foxy 9 finds the first, immediately backpedals. Net not going to go deep enough for the hit. Boaster
Time's low.
been spotted out there. Slide in.
Oh,
Foxy
shot.
9 drags across for the kill. Texture's instantaneous.
God, these rounds are gunning for FNATIC. They really are, man. Nicely handled from GENG.
No cigar, a great run of it for FNATIC, but GENG now find themselves up 10-5.
I mean, you've got Alfier firing again early for
3v5.
FNATIC. So many of those rounds
Comes down bottom mid.
would translate into wins. But it's, again, the trickery and the discipline, the fallback from Foxy9. Shutting down a Neon like that on the slide. Absolutely ridiculous.
Dude, he's really going through it.
At this point.
Every time we're on his BOV, he's clenching his heart.
Wanting that day of rest.
Poor guy's been put through the ringer today.
So obviously, the losing teams gets put on that most difficult of paths, having to play again potentially tomorrow.
Gotta worry about the Hunter's Fury here.
The roll goes in, but Texture's made a lot of space here.
Paints up here for now. Monster eating a tiny little lick of damage there from his teammate. His Texture taken down. Chronicle coming away with the goods.
They see one right side. So it goes in here as well.
Trying to counteract the momentum swing.
It Crashies might have some deadly shocks here.
GENG, other than Munchkin, tagged up, but that's still able to find one. Crashies falls down to 10. The bite off the drone coming through.
Molly hits him as he's drone and double shock when they're all around 50 HP.
Finds the kill. And now gives the player the
Boy.
advantage. Barrier mesh. Need to be cleared out here.
Dude, look at their HPs.
From Market Foxy. Getting the spot. Has the net. There's the bounce. The pull coming through. Kayak gonna have to try to spam it out.
Yeah, and what you're gonna have to do, you have to swing off of it and use all your bullets, so you can't swing off of it.
Recover the kill.
So hard to play.
Poster, some spam does connect, but they have to back away.
Damn, they got to back out. 41, 30. Ah, man, devastating. GENG in a really good spot.
Will get themselves up to 11. 3 rounds in a row now. FNATIC very much find themselves on the back foot.
But it's just snappy shooting again for GENG, plus the util. The early kill by Ash into the drone snakebite combo onto the weakened Crashies, and then another grab net annihilation for Foxy9. He has been so wonderful with that ultimate.
Damn, the Molly, dude.
In the situations, he's finding so much value as well. And it's so tough. Yeah, he knows they were all low HP, but they just didn't have the bodies available to crash through the site. And that's going to be another timeout here for FNATIC.
Final timeout of this series, unless they're able to take this into another overtime. They have one hell of a run back in front of them. It's the same exact moment after round 16 that we saw.
It's 12-5. Sunset Classic.
On split, GENG was only able to get that one more round win. FNATIC looking to pull out the very same script that we just witnessed to get them to this point, to get them to this map 3.
No doubt it's doable. We just saw it. You should believe if you're a FNATIC fan. There's still definitely a chance. I mean, as good as GENG looks, we've seen them be fallible now in this event. We've seen them bleed. Is FNATIC going to be able to exploit that even further? The buy is going to be a little bit scuffed, though. They're going to go for a Stinger there and a Guardian. Couple Guardians, couple rifles. Alfier still has his ult. Still got to get to a place to use it. There's the Hunter's Fury for Ash. Texture went away from an overdrive.
Okay, this is the big ult, and
Never know
dude,
here.
GENG have a lot of money as well. They're in an incredible spot.
Look to contest mid, but nobody from FNATIC there. They're just leaving this wide open here. They're expecting
Yeah, a bit of a change up from FNATIC. Maybe just want to try set up one over towards A. There's been a lot of mids, so don't actually go for the camera that kind of spots them. Info, double kill trip over towards. It's weird. So they got double kill trips that kind of makes it look like they want to fight market, but they don't have the best market setup.
Leading with Kayak, trying to play off of it a little bit. If they find a pick reveal, sees the Tracer, sends some shots, but Karen on the reposition.
Ash is stuck out here with the spike. A little bit of an awkward position. I think they might know he's there. I think they saw the recon come out.
It's continuing the cycle. Those smokes onto the right-hand side of top mid.
Okay, FNATIC reinforce. Reinforce market. Double swing goes out. They don't see anything.
Really cautious
Smoke.
this round. Something feels
Vanishes at middle.
They haven't met much resistance. We're looking to see if FNATIC's going to try to make a peek.
Drone at the ready. The market door open. Will force a reposition here from Alfier.
Revealing area.
Crashies sending out the recon. The one, that's going to be Chronicle and Kayak playing off it beautifully. Kills found, Alpha pushing forward.
One enemy remaining.
Picking in the pieces, it's Foxy9. Finds himself all alone. Net going to be sent.
Yeah, I want to try keep this very clean.
Three swings in towards Boba, has him lined up,
Nice.
cannot
And
collect
Chronicle
the
is
kills.
the closest to ult as well, so it's pretty good from them.
The timeout ends up getting them a round win. Are we on that same path, that same script from Split?
I mean, if you're Gen G here as well, you're looking at the amount of numbers over towards mid and market here, and you just know for sure they had one person holding A. So imagine Gen G will do some kind of A default or at least re-clear over towards A. Helmy, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 25 bombs. They got to know for sure there was one here. Unless they speed it up while they're setting one up.
Really well thought out, really well planned. And as soon as Gen G got stuck there, they didn't really have an exit strategy. Maybe doubling down on this a little bit again. Seems like just Texture, though, this time going out on an exploration mission.
Just wants to try to clear that
I do like the deadlock trip.
Yep.
Can people go to this angle? Don't know where it is when you're back here.
Market just backing away. As all of Gen G get clustered here into B main.
You could use this Hunter's Fury potentially to just scale into sight. Just holding that angle, but
go on a dry peek and force
Yeah, it's not the most convincing. They go past the smoke as well. One kill trip over towards site. Alpha at one point is just gonna be stuck here.
Still able to fight back for one.
A turret.
Does well to find the kill before getting traded out. Chronicle three swinging in for an angle, looking to try.
Oh, that's unlucky. Dropped off.
Drops down. Foxy scales forward.
I mean, that might be
Fast
it.
lane was able to find that headshot. Shock dart here towards Ash. A bit of damage going to be suffered, but the counter's been from Texture. It flushes out the enemy Sova. A 2v4. The player's economy in a decent position, so it seems like the call is going to be to try to make a play of this one, but Poster is just being sprayed through the smoke as they hear him TP up. Grab net, finds the catch, Kayak trying to get the hit. Finds the first, but it's just too many angles and only 2 HP. Even going for the save. Impossible.
All right, 6 chances.
Gen G
yeah, the B hold doesn't look great.
Up to match point. FNATIC needs 6 in a row. Much like we saw them on Split. They want to have any chance of staying in the upper bracket.
But just a really nice round here from Gen G. Great calls from
Especially when you add the pistols onto this, it's been very rough from FNATIC. They got double E code, by the way. It's crazy to get double E code in this one.
Throw that relay bolt back there. Isolate the players.
Ash still has Sova ult.
And you're good to go.
Change it from Gen G, wall pressure now.
Those sights so nicely.
We're gonna just hold this with the one.
Munchkin, I think, previously wanting to try to take this orb for himself to get one away from a bit of his own in the round, but far too risky with the decay in play, so wisely decides to back off after clearing out the tripwire.
It's got in their heads a bit. Clearing that trip, making Chronicle think. Another double stack here at top mid. Let's see what they want to do.
Smoke about to dissipate.
Glimpse
gonna be found, and yeah, Kayak
Nice first pick.
able to
He
find
saw
the
a
kill on
couple of
Munchkin.
numbers as well. Camera, literally saw all 4,
In
right?
towards market, gets the reveal off the trip, but cannot collect the kill. Off the air. Position going to be known, but FNATIC are very quickly getting themselves into a good
What an
spot,
Omen
trying
flash
to
this
go
was.
ahead and get
It's an
up on retake.
incredibly
He's able to find
impressive
one,
trade
it
from
back.
them.
This is Alpha. Kills Texture.
Nicely done from
Finds
Chronicle.
finding
All
Kara
comms.
now.
Dude, definitely some rounds where you're seeing that the comms from FNATIC look a little off.
Jump up over the top, Foxy9 finds the elimination, tucks back.
No surprises.
As he has the Armageddon at the ready, spots one, it's just gonna be
No
a
way.
shotgun stop.
Damn, man. Foxy9. That is impressive. Okay, Gen G absolutely wrecked them on this map. Extra did insane on defense, and honestly, Foxy9 did really good on attack as well. Okay, I mean, the second map was incredible. Nicely done from Gen G.
There is no doubt now that this team is the favorite to win this tournament. A flawless run through the Swiss stage, and now taking down the #1 seed.
Deadlock meta.
from the
Yeah, I love Deadlock, man. So strong.
It looked a little shaky on
We got the first Deadlock lost though in the split.
Sunset, another dominant performance. This time a 13-6. And me oh my, this team is in another stratosphere. They're in another solar system. They're in another galaxy.
All of the first seeds won one map. Yeah, Fnatic only. I don't know. I'm open for the discussion, but I think I'm still on the front, and maybe this is me being incredibly stubborn. That I just think they chose the wrong comps for this, in my opinion. I think all of the first seeds went incredibly safe, and I think if they had leaned more into a Vice or a Deadlock or a Duo on some maps, I think they would have won maps. But I think it's me being very stubborn. The stats don't look good. Shout out to GENG. I think GENG have a really good thought process for a lot of theirs stuff as well. Oh my goodness.
Munchkin.
Let me turn this up.
Holy crap. What a series that was. First things first, we saw some interesting changes with compositions with you guys. You guys brought out Taeho, only team to do that.
What is this? Fraud.
Are you telling me
someone in the chat's calling me a fraud.
Or is it not?
이번에 좀 과감하게 태호를 꺼내 들었어요. 아직까지 저희가 토론토에서는 태호를 보지 않은 것 같은데 이게
Got him? Oh, he actually got me as well. He popped it down as well.
아니면은 젠지가 독을 푼 건가요?
일단 저는 아직도 좋다고는 말 못하겠는데 나쁘지 않다고 생각은
Isn't that a banned word? Mate, he's on the main broadcast. He's only.
꺼내고 지긴 했지만 다음 경기 때도 언제든 꺼낼 거니까 다른 팀들 조심하시기 바랍니다.
What do you say? What do you say?
I wouldn't typically say Taeho is still OP, but I would still say he's viable. And I mean, our Taeho on Split, we lost that map, but we're ready to whip him out whenever on other maps as well. So watch out for our
That's
Taeho.
a lie, surely.
Okay, all right. Like hearing that. Now, from that, talk about that map 2 loss. What did the team talk about in between maps 2 and 3? Because that was a heartbreak loss for you guys in map 2.
이 세트 약간 좀 많이 아쉬웠는데
I'm on forward watch. Yeah, there's a lot of people from there's a lot of people that joined after the first 5 wins talking a lot. I see that. What I'm saying is just noise. I can't hear him on the first carriage, man. They're all the way back.
Not much, but it's just, things happen and we take it in the chin and, go with the flow and we can, win the game by winning Sunset. So
yeah,
let's go do it.
No, fair. I mean, you guys did that, just that. Now, what does make this GENG team so different from everyone else? Because now, I mean, you heard Achilleos and Paper Thin, although, they love you guys. They feel like GENG is the #1 team to go all the way. Do you believe that?
사실 그 캐스터들이 이제 젠지가 정말 강력한 1등 우승 후보다라는 말을 하고 있는데 왜일까요? 왜라고 생각하시는지 그리고 스스로도 그렇게 1등이라고 느끼고 있는지 궁금합니다.
무슨 말이 필요할까요? 젠지잖아요.
Do you really need words to describe? Or explain? We're GENG.
Love to hear that. Well, you know what? With that said, I do want to ask one more thing. You guys are playing Wolves next. Great team. They've managed to take down someone who took you guys out in RRQ. Is there a little concern? What are your thoughts on the Wolves?
일단 젠지를 퍼시픽에서 이겼던 RRQ를 이긴 울브즈를 다음으로 만나고 될 텐데 하고 싶은 말이 있나요?
일단 저희는 프나틱을 만나든 울브즈를 만나든 어느 팀을 만나든 다 똑같다고 생각을 하고 저희가 이긴다고 생각하기 때문에 절대 방심하지 않을 거고 지금 재밌는 경기 많이 하더라고요. 막 일어나면서 저희 앞에서도 일어날 수 있나 지켜보겠습니다.
Well, Wolves or Fnatic or any other team, let's call it, we're gonna win no matter what, and no matter who we face. And they've played some fun matches, but let's see if we can do the same thing against us.
Love to hear it, Munchkin. I've known you for years, brother. It's always good to talk to you, pal. Congratulations on the win. Give it up for Munchkin and GENG!
Yeah, big win for them. And they're gonna play Wolves next. They gotta play Wolves.
Munchkin is not wrong. GENG has recruited another fan here on the desk, but they, I think, have now solidified themselves as the favorites of this tournament.
Absolutely. No one wanted to pick this team.
Sunset, do you think, is the strongest?
They said that
I'm a
Paper
X Sunset believer.
And they proved why no one wanted to. Taking down Fnatic in a
Deadlock
really
looks insanely
tight
strong with the
series.
buffs. Why aren't teams using Deadlock that much? It's not like a...
seriously, at this point, I do not know why we just not go straight to the final and give
It's not a
Texture that
traditional
MVP
kind of
because map after
agent, I
map,
guess.
we can see the impact
I
that
don't
he
know,
has
I'm a
in the
believer.
game. Foxy9 also had an incredible showing on that Sunset. And once again, every single first seed lost their opening match. So, you know, for the future, winning apparently your region is not that important if you want to succeed globally.
Well, I mean, worked out well for Heretics and Liquid. Anyway,
Oh boy, everyone's
everyone's
getting flamed.
This does mean, however, our upper bracket looking kind of juicy, lowers as well. There's
Liquid
some
didn't even
interesting
have their
matchups,
main
but,
five.
Mimi, how do the Fnatic fans need to be worried
main?
because that was against GENG after all?
I think it's interesting. So first off, GENG, probably the hardest opponent they could have drawn into. I think worries right now are probably around the map pool, because Sunset did look pretty rough for Fnatic there. They were playing into a really great team on it, of course, but that one didn't look quite as practiced as some of their other maps. But still, they showed the grit to come back on map 2 from being down pretty big. We saw great performances from Kayak especially, who I think was the biggest question coming into this tournament. So I wouldn't be super worried if you're a Fnatic fan.
I
think Fnatic looked okay. I don't think this map looked great, but I think there's a couple of rounds with me.
Well,
I mean,
even if he wasn't maybe
looked
like
pretty
the
bad,
star,
let's be
my
honest.
eyes wouldn't have gone there. It's actually the returning people that have had such good showings, like our alphas and our chronicles, that my eyes go towards. But you know, they were able to get at least one map. To me, the
Lim
concern
games
about
are tomorrow.
Fnatic is
Yeah,
that
they
sometimes
are.
some things were a little bit overcooked, and they lack the confidence that we have seen from them. That just go into their faces, go into those duels, and sometimes you gotta
Two
fight
rounds
them and
around
break
at a
the
time was
tempo a
pretty
little bit.
bad.
Maybe because I'm biased,
Two of them
but
pistols
amazing
on
defense
top of
off
that,
on
pretty
Haven.
bad.
Could have. There was a world. It was like the last time they played against each other, Shanghai. There
trying
was
to
a
stay
world.
positive,
It could have been a 2-0.
it
It was a
wasn't great.
13-11 again. So for me,
Hitting
and
you
also
good
I rate
twice
GENG
can't be
very
good.
high. Oh yeah. I don't think they would have those kind of issues against maybe any of the other teams in this tournament.
I wouldn't go quite that far. I think the biggest worry is that there are other great teams in the lower bracket. You look at a G2 who's already down there. They stumbled as well a little bit in a close first game. That team's going to be scary for a Fnatic. And even just the other #1 seeds who suffered a little bit. I'm hoping for a bounce back from RRQ. So it's going to be a tough road if Fnatic wants another trophy, that's for sure.
Yeah, we definitely want to see a little bit more of opposition coming in from the seed ones, right? Like, you've been waiting all this time, you've been watching all these players. We definitely know that it's important to warm up in the big stage, but we want to see those showings, especially after the change of patch.
We do, and as we take a look at the bracket, we already
RRQ
talked about
versus
a lot of great
Fnatic.
matchups coming in.
Yeah.
G2 XLG, that's going to be...
Yeah, these are
anything can happen.
I mean,
guess
I
at
think
least point.
G2 are going to be okay.
Fnatic is twice
GLI
in
didn't
that
look
bracket,
great.
so forget the Wolves versus
RRQ
Fnatic,
might
it's
be
Gen
tempted
G
to pick
versus
Sunset
Fnatic,
with what we just saw.
Wolves.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's been a day here. It's okay. We forgive them.
Wait.
We're okay with that.
Wait, what did I just
but
say?
my eyes, of course, go towards
Double
go
Fnatic?
towards the upper bracket too of Sen versus Paper X. That's going to be the clouted matchup as well. That's going to be really fun. But we
Might
will
get
be
G2
starting with the
Fnatic,
elimination games
lower bracket.
tomorrow.
Oh, it would be a banger.
G2 versus XLG taking the stage first, followed by RRQ versus
What would it be for
Fnatic.
5th to 6th,
Are you
5th
guys
to 6th, and
excited?
4th? Yeah.
2 first seats going home tomorrow. Thanks for coming.
Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Yeah.
Thanks for
Looking ahead
coming.
to that one, yeah. I mean, that is crazy to think about early on. Not a lot of time for these first seeds that came in and lost to run it back. Here's the correct graphic for you, of course, with that Wolves GENG upper bracket game.
Yeah, I guess this.
I feel like there are some pretty, at least in my mind, fairly clear
Yeah,
favorites.
this is
in
probably the
G2
hardest
and
one to call.
Fnatic in that bracket, but XLG and RRQ both showed way more at home than they did in their opening matches. So
This would be a
room to
banger
find
game,
that
man.
form
The
again.
Paper
I
X
think that the
Sentinels
worst
should
bit
smash
about that last match
records.
is that it
Well,
is the teams that
maybe
have
not
played
records,
it
but it
today,
should be the
right?
most watched
Like
game.
the XLG and G2 at least had today to, you know, like debrief a little bit, look at the goods, look at the bads. But for RRQ or for Fnatic, is you play 2 days and one of them is going to go home.
RRQ over
Well,
Fnatic.
we will
I think
be
they got a
back
free sunset
with
here.
those action. Make sure you join
It did
us.
look kind of rough
as
though,
well
you're right.
as Kakuka said, 2 #1 seeds will be guaranteed to go home. But thank you very much, you two, for joining me today. Thank you. A big thank you to Uber, to Wyatt, to Achilleos, and Paperthin. We're gonna miss you tremendously. And thank you to you guys at home.
Okay,
for
chat. Give
watching.
me
We'll
give me a
see you
stream.
tomorrow. We're out.
Not to get a free icebox. Oh, that's true. It might be destined to go third map, to be honest. Not even sure if RRQ Sunset's good as well, to be fair.
Pacific is the only region with 3 teams at playoffs, and we haven't even
Okay,
seen their
chat.
#1
Give me
seed.
a streamer. Who we got?
Have done really
Thank
well
you for
to
watching.
get
I
this
appreciate
far,
you all.
but
Thank you for
today
being here.
It's going to be a very difficult task.
Paranoia, spring season coming and still can't stop Crazy Guy. Too fat. No, Crazy Guy is low, and it's on Monday.
Charity stream? Sure.
just swings the right, but Silver unaware. Try to recon to light this one up. Silver the clutch that keeps the Wolves train running. What are you guys doing? Nice little catch off the annihilation. Wolves aren't really in a great position to help Juicy out. Jemkin got caught. Koshi pushes in a boathouse though. Koshi trying to keep Wolves at bay,
Okay,
but
thank
they
you so
are
much, guys.
coming.
Thank you. I appreciate you all. I will see you all tomorrow for the games. We will see who gets eliminated. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I appreciate you all being here. And I will see you all tomorrow for the games. Appreciate all the support today. Thank you for all of the gifted, all the subs, just everyone lurking, everyone chatting. Thank you for being here. Right, have a good rest of your day, guys. Peace, peace, peace. Bye, bye, bye.
Jemkin starts to close in, and they know.
Those guys, thank you, thank you. YouTube chat, subscribe if you can. It would help me out. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you all. Bye, everyone. Bye, bye, bye.